everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Hogwarts: The Return of Dali from Lord of the Mysteries, Chapter 101 to 180, Competitive Spirit Afternoon. Everyone gathered on the grounds outside Hogwarts Castle, waiting for the arrival of Madame Hooch. At the end of November at Hogwarts, the weather had turned noticeably cold. The sky was misty, and black clouds hung low. Everyone stood on the grass in their wizard robes, shivering slightly. However, because the Gryffindor Quidditch team was coming to select a new seeker, everyone's faces were filled with excitement, and they were engaged in heated discussions about Quidditch matches, which made them feel as if it weren't quite so cold. Soon, amidst everyone's anticipation, Madame Hooch walked over quickly, followed by a handsome boy. She still had her short, capable silver hair, and her sharp gaze swept over everyone, just like an eagle. "All right, let me introduce him. This is Oliver Wood, he is the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team," Madame Hooch introduced crisply. "Next, let him explain to you about joining the Quidditch team." Wood nodded politely at Madame Hooch and then said, "The Gryffindor team is currently looking for an excellent seeker. Although first-year students cannot participate in Quidditch matches for the time being, they can be trained in advance, which is equivalent to securing a spot on the team early. You can show off your talent to your heart's content. If there are suitable players, I will go talk to Professor McGonagall about the situation, and let you participate in training ahead of time." Wood explained the situation briefly. The Gryffindor team was in urgent need of a seeker, and there was really no other way. He had already tried out several seekers these past few days, but unfortunately, none of them were particularly outstanding. Hearing that there were a few good ones among the new students, he specifically went to see Professor McGonagall, which was how he got this opportunity. "All right, you can mount your broomsticks and fly freely in the sky to show the results of what you have learned during this time. Remember, don't fly recklessly," Madame Hooch warned loudly. Everyone was already well acquainted with how to ride a broomstick. Even those without much talent, after this period of training, were able to soar in the sky. It was just a matter of how fast they flew and how skilled they were. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After mounting their broomsticks, everyone began to ascend quickly, flying freely over the grounds. "Oh my goodness, slow down." Hermione had taken off too quickly, which startled her, and she hurriedly lay flat on her broomstick, clutching it tightly, afraid to let go. "Hermione, you need to relax. If you're too tense, it will affect your control of the broomstick." Harry made an elegant turn and stopped beside Hermione. "It's too high, I can't relax at all." Hermione knew she needed to relax, but seeing the grass and people below constantly moving away made her incredibly nervous. The theoretical knowledge she had learned so well was completely forgotten once she reached the sky. "Hermione, in the sky, it's our territory, you have to listen to us." Ron braked and stopped beside Hermione, saying with a smile. In other areas, they couldn't compare to Hermione, but when it came to riding a broomstick, they had a huge advantage. "You have to control your body first, like this, lift your chest slightly, and then control the broomstick to fly wherever you want," Ron said to Hermione while demonstrating. However, Hermione was pale. Even when she followed what Ron said, she only learned the basics. Her body was completely stiff, and every movement was distorted. "Why don't you lower your altitude and practice closer to the ground? This will help you control your body posture," Dudley suggested. It was obvious that Hermione had a fear of heights. At this altitude, her body control was very poor. Hermione didn't want to give up, but her body was honest. She felt that if she stayed at this height any longer, her brain might become oxygen-deprived. Hermione slowly lowered her altitude, moving to the same level as Neville and the others, flying slowly in the sky. Harry zoomed past on his broomstick, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of soaring in the sky. It allowed him to forget all his troubles and gain true freedom. On the ground, Wood carefully observed every new student. His brows furrowed and smoothed out from time to time, as he paced among those in the high air. "How is it? Have you found a suitable candidate?" Madame Hooch asked. Among this year's Gryffindor students, there are indeed a few with good flying talent, such as Harry and Dudley. Madam Hooch pointed to two figures in the sky. Thank you, Madam Hooch. I see them. Both of them are flying quite well, Wood said. Although he couldn't see Harry and Dudley's expressions due to the distance, he could observe that both of them were flying with ease. That relaxed and effortless posture couldn't be trained through short-term flying, it required true talent to achieve that. If Wood really had to describe it, perhaps the word relaxed would be very appropriate. It was obvious that everyone else was controlling their broomsticks to complete the movements they wanted, while Harry and Dudley could do it effortlessly, as if they could achieve the desired result with just a thought. Actually, Ron is also flying quite well, though he is a bit nervous, I can tell. Madam Hooch pointed to Ron on the other side again. He's also a good prospect. Wood nodded. Ron's talent wasn't as good as the other two, but it was clear that with some training, he could also achieve good results. Moreover, there were already two Weasley children on their team. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, Fred and George had intentionally or unintentionally mentioned their younger brother, and Wood, of course, understood what they meant. In the sky, Dudley wasn't flying fast, leisurely admiring Hogwarts castle below. This seemed to remind him of the time in that eerie world, the feeling of soaring through the sky by distorting the rules. He looked down at all living things below, cold and lonely. Suddenly, he noticed Wood's gaze from below. This Gryffindor team captain seemed to have lingered on him for too long. Dudley shifted his gaze slightly. Harry, Ron, let's play a game. Whoever catches this stone first wins. As soon as Dudley finished speaking, he took a stone out of his pocket and threw it downwards. The competitive spirit of the boys was instantly ignited at this moment. Harry and Ron quickly adjusted their broomsticks and chased after the rapidly falling stone. 102 Prepare a Big. Chapter 102, Preparing Something Big. Dudley's broomstick dipped slightly at the start, but he quickly leveled it out and hovered in midair, watching Harry and Ron dive downwards, heading straight for the rapidly falling stone. Honestly, I prefer watching Quidditch matches rather than playing in them myself, Dudley said, crossing his arms with a light chuckle. Harry and Ron were giving it their all at this moment, neither of them wanting to admit defeat. Because Dudley had started this game suddenly, neither of them had prepared in advance, so they were quite far behind the falling stone. Trying to catch it before it hit the ground was a huge test for them. Below, Wood and Madam Hooch had clearly noticed the situation, their gazes fixed on Harry and Ron, their emotions stirred involuntarily. Students flying at low altitude noticed them, and the falling stone. They knew exactly what was happening without needing to think, and immediately started cheering for the two of them. The stone was falling fast, with Harry and Ron in close pursuit. However, they were already very close to the ground. They had to catch the stone and immediately adjust their posture to ensure a safe landing, which was a very difficult task for them. Seeing this, Madam Hooch hurriedly took out her wand. If they couldn't break in time, she would have to use a spell to stop them before they crashed into the ground. Among the two who had been falling at roughly the same speed, Harry suddenly accelerated, reaching out to grab the falling stone. Ron, on the other hand, clearly hesitated for a moment. At this speed and distance, he wasn't entirely confident he could land safely after catching the stone. Harry reached out with his right hand, instantly snatching the stone, then immediately adjusted the speed of his broomstick and landed on the ground with a sudden break. Harry stumbled slightly as he rushed forward, but fortunately, he wasn't injured and had successfully caught the stone. Wood, not far away, jumped up in excitement. This was the seeker he needed, it was absolutely brilliant. The crowd cheered Harry's name, and Harry himself realized what had happened at this moment, his face full of smiles. Ron landed on the ground, looking a bit disappointed, but still managed to force a smile and congratulated Harry. Harry, you're amazing. You're practically a natural-born seeker. Wood rushed over. No, I have to go talk to Professor McGonagall immediately. It would be best if you could join the Gryffindor team right now, as an exception. If that happens, we still have a chance at the Quidditch Cup this year. Wood just turned around and saw the somewhat dejected Ron. Ron, you're also great, but what we need right now is a seeker. Compared to that, I think you're better at defense. Perhaps in the future, you could take my place as keeper. Keep it up, don't be discouraged. Wood encouraged him. Ron's disappointed face seemed to light up again. Wood said with certainty. In some respects, Ron was indeed not as good as Harry, especially in the seeker position where Harry's performance was too outstanding, but that didn't mean Ron had no merits. It was just that they needed Harry right now, and if they needed a keeper, Ron would definitely be a great choice. Oh right, and Dudley. Wood remembered Dudley and looked up at the sky. At this moment, Dudley was still flying leisurely in the air, descending slowly, looking not at all in a hurry. I think he's better suited to be a referee, a rulemaker, and judge hovering outside the pitch, rather than a player. Wood said softly. He could see that although Dudley flew very well, he didn't have much interest in the sport of Quidditch. The game just now was clearly meant to help Harry and Ron showcase their talents, while he himself didn't care at all. Wood left in a hurry without waiting for the class to end. He needed to go talk to Professor McGonagall, and see if he could secure an opportunity for Harry to join the team early. Dinner time. When Wood told everyone the news that Professor McGonagall had agreed, everyone was very pleasantly surprised. Wood even specifically imitated Professor McGonagall's exact words, since Mr. Potter's talent is so good, he can indeed join the Quidditch team early. At least this way, Mr. Potter should be able to burn off some of his boundless energy, and won't cause any more trouble for me. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. But I haven't caused any trouble for a month, Harry said, feeling slightly aggrieved. That's why Professor McGonagall is worried that you're preparing something big for her. Wood winked and teased. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Dudley, ha 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 ha. That includes you three as well, Wood said, turning to the three laughing people. Dudley and the others. After dinner, Harry and the others were going to celebrate. Dudley didn't join them, he was going to find Professor Dumbledore to ask about Quirrell. After saying goodbye to everyone, Dudley went alone to the 8th floor where Professor Dumbledore's office was located. Passing by the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, Dudley couldn't help but take another look. As his strength increased, he felt more and more that this place was not simple, but unfortunately, he couldn't find what was wrong with it or where there were any traces of magic. Even though Dudley had now reached sequence 7 in both sequences, he still couldn't find any clues here. Yes, a couple of days after Halloween, Dudley had digested the Barbarian Beyonder characteristic, and had also reached sequence 7 in the Black Emperor sequence, which was the Briber. I hope I can gain something from Professor Dumbledore today. After finding nothing, Dudley headed towards Professor Dumbledore's office. Lemon sherbet. Dudley called out the password. However, the statue didn't change at all. Did he change the password? Dudley's expression shifted. Immediately, he began trying the names of various sweets. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Milk toffee. The statue began to vibrate. Dudley quickly jumped onto it, and as the sculpture rotated, he soon arrived at the door of Professor Dumbledore's office. Dudley took a breath, took out the sweet gift he had prepared for Professor Dumbledore, and knocked on the door of Professor Dumbledore's office. Professor Dumbledore's gentle voice came from inside. Dudley pushed the door open and walked in. Dudley, is there something you need? Seeing Dudley walk in, Professor Dumbledore smiled, and put down the book in his hand. Chapter 103, Making Trouble. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. Dudley offered a greeting and stepped forward. I brought you a dessert. Having said that, Dudley placed a piece of tiramisu cake in front of Dumbledore. Thank you, Dudley. I was just considering whether to go down and get a dessert, and you brought one for me. Dumbledore smiled, picked it up, and tasted a bite. The desserts at Hogwarts are truly delicious. I always want to eat some, but unfortunately, I am old and must exercise some restraint. Dumbledore winked at Dudley. Dudley smiled. Bribe successful. As a briber, one only needs to symbolically give the bribe recipient something to weaken their defenses and evoke strong goodwill. Against Dumbledore, Dudley dared not use too powerful a beyond her ability, but a small bit of guidance was still acceptable. It was just enough to induce a certain level of goodwill, making Dumbledore willing to answer his questions. In this situation, Dumbledore would basically not notice any anomaly. Speak, what is the matter? I don't think you came here just to bring me a piece of cake. After eating 2 bites of the cake, Dumbledore looked at Dudley with a calm expression. I just wanted to ask about Professor Quirrell. Dudley began, you know, I reported his issues to you last time, but you don't seem to have taken any action against him. Dumbledore looked at Dudley without speaking immediately. Dudley did not speak either. After a while, Dumbledore said slowly, I have already conducted some investigations regarding Professor Quirrell. He indeed has certain problems, and I am currently dealing with them, but the timing is not yet appropriate. Dudley frowned and said, I don't quite understand. For a bad person, shouldn't we bring him to justice immediately? Letting such a person enter and leave Hogwarts freely is a very unsafe matter for us ordinary students. Dumbledore smiled, you are quite right, Dudley, but at present, Quirrell has not done anything to harm the school. Furthermore, you can rest assured, with me at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, even if Professor Quirrell really has some problems, I can handle it. Dudley looked at Dumbledore. He could feel that Dumbledore was not telling the truth. His bribe effect was too weak to have much influence on Dumbledore, and Dudley did not dare to use this ability to its full extent, otherwise, it would be easy for Dumbledore to notice. All right, I understand. Dudley said nothing more. Please get some rest, I will head back first. Since Dumbledore was unwilling to tell the truth, there was no point in him staying here. Just as Dudley was about to leave the office, Dumbledore suddenly called out to him. Professor. Dudley turned his head to look at Dumbledore. Please rest assured, both you and Harry are safe at Hogwarts, there is no need to be too anxious. Dudley nodded thoughtfully and left Dumbledore's office. After Dudley left, Dumbledore picked up the remaining half of the cake and ate it slowly. Dudley is one of the only 2 blood relatives Harry has in this world. As long as they stay together, there won't be any problems. Dumbledore whispered to himself. On the other side. After leaving Dumbledore's office, Dudley furrowed his brows slightly. Is he that certain that Harry and I won't have any trouble at Hogwarts? Dudley shook his head. He was still used to keeping his fate in his own hands. Since he couldn't rely on the authorities, he would have to find a way himself. Dudley pondered for a moment, and instead of returning to Gryffindor Tower, he headed straight to the Oloy. Dudley called out into the darkness, and immediately, a white snowy owl fluttered over and landed on Dudley's shoulder. Good girl, help me deliver a letter. Dudley tied the envelope in his hand to Hedwig's leg. This is a snack I brought for you. Dudley took a small piece of fish from his pocket and handed it to Hedwig. Hedwig took the meat, fluttered around happily twice, and flew off into the darkness. After doing this, Dudley returned to Gryffindor Tower. Seeing Dudley return, Harry immediately leaned over. How was it, did you have fun with your celebration? Dudley asked with a smile. It was all right, let's not talk about that. When you went to see Professor Dumbledore, did you tell him about Snape? Harry asked. He was still very suspicious of Snape. Dudley pondered for a moment, then said, I mentioned it, but unfortunately Professor Dumbledore didn't believe me. Harry sighed helplessly. I should have known, adults are never willing to believe what we children say. They only believe themselves. Dudley patted Harry on the shoulder and said nothing more. The next day, Dudley did not go with Harry and the others to the Great Hall for breakfast, but went early to the playground outside the castle. If Hedwig returned, this was its only path. Sure enough, after Dudley waited for a while, he saw Hedwig swooping down from the sky. It noticed Dudley standing outside and flew straight toward him. Thank you, Hedwig, such a good girl. This is your reward. Dudley untied the package hanging on Hedwig's leg, and fed a piece of meat to Hedwig. Hedwig chirped happily twice, and flew away with the meat. Dudley put the small package in his pocket, and hurried back to have class with Harry and the others. Today there was a potion class, and it was with Slytherin again. Malfoy seemed to have restrained himself a lot recently. Although he still sneered at Dudley and Harry, he no longer provoked them actively, but instead committed himself to becoming the leader of this year's Slytherin students. Although his methods seemed very childish, he had indeed gathered quite a few Slytherin students around him. Now, no matter where Malfoy went, there were at least 10 people following him, a dark, oppressive crowd. Looking from afar, it seemed like he was followed by a group of bodyguards. Regarding this, Harry and Ron were a bit nervous. They felt that Malfoy was developing his own power, preparing to go against their Gryffindor, but only Dudley roughly guessed what Malfoy was doing. However, Dudley did not contact Malfoy again. After he gave Malfoy the honorific name last time, Malfoy had never chanted it, and this matter did not seem to cause any ripples in the short term. A day passed quickly, and night fell, shrouding the entire Hogwarts castle. At midnight, Dudley sat up from his bed, and after confirming that everyone else was asleep, he slowly put on his black robe and quietly left Gryffindor Tower. It has been a long time since I made trouble. 104 Overthinking. Chapter 104, Overthinking. Tonight, Dudley planned to check out that corridor on the 4th floor. At midnight, Hogwarts Castle was almost completely empty. "Where are you going so late?" The fat lady was dozing off as she helped Dudley open the door. "Insomnia." "Just going out for a walk," Dudley said casually. "Insomnia? Are kids these days under that much pressure?" The fat lady yawned and didn't ask anything else. Dudley had the privileges of a prefect and could violate school rules to a certain extent, so the fat lady wouldn't meddle. Seeing Dudley leave, she went back to dozing off. After leaving the Gryffindor Tower, Dudley activated his spirit vision, carefully observed his surroundings, and then cautiously headed towards the 4th floor corridor. Along the way, he didn't encounter any obstacles and easily reached the 4th floor corridor. With this level of defense, I don't know where Dumbledore gets the confidence to stop Quirrell. By relying on that dog of Hagrid's. Dudley thought to himself. He arrived at the door at the end of the 4th floor corridor. Dudley didn't rush to open the door. Instead, he took the small package from the daytime out of his pocket. After opening it, inside was a small music box. Last night, Dudley wrote a letter to his mother, saying he missed his childhood music box, and asked Petunia to pack it up and have Hedwig bring it back. After receiving her son's letter, Petunia didn't hesitate at all. She immediately wrapped up the music box and sent it over. Alohomora. Dudley didn't use his wand, casting Alohomora directly. This was to prevent any traces from being left behind in case someone checked his wand later. The door opened a crack. Dudley opened the music box and a light, ethereal melody played. He pushed the music box through the gap into the room. After a while, Dudley listened closely. Heavy, steady breathing came from through the gap. It must have fallen asleep. Dudley opened the door and walked in. The Cerberus had indeed fallen into a deep sleep due to the music box's melody, and it was sleeping so soundly that it didn't react at all even though Dudley was standing right in front of it. Is this the weakness of the Cerberus? Seemingly powerful magical creatures can be easily dealt with once you know their weakness. Dudley didn't pay any more attention to the Cerberus and fixed his gaze on the trapdoor beneath its paws. Wingardium Leviosa. Dudley used the spell to move the Cerberus's paw, gave it a gentle tug, and the trapdoor opened, revealing a pitch-black, massive space underneath. It just opened like that. Dudley was a bit confused for a moment. Was the Philosopher's Stone really hidden here? Or was it a trap set by Dumbledore? He leaned over to look down. Through spirit vision, Dudley saw densely intertwined lights. These lights were very faint but connected to each other, like intertwined pythons, constantly wriggling slightly. Magic pythons? Dudley was startled. Dudley quickly realized these weren't pythons, but some kind of plant vines. Dudley waved his right hand, and a flash of light fell, illuminating the space below. It really is a plant. Dudley breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had almost thought there was a snake pit down there. Using the light, Dudley carefully examined the patterns on these vines. Devil's snare. Dudley noticed that the plants below were wriggling to avoid the light, and combined with those distinct patterns, he recognized the thing almost at a glance. Isn't this the plant we learned about in herbology class not long ago? Dudley frowned. Although devil's snare is terrifying, it is easy to deal with once you know what it fears. Light and warmth, even a first-year student can easily manage these two things. At this moment, the light released from Dudley's Lumos spell had already made the devil's snare below retreat uneasily. He didn't even need to cast any other magic to easily pass through this network of terrifying plants. Dudley pondered, not in a rush to go down, but instead observing more carefully. The methods here were just too simple, so simple that Dudley felt it was unreal. When things are abnormal, there must be a demon. Emperor Roselle never deceives me. Beneath the simple surface, there must be a deeper conspiracy. Dudley thought to himself. In a place like this, the easier it is to deal with, the more it suggests there's a problem. Just like in that eerie world, those Beyonders who looked muscular and could smash a building with one strike were often not the scary ones. The scary ones were those standing on the side, who seemed harmless. Their methods were often more terrifying and had decisive effects. While low-level Beyonders were still considering how to physically eliminate their opponents, high-level Beyonders were already contemplating how to eliminate them from an abstract conceptual level. The methods of the two were simply not on the same level. Given Dumbledore's status in the magic world, the defenses he set up definitely couldn't be that simple. Dudley began to check the situation below thoroughly, even using spirit vision to examine almost every area. Along the way, he even had to wind the music box twice. A quarter of an hour later, Dudley had a grim expression on his face. He hadn't found any other issues. Below, apart from the devil's snare, there was nothing, not even a trace of magic. Am I overthinking this? Dudley wasn't very sure. Maybe it's because it's the very beginning, so he didn't set up anything too powerful. Dudley thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, Dudley retrieved the music box. He would still need it when he went out later. Incendio. Dudley cast the magic directly. Crimson flames quickly appeared and burned towards the devil's snare below. In just a moment, a large portion of the devil's snare was burned away, and the remaining parts all shivered and retreated into the corner, revealing a passage below. There shouldn't be any issues now. Seeing this, Dudley finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. There really was only this layer of obstacle, the devil's snare, and no other deeper traps. Wingardium Leviosa. Dudley cast the levitation spell on himself and slowly descended downwards. He quickly passed through the room where the devil's snare was and entered another room directly below. After landing steadily, Dudley looked up. This was truly much easier than he had imagined. It seems I really was overthinking it. Dudley pursed his lips, not knowing what to say for a moment. Identifying the direction, Dudley walked towards a large door not far away. Some faint sounds were coming from there, as if something was moving. Chapter 105, The Trial. What's that sound? Standing at the doorway, Dudley didn't go in immediately, but listened carefully for a moment. A faint buzzing sound came from the room, like small insects flying about. Dudley used spirit vision to observe, but didn't find anything unusual. Hesitating for a moment, Dudley tried pushing the door, only to find it unlocked, and it swung open easily. Inside was a brightly lit room with a high, vaulted ceiling. Countless small birds as dazzling as jewels were flapping their wings and flying around the room. This is... Dudley's gaze sharpened. Looking closer, he immediately realized that what was flying in the air weren't birds at all, but keys with wings. What is this for? Dudley was momentarily confused. He looked around, his gaze quickly falling on the heavy wooden door on the other side of the room. Could it be that I need to use these keys to open the door? Dudley walked into the room, careful not to disturb the bird-like keys flying in the air, and went straight to the heavy wooden door. Dudley tried it and found the door was locked. Alohomora. Dudley incanted the spell. The heavy wooden door vibrated slightly but didn't open. There's a spell on it. Dudley nodded. This matched his expectations. My spell's power seems a bit lacking. I can't break the enchantment on the door. Dudley pondered for a moment and cast Alohomora again. This time, he invoked the authority of an interrogator, which helped increase the power of his magic. However, the door still only shook, albeit with a slightly larger amplitude than before, but it didn't actually open. Still not enough. If my sequence were higher, perhaps I could use the Black Emperor's ability of distortion to the rules to open this door directly. Dudley thought to himself. Since that route wouldn't work, Dudley had to turn his attention to the bird-like keys flying rapidly in the air, and then he noticed a flying broom parked nearby. Dudley fell into silence. They had clearly blocked the path forward with a door, yet they left the keys here, and it seemed they were even afraid the person coming wouldn't be able to catch the key, so they specifically provided a flying broom. What is Dumbledore trying to do? I don't sense any danger. Dudley checked the surroundings carefully and found nothing unusual. Well, let's give it a try then. Dudley jumped onto the flying broom. In an instant, the keys that had been flying around shot towards him like a torrential rainstorm. They have offensive capabilities too. Dudley's gaze tightened. He had already locked onto one of the keys. Its shape was clearly larger than the others, and its wings looked different. I just didn't want to participate in Quidditch, but that doesn't mean I'm bad at flying. Dudley sped off, flying straight towards that key. Slow down. Dudley channeled the spiritual power within him, and incanted the spell in the Hermes language. Many daily spells aren't complicated to cast. Once you grasp some basic principles, you can even try to cast some unique spells of your own. Dudley wasn't at the level of inventing spells yet, but he could still cast spells with simple effects according to his will, especially when using the spiritual language. As Dudley's words fell, the speed of the rapidly flying keys did indeed decrease slightly. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for Dudley to seize the opportunity and grab the unique key in one go. He immediately descended, jumped off the flying broom, and inserted the key into the wooden door. The heavy wooden door opened, and Dudley rushed in, and shut the door behind him. Much simpler than I expected. Dudley caught his breath and then surveyed the room before him. Unlike the brightly lit room just before, this room was pitch black. Under spirit vision, Dudley vaguely saw many tall objects not far away. He took a few steps forward. Suddenly, the whole room lit up with a bright glow, and Dudley was shocked to discover that the tall silhouettes he had seen were all Philosopher's Stone chess pieces. And he himself was standing on a giant chessboard. On the other side of the chessboard was the door leading to the next room. What is the meaning of this? Do I need to play chess? Dudley was puzzled. He tried to walk forward 2 steps, and suddenly, the chess pieces on the opposite side immediately seemed to come alive and blocked his path. So I really have to play chess. Dudley stepped back a few paces and stood at the edge of the chessboard. Something isn't quite right. Dudley's eyes narrowed slightly. From the very beginning, he felt that the situation here was vastly different from what he had expected. Now that he had walked to this chessboard, this feeling was even more pronounced. Cerberus, Devil's Snare, flying keys, and now this chessboard. This place doesn't look like obstacles set up to protect something at all, it looks more like a test. As long as you know the Cerberus's weakness, a music box can solve it, you don't even need magic. Although Devil's Snare is scary, as long as you've attended the first-year herbology class at Hogwarts, you'd easily know how to deal with it. And the means to deal with it are very simple: light and flame. For a wizard, this isn't difficult at all, even a first-year student could do it. As for the keys in the previous room, as long as your flying talent is high enough, it's not hard to get the key. All of this doesn't seem to be intended to stop others from entering here, but rather like questions a teacher would set for their students. As long as you listened well in class and studied diligently, these problems aren't hard to solve. And a more important reason for Dudley having this feeling was precisely the keys in the previous room. If it were to stop others from entering, they could have just sealed the door with powerful magic. Why leave the key behind, and why specifically make the key that opens the door different from the others, as if they were afraid people wouldn't recognize it? They even thoughtfully provided a flying broom, practically telling you that if you ride this flying broom, you can get the key. And now, the philosopher's stone chess is the same principle: as long as you win, you can pass. If it were up to Dudley to set these obstacles, he would definitely start with some sealed artifacts contaminated by evil gods, then add some evil spirits, and finally seal the place with powerful beyonder abilities. Herbology class, flying class, what is this now? Transfiguration class. Dudley looked at the magic chess pieces before him and said slowly, "But since it's a transfiguration spell, there must be traces of the incantation. Perhaps I can bypass it directly by breaking the spell." Dudley activated spirit vision and began to carefully examine these magic chess pieces. 106 Cracking and Bribing. Chapter 106, Cracking and Bribing. With the help of spirit vision, Dudley quickly discovered the traces of magic on these chess pieces. As expected, there are traces of transfiguration. So, did Professor McGonagall set up the things in this room? Not necessarily. It is said that Professor Dumbledore was also a professor of transfiguration class before. Dudley looked around, found the chess piece representing the Queen, and walked over. So do I need to replace the piece and participate in this chess game? Dudley asked. The Black Queen seemed to come alive, looked at Dudley and nodded. All right, then I choose to take your place. Dudley said softly. The Queen nodded and gave up her position. Dudley walked over and stood on it. The rules of the Philosopher's Stone chess are the same as international chess. Among these pieces, the most powerful one is undoubtedly the Queen. Its mobility and lethality are the highest. Of course, it will also be targeted by the opponent. But that is not important. What is important is that Dudley never thought about playing chess properly from the beginning. Perhaps he could win this game, but it would take too much time. In a place like this, it is better to pass through as quickly as possible. White moves first, so let's begin. The moment Dudley finished speaking, a white pawn on the opposite side immediately moved forward 2 squares. Dudley's gaze narrowed slightly, and he ordered a pawn to also advance 2 squares, arriving next to the white pawn. The next moment, the white pawn drew dual blades and directly hacked the black pawn to pieces, exploding into a pile of fragments. That is truly violent, Dudley said. A hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. He seemed to feel a long-lost joy and began to control the black pieces to advance. As time passed, as the most powerful piece among the black pieces, the Queen, Dudley also quickly joined the battle. Soon, Dudley fell into danger. In order to save time, Dudley chose the most aggressive strategy, but this also brought him many consequences. At this moment, he was already surrounded by white pieces. As long as the opponent made one more move, he, as the Queen, would be eaten. Although this did not mean the black side had lost, referring to the pieces that had been eaten before, Dudley would most likely be hacked to pieces by the opponent's pieces. Perhaps I can try to run away. I wonder if these pieces will come up to hunt me down. Dudley chuckled, imagining the scene of himself being chased by a group of chess pieces. His gaze fell on the white piece not far from him. That was the White Queen. Her next move would be to eat Dudley, who was the Black Queen. Dudley looked at the White Queen's abdomen. Under spirit vision, he could clearly see traces of magic left there. That seemed to be a key node, the key to the success of the entire transfiguration. Dudley took a deep breath, and the majesty of an interrogator was released. His gaze fixed on the White Queen's abdomen, and he chanted in Hermes language. Finite incantatum. This spell can, to a certain extent, stop magic that is currently running, and can also eliminate some simple dark arts. It is considered one of the more basic spells. Generally speaking, this kind of spell is relatively difficult to be effective against advanced spells. However, Dudley at this moment used spiritual language, as well as the authority of an interrogator, which could enhance the power of his spell. Using it to eliminate the transfiguration was not a difficult task. As Dudley's voice fell, that White Queen piece immediately began to shake. Starting from her abdomen, the originally exquisite patterns disappeared, revealing a grayish-white stone surface instead. In just a few seconds, the exquisite queen turned into a pile of rotten stones, fell to the ground, and completely lost its breath. "All right, you have been eaten." Dudley chuckled. This was really being eaten in the physical sense. Without the powerful piece of the queen, the white side's original suppressive power over the black side immediately vanished. Rules are meant to be broken. Among the authorities of my two pathways, there is the shadow of order. Dudley continued to control the black pieces to act, while simultaneously disposing of the pieces that posed a threat to him as much as possible. Among these pieces, Dudley did not find some of the key nodes of the transfiguration, but this was not critical. Dudley only needed to deal with all the pieces that could undo the transfiguration, and his black pieces would already be in an invincible position. This was originally an unfair chess match. About 10 minutes later, Dudley, as the queen of the black pieces, forced the White King into a corner. "You are checkmated." The crown on the White King's head fell to the ground, and the chess game ended. The heavy wooden door behind the chessboard slowly opened, and a familiar stench wafted over. "This smell." Dudley frowned slightly, paid no more attention to the dilapidated chess game, and walked towards the opened door. This was a huge room with a very high dome, and a faint light shone down, illuminating the entire space. At the door on the opposite side, a troll was sitting there, watching Dudley enter the room. As expected. Just when he smelled the stench, Dudley had already guessed what kind of thing might be here. After seeing Dudley, the troll immediately roared, grabbed a wooden club, and rushed towards Dudley. Dudley's expression stirred, and he picked up a small pebble from the ground and threw it at the troll. Meanwhile, the troll had already swung the wooden club and smashed it towards Dudley. The attacks launched by the two were completely disproportionate. The small pebble that Dudley threw wasn't even enough to scratch the troll's itch. Dudley's gaze narrowed, and his Beyonder ability was suddenly activated. The troll, which was originally swinging the wooden club, suddenly hesitated for a moment. The wooden club fell and smashed onto the ground not far from Dudley. The original blow had terrifying power, but falling to the ground at this moment, it actually only caused a few cracks to appear on the stone tiles of the floor. The attack power was greatly weakened. Immediately, Dudley picked up another stone and threw it at the troll. The Beyonder ability was activated again. The troll, which was originally baring its fangs and brandishing claws at Dudley, revealed great confusion in its small eyes. It looked at Dudley in front of it with a trace of bewilderment and a bit of affection. This made it unable to bear attacking Dudley again. "Good, go sit over there," Dudley said to the troll with a smile. With the majesty of the interrogator, combined with the charm of the briber, the troll hardly hesitated. It immediately walked towards where Dudley pointed, sat on the ground with a thud, and even revealed a silly, friendly smile at Dudley. "Well done." Dudley nodded, giving encouragement. He walked straight towards the door on the other side of the room. After advancing to sequence 7, dealing with this kind of troll had become very simple for Dudley. He didn't even need physical persuasion. Chapter 107, Logic. Dudley pulled open the door guarded by the troll and entered the next room. This was a circular room, brightly lit and very quiet. Dudley glanced around. There were no monsters or sculptures, only a table placed in the center of the room, on which sat many bottles and jars. Seeing this, Dudley had already guessed who had set up the obstacle in this room. It was undoubtedly Snape. Dudley stepped forward. The next moment, bright, eerie purple flames erupted behind Dudley, blocking his retreat. On the other side, black flames shot up into the air, blocking the path to the next door. "So do I need to brew a potion here?" Dudley guessed. However, he looked around and found no ingredients for brewing magic, only those few jars. Dudley walked over and discovered a piece of parchment next to the jars. After a quick browse, Dudley understood how to pass through the flames here. How thoughtful, I don't even need to brew a potion. Snape has already brewed it for me, and I just need to find the antidote. Dudley looked at the bottles and jars before him. This parchment contained many descriptions of the substances in the jars, but it didn't tell you directly, instead, it required logical deduction. In other words, Dudley didn't need to know anything about potions at all. As long as he had the ability for logical deduction, he could easily find the potion to pass through the black and purple flames. Very thoughtful. I've heard that wizards have very poor logical deduction skills, so is this challenge meant to stump those wizards? Dudley chuckled, shook his head, and focused his attention on the parchment. 7 bottles in total, 1 potion to move forward, 1 potion to move backward, 3 bottles of poison, and 2 bottles of nettle wine. The poison is to the left of the nettle wine. The bottles at both ends contain different things, and are not the potion to move forward. The largest bottle and the smallest bottle are not poison. The second from the left and the second from the right taste the same. Dudley briefly summarized the contents of the parchment, and then turned his gaze to the bottles on the table. It was obvious that, from left to right, the 3rd bottle was the smallest, and the 6th bottle was the largest. 3 and 6 are not poison, and the second from the left and the second from the right taste the same. The second from the right is actually the 6th bottle from the left. Conclusion: the 2nd and 6th bottles are nettle wine. The poison is to the left of the nettle wine, and the bottles at both ends are not the potion to move forward. Conclusion: the 7th bottle is the potion to move backward through the purple flames. The smallest, the 3rd bottle, is not poison. Conclusion: the 3rd bottle is the potion to move forward. Dudley only thought about it for a moment before he immediately found the potion to move forward. He picked up the smallest bottle and examined it for a moment. After saying this, Dudley elegantly raised the bottle and drank it in one gulp. Dudley shivered slightly. After the potion entered his mouth, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The taste is average, Dudley commented, then walked toward the black flames blocking his path. He felt no fear and stepped directly into the sea of fire. The black flames burned on his body but seemed to have no temperature at all. Not only did they not burn Dudley's body, but even his clothes remained intact. Not bad, this way I don't have to go streaking. Dudley felt much more at ease. After passing through the black flames, Dudley arrived at the door. This door was still unlocked, meaning that as long as one passed the logic test of the potions, there were no further obstacles here. He gently pushed open the door. This was a huge circular room, larger than all the previous rooms. Dudley looked around but could not find a door leading to the next room. In other words, this is the last room. Dudley's gaze fell to the center of the circular room. It was a sunken space, and around it, bright torches had been lit, emitting a crimson glow. And in the center of that room, on a small platform, lay a dark red stone. Philosopher's Stone. The moment Dudley saw that stone, he immediately realized that this was the legendary Philosopher's Stone. With spirit vision activated, Dudley could clearly see rich spiritual power gathering on that red stone. If this were a sealed artifact, it would definitely be a very powerful one. Turning stone into gold and the elixir of life, either point proved the value of this thing. And unlike a sealed artifact, this thing had no negative side effects. So, what is the test here? Dudley didn't rush over, instead, he carefully gazed at his surroundings. He could see many traces of magic near that small platform, but these spells were very profound and already beyond the scope of what Dudley could understand at this stage. Judging by intuition, it's a bit dangerous, but not enough to threaten my life. Dudley pondered for a moment, using his spiritual intuition to judge the situation here. For so many previous levels, one could almost always find traces of the corresponding professor's arrangements, but only Professor Dumbledore was missing. So this last level seems to have been set up by Professor Dumbledore himself. I wonder what kind of surprise this place has for me. Dudley slowly walked down the steps and headed toward the platform where the Philosopher's Stone was placed. Suddenly, the light around him dimmed sharply. Dudley felt his vision blur slightly, and a large amount of mist appeared out of thin air around him. In just the time it took to take a breath, he could no longer see anything else around him, only thick mist remaining. At the same time, Dudley felt as if everything around him was moving away from him. In just this short moment, he felt the room expand dozens of times, even larger than a Quidditch pitch. This feeling was like standing in an empty, mist-covered stadium where you couldn't know what was in front of you, what was behind you, or even where the boundaries were. This would make one feel as if they had been completely abandoned by the world. Here, a person felt extremely small and insignificant. Dudley stood still, not moving. He had already faced many eerie situations. This situation was not enough to make him feel fear. Interesting, as expected of a level set up by the most powerful wizard in the magic world. I'm actually starting to look forward to it, Dudley whispered to himself. Suddenly, Dudley's expression tightened. He felt that in the depths of the mist, something seemed to be watching him. Chapter 108. A Logical Genius. Dudley's expression tightened. He had already channeled his spiritual power, ready to release a Beyonder ability or a spell at any moment. Who's there? Dudley asked, taking the initiative to speak. No one responded to Dudley's inquiry. The surroundings were empty, and Dudley's voice dissipated without receiving any feedback. It was like dropping a pebble into a deep well, only to hear absolutely nothing in return. After a moment of contemplation, Dudley gathered his spiritual power into his eyes and carefully examined the mist surrounding him. This mist was clearly not naturally occurring, it originated from magic. Dudley's spirit vision could see through the mist to a certain extent, though not very far. Light and shadow intertwined around him. After carefully discerning the surroundings for a while, Dudley soon discovered that in one direction, the light was slightly brighter, with a glimmer of dark red light flickering within it. He walked in that direction. There must be some advanced space magic here, only I cannot see through it, Dudley thought to himself. He walked forward for a while when suddenly, the mist churned, and a stone statue rushed out, brandishing a long spear and thrusting it toward Dudley. Dudley chanted the spell in Hermes' language almost reflexively. A loud noise echoed, the charging stone statue exploded into fragments halfway there and vanished into the mist. Immediately after, Dudley felt sudden presences appearing from all directions, rushing toward him. Incendio. With a wave of his right hand, the moment he chanted in Hermes' language, a ring of massive flames appeared around him, illuminating everything while also keeping the rushing stone statues at bay. Afraid of fire? It seems their strength isn't that high. Seeing this, Dudley had already judged the strength of these stone statues. An average wizard could deal with them. Defendo. Dudley began chanting spells, shattering these stone statues one by one. During this time, he encountered no other obstacles, and the entire process was surprisingly smooth. Having dealt with these eerie stone statues, Dudley discerned his direction and continued walking toward the path he had previously identified. The fact that these stone statues appeared largely indicated that Dudley was heading in the right direction. Suddenly, an eerie sigh came from the depths of the mist, causing Dudley's expression to change instantly. It wasn't that he was startled by the suddenness of the sound, but rather that the voice was far too familiar. It was his own voice. It's not too late to turn back now, the voice said. The corner of Dudley's eye twitched slightly, hearing his own voice conversing with him. The feeling was always incredibly jarring. Who are you? Dudley asked softly. I am you, the voice said calmly. Dudley laughed. If this were that eerie world, such an answer would indeed have given him a fright, but in this wizarding world, it wasn't enough to do so. I'm here to get the Philosopher's Stone. As soon as I have it, I'll leave, Dudley said in a calm voice. In reality, he had originally only intended to see what the defensive measures here were like. He never expected to arrive here so smoothly. But now that he was here, he couldn't very well return empty-handed. What do you want the Philosopher's Stone for? The voice asked. Someone is going to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Dudley said. The voice fell into a long silence, seemingly baffled by Dudley's answer. After a long while, the voice spoke again. So as long as I steal the Philosopher's Stone first, that person won't be able to steal it, Dudley said earnestly. This time, the voice was completely silent. Clearly, the person who set up this magic would never have anticipated such an answer. The reason for coming to steal the Philosopher's Stone was actually to prevent others from stealing it. This was truly a genius of logic. The Philosopher's Stone is safe here, no one can steal it, the voice said. Is that so? Are you sure? Dudley wanted to laugh. If a first-year student like me can easily walk to this point, that person will certainly be able to do it just as easily. Therefore, I still prefer to keep my fate in my own hands. Don't worry, once the Philosopher's Stone is in my hands, I guarantee nothing will go wrong, Dudley said with a calm expression. How can you guarantee that? The voice asked. Once it's in my hands, I will naturally be responsible for it. I have plenty of ways to ensure that person will never be able to obtain the Philosopher's Stone again, Dudley continued. You still haven't answered how you intend to keep the Philosopher's Stone safe. Furthermore, if I need the Philosopher's Stone, how will you return it? After all, it is my possession, the person said. Then it seems there's nothing to discuss, Dudley said, his patience exhausted. The Philosopher's Stone is here, and it is safe, the voice continued. This time, Dudley ignored the voice and continued walking forward. He knew that the voice was just an obstacle set up by Dumbledore here, but such an obstacle seemed too childish. If a criminal could be persuaded to turn back by words like these, that would be truly ridiculous. Sigh, why won't you listen to reason, the voice sighed. Your persuasion is useless on me, you'd better save your energy, Dudley replied as he walked forward. Just then, the mist in the distance churned violently, and Dudley stopped in his tracks. A figure vaguely appeared over there. Dudley looked over with his spirit vision, but could only see a blurry outline, he couldn't see the full picture. However, from the perspective of spirit vision, this outline was not a real human being, but merely a phantom with a physical form. At the same time, Dudley also discovered that this figure was very familiar. In other words, it was himself. Since you've appeared, then come out, Dudley stopped walking. The figure seemed to hesitate for a moment, then slowly walked out of the mist. One last piece of advice, it's not too late to turn back now. Otherwise, I will really have to take action, the voice said. I look forward to it, Dudley replied. The figure said no more and slowly walked out of the mist, soon appearing before Dudley's eyes. Golden hair, blue eyes, a well-defined face, a sturdy build, everything was exactly the same as the Dudley standing on the other side. Dudley looked at himself on the other side, feeling as if he were looking in a mirror. Oh, almost forgot. The Dudley on the other side suddenly spoke, then took a monocle out of his pocket and placed it on his right eye. Chapter 109, Encountering Amon. In an instant, every hair on Dudley's body stood on end, and he felt his entire being go rigid. He did not know why, but he felt an overwhelming sense of fear. This monocle, this scene, he seemed to have seen it somewhere before. Extremely terrifying. Utterly terrifying. This name suddenly appeared in Dudley's mind. Immediately, a sharp pain pierced his brain, making him afraid to continue contemplating any information related to this name. You are not him. Dudley's face turned pale. But he finally managed to calm down. That person could not possibly appear here. Is that so? Why do you think I wouldn't appear here? That Dudley said, looking at Dudley with great interest. You have only read my fear, but you do not understand where this fear comes from. You are just blindly imitating, and at most, you only manage to give me a momentary fright. Dudley looked at the Dudley opposite him wearing a monocle and said slowly. He was certain that the person opposite him was not Amon. That person would never appear here, no matter what. The Dudley removed the monocle. Last chance. If you go back now, it's not too late. I will go back after I obtain the Philosopher's Stone, Dudley said. The Dudley's right hand raised, habitually reaching into his pocket to draw his wand, only to suddenly discover that his pocket was empty. Dudley's gaze sharpened as he noticed the other party's action. His mouth immediately curled up, and he said with a smile, "Sorry, I didn't bring a wand." The Dudley's expression changed slightly. Evidently, he had not expected such a situation to occur. Dudley came here without bringing a wand. Is this an action a wizard would take? However, the Dudley was not without options. His expression shifted slightly, and he immediately recited a spell towards Dudley. Petrificus Totalis. The Dudley's magic was almost instantaneous, shooting directly towards Dudley. Dudley reacted quickly, taking a stone from his pocket and throwing it at the Dudley opposite him. The Beyonder ability activated instantly, causing the power of this spell to be weakened. Dudley did not have time to dodge, nor did he intend to. The spell landed on Dudley, intercepted by an invisible barrier, and had no effect. The spell's power is mediocre. Dudley's gaze flashed as he quickly judged the strength of this Dudley from the spell just now. Incendio. The Dudley cast a spell again. This time, Dudley also threw a stone, continuing to activate the bribe's weakening ability. The flames struck instantly, but Dudley didn't even need to use magic to intercept them. He charged straight out. The magic's power is mediocre, and combined with the briber's weakening, the power of his spells has decreased significantly. Petrificus Totalis. Total immobilization. The Dudley cast spells one after another, yet all of them were significantly weakened by Dudley's bribe weakening ability. This meant that no matter how fast the Dudley cast his spells, he could not inflict effective damage on Dudley. I think I understand now. After this battle, Dudley had basically figured out the situation of this Dudley. The spells he uses are all ones I have used before or know how to use. In other words, his abilities are all copied from me. I can use wandless magic, so he can too. But when I use wandless magic, I generally use the Hermes language to chant the spells, which can increase the power of my magic. He cannot do that, which means he cannot copy the Hermes language that only I know. Besides that, he cannot use the Beyonder abilities I activate. This is normal. After all, he cannot create another Beyonder characteristic out of thin air. Overall, his spellcasting speed, reaction speed, and spell power are all stronger than mine. In this respect, this is a substitute that can perfectly display my current magical strength. The strongest enemy has always been oneself, right? Unfortunately, he met me. Dudley analyzed the opponent's abilities while dodging his attacks. If I am not mistaken, the stronger the person entering here, the stronger the replica. The strongest shouldn't exceed Dumbledore's own strength. He just doesn't know that within my strength, magic only occupies a very small part. The Dudley opposite him cast a spell again. He seemed to have run out of tricks, using only those few spells over and overall ones that Dudley had learned. Apart from those, he couldn't cast a single high-level spell. Dudley blocked the spell and steadied himself. Now it's my turn, Dudley said with a chuckle. He hadn't fought back just now because he wanted to test this Dudley's situation. Now he had almost completely figured the opponent out. The next moment, a powerful aura of majesty was released from Dudley. The interrogator's majesty erupted, causing the Dudley opposite him to feel an intense pressure. The spell that was already on his lips was directly interrupted. Dudley threw a stone once more, but this time, he did not activate weakening but charm. This caused the Dudley opposite him, who had just mustered the courage to attack Dudley again, to suddenly feel a strong sense of goodwill towards Dudley, making him completely unable to chant any spells against him. Defindo. Dudley released 2 spells in succession, giving the opponent absolutely no chance to fight back. Under the suppression of the powerful majesty, that Dudley found it very difficult to even cast defensive spells. He wanted to submit, and did not want to fight Dudley anymore. Boom, boom. Both spells landed on the Dudley, blowing the figure to pieces. Incendio. As if afraid that the Dudley might reanimate, Dudley waved his hand and cast another fire spell, directly igniting all the fragments, destroying the evidence of the other self, leaving not a single trace behind. Finally resolved. The surrounding mist began to recede, and the Dudley had completely disappeared from this strange space. It's a pity that it was just a phantom without a spirit body, otherwise, I could have used the interrogator's mental piercing and soul whipping, and defeating him would have been easier. Dudley said. He showed no mercy whatsoever towards the other version of himself. 10+ seconds later, the surrounding mist completely dissipated, and Dudley returned to the circular room from before. On a platform not far from him, the ruby-like Philosopher's Stone shone brilliantly. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history. In time, it is recommended to take screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. 110 Magic Stone Chapter 110 Philosopher's Stone. Dudley walked over, reached out, and picked up the Philosopher's Stone resting there without any hindrance. The stone was dark red in color, slightly cold, and mysterious. Powerful spiritual energy was constantly surging within it. So this is the Philosopher's Stone, it came into my hands so easily. For a moment, Dudley felt it was so unreal. Looking back at everything that had happened, he had only wanted to see what the defensive strength here was like from the beginning, but he hadn't expected to clear all the levels and come directly here, and easily obtain the Philosopher's Stone. This had completely exceeded Dudley's judgment of this place. Was there really only such a simple obstacle in the place where the Philosopher's Stone was stored? Why did Dudley feel almost no danger here, but instead felt like this was a final exam for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and the content tested was even first-year curriculum? Dudley did not stay long. After putting away the Philosopher's Stone, he immediately turned and left, passing through the various rooms from before, and returned to the fourth-floor corridor. Checking his surroundings, Dudley found nothing unusual, so he quietly returned to the Gryffindor Tower. In the dormitory, taking off his robes, Dudley prepared to go to bed. Harry, who was beside him, seemed to have had a nightmare. He suddenly sat up from his bed, looking at Dudley with a terrified expression. "Where did you go?" "I went to the bathroom. What's wrong with you?" Dudley said. "I just dreamed that Lord Voldemort was hunting me down." There were many followers wearing black robes beside him. It was so terrifying. Harry said in terror. "And then?" Dudley asked thoughtfully. "Then, the horses they were riding weren't as fast as mine." Harry continued. Dudley's mouth twitched slightly. "So, Lord Voldemort was chasing you on horseback. His horse wasn't as fast as yours, and then you got away." Harry nodded. "All right, that's truly strange," Dudley said. "Dreams are just dreams, devoid of logic. Perhaps this dream is reminding us that Lord Voldemort knows how to ride a horse." Harry thought for a moment and said, "How strange, to think Lord Voldemort can ride a horse," Dudley said. Harry thought about it, also feeling that the dream was unreliable, and laid back down to continue sleeping. Dudley lay on the bed, not falling asleep immediately. The Philosopher's Stone was in his hands, constantly being flipped and toyed with. "I am increasingly feeling that this matter might not be that simple," Dudley thought to himself. He had just sorted through the entire sequence of events, and discovered quite a few details he had previously overlooked. For no good reason, why did Dumbledore suddenly transfer the Philosopher's Stone stored at Gringotts to Hogwarts? Did he foresee something, or did he discover something? And from my experience just now, Hogwarts' ability to protect magic is not much stronger than Gringotts, and in some aspects, Gringotts does better. The only place where Gringotts is inferior to Hogwarts might be that it lacks a powerful wizard like Dumbledore. Then, what if Dumbledore transferred the Philosopher's Stone to Hogwarts just to attract someone here? When Dudley thought of this, a flash of lightning seemed to streak through his brain, and some things he hadn't been able to figure out before suddenly became clear at this moment. Is there anything special about Hogwarts this year? Yes, Harry Potter has arrived. Then, is it possible that Dumbledore was just trying to attract Lord Voldemort to Hogwarts? Or rather, he discovered that Quirrell had a problem long ago, and he specifically transferred the Philosopher's Stone to Hogwarts, just to lure Lord Voldemort into making a move. As for Harry, wait, according to the methods I used to clear that place, if these things were replaced by a pure first-year student, is it possible to do it? Cerberus, Harry is familiar with Hagrid, so it is possible he knows how to pass this level. As for Devil's Snare, this is first-year herbology class content. Even if Harry didn't listen well, there is Hermione, and of course, there is me. As for the flying broomstick part, Harry has great talent in this area, this simply cannot stop him. The Philosopher's Stone chess, this has to rely on Ron. Ron likes the Philosopher's Stone chess very much and plays it quite well. From my previous feelings, the strength of that chess game would not be too difficult for Ron to solve. The troll, we have faced it before, and it is not difficult to deal with. As for the logic puzzle about the potion, both Hermione and I can solve it. The last level is actually not very difficult, the copied wizards there are all benchmarked against one's own strength. The stronger the wizard, the greater the trouble they will encounter in that place. In other words, could all of this have been set up by Dumbledore for Harry and Lord Voldemort? Then what is his purpose? To attract Harry and Lord Voldemort to a confrontation in that place. But what is the benefit of doing this, or rather, what is he trying to prove? Dudley frowned. He had indeed figured out some of the key information, but because a part of the information he possessed was missing, he was unable to see the full picture of the matter. But judging from the content inferred so far, this matter is already very close to the truth. What a great calculation! Not only did he calculate Harry's abilities, but he even included me, Ron, and Hermione, because he knew that as Harry's friends and brother, we would definitely help him. Dudley thought to himself. This explains why, after I reported Quirrell, Dumbledore did not take action against Quirrell. Wait, I seem to have overlooked a point. A point that exceeded Dumbledore's expectations. Knight Emperor. The appearance of the Knight Emperor must have disrupted quite a few of Dumbledore's arrangements. He asked me to help find the evil spirit. I always thought his target was Quirrell, but now it seems that who he wanted me to help him find might be the Knight Emperor, not Quirrell. Because he knew about Quirrell's problem from the beginning, and had enough confidence to deal with Quirrell's problem. What he is truly afraid of is the suddenly appearing Knight Emperor. This is a powerful existence he cannot pry into, a third-party force whose good or evil cannot be distinguished. Dudley's gaze was deep as he stared at the bed curtains above his head. Dumbledore, what exactly are you trying to do? I don't like the feeling of being calculated, nor do I like being arranged by others. Fortunately, I have now broken your arrangements, the Philosopher's Stone is in my hands, Quirrell cannot succeed, and Harry will never go behind the trapdoor again. Previously you were watching our performance, so next, it will be me watching your performance. Professor Dumbledore, don't let me down. Chapter 111, A Natural Provoker. The next day, Dudley put the Philosopher's Stone and the Trunsoist brass book together and tucked them into his pocket. The high sequence of 002 could counteract tracking from divination and other occult methods. Although Dudley was not yet clear to what extent divination in the wizarding world could achieve, it was still better to take precautions. Of course, the safest way would be to put both items into that mysterious space, but Dudley had tried and could not do it for the time being. Perhaps he would have to wait until he was stronger, for instance, after reaching a middle sequence, but it was also possible he would never be able to do it. Throughout the day, Dudley cautiously observed the surroundings, especially the expressions of the teachers, attempting to deduce the consequences of the Philosopher's Stone being stolen from their demeanor. However, Hogwarts Castle passed the day peacefully as if nothing had happened, without even a ripple. The following period was the same. The matter of the Philosopher's Stone seemed to have gone unnoticed. Everyone lived their lives in an orderly fashion, attending classes and teaching as usual, with everything proceeding along its predetermined track. Is it that they really haven't discovered it, or have they discovered it but kept quiet? More than half a month later, Dudley pondered this question. He felt that the latter was highly probable. The most likely scenario was that Dumbledore had discovered the theft of the Philosopher's Stone, but had not made it public, and the other teachers were unaware of the incident. Since that is the case, I will just act as if nothing has happened. It is just a pity for Quirrell. When he goes through all the trouble to overcome those obstacles and reaches the final platform, only to find nothing there, his expression will surely be priceless. Dudley thought to himself. Entering December meant that Christmas was fast approaching. One morning in the middle of the month, upon waking up, the entire Hogwarts castle was covered in deep snow. The snow in the grounds reached almost to the knees, and the surface of the lake had frozen into hard ice. Many students ran onto the lake to skate, but were chased back by Hagrid. There were magical creatures beneath the Black Lake, so it would be bad if anything happened. By this stage, everyone had little focus left for their studies, and everyone was looking forward to the arrival of the holidays. Harry, are you going back for Christmas? Or staying at Hogwarts? Dudley asked. Harry thought about it for a moment. He did not want to return to Privet Drive for Christmas, but Dudley might want to go back, so he was a bit conflicted. You guys shouldn't go back either. I'm not going back either. My parents have gone to Romania to see my brother Charlie, so Fred and the others aren't going back this year. If you two leave, how bored I'll be at Hogwarts, said Ron. Harry didn't speak but glanced at Dudley. Then we won't go back, we'll go back during the summer break, Dudley said. It didn't really make much of a difference whether they went back or not. Dudley himself actually preferred to stay at Hogwarts. After all, there could be a good show at any time, and he didn't want to miss it. The winter in Scotland was long and cold. Whether in the common rooms or the Great Hall, Hogwarts had roaring fires burning, but the drafty, cold winds still made everyone feel a bone-chilling cold. In the afternoon, they had a potion class. What made it difficult was that due to the extreme cold, the white smoke rising from the cauldrons made it almost impossible for everyone to see the state of the potions they were brewing, which meant that the potions brewed by most people did not meet Snape's requirements. Only a few people, including Dudley and Hermione, managed to brew the required potion. Besides the two of them, there was also Malfoy. This guy seemed to have started working hard recently, and was much more serious about his studies. It was unclear what had provoked him. Harry and Ron guessed that perhaps the Halloween incident had dealt Malfoy a deep blow, which was why he had started studying seriously. Only Dudley vaguely guessed Malfoy's thoughts. When the class ended, Snape happily awarded points to Malfoy. He now completely regarded Malfoy as his prized student. As long as Malfoy achieved a decent result, he would receive bonus points from him. As for the potions brewed by Dudley and Hermione, Snape basically didn't even look at them properly, treating them as if they didn't exist, even though Dudley's was better than Malfoy's. I really feel sorry for those people. After class, as everyone left the classroom, Malfoy's detestable voice came again. He said to Crabbe and Goyle, who were beside him, as well as a few other followers. They have to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas because their families don't want them. Ha 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 ha. The people around burst into laughter, as if this were a very funny joke. Not long ago, Professor McGonagall had come to register the students staying at school for the holidays, and Dudley and the others had all signed their names. Malfoy had seen this scene, and it had predictably drawn his mockery. However, this guy had learned his lesson. He never mocked Dudley in empty corners. Every arrogant and rude mockery occurred when there were enough people around, especially now that he had recruited a few more followers, including even one or two older students. For these students, Malfoy's status was a reason they couldn't refuse, as this pureblood family held a high position in the wizarding world. While at school, building a good relationship with a young master like Malfoy was beneficial for them to find a suitable job after graduation. Harry glared at Malfoy, really not wanting to deal with him, and followed Dudley as they walked away quickly. In the corridor, a very large fir tree almost occupied the entire space, blocking their way. Beneath the tree, two large feet were moving slowly, along with that familiar huffing sound. Hagrid, do you need any help? Ron stuck his head into the branches and asked. No, I can manage, thank you, Ron. Hagrid said. Can you move aside and not block the way? From behind them came Malfoy's cold, drawling voice. Dudley and the others looked back. Malfoy's gaze swept over Dudley and Harry, finally settling on Ron as he continued. Are you hoping to earn some extra pocket money, Weasley? I guess you probably hope to be a gamekeeper after you graduate from Hogwarts. Hagrid's hut must seem like a palace compared to your original home. Dudley looked at Malfoy and had to admit that this guy was truly a good candidate for a provoker. If he were given a provoker potion, it would surely melt in his mouth, without needing any process of acting or digestion. Ron was completely enraged by Malfoy's words and rushed towards Malfoy with a flushed face. Dudley quickly reached out and held Ron back. Not far away, Snape appeared at the classroom door as if by teleportation. He seemed as if he had been hiding at the classroom door watching outside, and as soon as he saw Ron about to attack Malfoy, he appeared immediately. But Dudley had pulled Ron back in time, preventing the conflict from erupting. Snape looked at Ron, who was held by Dudley, with a gloomy face, having missed an opportunity to discipline Ron. Malfoy gave Dudley an angry look. He had guessed that Professor Snape must have been paying attention to what was happening in the corridor, which was why he had deliberately provoked Ron. He also knew that Dudley and Harry had better emotional control, so he didn't speak to them but instead goaded Ron. But he hadn't expected that all of this would be seen through by Dudley, who had stopped the conflict from happening in time. What are you doing? Snape said, looking for trouble. We are waiting for Hagrid to pass through here. Dudley said calmly. Professor Snape, sorry, excuse me. Hagrid said. Snape glared at Dudley, unable to find a reason to discipline him, and with a huff, he walked away. Seeing Snape leave, Malfoy didn't dare say anything more and rudely squeezed past the fir tree with his group of followers, trampling needles everywhere. I'm going to teach him a lesson, Ron said, gritting his teeth, while looking at Malfoy's back. One day, I will teach him a good lesson. I really hate those two, Harry said. Malfoy and Snape. Before coming to school, I never imagined that one day I would hate two people so much, even more than. Speaking of this, Harry suddenly paused and stopped himself. Even more than? Dudley looked at Harry. Harry gave a silly smile. All right, I understand. Dudley nodded. I didn't mean that, Harry said quickly. It's fine, I understand, Dudley said. What are those two talking about? Hermione asked with a puzzled look. Ron shook his head, he didn't understand either. Wingardium Leviosa. Dudley drew his wand and cast a levitation charm. Hagrid immediately felt the weight on his shoulders become much lighter. Thank you. Hagrid looked at the wand in Dudley's hand with envy. You're welcome. Is it being transported to the Great Hall? Dudley said while directing the fir tree to float towards the Great Hall. His levitation charm was now truly masterful. That's right. Hagrid nodded. Everyone walked together towards the Great Hall. When they arrived at the Great Hall, they found that it had been decorated extremely beautifully. The walls were hung with garlands and streamers made of holly and mistletoe, and all around stood 12 tall Christmas trees. Some trees were hung with glittering little icicles, while others were sparkling with hundreds of candles, looking magnificent. Not far away, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were casting magic to decorate the remaining parts. Dudley was about to say a few words to Hagrid to ask about the Cerberus, when suddenly, a series of illusory voices echoed in his ears. You are the Supreme Emperor. You are the embodiment of order, you are. These voices came in layers, continuously entering Dudley's mind. It's Malfoy. Dudley immediately realized that this was Malfoy reciting an honorific name. I'm going to the restroom, Dudley said to the others and turned to run towards the restroom. 112 The New Dark Lord Chapter 112, The New Dark Lord. Did he have diarrhea? Ron watched Dudley's retreating figure with confusion. Maybe he was overwhelmed by the potion class. Come to think of it, I feel a bit nauseous now too, Harry said. Ron frowned. Indeed, I feel uncomfortable as well. Dudley entered the washroom, found an empty stall, slipped inside, and locked the door. On the other side, Malfoy was alone in the abandoned underground classroom. This was the place where he had encountered the Knight Emperor last time. Ever since he learned the honorific name of the Knight Emperor, he had wanted countless times to know who this person claiming to be the Knight Emperor was. He had checked records and asked his father, but there were no answers. And he himself lacked the courage to recite that honorific name. He did not know what this would bring him. But today he could not help it. He wanted to know if that honorific name was real. He wanted to verify what would happen if he recited it. You are the Supreme Emperor. You are the incarnation of order, the embodiment of chaos, the source of all rules. You are order and you are also disorder. Malfoy recited this honorific name softly. However, after the recitation ended, nothing changed around him. Is it really fake? Malfoy breathed a slight sigh of relief, but also felt a sense of loss. He could not describe what kind of feeling this was. He was afraid that the Knight Emperor was real, yet also afraid that the Knight Emperor was fake. This was an extremely contradictory state of mind. Malfoy opened his eyes, preparing to leave. His vision blurred, and a terrifying aura of majesty appeared out of thin air, descending upon him. Immediately after, he saw a colossal palace appear in the high heavens. It seemed like a divine kingdom, with a majestic figure hidden behind the mist, looking down at him from above. Knight Emperor. Malfoy saw that figure, but felt a sharp pain in his brain, as if his whole being was about to explode. He hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to peer at that figure again. What is the matter? Dudley was in the high heavens, looking down at Malfoy. Malfoy's mind went blank for a moment, and he did not know what to say. He had originally just wanted to try reciting the honorific name to see what would happen, but the scene presented before him now had completely exceeded the scope of his understanding. He did not even know if all of this was an illusion. You may take your time. Dudley restrained his aura of majesty. Feeling the majesty weaken, Malfoy could finally breathe a slight sigh of relief. His forehead was already covered in cold sweat. I have followed your instructions and recruited quite a few people, including several older students, who are all willing to serve you. I would like to know if you have any requirements for us, or if there is anything you need us to do. Malfoy said after organizing his thoughts. I do not need you to do anything for me, you are merely a small experiment. Dudley said indifferently. An experiment? Malfoy asked, confused. Yes, merely an experiment, Dudley said. Malfoy's face turned somewhat pale. If it were merely an experiment, it meant they were not important. Experiments could fail or succeed, and for the Knight Emperor, it seemed that success or failure did not have much impact. Are you going to become the new Dark Lord? I mean, I know you once made a move at Gringotts, and as far as I know, the other party seems to be related to that you-know-who, Malfoy said tremblingly. Some of these things were told to him by his father, and some he had overheard. Dudley chuckled. The perspective was indeed narrow. Thinking everyone wanted to become the Dark Lord. Dudley's majestic chuckle made Malfoy's nerves tighten. He felt as if he had said something wrong. But wasn't this the most logical understanding? Defeating the previous generation's Dark Lord, then becoming the Dark Lord himself. The Dark Lord? Dudley said with a faint smile, his fingers tapping gently on the table, making a thumping sound. And this sound, falling into Malfoy's ears, felt like every tap was striking his heart, making his face turn pale, and causing him to sway unsteadily. Perhaps you could become the Dark Lord. Dudley stopped his hand movements and said softly. Malfoy thought he had misheard and spoke out in surprise. That is correct. Dudley said. I have no interest in the Dark Lord, but if you want to become the Dark Lord, I can help you, Dudley said softly. I can become the Dark Lord? I mean, Malfoy's brain had not yet processed this, it was completely different from what he had anticipated. He had thought this Knight Emperor intended to completely end you-know-who, and become the new generation's Dark Lord himself, but he had not expected things to turn out like this. He, Draco Malfoy, becoming the new Dark Lord. Is this possible? Perhaps it really is possible. Malfoy suddenly realized that the scene he was facing now had far exceeded the scope of what the magic he understood could achieve. The Knight Emperor could ignore the protective magic of Hogwarts and come and go freely. Even Dumbledore had no way to deal with it. Just by reciting the honorific name, he could communicate directly with the Knight Emperor. Even the Dark Lord could not do this, right? Furthermore, the honorific name was something that far transcended the understanding of the wizarding world. In records, only gods possessed honorific names. Could it be? Malfoy was shocked. You can become the Dark Lord, as long as you want to, Dudley said softly. Malfoy's breathing became somewhat rapid. What do you need me to do? Malfoy asked. The Knight Emperor could not be helping him without reason. Since that was the case, the other party must have an ulterior motive. It just depended on whether he could afford the price. All gifts of fate have already been marked with a price in the dark. When I truly awaken, I will take back what I want. Dudley said calmly. The more Malfoy heard, the more alarmed he became. This Knight Emperor really seemed to be let us stop here for today. As Dudley's voice fell, the majesty dissipated. Malfoy hurriedly bent down. I obey your will. Soon, everything disappeared. Malfoy opened his eyes, and he was still standing in that dilapidated underground classroom. Everything had not changed, yet it seemed everything had changed. A great existence awakening. After a long while, Malfoy murmured softly. This is an opportunity, and I must seize it. Malfoy clenched his fists. He might not have had such great ambition before, being content as a rich second-generation heir was not bad. But now, being repeatedly trampled underfoot by Harry and Dudley had long since caused his mindset to change. He needed power. Even if it was dangerous. But since he had already stepped onto this path, he had no room to turn back. He could only continue forward. Chapter 113 Christmas Gifts in the bathroom. Dudley rubbed his brow. Maintaining a cool facade is really quite difficult. Lord Fool doesn't have it easy either, Dudley thought to himself. He reviewed his conversation with Malfoy just now. Some parts were indeed mediocre, and compared to Lord Fool's ability to act cool, it was still a bit lacking. But this wasn't a big problem. After all, Lord Fool faces old foxes like him, while he only faces a child barely over 11, so it's easier to fool him. Besides, even if the deception failed, he had nothing to lose. I wonder what Malfoy will do next, but there should be a good show to watch. His father was once a follower of Lord Voldemort, and now that I've tricked his son into becoming the new Dark Lord, I wonder what interesting things will happen. Dudley smiled slightly. He felt he was a person who enjoyed fun. He didn't want to miss anywhere with a good show. He pressed the flush toilet, and amidst the rushing water, the Knight Emperor left for the Fool's Divine Kingdom. Great Hall. Why were you gone for so long? Did you get a stomachache? Harry asked with some concern. My stomach is a bit uncomfortable. Maybe it was the fumes from potion class. Dudley made up an excuse casually. So it really was the potion class. I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable too. Do you think Snape wants to harm us and secretly poisoned us? Harry said. Ron's face turned pale. If he poisoned us, we wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Not just unable to detect it, even if we died, it might be considered an accident, Dudley said. Harry and Ron's faces turned deathly pale. They truly believed Snape would kill them. All right, I'm joking. Professor Dumbledore is here. If he poisoned us, Professor Dumbledore would definitely be able to find out, Dudley said. That makes sense, but we should be careful in the future. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, though his face remained pale. Ron nodded hurriedly. Their number one enemy right now was Snape. The day before Christmas, Hermione said goodbye to Dudley and the others, she was going home for Christmas. At Ron's request, Hermione promised to bring them gifts when she returned. Dudley had already told his family that he and Harry would not be returning for Christmas. It was clear that his mother was very sad. However, she still said in the letter she sent that her darling Dudley had grown up and could spend Christmas by himself, which made Harry shake his head. "If your parents knew you were so amazing at Hogwarts, they would be very happy," Ron said to Dudley. Dudley and Harry exchanged a glance. "Aunt Petunia might be happy, but it's hard to say about Uncle Vernon," Harry said. "It's good enough that they don't object." "I don't want them too involved in the wizarding world either," Dudley said. Ron seemed to understand but didn't ask further. Christmas Eve. Hogwarts prepared a very sumptuous dinner. All the students who stayed behind had a big meal and played until very late before going to sleep. The next day, when Dudley woke up, Harry was already unwrapping gifts. "Quick, look Dudley, you received so many gifts," Harry said. Dudley looked at the foot of his bed. Sure enough, there were quite a few gifts placed there. Quite a few were sent by Aunt Petunia. "It wore Hedwig out," Harry said. "I didn't expect so many." Dudley was also a bit surprised. There were toy guns, pastries, new clothes, hats, and so on. Everything one could expect was there. "Aunt Petunia sent me a hat. It looks quite nice," Harry said with a smile. He had originally thought he wouldn't receive any gifts, but he didn't expect to not only receive them but also not have them be Uncle Vernon's old socks. It was truly gratifying. "Ha, there's a deck of tarot here. Who sent it?" Harry suddenly said. Upon hearing the words tarot, Dudley's expression immediately froze. The last time, the Trunso's brass book was mixed into his birthday gifts. Dudley immediately looked at the deck of tarot cards Harry was holding. The packaging seemed intact, with no visible abnormalities. "It must have been sent by Aunt Petunia. Does she think we've started learning tarot divination?" Harry said, handing the tarot cards to Dudley. "Possibly." Dudley took a deep breath, took the tarot cards and slowly opened them. This deck of tarot cards was packaged well. From the outside, it didn't look like it had been opened. Dudley opened it little by little until the cards inside were revealed. It was exquisite. And it was very ordinary. This was just a regular deck of tarot cards, with nothing unusual about it. "Do we need to learn tarot divination later?" Harry asked Ron from the side. Ron frowned and said, "I know there is a divination class, but I'm not sure if there are tarot cards." "Maybe there are." He wasn't very interested in divination, feeling that it was all mystical and unreliable. Dudley listened to them talking while flipping through the tarot cards in his hand. This was indeed just a very ordinary deck of tarot cards. Dudley breathed a sigh of relief. This shouldn't have anything to do with that world. Just now, when he heard the word tarot, his breathing had become a bit rapid, fearing that something weird was hidden inside again. After all, the Trunso's brass book had followed him over, so it wasn't impossible for one or two tarot cards to be brought along too. "Wait, the Trunso's brass book followed me over. Was it because I had it on me when I transmigrated back?" Dudley thought thoughtfully. "Is it possible that I had other things on me at the time? For example, a sealed artifact. And when I discovered the Trunso's brass book, it was in my birthday gifts, not on my person. In other words, the things I brought back when I transmigrated might have deviated and weren't necessarily on my person." Thinking of this, Dudley felt he had overlooked many things. He should have carefully checked the surroundings of his room at that time to see if there were other things. Unfortunately, he was immersed in the joy of returning at that time, and later, because of matters in the wizarding world, he didn't think too much about it. Now it seems he was indeed a bit careless. Perhaps it wasn't just the Trunso's brass book that followed him back. Seeing Dudley lost in thought, Harry took the tarot cards from Dudley's hand and started flipping through them himself. The faces of these cards were drawn very exquisitely, and each one was very interesting. "That's not right, Dudley. There are two cards missing from this deck of tarot." Harry suddenly said. Dudley was stunned. Which two are missing? Dudley felt his breathing quicken. The Emperor and Judgment are missing. 114 Lost Tarot Cards Chapter 114. The missing tarot cards. Dudley hurriedly took the tarot from Harry Potter's hands and pulled out all the major arcana cards, only to find, as expected, that two were missing. The Emperor and Judgment. Dudley whispered, his expression shifting uncertainly. What's wrong? Isn't it just two missing cards? Ron Weasley leaned in. Is there a problem? Harry Potter asked, also feeling a bit strange. He felt Dudley's reaction was a bit intense. It was just two missing cards, surely it wasn't that big a deal. Did Dudley like this deck of tarot so much that missing two cards made him feel that uncomfortable? It's nothing. I was just wondering how a new deck could be missing two cards. I was wondering if someone stole them. Dudley composed his expression and said. That shouldn't be it. Hedwig delivered these. No one would intercept Hedwig just to steal two tarot cards, right? Ron said. I suggest you write a letter to Aunt Petunia. Perhaps she accidentally left two out when she mailed them. Harry Potter patted Dudley's shoulder. Dudley nodded. Ron and Harry didn't say anything more and continued unwrapping their own gifts. Dudley looked at the tarot in his hands and fell into deep thought. Of all cards, it just happens to be these two. I can't help but overthink it. Dudley thought to himself. His intuition told him that this matter might not be that simple. Dudley checked his other gifts, and after confirming that the two cards weren't there, he immediately wrote a letter, and went to the Oloey to find Hedwig. To convince the exhausted Hedwig to deliver the letter, he brought plenty of dried fish for her. Only then did Hedwig reluctantly fly out of the Oloey, carrying his letter as she left Hogwarts. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Watching Hedwig's figure disappear into the vast snowy landscape, Dudley thought to himself. In that strange world, Roselle Gustav once created a deck of tarot cards called the Card of Blasphemy, where each card represented a sequence pathway to godhood. The two sequences that Dudley belonged to corresponded to the Emperor card and the Judgment card. The fact that these two cards were missing from the tarot he received today made it impossible for Dudley not to be vigilant. Upon returning to the dormitory, Dudley kept thinking about the tarot. It wasn't until he reached his bed that he suddenly felt the dormitory was a bit too quiet. Did they go out? Seeing that Harry and Ron were not in the dormitory, Dudley was a bit puzzled. Many unwrapped gifts were scattered on the bed, including sweaters sent by Ron's mother. Not only did Harry have one, but Dudley did too, with a large D on the chest, solidifying his reputation as Brother D. Dudley frowned. He felt something was off in the dormitory. He was too familiar with this place, even the slightest disturbance could trigger Dudley's spiritual intuition. As an interrogator, his abilities received extra bonuses within his jurisdiction, and the more familiar he was with the place, the stronger that was. Dudley's gaze swept across the entire dormitory, his eyes narrowing slightly as he activated his spirit vision. Everything around him immediately became clear. Some magical items revealed their original traces under Dudley's gaze, but what felt strange to Dudley was that he didn't discover anything abnormal. Everything was the same as usual. Something is definitely wrong. Dudley's feeling became increasingly intense. Almost without hesitation, he immediately pulled out his wand. His gaze shifted constantly around, ensuring every corner had been carefully checked by his spirit vision. Yet even so, he still discovered nothing. But that faint sense of unease was becoming stronger and stronger. Dudley's gaze flashed. Relying on instinct, he suddenly turned around, his wand pointing directly at the space behind him. Reducto. The spell was almost out of his mouth when, at that same moment, a hand suddenly appeared in midair, reaching towards Dudley. A familiar voice suddenly appeared. Dudley's gaze focused, and the spell he was about to cast was immediately interrupted. In fact, the moment that hand appeared, he had already realized there was no danger. He recognized the sleeve of Harry's pajamas. Ron and Harry appeared out of thin air, and a liquid-like cloak fell to their feet. "You scared me to death. We were just planning to play a prank. I didn't think you'd discover us," Harry said, his face pale. Just a moment ago, he felt like Dudley's gaze was going to kill them both. "Good thing we didn't ambush you, otherwise." Ron didn't dare to imagine what would have happened next. "Brother D is indeed still Brother D, what are you doing?" Dudley glanced at the two of them, then at the liquid-like, transparent cloak on the floor. "Harry received an invisibility cloak. We don't know who sent it, but there was a note inside saying it belonged to Harry's father, and that he should make good use of it." After Ron finished speaking, he handed the note from the invisibility cloak to Dudley. "It's Professor Dumbledore." Dudley recognized Dumbledore's handwriting at a glance. Clearly, Dumbledore hadn't intended to hide anything. "I also suspected it was Professor Dumbledore," Harry said. "We were just trying out the invisibility cloak. We guessed you were coming back soon, so we wanted to play a prank on you. I didn't expect you to find us anyway." "Is the effect of this invisibility cloak that bad?" Ron said. Dudley shook his head. In reality, he hadn't detected the presence of the invisibility cloak at all, let alone known that Harry and Ron were hiding in the dormitory. In that regard, the effect of this invisibility cloak had far exceeded Dudley's expectations. Being able to completely conceal a person's aura without leaving any traces was not something an ordinary invisibility cloak could achieve. Even Dudley's spirit vision hadn't detected anything abnormal. Furthermore, Harry and Ron were not skilled in using the invisibility cloak. After turning invisible, their gazes must have been fixed on Dudley while they thought about how to prank him. Under such circumstances, it would trigger Dudley's spiritual intuition. If it weren't for that, relying solely on the powerful invisibility capabilities of this cloak, Dudley probably wouldn't have been able to discover anyone was there. Mind you, this was still his familiar dormitory. If it were a place Dudley wasn't familiar with, he likely wouldn't have been able to detect any anomalies, even if someone got close to him. This was truly somewhat terrifying. Dudley picked up the invisibility cloak from the floor. "Are invisibility cloaks common?" Dudley asked. He wasn't very familiar with some things in the wizarding world yet. "Not common. And this one of Harry's looks very old. It was likely passed down through his family," Ron said. Chapter 115. Cracked. Dudley stroked the invisibility cloak. The thing felt like it was woven from water with a cool, icy touch. "Use it well." Dudley looked at the note Dumbledore had left behind, his eyes flickering slightly. "How am I supposed to use it well? This thing is not something that needs to be used under normal circumstances. Putting it on means you can do whatever you want, breaking a few school rules is minor, and even more." Thinking of this, Dudley suddenly realized something, and his breathing hitched slightly. Even more, one could bypass everyone directly and enter the fourth-floor corridor without worrying about being discovered. Everything seems to make sense now, Dudley thought to himself. "Professor Dumbledore, you have truly paved the way. You might as well have just told Harry to put on the invisibility cloak and go check out the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. With Harry's abilities, it wouldn't be very difficult to get the Philosopher's Stone there. Then why would Dumbledore do this?" Dudley couldn't quite figure it out. He understood too little and couldn't analyze the true nature of the situation. Dudley tried on the invisibility cloak and found that it was truly very useful. Not only did it conceal his body, but it also masked his presence completely. As long as one didn't encounter someone with high spiritual intuition like Dudley, no one would notice anything amiss. This thing could truly be described as a treasure. Even though Dudley hadn't seen other invisibility cloaks, he could feel that Harry's cloak was likely very special. Other invisibility cloaks probably couldn't achieve such an effect. After breakfast, Dudley went to have a snowball fight with everyone and attended the Christmas banquet, making for a very fulfilling and interesting day. The only regret was that Dudley had been thinking about the tarot cards the whole time, which distracted him somewhat. In the evening, Hedwig finally returned, carrying a letter from Petunia. The tarot cards were bought at a small shop and hadn't been opened. They didn't know 2 cards were missing either. Looking at the letter his mother had sent, Dudley frowned. At the end of the letter, Petunia asked if Dudley wanted to send the tarot cards back so they could go to the shop and settle the score. Dudley thought about it and decided to let them go to the shop to see if 2 cards had been left out. It would be best if they could be found, but if not, so be it. However, this letter was destined not to be delivered tonight. Hedwig refused to move no matter what. Even though Dudley gave it plenty of dried fish, it still sat there, staring at Dudley, motionless. Fine, I'll send it in a couple of days, all right. Dudley helplessly stroked the owl. This action caused dissatisfaction from Dudley's big orange cat, which ran over and meowed at Dudley, as if saying Dudley had another cat outside. When the night was deep and quiet, Dudley fell into a deep sleep. Just past 2 in the morning, Dudley felt someone shaking him, and woke up immediately. He saw a pair of bodiless hands beside him, and Dudley, who had just woken up and wasn't fully conscious yet, almost cast a curse right then and there. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, realizing that it was likely Harry wearing the invisibility cloak. Dudley, wake up quickly. Harry's hushed voice came. What's wrong? Dudley sat up. I found something, come with me to take a look. Even though Harry's voice was very low, Dudley could still hear his excitement. What thing? Dudley was puzzled. With Harry acting like this, could it be that he went out wandering in the middle of the night wearing the invisibility cloak? What did he find? Could he have gone to the 4th floor corridor? Follow me and you'll know. Ron, get up quickly, I'm taking you to see something good. Harry woke Ron up too. The 3 of them hid under the invisibility cloak, and quietly left Gryffindor Tower. Under Harry's guidance, they soon arrived at an abandoned classroom. Many desks and chairs were messily piled in the corner, and in the middle of the classroom stood something that clearly didn't belong there, a mirror. It was a very magnificent and imposing mirror, reaching all the way to the ceiling, with a gorgeous golden frame, supported by 2 claw-shaped feet at the bottom, and a row of rune-like characters carved at the top. You woke us up in the middle of the night just to show us this mirror, Ron said in surprise. Dudley didn't speak. He looked at the row of characters at the top of the mirror, which seemed to be Latin. Previously, to avoid not recognizing characters left behind by other transmigrators after transmigrating, Dudley had specifically learned several languages, including Chinese and Latin. Although he hadn't mastered them well, he could still read simple sentences. After all, he wasn't an ordinary person, and Beyonders had bonuses in many aspects. Harry didn't explain anything, just let Ron look at the things in the mirror, a happy smile on his face. Dudley was still studying the line of characters. Soon, he discovered that the line of characters wasn't meant to be read forward, but needed to be reversed. What I display is not your mirror image, but your heart's desire. Dudley murmured softly, Mirror of Erist. The letters of Erist reversed mean desire. Dudley finally understood the meaning of those runes. Do you see? My mom and dad, they are smiling at me. Harry said to Ron and Dudley with a smile. No, that's not it. What am I seeing? I've become chairman, and I've also become the Quidditch team captain, leading the team to win the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup. Oh my God, can this mirror predict the future? Ron said, shocked and incredulous. Harry was stunned. Impossible, my parents are dead, they. How can this be? Dudley sighed. This mirror doesn't predict the future, it only lets us see our heart's desire. In other words, whatever you want to see, it will present. Dudley said, looking at Harry. So that's how it is. Harry's expression turned dejected, the happy smile he originally had disappeared, leaving only loneliness. Harry, you still have me, and Dudley. Isn't he your brother? Ron comforted Harry. Harry just lowered his head and grunted, then changed the subject. Dudley, take a look, what is your heart's desire? Dudley pursed his lips. Right now, he didn't seem to have any particular desires. However, Dudley still stood in front of the mirror, and looked into the mirror of Eriste. Ron and Harry looked at Dudley curiously. They couldn't see the situation inside the mirror, and could only wait for Dudley to tell them. The mirror of Eriste cracked. 116 inches. The mirror. Chapter 116. Inside the mirror. What happened? Harry stared at the cracked mirror, completely stunned. Ron was also filled with astonishment and confusion. I don't know. Dudley's mouth twitched slightly. He had absolutely no idea what had happened. He had simply stood in front of the mirror, taken one look, and it had cracked on its own. He hadn't even seen if the mirror surface reflected anything at all. He had only seen a patch of black. Let me see. Harry pulled Dudley aside and stood in front of the mirror himself. After a long moment, he looked at Dudley and Ron with a somewhat pale face. The mirror seems to be broken. I can't see anything anymore, Harry said. Let's run, quickly. Ron said hurriedly. Although he didn't know exactly what this mirror was used for, its imposing appearance suggested it was something extraordinary, and likely very expensive. Now that they had broken it, what would happen if someone found out and made them pay for it? But in reality, they hadn't done anything. The mirror had cracked on its own, not by their hand, but he feared no one would believe such an explanation. Dudley, however, was not panicked. He stood in front of the mirror again. At this moment, the mirror of Eriste was pitch black. Not only did it fail to reflect any figures, but nothing else was visible either. The entire surface seemed to have turned into a foggy black wall, no longer reflecting any light at all. Dudley frowned and reached out to touch the cracks spreading from the top. Did this mirror discover something? Or is it that the thing I truly desire in my heart is something it cannot reflect, something it cannot even display on its surface? Dudley fell into deep thought. Beyonder powers in the wizarding world still possess an irresistible eeriness. Dudley thought to himself. Dudley let out a soft breath and pulled his hand away. His right index finger had been cut by the cracked mirror surface, but fortunately, it wasn't deep, just a little blood seeping out. What do we do now? Harry looked at Dudley for help. It was he who had broken school rules, sneaking out in the middle of the night to find this mirror, and then bringing Dudley and Ron along. He had originally just wanted to let the two of them see his parents, but he hadn't expected it to lead to this current situation. The mirror had cracked directly, losing its original magic. He wanted to take responsibility, but he was afraid he couldn't bear the consequences, and that it would implicate Dudley and Ron as well. The mirror cracked on its own. It has nothing to do with us. Dudley said simply and directly. Not giving Harry any time to react, he picked up the invisibility cloak from the ground, draped it over the three of them, and left the abandoned classroom. After returning to Gryffindor Tower. Forget about that mirror. It cracked on its own. It has nothing to do with us, understand? Dudley said to Harry and Ron before getting into bed. Ron nodded immediately. Harry still felt a bit guilty, but he wasn't foolish enough to try and take responsibility for the damaged mirror anymore. Just as Dudley said, they hadn't touched the mirror at all, it had cracked on its own, so they couldn't be blamed. Thinking this way, Harry immediately felt much better and stopped dwelling on the issue of the mirror. It was just a pity that he wouldn't be able to see his parents again. When they smiled at him, it was so warm. He had never felt such happiness and joy as he had in that moment. The three of them gradually drifted off to sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Dudley suddenly felt that he was being watched, which caused his consciousness to instantly awaken. Who is it? He looked around. There was no one else here, just an empty room. I'm not in the dormitory. Dudley frowned, then quickly understood his current state. I'm still in a dream, but I have maintained my consciousness. Dudley looked around. This was a very strange space. He was certain he had never been here before. It wasn't very large, about the size of half a classroom, with black walls all around, though the material was indistinguishable. Soon, Dudley's gaze landed on the wall 5 meters away, where there seemed to be a door embedded in the wall. But this door was different from an ordinary door. It was very tall, reaching directly to the ceiling of the room, and it gave off a very strange feeling. Dudley walked slowly toward the door. He felt that the prying gaze seemed to be coming from behind that door. The door was black. From the side, Dudley couldn't clearly see anything, but after getting closer, he realized that the door seemed to be semi-transparent. After taking 2 steps, Dudley finally stood in front of the door. And at the same time, he finally clearly saw what was behind the door, which made his expression change instantly. An elderly man with white hair was standing behind the door. His withered palm was gently brushing over the outside of the door. His gaze, through his half-moon spectacles, was carefully examining a crack on the door, as if he wanted to smooth out the crack on the door with his own palm. Dumbledore. Dudley watched the scene before him in surprise. Outside the door, besides Dumbledore, was the very abandoned classroom they had just left. Everything was exactly the same as before they left, the only difference was the addition of an old man. How could it have cracked? Dumbledore murmured softly. Dudley held his breath, watching the scene outside the door. Mirror world. Dudley thought of this almost immediately. He just never expected that he would have the opportunity to enter the mirror world in this wizarding world. Dudley was no stranger to the mirror world. Because in that eerie world, many beyonder powers of the assassin sequence, or the demoness sequence, were related to mirrors. And in mysticism, mirrors are often imbued with the symbolic meaning of leading to another realm, and are often associated with horror and terror. Strictly speaking, the mirror world is not a real world, it is closer to a collection of doors, connecting different mirrors and different mysterious realms. If one gets lost inside, one might end up directly in the abyss, or even the cosmos. Of course, demigods with this ability can use it to create a reflection world and hide inside. Some descriptions of the mirror world surfaced in Dudley's mind. It was just that he was not in that eerie world at this moment, but in the wizarding world. The mirror world here, and the mirror world of that eerie world most likely had different levels of meaning. But regardless, Dudley entering this mysterious mirror world in his dream gave him a feeling of eeriness. It was as if he had returned to that world that was constantly filled with mutations, loss of control, and danger. Dumbledore, who was wiping the mirror surface, stopped his movements and looked straight at Dudley inside the mirror. Chapter 117. Dumbledore and Dudley. Dudley's breath hitched. For a moment, Dudley felt as if Dumbledore had discovered him. But soon, he saw from the reflection in Dumbledore's lenses that the mirror's surface was actually pitch black. There was no reflection of him inside at all. Dudley narrowed his eyes and met Dumbledore's gaze from outside the mirror calmly. After a while, Dumbledore withdrew his gaze and continued to examine the cracked mirror. What a pity, Dumbledore whispered softly. I had originally intended to hide the Philosopher's Stone inside the mirror, but now, I can do nothing. Dumbledore shook his head. Hide it in the mirror. Dudley's expression shifted slightly. This meant Dumbledore knew that there was a world inside this mirror, or rather, a special space. But the current situation seemed to be that because the mirror was damaged, Dumbledore could no longer perceive the space inside it, and thus could not hide the Philosopher's Stone within. Dumbledore cannot perceive it, but I can, even if it is in a dream. Dudley thought to himself. Perhaps this space can be utilized. Thinking of this, Dudley immediately turned around to examine this small space. Since someone had hidden this space within the mirror's world, there must naturally be a way to control it. Dudley skillfully activated his spirit vision within the dream to examine this eerie mirror world. The surroundings were all black walls. He did not know what material they were made of, but they felt cold to the touch. As he observed, Dudley ran his hand over the walls, attempting to find something unique about this space. It seems there is nothing unusual. After checking once, Dudley did not find any traces of magic that he could utilize. The Philosopher's Stone has gone missing inexplicably, and now even the mirror is broken. What on earth is happening to Hogwarts? Just then, Dumbledore in front of the mirror let out a long sigh. Hearing this, Dudley stopped checking the mirror world and returned to the front of the mirror, looking at Professor Dumbledore, who was separated from him by the glass. "It is all your own doing, leaving Quirrell unchecked. I stole the Philosopher's Stone only to prevent it from falling into the hands of Lord Voldemort," Dudley said softly. "Fortunately, the person who stole the Philosopher's Stone is not Quirrell, otherwise, there would be big trouble." Dumbledore muttered to himself. "Don't you agree, Knight Emperor?" Dumbledore suddenly looked at the mirror. His gaze was extremely sharp, like a falcon. His originally cloudy pupils became filled with oppression at this moment, as deep as a bottomless pit. That was the gaze of the most powerful wizard in the wizarding world. Dudley's breath hitched for a moment. He had to admit that Dumbledore's gaze made him feel a strong sense of oppression. This old professor usually kept a low profile, but when he truly displayed his strength, his gaze seemed capable of piercing right through a person. As expected of Professor Dumbledore, to be able to vaguely perceive my existence. Dudley looked at Dumbledore outside the mirror. He was certain that Dumbledore could not see him. But his intuition was very high, he must have sensed that someone was watching him from inside the mirror. Even without any evidence, he had still deduced the situation that might exist within the mirror. As for the words Knight Emperor, that was because the only person who could steal the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts, right under his nose, would be this person. Of course, it was also possible that the Knight Emperor had directed others to do so. But the Philosopher's Stone was now most likely in the hands of the Knight Emperor. Dumbledore slowly approached the mirror. He stared at the mirror. He walked over, step by step. His face was almost pressed against the mirror's surface, and his breath formed a layer of mist on the mirror. "I know you can hear me, Knight Emperor. Given that you previously intervened to save Harry at Gringotts, I will tentatively assume you are not an enemy. I can even overlook the fact that you stole the Philosopher's Stone. But if you dare to lay a hand on the children in the school, please believe me, I will definitely make you pay the price." Dumbledore looked at the mirror. There was no cold expression on his face, only calmness, but it was precisely this calmness that made him seem even more terrifying. Dudley looked at Dumbledore, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. "Fine, but I have never thought about harming the children of Hogwarts. In fact, I am a child of Hogwarts myself." Dudley chuckled. "I hope we do not end up on opposite sides," Dumbledore said earnestly. Dudley did not speak, he just watched Dumbledore. Dumbledore could not hear Dudley speak. All of this seemed to be him talking to himself, but relying on his experience, he had already reconstructed most of the facts. "Truly a formidable wizard," Dudley said softly. At the same time, Dudley noticed some details on the mirror's surface. It was the cracks on the mirror, but Dudley saw a trace of bright red blood on those tiny cracks. That was left behind when he had run his hand over the cracks in the mirror earlier. My ability to come here in my sleep must have something to do with this. Blood played a very important role in occultism. Whether it was curses or performing important rituals, one's blood was required. Moreover, as a briber, the blood Dudley had inadvertently left behind had also created a mystical connection between him and the Mirror of Erist. When Dudley stood in front of the mirror for a long time, he finally vaguely perceived the subtle connection between himself and this Mirror of Erist. He extended his right hand and placed it on the bloodstain on the cracks. At this moment, he felt the existence of this mirror. "Good night, Professor Dumbledore." As Dudley finished speaking, his body instantly vanished from the mirror world. Meanwhile, in an abandoned classroom at Hogwarts, the tall Mirror of Erist in front of Dumbledore vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Dumbledore stared at the spot where the Mirror of Erist had disappeared, remaining silent for a long time. After a long while, Dumbledore let out a soft breath and shook his head. The price for this attempt was truly not small. The Philosopher's Stone is gone, and the Mirror of Erist is gone too. But looking at it this way, the Knight Emperor should not become an enemy, and that is enough. Dumbledore felt some fatigue. He crouched down and sat on the floor. "I really am getting old. I couldn't even hold on for that short while, but now a powerful Knight Emperor has appeared. I do not know how much longer I can protect Hogwarts. Dumbledore muttered to himself. On the other side, in the Gryffindor Tower, in the boys' dormitory. Dudley suddenly opened his eyes. In his right hand, there was now a palm-sized mirror. 118 Obscene Mirror Chapter 118, The Sleazy Mirror. Mirror of Eriste. Looking at the mirror in his hand, Dudley's gaze narrowed slightly. Everything that happened in the dream before was still vivid in his mind. If he hadn't just woken up in his own bed, Dudley would have probably thought that everything that just happened had occurred in reality. The intersection of dreams and reality. Dudley toyed with the mirror of Eriste in his hand. This mirror had shrunk significantly compared to before. The surface still had cracks, but it could now reflect images instead of being pitch black. It seems like I've seen a similar mirror somewhere before. Dudley thought to himself. Immediately, an ancient silver mirror with strange patterns flashed in his mind, its sides decorated with black gemstones shaped like eyes. A living sealed artifact with extremely high intelligence. I remember asking it quite a few questions. Dudley chuckled. Looking back at the mirror of Eriste in his hand, it paled in comparison to the mirror in his memories. However, the space inside the mirror should be able to store some things. Thinking of this, Dudley picked up the mirror and released his spiritual power, causing the mirror to slowly enlarge until it could reflect his entire face. Dudley thought for a moment, holding the mirror in his right hand while reaching into his pocket with his left to grab the Philosopher's Stone. Suddenly, he saw himself in the mirror take the Philosopher's Stone out of his pocket, and then the reflection of him disappeared. A moment later, when the mirror reflected Dudley again, the Philosopher's Stone had vanished from his hand. It really can store things. Dudley was delighted. In this way, it would be much more convenient for him to act in the future, as he wouldn't have to carry too many things around with him. After mastering the way to store items in the mirror, Dudley also put the Trunsoist brass book inside. Given the ability and status of the Trunsoist brass book, the space in this mirror is just equivalent to another form of pocket. Once the brass book is activated, the mirror definitely won't be able to stop it if it wants to leave. But this is still pretty good, at least I don't have to carry the brass book around all the time, otherwise I would have to guard against others discovering or stealing it. After putting these two items inside, Dudley suddenly smiled. Dumbledore originally wanted to hide the Philosopher's Stone inside the mirror, and now I have fulfilled his goal for him. Recalling what Dumbledore had said before, Dudley couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The Philosopher's Stone had gone around in circles, only to return to where it was originally supposed to be. I haven't had time to study the Philosopher's Stone yet. This thing should have many wonderful uses. It's highly likely it's not just for turning metal into gold. As for the elixir of life, it's a pity I don't have the recipe, so I can only try it myself later on, Dudley said. At Hogwarts, he didn't have many opportunities to study the Philosopher's Stone. If Dumbledore discovered it, that would be quite troublesome. After thinking for a moment, Dudley turned his attention to the mirror itself. The mirror of Eriste was originally able to reflect the desires in others' hearts, but it seems that after it saw the desires in my heart, this ability was destroyed. I wonder if it has any other abilities. Thinking of this, Dudley continuously injected his spiritual power into the mirror, wanting to see if there would be any changes. Suddenly, the mirror's light flickered slightly, reflecting a fair face with long black hair. Perhaps because she was in a dream, the corner of her blanket was slightly lifted, revealing a slightly protruding collarbone. Cough, cough, cough. Dudley choked on his own saliva. Dudley didn't recognize the figure reflected in the mirror, but he knew she was a senior student from Gryffindor, whom he had seen a few times in the Gryffindor common room. Holy crap, a peeping mirror. Dudley was greatly shocked. From the angle of the mirror, he could tell that this must be a mirror placed at the head of that senior student's bed, and it was facing her bed directly. He never expected that this mirror would actually have such a function. This ability is just too sleazy. Looking at the situation in the mirror, Dudley quickly scanned all areas within it. Fortunately, he saw the glass on the window opposite, which could reflect the state of the mirror's surface. Thank goodness, it's not two-way. Dudley breathed a slight sigh of relief. Judging from the reflection in the window glass, the mirror was hazy at the moment, as if covered by a thin veil. Neither Dudley's figure nor the situation on the bed was reflected. Dudley adjusted the angle of the mirror and found that no matter how he shifted it, the mirror could only look in a fixed direction. Dudley calmed down and tried to continue controlling the mirror of Ariste. He needed to know where the limits of this mirror were, and what exactly it could do. Soon, the images on the mirror of Ariste began to shift. Scene after scene appeared, all of them situations within Hogwarts. Moreover, the mirror of Ariste could only reflect places where a mirror surface existed, including reflective glass and water surfaces, etc. After checking, Dudley could determine that the range this mirror could reflect was probably only a few dozen meters. Anything further away, and the image it reflected would become blurry, until it was completely unclear. Furthermore, the angle of the mirror surface could not be adjusted, meaning that whatever the mirror it was reflecting could see, Dudley could see here. He couldn't adjust the angle to see other things. In other words, there were significant blind spots. Of course, Dudley could circumvent this by switching to other mirror surfaces, but if there were no mirrors nearby, Dudley wouldn't be able to see anything. After finishing his attempts, Dudley felt that this mirror was somewhat useful, but not very much so. After all, it couldn't peek at too great a distance, and the angle couldn't be adjusted. It was good for peeping, but was Dudley such a sleazy person? Of course not. After toying with the mirror for a while, Dudley shrank it and put it in his pocket. This thing would do just fine as a storage bag. After using a truly good mirror, the mirror of Ariste always feels like it's lacking something. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. Dudley thought to himself. The mirror in his memory was much more useful than the mirror of Ariste. Unfortunately, that mirror didn't seem to be his, he had only borrowed it a few times. If that mirror had traveled over with me, that would have been much better. For me, this wizarding world would no longer have any secrets. Dudley checked the time. It was still early, so he decided to continue sleeping. Meanwhile, Professor Dumbledore was still in that dilapidated classroom. For him, this night was destined to be a sleepless one. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to take screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Chapter 119, Polishing the Armor. The next day was still the Christmas holiday. Dali spent his day quite leisurely, passing the time in the common room petting a cat and reading. Because many people had gone home for the holidays, Dali managed to snag the soft, comfortable chair near the fireplace, enjoying the blazing flames. The warm atmosphere made everything peaceful and pleasant. Ron was also playing various games, carefree, as if the events of last night had not affected him at all. Only Harry had a rather mediocre day. On one hand, he was worried about the matter of the mirror being damaged last night. On the other, he felt a sense of loss because he could no longer see his parents' smiles. This feeling was like having just obtained something beloved, only to lose it immediately, casting a shadow over his otherwise happy Christmas. As the holiday was nearing its end, Harry still couldn't resist. Late one night, he put on his invisibility cloak and returned to that classroom to check. To his disappointment, that magical mirror had just vanished, leaving no traces behind. Looking at the spot where the mirror had originally been, Harry felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Returning to the dormitory, Harry took off his invisibility cloak and threw himself onto the bed. "Did you go to see that mirror?" Dali asked. He had noticed when Harry left, but he didn't say anything, nor did he stop him. "The mirror is gone," Harry said. The school probably discovered that the mirror had cracked on its own, and just disposed of it," Dali said casually. "Also, you should do that kind of thing less often in the future. Even if you are wearing your invisibility cloak, it's still possible for you to be discovered. I read detective novels before where they said murderers usually return to the crime scene to check the scene they left behind after committing a crime. I didn't believe it before, but now I do." Harry sat up abruptly. I didn't take off the invisibility cloak the whole time, so I shouldn't have been discovered, right? Harry said nervously. That should be fine, Dali said, glancing at Harry. In reality, Dali had already guessed that the mirror was placed there specifically for Harry to find. Only in this way could Harry come into contact with the mirror of Eriste in advance, and know how to use it. Only then could Professor Dumbledore hide the Philosopher's Stone in the mirror, while still giving Harry a chance to obtain it. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that Harry had just received the invisibility cloak sent by Dumbledore, and found the mirror the next day? Wasn't this something Dumbledore had prepared? This old man is full of tricks. That's good, Harry said, somewhat distracted. However, after this experience, he had completely given up hope. The happiness that mirror brought him was, after all, illusory. Now that he was certain it would never appear again, it actually allowed Harry to let go of his obsession. After the holiday ended, everyone returned to school. The originally quiet Hogwarts became lively again. As for the matter of the mirror, it seemed no one had ever known about it. When it appeared, and when it disappeared, it seemed no one cared. Besides attending classes, Dali, as the interrogator, would still wander around the school from time to time. Over such a long time, Dali had actually discovered quite a few secrets of Hogwarts. He had even found several secret passages. However, he was not in a rush to explore them. Instead, he kept these places in mind, planning to explore them one by one when there was an opportunity in the future. Given the current situation, it was better for him to be a little better behaved. One day in mid-January, Dali, Hagrid invited us to his hut. Do you have time this afternoon? Harry asked. You guys go ahead, I have something to do today, Dali said. What is it? Did Professor Dumbledore give you another task? Ron asked. Generally speaking, Dali rarely had anything to do, except when Professor Dumbledore needed him. Previously, Dali had never missed a trip to Hagrid's hut. It's something else. Remember to say hello to Hagrid for me. Also, if you want someone else to join, you can bring Hermione. Dali reminded them. Hermione. She probably wouldn't want to go to Hagrid's hut, Ron said, hesitating. How do you know if you haven't tried? Dali smiled. All right, we'll ask her later, Harry said. When the Christmas holiday ended, Hermione had brought them many gifts, so it would be a good chance to take Hermione to Hagrid's place to hang out. After Harry and the others left, Dali arrived at the corridor on the left side of the 4th floor of Hogwarts. This place was not far from the restricted area on the right. Directly facing that corridor, there was a statue wearing armor. That suit of armor was made of steel, but because of its age, it was rusted in many places and covered in thick dust. Scourgify. Dali took out his wand and chanted at the statue. A flash of light passed, and the dust on the armor was instantly cleaned away. At the same time, some damaged areas were repaired to a certain extent. However, this kind of thing clearly couldn't be fully repaired with just one spell. There were still many damaged spots, and the luster was dull. Immediately, Dali took out the tools he had prepared and began to polish the armor. After a while. What are you doing? The caretaker, Filch, had arrived behind Dali at some point, looking at him with a dark expression. I am polishing the armor on the statue, Dali said without hesitation. Filch's mouth twitched slightly. He could certainly see what Dali was doing. He was asking why Dali was doing it. Why are you polishing this armor? Filch, I feel that the armor on this statue needs to be polished. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course, if you think there is a problem, you can go tell Professor Dumbledore. However, I think that as an interrogator of Hogwarts, I can even violate school rules to a certain extent. Polishing armor doesn't count as violating school rules, does it? Dali said, continuing to polish the armor. Filch glared at Dali, his eyes almost spitting fire, but in the end, he just snorted coldly and left. Because he knew that he really couldn't do anything about Dali. He had caught Dali violating school rules before, such as wandering outside at night instead of sleeping, but when he told Professor Dumbledore about these things, the reply he received was to not worry about whatever Dali was doing. This made Filch feel very hurt, but there was no way around it. Dali's authority in certain aspects was even greater than his own as the caretaker, and this was all permitted by Professor Dumbledore. An hour later, when Dali saw that the gleaming, polished armor could clearly reflect his face, he left with satisfaction. In the dormitory, Dali took out the mirror of Eriste and infused it with spiritual power. The next moment, a slightly blurry image appeared in his field of vision. The corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. In this way, everything is under my control. Looking at the clear image in the mirror, the corners of Dali's mouth curled up slightly. The end of the semester was approaching. If Quirrell wanted to cause trouble, it should be soon, otherwise, let alone his own lack of patience, Dumbledore's play would probably not be able to go on much longer. Dali had no intention of getting involved, but he had to keep track of the specific situation. Once he discovered Quirrell making a move, he would immediately take Harry and run away. Gentle reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to take screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 120, Dragon Dudley sat in a corner of the common room, reading a book while occasionally glancing at the mirror of Eriste. Although Dudley had managed to monitor the 4th floor corridor by utilizing the statue's armor, the mirror of Eriste wasn't automatic, and he couldn't stare at it constantly, so overall, the effect wasn't that great. After many attempts, Dudley could only set the mirror to automatically display the 4th floor corridor whenever someone passed by. This was the limit of what he could achieve. No, absolutely not. He must be crazy. Just then, the voices of Harry, Hermione, and Ron drifted over. They seemed to be arguing about something. What happened? Dudley poked his head out from his chair and asked. Seeing Dudley, Harry walked over immediately. Something happened with Hagrid, Harry said first. You absolutely cannot imagine what Hagrid has done, it's just too crazy, Ron couldn't help but say. Hermione frowned, not knowing what to say. Drink some water and tell me slowly. Dudley wasn't in a rush, he handed them a glass of water and said. Seeing Dudley so calm, the trio's emotions gradually stabilized. Dudley, Hagrid got a dragon egg from somewhere, and he wants to raise a dragon. A Norwegian Ridgeback. Ron said in a low voice. Dudley raised an eyebrow. He really hadn't expected Hagrid to be so bold as to raise a dragon. Hagrid had mentioned wanting to raise a dragon before, but everyone thought he was joking. No one expected him to be serious. What's the situation? Has he already started raising it? Where did the dragon come from? Dudley asked. It hasn't started yet, the dragon egg is still incubating, but this whole thing is just too crazy. Once discovered, Hagrid could be expelled from Hogwarts, or even sent to Azkaban. I really don't know what he's thinking, Harry said. Raising dragons is illegal, and Azkaban is the wizard prison, Hermione added. Dudley nodded. We tried to persuade him to give it up before the dragon hatches, but he won't listen at all. He says it's a life, how could he just give it up? Ron said. When he was speaking, I could even feel that he had already adopted the perspective of the dragon's mother. We don't know what to do now either. After all, Hagrid is our friend, and we can't betray him, but this matter can't be kept hidden, Harry said. According to records and books, the dragon will grow up very quickly, even exceeding the size of Hagrid's hut, and then. Hermione didn't continue. Everyone knew what the consequences would be. The three of us have all tried to persuade Hagrid, but he won't listen to anything right now, Harry said helplessly. After the words fell, the three fell into silence. This was a difficult choice. If your friend does something illegal, what are you supposed to do? How about this? I'll go find Hagrid and see the situation. Dudley said after a moment of contemplation. Harry asked in surprise. Yeah, I'm afraid it will be too late if I wait any longer. Dudley said. You don't need to come with me, just wait for my news. Dudley stood up and walked out of the Gryffindor Tower. It's already very late. Hermione watched Dudley's back. It's not a problem for Dudley, his clearance is very high. Harry said. Can Dudley persuade Hagrid? Ron asked uncertainly. Harry shrugged. Elsewhere. Dudley walked slowly through the corridors of Hogwarts. To be honest, he was quite interested in dragons. These magical creatures basically only appeared in books. This was the first time he had the opportunity to get close to a dragon, or rather, a dragon egg. Besides that, Dudley thought of more than Harry and the others. It was common knowledge that Hagrid wanted to raise a dragon. His love for magical creatures was almost ingrained in his bones. And now, Hagrid had actually gotten a dragon egg. Wasn't this a coincidence? You want something, and someone immediately brings it to your door. You have to know, dragon eggs aren't common goods, this thing is very hard to get. Clearly, there was something wrong with this dragon egg. Either there was a problem with the egg itself, or the person who gave it to Hagrid had a problem. In any case, this matter was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Bang, bang. Dudley knocked on the door of Hagrid's hut. Who is it? Hagrid asked immediately. It's me, Dudley. Dudley said. Soon, Hagrid opened the door to the hut, but only cracked it open, revealing his small, dark, shiny eyes. Oh, Dudley, it's good to see you. But I'm not very convenient right now, let's talk another day. After finishing, Hagrid intended to close the door. Aren't you going to talk to me about the dragon egg? Dudley asked with a smile. All right, looks like Harry has already told you. Hagrid said helplessly. Listen, that dragon is a life, I can't give it up now. If you're here to persuade me, then you can go back. Hagrid said in a somewhat stiff tone. It was obvious he really cared about the dragon, no matter who came to persuade him, it was useless. No, I don't intend to persuade you to give it up. I brought you something to eat. Besides, I also like magical creatures, especially dragons. Can you let me see the dragon egg? Dudley said with a smile, while taking a pastry from his pocket and handing it to Hagrid. Hagrid's eyes lit up as he took the pastry Dudley handed him. At this moment, he suddenly felt Dudley was much more pleasing to the eye, and his heart was filled with goodwill toward Dudley. Look, this is a good kid, a genius kid who likes magical creatures. Come in, hurry in, good kid. Hagrid opened the door to the hut, and said enthusiastically. Let me tell you, this dragon is estimated to take another week to hatch. I can't leave it during this time. Come, let me show you my little baby, it can already move. Hagrid enthusiastically welcomed Dudley into the house, and pointed to a large egg being roasted in front of the fireplace. Dudley activated his spirit vision, and looked toward the dragon egg. He could clearly see that inside the egg, a dragon-shaped creature was incubating, full of spiritual power. It was just that this power was extremely violent and chaotic, not the docile power that a human wizard could easily control. It was foreseeable that after the dragon hatched, it would likely be extremely difficult to tame. What a truly magical creature! Dudley said as he approached the dragon egg. I brought you some milk, want to try some? Dudley took a carton of milk from his pocket, and dripped a few drops onto the dragon egg. Gentle reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to take screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 121, Raising a Dragon. After the milk landed on the dragon egg, it was immediately absorbed and disappeared. Watching this scene, the corners of Dudley's mouth curled up slightly. Since it accepted his bribe, there must be an equivalent exchange. Why didn't I think that it could drink milk like this? It was my oversight, Hagrid exclaimed. I was just trying something out. It seems it quite likes it, Dudley said, while pouring the rest of the milk onto the dragon egg. He didn't care whether the dragon egg could absorb it or not, but since it was a bribe he had given, it had to accept it. There was no way to refuse. Bang, bang. A faint tapping sound came from within the dragon egg, as if the Norwegian ridgeback inside was bumping against the shell to express its affection for Dudley. Hagrid, I heard from Ron that this is a Norwegian ridgeback. Where did you get this dragon egg? Dudley asked, while stroking the scorching hot dragon egg. I won it playing cards while drinking at the Hog's Head bar, Hagrid said happily. You won it? What kind of person were you playing cards with to lose a dragon egg to you? Dudley continued to ask. I don't know. He wouldn't take off his cloak, but I felt like he really wanted to get rid of this dragon egg as soon as possible. That's normal. There are all sorts of strange people at the Hog's Head bar. That guy might just be a dragon peddler. Dudley's heart stirred. After pondering for a moment, he continued to ask, did you chat a lot? How could he be so confident in handing the dragon egg over to you? After all, keeping a dragon is not allowed. If it were discovered, it would be a very troublesome matter. That's simple. I told him I'm the gamekeeper at Hogwarts and have raised many animals, including some large ones. Besides, even if I hatch the dragon, I can keep it in the Forbidden Forest. There will be no lack of space. The corners of Dudley's mouth twitched slightly. Hagrid really would raise anything in the Forbidden Forest. And listening to what he said, Hagrid seemed quite experienced. Could it be that he was raising other dangerous magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest? Dudley suddenly felt that he had underestimated Hagrid before. This guy really dared to do all sorts of illegal things. I remember that person liked chatting with me a lot. He kept asking what kind of magical creatures I had raised, so I introduced him to some, for example, Era. Cough cough, for example, Fluffy, and so on. I can even keep a Cerberus perfectly well behaved, so a dragon is definitely a piece of cake. Dudley's gaze narrowed slightly. He clearly heard Hagrid pause while speaking, mentioning an Era. Something. It seemed to be a name, before he mentioned Fluffy. It seemed this might be another dangerous magical creature, but that wasn't Dudley's focus. He was more concerned about the matter regarding Fluffy. You told him about Fluffy? Dudley asked. Yes, I told him that as long as you figure out the temperament of these magical creatures, you can handle them well. For example, Fluffy, as long as you play some music for it, it will fall asleep, Hagrid said proudly. Hearing this, Dudley had already obtained the answer he wanted. That black-robed person was almost certainly Quirrell. It seemed he really couldn't wait any longer, and was eager to get past Fluffy to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. I reckon Fluffy did indeed cause Quirrell quite a bit of trouble, mainly because that Cerberus is in the first room. If a battle were to take place there, it might alarm others in the castle. This forced him to pass through there with minimal cost, otherwise, I don't believe that as a parasite of Lord Voldemort's spirit, he would have no way to deal with a Cerberus, Dudley thought to himself. Hagrid, what do you plan to do after this Norwegian ridgeback hatches? Dudley asked. I'll just raise it for now, and then I'll find a place in the Forbidden Forest to make a home for it, Hagrid said hesitantly. Clearly, he hadn't fully thought it through. Hagrid, a Norwegian ridgeback is a dragon. If you raise it in the Forbidden Forest, do you think it might burn down the whole Forbidden Forest? Dudley said. Hagrid's expression looked a bit grim. This was indeed a problem. Perhaps it could be raised in the part of the Forbidden Forest near the Black Lake, Hagrid said after thinking for a while. Forget it, I'll think of a way. After saying this, Dudley stroked the dragon egg and stood up. I'm heading back first. I'll come over these next few days to bring the little guy something to eat and build some rapport. That way we can raise it together when the time comes, Dudley said. Sure, no problem. With Dudley's help, Hagrid could relax quite a bit. Besides, there really weren't many children like Dudley who loved magical creatures so much, especially dragons. After saying goodbye to Hagrid, Dudley returned to Gryffindor Tower. Harry and the others hadn't returned to their dorms yet, waiting for the news Dudley would bring back. How did it go? Did you convince Hagrid to give up on that dragon? Harry immediately asked. With Dudley on the job, there's definitely no problem. Ron was already popping champagne in advance. Hermione also breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that Dudley had a unique charm when it came to persuading people. He could always find a tricky angle when others felt helpless, thereby convincing them. Physical persuasion counts, too. From this point of view, Dudley shouldn't have any problem convincing Hagrid. No, I plan to raise the dragon with him, Dudley said. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were completely stunned at this moment. They thought they had misheard. Did I hear that right? Harry asked uncertainly. You heard right, Dudley confirmed. Crazy, it's all crazy. Ron looked at Dudley with a dazed expression. Dudley, are you serious? Or are you just joking? Hermione's eyes also widened. It's true. I plan to hatch it with Hagrid first, and as for what to do afterward, we'll figure it out then, Dudley said. Before that dragon grew up, Dudley would have plenty of time to study the magical creature that is a dragon. My goodness, this must be the most incredible thing I've heard this year. Ron didn't know what to say anymore. Look on the bright side, don't you want to get up close and personal with a magical creature like a dragon? Dudley asked. The three of them shook their heads in unison. Dragons were things to be viewed from afar. They didn't want to see one in the real world, or at least, not have close contact with one. Especially Ron. His brother Charlie studied dragons, and he knew very well the horror and danger of such creatures. Don't worry, I will tame that dragon well, Dudley said. 122 Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Happy Year of the Dragon, everyone. I do not have time to write today, so I am taking a day off. Once I am finished with this busy period, I will increase the update frequency. The content for the Philosopher's Stone is about to end, which is a good opportunity to brainstorm the plot for the Chamber of Secrets. Additionally, there is quite a bit of original plot in the early stages because the changes brought about by Dudley have not yet caused a qualitative shift. There will be less original plot later on. As Dudley, the butterfly, flaps his wings, the story will deviate further and further from the original work, though the overall direction will remain unchanged. Warm reminder, the website is about to undergo an update, which may result in the loss of reading progress. Please be sure to save your bookshelf and reading history in time. Taking screenshots is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. 123 Forbidden Forest Visitors Chapter 122. A visitor from the Forbidden Forest. After Dudley finished speaking, he ignored the shocked expressions on the faces of Harry and his two friends and walked toward the dormitory. He isn't actually serious, is he? I mean, does he really want to raise that dragon? Ron said, watching Dudley's retreating figure. Harry hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, generally speaking, once Dudley decides on something, no one can change it. Then what do we do? Hermione asked. Pretend we don't know. We can't exactly report Dudley and Hagrid, can we? Ron said. Hopefully, it's just a passing fancy, and once they lose interest after a while, they'll hurry up and get rid of that dragon. The next day, after class in the afternoon. I'm planning to go check on Hagrid's hut. Do you want to come along? Dudley took some food from the dining table and specifically took extra milk. Is it safe? Harry asked. It's no problem. All right then, let's go take a look. Harry called over Ron and Hermione, brought some food, and headed straight for Hagrid's hut. After Ron knocked on the door, Hagrid opened it just a crack. Seeing that it was Dudley and the others, Hagrid finally opened the door completely. Come in quickly. Hagrid beckoned them in, glanced behind them to make sure no one was following, and hurriedly closed the door. Hagrid, we brought you some food, and Dudley even brought you some milk. Harry had just taken out the food he'd grabbed from the dining table when he saw Dudley walk over to the massive dragon egg in front of the fireplace and pour the milk over it, drop by drop. This thing drinks milk. Ron watched the scene in shock. Habits can be cultivated. At the very least, it seems to like it for now, Dudley said with a smile. Thank you, Hagrid said, taking the food from Harry's hands. I haven't been out to eat for days because I've been taking care of Norbert. Hagrid began to wolf down the food as he spoke. Hermione looked at Hagrid, confused. That's the name I gave it. What do you think? Pretty good, right? Hagrid said with a smile. The corners of Harry, Ron, and Hermione's mouths all twitched slightly. I checked some books. Although there's no specific record, this Norwegian Ridgeback should hatch within a week, Dudley said after finishing feeding it the milk. That's about the same time I estimated. You can all come and witness Norbert's birth when the time comes, Hagrid invited them happily. Harry nodded. He was indeed still somewhat curious about the dragon, even though he knew that this kind of magic creature was extremely dangerous. But to be honest, Hagrid, you have to think about what happens when it grows up. Norwegian Ridgebacks grow very fast. It won't take long for it to be bigger than this hut of yours, Ron said. That's why I plan to keep it in the Forbidden Forest when the time comes, Hagrid said. Have you asked the creatures in the Forbidden Forest if they agree? Ron and Harry exchanged a look and said. They shouldn't have any objections. In the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's voice trailed off. Dudley, who had been stroking the dragon egg, suddenly shifted his expression, and stood up to look outside the window. What's wrong? Seeing Dudley's reaction, their expressions all changed. It was because Dudley's ability to sense evil was so strong that even the slightest unusual reaction from him would cause a huge response from the others. This had been verified many times. Someone's there, Dudley said, looking outside. Outside the window, it was pitch black, and almost nothing could be seen, save for a faint light filtering in from the direction of the castle. Have we been followed? Hermione said, her face pale. It was fine for them to come to Hagrid's hut, but the problem now was that there was a dragon egg here which was illegal. If they were caught, they would be in serious trouble. Ron and Harry's faces were also somewhat pale. They had already gotten into quite a bit of trouble. If they were caught involved with a dragon egg, Professor McGonagall would probably actually expel them. Hagrid's face was as white as a sheet, and he stood frozen in place. Don't worry, it's not anyone from the castle, Dudley said quickly, seeing that everyone was terrified. Not someone from the castle. What do you mean? Harry asked. It's from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. I think I know who it is. Besides, you need to have a little faith in me. Unless Professor Dumbledore himself came to follow me, how could I possibly let someone follow me all the way here? Dudley said with a chuckle to Harry and the others. Are you going to wait here, or are you coming with me to take a look? Dudley asked. Who is that person? Ron asked immediately. From the aura I sense, it's somewhat familiar. Take a guess, who do we know in the Forbidden Forest? Dudley said. Harry's eyes lit up, and he said immediately. This was the only creature they knew from the Forbidden Forest. What are you all talking about? Hermione was completely confused. Let's go. We'll talk as we walk, Dudley said, opening the hut door and walking out first. Hagrid, we'll be right back, Harry said to Hagrid, hurrying to catch up with Dudley. Be careful. Fong, follow them. I'll be right there. As Hagrid told Fong to follow them, he hurried to hide the dragon egg. Hagrid didn't feel safe letting Harry and the others go to the Forbidden Forest at this time. Back when we were punished to shovel dung over here, we met a centaur. He told us some things, but they were all about prophecies, planetary movements, and stuff like that. We couldn't understand a word of it, Ron explained to Hermione as they walked. Had an experience like that while shoveling dung. Hermione was astonished. You should have joined us in beating up Malfoy back then. Then you could have joined us and become an honorable dung-shoveling girl, Harry joked from the side. Thanks, I'm glad I didn't, Hermione said, shaking her head quickly. Dudley walked in the front. He could already see the tall figure hidden in the darkness of the Forbidden Forest. This group of centaurs was quite convinced by their theories of fate and astrology. Having experienced that mysterious world, Dudley understood the power of fate and prophecy very well, so after sensing Firenze's aura, he chose to come over and take a look. He believed that Firenze wouldn't appear here for no reason. The centaur must have discovered something. "Good evening, Dudley, Harry." Firenze walked out from behind a large tree, and stood where the moonlight could reach him. "Good evening, Firenze." "It's a pleasure to see you again," Dudley said with a smile. Chapter 123 Chaos is a ladder. I am also very happy to see you all. Firenze nodded at Harry and Dudley, then glanced at Ron and Hermione, who were standing not far behind Dudley without approaching. "Did you come to find us for something?" Dudley asked straightforwardly. Firenze did not answer immediately but looked up at the cosmos. The cold moonlight shone down, making his fur look crystal clear, as if it were emitting a silvery white light. "The astrological signs have become completely chaotic," Firenze said. Harry and Dudley exchanged glances. They remembered that when Firenze first appeared, he had said that Harry's astrological signs had become chaotic, and were becoming increasingly so. "Does this portend anything?" Harry asked tentatively. Firenze shook his head. "I am not sure either, Harry. Your destiny can no longer be seen clearly, and I do not know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. My people tried to interpret it but unfortunately all failed and some were injured because of it. Originally, I did not intend to come looking for you. I was just walking alone in the Forbidden Forest at night, thinking about some things, and unknowingly walked here, and then you appeared." Firenze looked at Dudley and Harry and said, "Is this not a form of guidance from destiny?" Dudley said with a chuckle. "You are right, so I did not rush to leave but waited for your appearance," Firenze said. After his voice fell, everyone fell into silence for a moment. Obviously, Firenze was not specifically looking for them, so he had nothing to tell Harry. He was just repeating what he had said last time. As for what Firenze said about Harry's astrological signs no longer being predictable, Dudley had actually known the reason for a long time. That was his own appearance. The first time Harry's astrological signs became chaotic was not long after his birthday, which happened to coincide with the time of his return. As for why Harry's astrological signs could no longer be predicted, it was entirely due to Dudley's status. At this stage of Dudley's, divination is difficult to work on him, and even has some anti-divination effects. The centaur's observation of the stars is actually a form of divination, and the object of their divination, Harry, is too closely related to Dudley, which makes them intentionally or unintentionally pry into Dudley's destiny while peering into Harry's, which is not allowed. This is the reason why Harry's destiny cannot be divined. In fact, if the centaurs were willing to try more, they would find that the destinies of many people around Dudley would appear somewhat chaotic, and the closer the relationship with Dudley, the more obvious this chaos becomes. "I should go back now. You all stay safe." After Firenze finished speaking, he turned around, preparing to return to the Forbidden Forest. Dudley called out to Firenze, "Is there anything else?" Firenze looked at Dudley. "I would like to ask, is there any area in the Forbidden Forest where a dragon can be raised?" Dudley asked. Since he had encountered a centaur living in the Forbidden Forest, he might as well ask Firenze directly. Once Norbert hatched, he could take it to live in the Forbidden Forest. "A dragon?" Firenze's gaze narrowed slightly. "What do you mean?" "It's just that there is a Norwegian ridgeback, and in a while, it might need to be raised in the Forbidden Forest. I don't know if there is a suitable place, preferably near a water source, so it won't burn down the forest," Dudley said. Harry and the others looked at Dudley in shock. Is this really something to tell a centaur? I'm afraid no one would agree. Forgive me for speaking plainly, but the Forbidden Forest is not suitable for raising a dragon. Dragons are too violent and basically impossible to tame. The centaurs will not agree to raising a dragon in the Forbidden Forest," Firenze said directly. "Firenze, you also know that darkness is approaching. If in such a situation, there is a tameable Norwegian ridgeback living in the Forbidden Forest, wouldn't you, and even Hogwarts, be safer? I can assure you that if that Norwegian ridgeback is difficult to tame, we will immediately send it away, and will not bring disaster to the Forbidden Forest. Firenze looked at Dudley seriously to confirm that what Dudley said was true, and not a fantasy. After Dudley finished speaking, he rummaged in his pocket. He came out in a hurry today and didn't bring anything, so it was difficult to activate the briber's ability without leaving a trace. It seems I need to carry some small items with me from now on, Dudley thought to himself. But just then, Dudley felt something hard in his pocket. It was a whistle. He had stuffed it into his pocket during Christmas, and he had forgotten to take it out. This whistle is for you. If you find a place, you can blow the whistle at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and I will have Hagrid notify me. As Dudley said this, he walked towards the centaur. Firenze looked at the whistle Dudley was holding out, but he did not take it. I do not think this matter is open for negotiation. The Forbidden Forest does not welcome dragons. Firenze refused again. Dudley's gaze flickered slightly. He could not just throw the whistle over, although that would activate the beyonder ability of the briber. Such obviously abnormal behavior would definitely be noticed by the centaur later when he reacted. Harry's destiny can no longer be peered into, which means that the destiny of the wizarding world has already undergone a great change. Due to Harry's identity as the boy who lived, his destiny can, to some extent, foretell the destiny of the wizarding world, which is why the centaur has always been concerned about Harry's destiny. In such a situation now, shouldn't we hold destiny in our own hands? The chaos of the stars may not be absolute chaos, it has given us the right to choose. The right to hold destiny in our own hands. Chaos represents infinite possibilities, and order is hidden beneath the chaos. Accept it, and you might see another side of destiny. Dudley said, extending the whistle in his hand again. Chaos is a ladder. Order also has shadows. Firenze looked into Dudley's eyes, his mind constantly recalling what Dudley had said. As if possessed, he extended his hand and took the whistle from Dudley's hand. Heaven's will cannot be defied, but now, Heaven's will is no longer there. Dudley smiled and looked up at the cosmos above the Forbidden Forest. The brilliant stars shone with a warm light in the cold night, making one feel as if the entire sky belonged to them. You have convinced me. Firenze took a deep look at Dudley, put away the whistle, turned around, and walked towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. 125 An Unconcealable Breath Chapter 124. Hard to hide aura. Seeing Firenze disappear into the Forbidden Forest, Dudley finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. In fact, he wasn't sure if he could persuade Firenze. Centaurs were not ordinary creatures, they had good magic resistance and a certain level of resistance to Dudley's beyonder abilities. He didn't dare use his beyonder abilities too blatantly, lest he be detected by the other party. Under these circumstances, he could only use the lawyer's eloquence to persuade Firenze as much as possible. What were you talking about? Why could I understand every word, but when put together, I couldn't understand their meaning? Harry looked at Dudley in surprise. What chaos, what order, and what about the fate of the wizarding world? Did you two just exchange opinions on the future development of the wizarding world? Hermione walked over and asked. She was also completely confused. I just said some things that centaurs can understand, nothing special. Let's go back. Dudley didn't explain anything and turned to walk toward the outside of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid had just finished tending to the dragon egg and followed them over. Seeing that Dudley and the others were already walking back, he immediately asked, "Are you all right? Who did you meet?" It was Firenze. I told him about Norbert, and he agreed to help me find a habitat near a water source in the Forbidden Forest so that Norbert can live there after it hatches, Dudley said. He agreed. Hagrid widened his eyes, looking at Dudley in disbelief. Having been a gamekeeper for so many years, he knew very well how difficult centaurs were to communicate with. Even though Firenze was one of the more human-friendly centaurs, it was almost impossible for him to agree to let a dragon live in the Forbidden Forest. he agreed for now. Norbert's situation is still uncertain. If it really is difficult to tame, then we will have to send it away, Dudley said. Hagrid looked a bit reluctant, but finally nodded. He also knew that if Norbert could not be tamed, its living here would be a huge potential danger to Hogwarts. Even if he was reluctant, he would have to send Norbert away. Dudley and the others did not return to Hagrid's hut. After saying goodbye to him, the four of them returned to the Hogwarts castle together. For the next period of time, Dudley would go to Hagrid's hut whenever he was free to check on the dragon that was still hatching, while using the Briber's ability to continuously strengthen the dragon's favorability toward him. He wasn't sure if this would be useful, but it was worth a try. A week later. As soon as their class ended, the four of them headed straight to Hagrid's hut. "Do you think Norbert has already hatched?" Ron asked. "I don't think so. That dragon will definitely wait until we arrive before coming out," Hermione said. "We are about to witness the birth of a dragon. It's really exciting." Harry's face was a bit flushed, whether from excitement or the cold weather, it was hard to tell. "According to the timeline, I estimate that Norbert has already been born," Dudley said. "Weren't you guys not interested in that dragon at all before, or even a bit afraid? Why are you all so excited now?" "We've been going to see it every day for this period, so we've developed some feelings for it," Ron said. Although he still held a skeptical attitude towards such a dangerous creature as a dragon, after spending time with the dragon egg during this period, Ron felt that perhaps this dragon was not that scary. While they were talking, Dudley's expression suddenly shifted, and he looked at the corridor behind him. "Malfoy, come out." Dudley's gaze fixed on the back of a statue. Malfoy cursed under his breath, and walked out from behind the statue. This time, he was alone. Crabbe and Goyle were not with him. It was mainly because he felt the two of them were too obstructive. Several times, it was because of them that he was discovered, so this time Malfoy chose to act alone, but he didn't expect to be spotted by Dudley immediately. "Following us?" Dudley looked at Malfoy as he walked out, his expression solemn. "I was just passing by." Malfoy took a few steps back, keeping his distance from Dudley and the others. "You pass by going behind a statue?" Harry asked coldly. "Malfoy, I think you're looking for a beating again," Ron said, clenching his fists. A crackling sound came from them. Malfoy's face turned pale instantly, and he turned and ran without looking back. He was afraid that if he ran too slowly, he wouldn't be able to escape the clutches of these guys. These people really dared to hit him. Unexpectedly, as soon as Malfoy turned around, he bumped straight into someone who had just walked out of the corridor behind him. "Careful!" Malfoy fell to the ground, while Professor Quirrell on the other side was somewhat flustered, stammering. "Professor Quirrell, I'm sorry." Seeing Quirrell, Malfoy apologized quickly. "It's fine." Quirrell glanced at Harry and the others, smiled awkwardly, and turned to help Malfoy, who had fallen to the ground up. Suddenly, at this moment, Harry let out an exclamation and covered his forehead. "What's wrong, Harry?" Hermione and Ron stood beside Harry, startled by the sudden exclamation. "It's nothing." Harry shook his head. Just now, the scar on his forehead suddenly felt a burning pain. Dudley glanced at Harry, frowned, but didn't say anything. "Quirrell, is it? It seems Lord Voldemort's situation is not very good. He can't even fully hide his aura, actually irritating the scar on Harry's forehead," Dudley thought to himself. "What's going on?" Just then, an icy voice came. Snape appeared from somewhere, looking at the people in the corridor with an impatient expression. "Professor Snape, Dudley and the others are doing bad things." Seeing Snape, Malfoy acted as if he had found a savior and immediately said, "Don't talk nonsense, otherwise, you will have to pay the price for your lies." Dudley said, staring at Malfoy. "Do not threaten my student in front of me, Dursley." Snape looked at Dudley, saying each word clearly. "Professor Snape, perhaps you have forgotten that I possess the right to interrogate." Malfoy just slandered us, and I think regarding this issue, I can interrogate him to see why he wants to slander us. Furthermore, this is not the first time. Dudley said, not backing down. It was just a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Quirrell stammered from the side. Snape glared fiercely at Dudley. Don't let me catch you with any evidence. Snape said coldly. Malfoy, come with me, I have something to tell you. Snape walked away, and Malfoy immediately followed. Misunderstanding. Quirrell smiled at Dudley. Chapter 125. Taming. Dudley looked at Quirrell, whose face appeared extremely pale, almost devoid of color. He also looked very thin, appearing malnourished, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Professor Quirrell, your turban is crooked, Dudley said with a smile. Quirrell had originally pulled a hideous smile, but upon hearing Dudley's words, his expression changed immediately, and he hurriedly raised his hands to straighten his turban. Fortunately, it wasn't crooked by much. Thank you for the reminder. Quirrell's face turned even paler. You're welcome, Professor Quirrell. I think you should get some more rest, you don't look very well, Dudley continued. Okay, Thank you for the Quirrell seemed unwilling to say anything more, he gave a simple acknowledgement and hurried away. Not until there was no one else in the corridor did Dudley put away the smile on his face, his eyes looking much deeper. Lord Voldemort's condition is poor, he should be about to make his move. Dudley already had a judgment in his mind. Just a moment ago, Lord Voldemort couldn't even properly conceal his aura, which irritated Harry and caused his scar to react. At the same time, Dudley also sensed that the evil aura emanating from Quirrell was much stronger than before. Dudley, just now. Harry frowned, he didn't know what had happened just now, or why his forehead had suddenly started burning with pain. He remembered the last time this happened was during the sorting ceremony, when his forehead suddenly burned after seeing Snape. But this time, although Snape was also present, the burning pain didn't start after seeing Snape, it seemed to react when he saw Professor Quirrell. Is your forehead hurting again? Dudley looked at Harry. I'm not sure what caused it, but it might be related to Professor Snape or Professor Quirrell, Harry said with a grave expression. Let me see. Dudley checked Harry's scar. Other than the evil aura still hidden deep within, Dudley did not find any other issues. It's nothing major, don't worry about it for now, Dudley said. Fortunately, the burning sensation in the scar didn't return, so Harry didn't dwell on the matter any further. The four of them soon left the castle, and arrived at Hagrid's cabin. Hagrid, we're here, open the door quickly. Ron rushed to the front and ran over to knock on the door. Hagrid's voice came from inside. The cabin door opened. Hagrid, Norbert. A burst of flame suddenly shot out, heading straight for Ron's face. Ron let out a scream, his hair had been set on fire. Aguamenti. Dudley was quick-witted and fast-handed, he immediately drew his wand and cast the spell. A large amount of water sprayed from Dudley's wand, landing on Ron's head, and extinguishing his burning hair. Sorry, Ron, Norbert can't quite control it yet. Hagrid apologized hurriedly. In his arms was the Norwegian Ridgeback, Norbert. It had already hatched. Cough, cough. Norbert coughed a few times, spitting out a few sparks. It looked like a crumpled black umbrella, with many spikes on its wings, and its body was pitch black. Its nose was large, its nostrils were white, there was a bony bump on its head, and its orange-red eyes bulged outwards, making it look quite ferocious. Look, it's beautiful, isn't it? Hagrid said while stroking Norbert. Hagrid, are you sure this thing can be described as beautiful? Harry's face went pale. Beside him, Ron, whose hair had been partially burned and then soaked with water, saw all his previous beautiful fantasies about Norbert shattered at this moment. Dragons, what terrifying creatures! Seeing that scene, Hermione didn't dare to go forward either, she stood 10 meters away from the cabin, hesitating. Come on in, let's talk inside. Hagrid stepped aside, signaling for Dudley and the others to come inside. "Let's go in first. Ron also needs to dry his clothes, it's too cold outside," Dudley said. The group followed Dudley into Hagrid's cabin somewhat reluctantly. Their first impression of Norbert was very poor. "Hagrid, if you'll excuse me for saying, this dragon will burn your cabin down sooner or later," Ron said indignantly while warming himself by the fireplace. "I also think it's too dangerous to keep a dragon here." "It's a good thing Dudley reacted quickly just now, otherwise, Ron might have been burned," Hermione said with a serious expression. "Oh look, it recognizes me, it recognizes its mother, it's just so cute." Hagrid hadn't heard a word of what Ron and Hermione were saying. He was completely immersed in the atmosphere of being a dragon's mother. The three of them exchanged glances, all feeling quite helpless. Hagrid in this state was simply obsessed. "Hagrid, let me see Norbert." Dudley walked over, wanting to take Norbert from Hagrid's hands. "Be careful, it might breathe fire." Hagrid was reluctant, but he still handed Norbert to Dudley. "Hi, do you remember me?" Dudley held Norbert and tapped its head with his finger. Norbert's orange-red eyes sized up Dudley. It felt that this person's aura was somewhat familiar. The next moment, it opened its mouth, preparing to fire a shot. Dudley's voice revealed a sense of oppression within its authority, and the gaze he directed at Norbert was no longer gentle but carried coldness. Norbert was startled by the aura emanating from Dudley, and began to struggle violently in anxiety. "Norbert, Mommy is here, Mommy is here." Seeing this, Hagrid immediately walked over. "Hagrid, do you remember what I said? If this dragon cannot be tamed, then it must be sent away. Now, I must make it know when it can breathe fire, and when it cannot." Dudley's voice was full of authority, instantly forcing Hagrid back to reality from his identity as Norbert's mother. Hagrid still wanted to say something, but was pulled away by Harry. "Hagrid, I think in the current situation, it's better to leave it to Dudley to handle. Otherwise, Norbert will have to be sent away," Harry said. Dudley ignored the other side. He focused his attention entirely on the dragon. "Behave, and I'll give you something delicious. If you don't behave, don't blame me for being impolite," Dudley said with a cold smile in Norbert's ear. The dignity of the interrogator, combined with the previous bribe, finally made the Norwegian Ridgeback quiet down in Dudley's arms. Towards Dudley, it was now both afraid and felt a sense of closeness. It was a very contradictory feeling. "Then, let's start taming from the very basics. Your ability to breathe fire must be properly restrained." Dudley began to use his Beyonder powers to tame the newly hatched Norbert. This stage was the best time for taming. Although Dudley's Beyonder powers did not involve the taming of Beyonder creatures, the utilization and distortion of rules from the Judgment and Black Emperor pathways could help Dudley complete the primary taming of Norbert to a great extent. To put it plainly, Norbert was just an ordinary Norwegian Ridgeback. Even if it was a relatively powerful existence among magic creatures, in front of Dudley's dual sequence 7 Beyonder powers, the newly hatched creature did not have much ability to resist. 127 Forbidden Forest Home Chapter 126. Settling down in the Forbidden Forest over the next few days, Dudley went to Hagrid's hut whenever he had time. He even asked for leave a few times, claiming he was feeling unwell. For this reason, several professors expressed their concern for Dudley and suggested that he go to the hospital for a checkup. Of course, Dudley wouldn't dare pull such a stunt during Professor McGonagall's or Professor Snape's classes. He attended those honestly. And that Norwegian Ridgeback, Norbert, was growing extremely fast. In just a few days, it had grown a lot, and was now almost as tall as Dudley. "Is there any news from Firenze yet?" Dudley asked Hagrid, reaching out to stroke the horn bump on Norbert's head. Hagrid shook his head. He had already realized that his house would soon be unable to contain this dragon. Even though Dudley was doing his best to teach Norbert not to breathe fire inside the house, a dragon's nature was inherently fierce. It was fine when Dudley was there, but when he wasn't, Hagrid simply couldn't control the creature. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before Norbert was discovered. "Let's wait a bit longer. If it doesn't work out, we'll just have to think of another way, Dudley said, pondering. Perhaps. Hagrid started to say something, but immediately shook his head and didn't finish. The next day, while Dudley and the others were eating breakfast in the Great Hall, an owl flew in from outside and dropped a letter in front of Dudley. It's a letter from Hagrid. Dudley glanced at the crooked handwriting and immediately recognized it as Hagrid's letter. He opened the letter. It contained only a few short sentences. Firenze wants to talk to you. He hopes you have some time this morning. Dudley looked up at Harry and the others. We have herbology class this morning, Hermione said almost immediately. Help me ask for leave, Dudley said. But you just asked for leave earlier, Harry reminded him. Just say I'm still not better. Dudley didn't have time to say more. He grabbed a few donuts and ran out of the Great Hall. He's crazy, he's truly crazy, Ron said, watching Dudley's retreating figure. I really can't imagine why Dudley would help Hagrid raise that dragon. What do we do now? Hermione frowned, looking at the two boys. What else can we do? Let's help him ask for leave, Harry shook his head helplessly. He realized that he understood Dudley less and less. Or rather, he had never really understood Dudley, whether in the past or now. Dudley rushed all the way to Hagrid's hut. Dudley, you're finally here. Firenze is waiting for you in the Forbidden Forest. From afar, Hagrid saw Dudley sprinting over and immediately shouted. Here are the donuts I brought for you. Dudley tossed the donuts in his hand to Hagrid and ran towards the Forbidden Forest without stopping. Good morning, Mr. Firenze walked out from behind a tree. Good morning, Mr. Dudley greeted him politely. You look. Dudley noticed several injuries on Firenze's body, and even a bruise on his face. As you can see, our herd has differing opinions regarding my helping you, Firenze said calmly. His face was devoid of much expression, as if he were recounting someone else's affairs. Dudley frowned. He hadn't expected this matter to cause Firenze so much trouble. I'm very sorry. Perhaps I shouldn't have asked you to do this, Dudley said. No need to apologize. You persuaded me, so this was of my own volition, not because you forced me to do it, Firenze said nonchalantly. Hagrid said you wanted to talk to me. Is there something wrong? Dudley asked. Yes, because I have discovered some strange things. Firenze looked at Dudley with deep, piercing eyes. Dudley asked, somewhat confused. I attempted to perform astrology on you. I wanted to see your fate, and then I discovered it was completely blank. Firenze stared at Dudley. When I wanted to try again, I remembered the tribesman who was severely injured because of performing astrology. In the end, I chose to give up. Dudley looked at Firenze. He wanted to say, it's a good thing you chose to give up, otherwise, I might not be seeing you right now. However, he didn't say it out loud in the end. I am wondering, has Harry's fate become impossible to discern because of you? Firenze continued to stare at Dudley. Dudley pondered for a moment and nodded. You are right, it is because of me. Firenze looked deeply at Dudley and said, you are very honest. All right, I have no other questions. I have found a place suitable for that dragon to live, by a pool of water. But before that, you must ensure that the dragon is not destructive, otherwise, the Forbidden Forest cannot accommodate it. Dudley looked at Firenze with some surprise. He hadn't expected Firenze not to continue asking questions. Curiosity is necessary, but knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. I have already learned the answer I wanted to know. As for the rest, it is not important. Firenze seemed to see through Dudley's thoughts, and took the initiative to explain. Okay, thank you very much for your trust. I'll go bring Norbert over right now. Dudley nodded at Firenze, and turned to walk out of the Forbidden Forest. Soon, Dudley returned with Hagrid and Norbert, appearing before Firenze again. Looking at this Norwegian ridgeback, Firenze was clearly very vigilant. Norbert, this is Firenze. He is my friend. You cannot hurt him, do you understand? Dudley said to Norbert in a commanding tone. Norbert looked at Firenze curiously and puffed out 2 sparks, indicating that it understood. I hope it doesn't cause any trouble, Firenze said. He could see that this dragon was indeed well tamed and could understand Dudley's commands. Let's go. Firenze led the way, with Dudley, Hagrid, and Norbert following behind him, heading deep into the Forbidden Forest. About half an hour later, they finally arrived at a clearing where, in the center, was a pool of water dozens of meters wide. It can live here, but it must not disturb the other herds in the Forbidden Forest. Do you understand what I mean? Firenze said. No problem, Hagrid said immediately. Firenze didn't say anything more, greeted them, and then turned to leave, soon disappearing into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid and Dudley got to work, simply setting up a nest here for Norbert so it could settle down. As for looking after Norbert, the responsibility naturally fell on Hagrid. Dudley didn't have that much time, at most he could come over to train it after class. However, looking at the current situation, Dudley's taming of Norbert was quite effective and could be considered a success. Chapter 127 Leisure Weekend. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Norbert was already a head taller than Hagrid. Fortunately, under Dudley's domestication, he was relatively docile and obedient to Dudley, not showing too much aggression. Currently, everything looked promising. One Saturday morning. Dudley didn't go to Norbert's side. The dragon's condition had stabilized relatively, so he didn't need to go there every day to look after him. I haven't patrolled my territory for a while. Today, I'll wander around Hogwarts Castle. After breakfast, Dudley began to stroll around the castle. After reaching Sequence 7, Dudley's promotion speed clearly slowed down considerably. On one hand, the time required to digest Beyonder characteristic increased significantly after the sequence was elevated. On the other hand, these 2 sequences were no longer as easy to act in at this stage. Although Dudley had obtained the title of interrogator from Dumbledore, in a place like a school, he really had nothing that needed to be interrogated. Moreover, Dumbledore had limited his authority, preventing him from interrogating others at will, otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to keep this title. Therefore, his title of interrogator was more like a nominal one, without actual power or authority. As for the other Black Emperor sequence's bribe, he had utilized it quite a bit, but often, it was just using extraordinary abilities, not acting. Dudley's digestion of the Beyonder characteristic of these 2 sequences was currently rather average. Based on the time estimation, it would be considered relatively fast if Dudley could complete the digestion this year. And this would require Dudley to work extra hard, actively seeking opportunities to act. After strolling for 2 rounds, Dudley arrived on the 8th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. There must be something wrong with this wall. Dudley looked at the blank wall. He could sense something unusual there, but he couldn't find any trace, which made him very uncomfortable. Every time he passed by, he wanted to find out what was going on, but each time he returned empty-handed. This time, Dudley activated his spiritual vision, carefully examining every inch of the wall, almost pressing his entire body against it, trying to find the problem with this wall. Dudley, what are you doing? A sudden voice startled Dudley. Being too engrossed, Dudley hadn't noticed Professor McGonagall approaching from the other corridor. I came to find Professor Dumbledore. Dudley immediately said. It wasn't far from Dumbledore's office. Professor McGonagall frowned, glancing at the blank wall. Professor Dumbledore isn't at school. He received a letter from the Ministry of Magic this morning, and should be in London now. Professor Dumbledore isn't here. Dudley was surprised. He had just made up an excuse, and Dumbledore actually wasn't there. Seeing Dudley's surprised expression, Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and continued, Professor Dumbledore has many matters to attend to, not just school affairs. He also holds positions in many organizations and departments. Then I'll come find him tomorrow. Dudley smiled. Professor McGonagall scrutinized Dudley and said with a serious tone, Mr. Dudley, I know you are very talented, but you still need a serious attitude when it comes to magic. I heard from the other professors that you've taken quite a few leaves recently, which is not what a good student should do. Professor, Dudley was interrupted by Professor McGonagall as soon as he spoke. I don't want to hear your excuses again. I thought you had a change of heart, and were focusing on your studies, that you wouldn't cause any more trouble, but now it seems that's not the case. McGonagall said with a serious expression. The final exams are coming soon. I don't want to deduct points from Gryffindor again before then, do you understand what I mean? Understood, Professor. Dudley nodded. Go on, review your lessons well. Professor McGonagall said finally. Dudley quickly scurried away. I almost thought Professor McGonagall knew about me raising a dragon just now. Good thing she didn't find out. Dudley thought to himself. If this matter got out, Professor McGonagall would probably go completely insane. Dudley walked towards Gryffindor Tower. The sun was nice today, and he planned to find a spot by the window in the Gryffindor common room to read, and pet Big Orange, spending a pleasant weekend. It seems I've overlooked something. As he was about to reach Gryffindor Tower, Dudley's brows furrowed. He always felt as if he had overlooked something important. It was a spiritual intuition. He slowed his pace and began to recall the events that had occurred earlier, bit by bit. Not long after, his gaze slightly narrowed. Dumbledore isn't at school. This was very important information. Thinking of this, Dudley immediately glanced around. After confirming no one was present, Dudley took out the Mirror of Erist. Spiritual power was injected, and ripples spread across the mirror's surface, quickly revealing the situation in the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. It was empty. Am I overthinking things? Dudley thought to himself. Dudley returned to the Gryffindor common room, found a secluded spot by the window, moved the chair to ensure his position wouldn't be seen by others, and then lay down. He casually picked up a book, spread it on his lap, then placed the Mirror of Erist in the middle, pretending to read while actually monitoring the situation in the 4th floor corridor. If only this magic mirror had living characteristics, and could actively monitor the corridor for me. Dudley said somewhat helplessly. He had used truly good mirrors before, so he felt a bit disdainful of the Mirror of Erist, which wasn't intelligent at all. A cat's meow came, and then a plump Big Orange jumped onto Dudley's lap, found a comfortable position, and lay down. Oh, it's rare that I have time to spend with you today. Dudley said with a smile as he petted the cat. Big Orange grunted twice, showing an indifferent attitude towards Dudley, who had a cat outside. Harry and Ron had gone somewhere, and Dudley didn't go looking for them. He petted the cat while watching the real-time feed from the Mirror of Erist. At noon, the mirror suddenly flickered and something appeared. Dudley's expression hardened, and he immediately examined it carefully. It was a harp, suspended in mid-air, rapidly flying towards the room, at the end of the corridor where Cerberus Fluffy was kept. Soon, the mirror flickered again, and this time it was a figure. With a purple turban wrapped around his head, he nervously looked around, then quickly entered the room at the end of the corridor. 129 Stay Away from Trouble Chapter 128, Staying Away from Trouble. Finally, he couldn't help but make a move. Dudley watched Quirrell enter that room in the 4th floor corridor and immediately stood up. Big Orange, who had been sleeping on Dudley's lap, rolled onto the floor and meowed at Dudley with a confused expression. Sorry, I'll bring you something tasty later. Dudley reached out to pat Big Orange on the head, and ran straight toward the dormitory. After entering the dormitory, he scanned the room but didn't see Harry and the others. Where did they go? Dudley frowned. He had assumed Ron and Harry were sleeping in the dormitory. Not seeing the two of them, Dudley turned and left the dormitory, returning to the common room. Fred, have you seen Ron and Harry? Dudley saw Fred and George huddled together discussing something, so he asked. Haven't seen them. Fred shook his head. What are you two doing? Dudley looked at them suspiciously, keenly sensing that they were likely plotting something. Nothing, we're just discussing which toilet seat at Hogwarts looks the best. George joked. And then send one to Ginny. Dudley blurted out. He still remembered that on the Hogwarts Express, Fred and George had said they wanted to send their sister a toilet seat. Hearing Dudley's words, Fred and George were stunned. You could see that? Can you read minds? Fred and George looked at Dudley in shock. The corner of Dudley's mouth twitched slightly. Just a guess. I'm going to find Ron and Harry. If you see them, tell them to meet me at Hagrid's hut. Dudley didn't have time to chat with the two brothers. He said this while walking out of the common room. Okay, but please don't tell Ron about the toilet seat thing. George quickly added. No problem. Dudley replied, opened the fat lady's portrait, and stepped out into the corridor. After thinking for a moment, he turned to look at the fat lady's portrait. Fat lady, have you seen Harry and Ron today? Oh right, and Hermione too. Dudley asked. There are so many people, how could I remember? I'm just a painting. The fat lady glanced at Dudley and said impatiently. Dudley shrugged. Perhaps I can rely on my spiritual intuition. Instead of searching the castle like a headless chicken, Dudley steadied his breathing, silently thought of Harry, Ron, and Hermione in his mind, and began to walk through the castle based on his intuition. As an interrogator, in this domain belonging to him, his spiritual intuition received an extra bonus. Moreover, Harry and the others were closely connected to Dudley, so it wasn't difficult for him to find them. About a quarter of an hour later, Dudley strolled into the library. The library? That's rare. Dudley stood in front of the library door, feeling somewhat surprised. Harry and Ron didn't seem like the type to visit the library. He walked in and soon found Harry, Ron, and Hermione behind a row of bookshelves. What are you doing here? Dudley asked. Dudley, we are researching some habits of dragons, Ron said. After all, if we are going to be around Norbert often, we need to understand it a bit. Harry held up the book in his hand. I brought them here because books were the only thing I could think of, Hermione added from the side. They couldn't exactly ask a teacher about this, so they could only learn about the Norwegian Ridgeback through books. Sorry, I didn't think of that earlier. Perhaps I should have brought you along to get to know Norbert, Dudley said. Because the three of them had previously shown some aversion to Norbert, Harry hadn't brought them along when he went to see Norbert later. He just hadn't expected the three of them to come here to read up on the Norwegian Ridgeback. It's okay, we're just doing some basic research. Harry said. Hearing this, Dudley's expression shifted, and he immediately said, If you're interested, I can take you to get to know Norbert properly right now. It will definitely be much more detailed than what you can learn from books. Besides, Norbert has grown quite a bit now. It can control its emotions well. It won't be like when it was a baby, casually breathing out a ball of fire and burning your hair off. Ron curled his lip and said hesitantly, If it breathes a ball of fire now, it won't just burn my hair off, it'll burn my head off. It won't, trust me. Dudley said with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? Harry put down the book. Dudley didn't explain further. He led the three of them out of the castle and headed straight for Hagrid's hut. Staying away from trouble, this is nice. Dudley looked back at the castle behind him. Based on the timeline, Quirrell should be at the wizard's chess set that Professor McGonagall set up. He just didn't know if Professor Dumbledore had repaired those chess pieces after Dudley had destroyed them. Regardless, the obstacle Dumbledore set up in the final stage was certainly not something an average wizard could easily pass. In that place, the more powerful the wizard, the more troublesome it was. Conversely, those who weren't very strong themselves could defeat themselves more quickly in that kind of place and obtain the Philosopher's Stone. I wonder what kind of expression Quirrell will have after going through all those hardships only to discover there is no Philosopher's Stone there. What a pity, I won't be able to see it. Dudley thought to himself. Hagrid, good afternoon. Upon arriving at Hagrid's hut, everyone greeted Hagrid. You're here, I was just about to go give Norbert some food. Hagrid was carrying a large chunk of meat from some unknown animal on his shoulder, which gave off a strong, bloody smell. Its appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Hagrid couldn't help but say. It will get even bigger in the future, Hermione said. That's what the book says, an adult Norwegian ridgeback can eat an entire cow in one meal. Hearing this, Hagrid couldn't help but frown. He was almost unable to afford to keep this dragon. In the future, let's just let Norbert go hunting on its own. Dudley suggested. Keeping it like this really wasn't a solution. Unless Dudley used the power of the Philosopher's Stone to turn stones into gold, they simply couldn't afford to keep Norbert. Let's go, let's head into the Forbidden Forest together to see Norbert. Dudley said. Hagrid didn't think too much about it. He led them into the Forbidden Forest and walked toward the pool where Norbert lived. Meanwhile, inside Hogwarts Castle, Quirrell had already reached the final room. Looking at the space filled with eerie mist, he stared intently into the depths of the mist, where a figure was slowly walking toward him. Chapter 129, All in Vain. Quirrell, it's not too late to stop now. A familiar voice rang out, and immediately after, a person who looked exactly like Quirrell walked out from the depths of the mist and stood before him, the two of them looking as if they were staring into a mirror. It's already too late. Quirrell looked at his own reflection, and without a moment's hesitation, he drew his wand. A beam of light erupted forth, shooting straight toward the other version of himself. The other Quirrell used a Protego charm to block the spell's attack. The two stopped speaking and entered a state of all-out combat. Roaring sounds echoed continuously, and the surrounding mist was churned violently. Their battle lasted for over 10 minutes, with both sides exhausting every means at their disposal, yet unfortunately, they remained evenly matched. How can this be? Quirrell's expression was ugly. He had originally thought this copy wouldn't be very strong, but after fighting for a while, he discovered that the copy's strength was perfectly matched to his own, and in some aspects, it was even significantly stronger. Do not concern yourself with that phantom, find the Philosopher's Stone. Suddenly, a low, raspy voice came from the back of Quirrell's head. Quirrell's face changed instantly, and he said tremblingly, "Yes, Master." Quirrell stopped tangling with the phantom and began to move quickly through the mist, searching for the place where the Philosopher's Stone was kept. Avada Kedavra. Suddenly, a green light shot out from the depths of the mist, heading straight for Quirrell. Quirrell's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly threw himself to the ground, barely dodging the fatal blow. You actually dare to use the killing curse? Quirrell looked toward the mist in disbelief. They had been fighting for so long, and the phantom had never used the killing curse, so he had assumed the phantom didn't know how to use it. I am you, what you can use, I can use as well. The other Quirrell's voice came through. Find the traces of magic here, and destroy them. The low, raspy voice came again. Yes, Master. Quirrell's body trembled again. Ignoring that Quirrell to find the Philosopher's Stone was clearly impossible, so the only option was to eliminate the copied Quirrell. The mist obscured Quirrell's vision, but he was, after all, a professor of defense against the dark arts, and he was quite knowledgeable about the traces of how magic operated, so he soon noticed something amiss. However, with the interference of the copy, Quirrell had no way to deal with that magic. I cannot wait any longer. Leave it to me. The low, raspy voice came again. Unlike its previous relative calmness, this time the voice contained a hint of madness. Master, your body. Quirrell said tremblingly. The raspy voice growled. Quirrell dared not say anything more and immediately unwrapped the purple turban on his head. An ugly, squashed face appeared on the back of Quirrell's head. The next moment, Quirrell felt his body fill with a cold power, and his entire frame was almost frozen stiff. He waved his wand violently, and the entire room began to shake intensely. The surrounding mist seemed to boil, rolling back in all directions at high speed. The Quirrell saw that twisted face and spoke. Dumbledore, you cannot stop me. The next moment, the Quirrell phantom shattered with a bang, and the entire room returned to silence. Quirrell said tremblingly. Quickly, find the Philosopher's Stone, and we shall leave this place. Lord Voldemort was not in good condition. The strength he had recovered with the help of unicorn blood was almost entirely exhausted here. But as long as he could obtain the Philosopher's Stone, all of this would be worth it. Quirrell hurriedly looked around, and soon he saw a stone pedestal in the center of the room with a red stone on it. Quirrell quickly ran over and snatched up the red stone. The Philosopher's Stone is in my hands, Quirrell said excitedly. However, Lord Voldemort's face on the back of his head became incomparably ferocious at this moment. It's fake. We've been played. There was no magic in this stone. It was not the Philosopher's Stone at all. Quirrell, who had just been so excited, was now completely stunned. Leave this place, quickly. This was likely a trap set by Dumbledore, intended to lure him into making a move. And now, there were likely many people waiting for him outside, or in the worst-case scenario, Dumbledore and the Aurors were already waiting for him to walk into their trap. Quirrell dared not stay any longer. He transformed into a black mist and fled rapidly along the path he had used to enter. He had never expected that something he had worked so hard for would turn out to be nothing more than a bubble in the end. Dumbledore had long anticipated that they would come to steal the Philosopher's Stone, so he had placed a fake one here. Was he truly that calculating? Or was it that Dumbledore had long ago discovered Lord Voldemort hidden within his body? At the thought of this possibility, Quirrell was filled with terror. Master, where shall we go? Quirrell asked for Lord Voldemort's opinion while fleeing. Leave Hogwarts. No, wait, go to the Forbidden Forest first, I need unicorn blood, Lord Voldemort said in a low voice. His presence was extremely weak. He had to replenish some unicorn blood as soon as possible. This kind of pure magical creature only existed in very small numbers elsewhere, but there were quite a few living in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts, so this was his last chance. He had to take the risk to catch a unicorn. Yes, master. Quirrell dared not argue and quickly rushed out of the fourth-floor corridor. There was no one in the corridor outside. Since this was a restricted area, students would not come here. Seeing that Dumbledore was not there, Quirrell let out a slight sigh of relief. Without any hesitation, he smashed through the fourth-floor window and flew toward the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, Lord Voldemort was filled with rage and madness, wishing he could slaughter Hogwarts directly. But he could not do it. He did not have his own body, and all his schemes had been seen through by Dumbledore, who had set this trap in advance to lure him out. Although, judging by the final result, Dumbledore seemed not to have expected him to make a move at this time, which was why he hadn't intercepted him. But in this round, he had ultimately lost. At the thought of the price he had paid for that fake Philosopher's Stone, Lord Voldemort could not suppress the frenzied rage in his heart. He hated Dumbledore. He also hated the boy who had stopped him. He hated even more that Dudley Dursley who had ruined his good deeds at Gringotts. If it weren't for this person, he could have effortlessly obtained the Philosopher's Stone that day after the goblin opened the door to the vault, and none of these subsequent events would have happened. At this time, he might have even already regained his physical body. 131 Beautiful Pictures Chapter 130 A Beautiful Scene. Look quickly, what is that thing? Is it a black cloud? That black cloud is moving so fast. Inside Hogwarts, many students saw Quirrell fleeing from the fourth floor, but they didn't know what it was, assuming it was just a black cloud or some student's prank. What are you looking at? Professor Snape heard the commotion and immediately appeared at the window. Professor Snape, look over there, there's a black cloud flying really fast, heading toward the Forbidden Forest. Malfoy said immediately. He felt that the cloud seemed a bit strange, but he couldn't tell exactly what the situation was. A black cloud. Professor Snape's gaze narrowed as he immediately looked in the direction Malfoy was pointing, and sure enough, he saw a black cloud flying rapidly, having already crossed the Hogwarts castle, reached the grounds outside, and headed straight for the Forbidden Forest. Upon seeing the black cloud, Professor Snape's expression changed instantly. He recognized at a glance that it wasn't a cloud at all, but a form of rapid flight magic commonly used by a dark wizard. There are special spells in Hogwarts that prevent apparition within the area, so it was obvious that a dark wizard was fleeing Hogwarts. Professor Snape realized the problem almost immediately and, without any hesitation, ran straight toward the fourth-floor corridor. "Professor, what's wrong?" Malfoy asked in confusion. "Go find Professor McGonagall, tell her that the object we are protecting might have been stolen, and ask her to pursue in the direction of the Forbidden Forest," Professor Snape said loudly to Malfoy before leaving. Professor Snape wasn't sure who the fleeing figure was, but it could be a trap, as that person was fleeing too blatantly. It was very likely an attempt to lure him into pursuit, while the real situation was that the person would only make their move after everyone had left. Therefore, he had to go to the fourth-floor corridor now to check the situation. As for the fleeing dark figure, that would have to be left to Professor McGonagall. "What has happened here?" Malfoy was a bit bewildered, but he quickly reacted and ran toward Professor McGonagall's office. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Forest, by the pool where Norbert resided. "I really didn't expect that there would be fish in this small pool, and they've grown so big," Ron said happily. They had already interacted with Norbert and knew that this dragon was no longer dangerous under Dudley's training, so they were much more relaxed. After discovering fish in the pool, Harry and Ron jumped straight into the water to catch them, the surroundings filled with their laughter. Although the weather was still a bit chilly and the pool was cold, with Norbert there, a fire had already been lit by the bank, and if they felt cold, they could go to the shore to warm themselves. Thus, they were having a great time by the pool, and had caught several large fish. "Come on, I'll grill some fish for you to eat." Dudley prepared to show off his skills. After killing the fish that Harry and Ron had caught, he skewered them on wooden sticks. "Come on, Norbert, give us a little bit of flame," Dudley said to Norbert. Norbert looked at Dudley, its eyes filled with resentment. A magnificent dragon, actually grilling fish for a human here. Is this something a dragon should be doing? Hurry up. Don't make the flame too big, Dudley urged. Norbert felt a tickle in its throat, coughed lightly, and breathed out some flames that landed just right on the fish in Dudley's hands. "Well done, Norbert. Dragon grilled fish, most people never get to eat that." Hagrid had already gone back to get seasonings. Once the seasonings arrived, the grilled fish would be about ready. "It smells so good." Hermione watched from the side with a look of amazement, as the rich aroma of the fish began to waft out under the roasting of Norbert's flames. "Are you really treating the Forbidden Forest as your own backyard?" Suddenly, a voice came, and Firenze walked out from behind a large tree, looking helplessly at Dudley and the others who were playing happily. "Just grilling a fish, that should be fine, right?" Dudley said. He knew there were some dangers in the Forbidden Forest, but they weren't afraid. What could be more terrifying than a dragon? With Norbert here, its presence radiated out, and the dangerous creatures in the Forbidden Forest dared not approach this place at all. And the most dangerous person was currently in Hogwarts stealing a Philosopher's Stone that didn't even exist. "As far as I know, entering the Forbidden Forest is a violation of school rules," Firenze said. "Yes, but I can violate school rules to a certain extent." Dudley shrugged and said. Hermione, standing to the side, looked a bit pale, but not to the point of being scared. After all, during this time, she had followed Dudley and the others, and she didn't know how many school rules she had broken. It had even gone beyond just breaking school rules into breaking the law. "Come and have some grilled fish with us," Dudley invited him. Firenze shook his head and refused. But he didn't leave either, just stood quietly not far away, watching Dudley grill the fish, and Harry and Ron catching fish in the pool. Norbert glanced at Firenze. It recognized the centaur, but that was limited to just recognizing him. There was no communication between them. "Norbert, keep going, don't stop," Dudley urged. Norbert, that guy, was slacking off again, stopping after breathing out 2 puffs of flame. Norbert reluctantly started breathing fire again. "It's truly amazing, he actually tamed this dragon." Firenze watched Dudley and Norbert. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that a human could tame a dragon to such an extent. It seems he really does have some secret methods. Firenze thought to himself. Many wizards possess unique abilities, such as metamorphomagus abilities or legilimency, so it was possible that Dudley had some talent in taming magical creatures. This wasn't strange, and Firenze wouldn't be too surprised by it. The Forbidden Forest never seems to have been as lively as it is now. Firenze said, looking at the scene. Two little boys were happily catching fish in the pool, another boy was grilling fish on the shore, and a girl was watching all of this with a smile. It was truly a beautiful scene. Of course, this was only part of the scene. The other part was a Norwegian ridgeback breathing fire on the side, helping the boy grill the fish. The first part was a few Muggle children camping and grilling fish, but adding the latter part, it instantly became incredibly magical. There was a touch of eerie beauty in the incongruity. The sound of the wind came, brushing over the treetops of the forest. Everyone looked up just in time to see, with the sunlight just right, a black cloud drifting past rapidly. Gentle reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. Taking screenshots is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 131, Lingering Spirit. An evil aura rushed towards them, and Dudley's expression changed immediately. He instantly realized that there was something wrong with this black cloud. At the same time, the black cloud also noticed Dudley and the others below. Kill them. A low, hoarse voice came from within the black mist, filled with madness and hatred. Yes, master. Without any hesitation, the black mist immediately swooped down. Its speed was so fast that before Harry and the others realized what was happening, the black mist had already landed on the edge of the pond, transforming into a figure they were all very familiar with. Professor Quirrell. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at the men before them in utter shock. They were shocked, wondering why their defense against the dark arts professor would appear here, and strangely enough, he was not wearing the purple turban he always wore. Dudley didn't have time to think. He directly threw the roasted fish in his hand towards Quirrell. Quirrell didn't waste any words and cast a spell directly at Dudley. At the same time, he lunged forward, knocking Hermione out of the way. The next moment, the sound of an explosion rang out. The place where he had just been standing had been blasted into a crater by the spell. However, due to Dudley's beyonder ability, the power of this spell was greatly weakened, failing to reach its intended strength, and thus causing no harm to Dudley and Hermione, who were not far away. What's going on? Quirrell's expression changed, revealing a hint of confusion. When Dudley's roasted fish was thrown over just now, he hadn't paid it any mind. That thing had no offensive power. But just as the roasted fish hit, his whole body suddenly fell into a cold sensation, which caused the power of the spell he had just cast to be greatly weakened. Otherwise, that spell would have been enough to blast Dudley away and render him unable to fight. Kill Dudley first. A low, hoarse voice came from the back of Quirrell's head. Yes, master. Quirrell didn't have time to think about what had just happened, and his gaze locked onto Dudley once again. What's going on? Ron hadn't reacted yet. He completely didn't understand what was happening. This couldn't be blamed on him. Who could have imagined that a professor they trusted would suddenly attack them? At his age, he couldn't possibly comprehend what was going on. A cry of pain. Although Harry realized something was wrong, the next moment, a searing pain shot through his forehead, more painful than any time before. This burning pain came too suddenly and too violently, causing Harry's vision to blur, and he fell into the pond. Ron, take Harry and leave here, as far as you can. Dudley shouted while pulling Hermione away to dodge. Ron still didn't understand what was happening, but he knew one thing: listen to Dudley. Without any hesitation, he immediately pulled Harry out of the pond and dragged him towards the other side. There's something on the back of his head. The intense pain made Harry almost unable to think, but he still realized the source of the pain. It was Quirrell, or more accurately, the back of Quirrell's head. He vaguely saw an ugly face squeezed together there. Ron didn't pay attention to what Harry was saying. He was now single-mindedly executing Dudley's order to take Harry and flee from here. He realized that they might have fallen into some kind of danger, a danger that he couldn't handle right now. They could only rely on Dudley. Staying here would not only be unhelpful but might also drag Dudley down. Furthermore, from Harry's pain, he guessed that this matter might be related to you-know-who, so in any case, Harry could not continue to stay here. He was very likely Quirrell's target. An angry dragon roar erupted. Norbert, provoked by the sudden spell, looked at Quirrell and opened its mouth to spew a large mouthful of crimson flames, heading straight towards Quirrell. Quirrell hurriedly cast a defensive spell on himself, which interrupted his pursuit of Dudley. The flames spewed by the dragon were not ordinary flames, they were very powerful, and Quirrell had to deal with them carefully. The crimson flames landed on the defensive spell, illuminating Quirrell's pale cheeks with a fiery red, making him look very eerie and terrifying, like a devil that had walked out of hell. Firenze, take Hermione and the others away from here, quickly. Dudley handed Hermione over to Firenze. This centaur had not fled after the danger occurred, but had instead run towards Dudley, clearly intending to rescue them. I can take you all with me, get on quickly. Firenze lowered his body and said directly. The pride of centaurs meant they would almost never let humans sit on their backs, but at this moment, Firenze clearly couldn't care about that much, and he didn't have the pedantic nature of other centaurs. No, you take them and leave. I am staying, Dudley said in a cold voice. He had already hidden in the Forbidden Forest, and even completely ignored the matter of Lord Voldemort trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, yet Lord Voldemort had still come to hunt him down. Was he really that easy to bully? Again and again. Emperor Roselle was right, things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. Gringotts was once, the troll incident was another, and every time the killing curse was used, this was already the 3rd time. The first 2 times, he hadn't pursued it relentlessly because, in Dudley's eyes, this matter had little to do with him. He wanted to protect himself, let Dumbledore handle these matters himself, and he didn't want to be used as a pawn. Even afterwards, he had only reported Quirrell, and had not taken any other measures. But this time, Lord Voldemort had actually come lingering around again. And he had clearly heard that low, hoarse voice, kill Dudley first. This was intolerable. Firenze still wanted to persuade Dudley. Dudley said coldly. His voice was filled with majesty, making Firenze dare not continue to persuade him. He immediately took Hermione on his back. Dudley, it's Lord Voldemort. Harry walked over in a disheveled state, dragged along by Ron. You all leave together. Dudley didn't explain anything, just spoke to them in a commanding tone. Their presence here would only affect his killing speed. Under the majesty of the interrogator, Ron and Harry dared not argue and quickly climbed onto Firenze's back. Take care of yourself, Firenze said, and taking Harry and the others, turned and rushed into the Forbidden Forest. Dudley watched them leave, took a deep breath, and turned his head to look at Quirrell, who was entangled with Norbert. You have really angered me. 133 Dudley's Fury Chapter 132 Dudley's Rage. Dudley thought he wouldn't be angry, at least not as angry as he was now, wanting to kill someone. He had lived a lifetime, seen all sorts of grand spectacles. Compared to that strange world, what happened in this wizarding world was just small time. But even under such circumstances, Dudley was still enraged by this fellow named Lord Voldemort. With a loud bang, Norbert was sent flying by a tremendous force, landing in a nearby pond with a whimper. He was still young, as an underage dragon. It was already quite remarkable that he could stall for so long for Dudley. Now there's no one in the way. Quirrell glanced at Norbert, then turned his gaze to Dudley, who was walking towards him. I'm curious, why aren't you running? Choosing to sacrifice yourself for Harry. What a great cousin. Just like that foolish woman back then. Quirrell's tone was full of playful contempt. He no longer stammered as before, speaking very fluently, and his gaze towards Dudley was no longer submissive, but became extremely cold and terrifying. I'm not leaving because you've enraged me, Dudley said calmly, with almost no expression on his face. But anyone who knew him would understand that beneath this absolute calm lay true storms and raging waves. Quirrell seemed not to have expected Dudley to answer that way. "Ha, how amusing. Enraged, so you stay to die. I used to think highly of you, believed you were very talented, but now I see you're no different from those idiots," Quirrell said with a sneer. He raised his wand. With just one spell, he could get rid of this fool in front of him. "No, I'm not staying to die. I'm staying to kill," Dudley still said calmly. The spiritual power within him had been completely mobilized. The abilities of the Black Emperor Sequence 7 Bribe and Judgment Sequence 7 Interrogator converged on Dudley at this moment. Quirrell raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Overestimating yourself. Today you and Lord Voldemort both shall die," Dudley said in a cold voice. His aura had been building up with each step he took, so much so that even without using extraordinary abilities, he could make Quirrell feel a hint of pressure. Quirrell's face hardened, and he immediately made his move. "Quirrell, let me have a word with him." A hoarse, low voice came from the back of Quirrell's head. "Master, you." Quirrell's body trembled slightly. "I'm fine," Lord Voldemort said slowly. Quirrell dared not say more. After glancing at Dudley, he turned his back to Dudley. At this moment, Dudley finally clearly saw the ugly, squeezed-together face imprinted on the back of Quirrell's head. "Dudley Dursley, Harry Potter's cousin. I didn't expect your talent to be so great, even thwarting my plans twice. I appreciate you. Now I can offer you a chance to follow me. Together we can achieve great things. How about it? As long as you are willing to submit to me, I will not kill you, and I will teach you unimaginable magic. I can teach you how to raise your prestige, be crowned with glory, how to become a formidable and powerful wizard, and even prevent death. As long as you are willing to submit to me, all of this will be yours." Lord Voldemort's words were full of temptation. He looked at Dudley, anticipating Dudley's reply. Compared to directly killing Dudley, he preferred to see such a genius kneeling at his feet, serving him, fearing him, being loyal to him. "If your preventing death means being half-dead like you, then forget it. The so-called Dark Lord is now even worse than a worm in the sewer. And you, like this, still want to recruit me. Utterly ridiculous." As Dudley's voice fell, he had already reached a distance of about 5 meters from Quirrell. At this stage, his extraordinary abilities, and even his close combat skills, could be perfectly utilized. All that idle talk was to prevent Lord Voldemort from escaping. "Kill him." The next moment, Lord Voldemort shrieked. "With no hope of recruitment, then simply kill. Someone like Dudley absolutely could not be allowed to continue living in this world." Quirrell was already prepared. The moment Lord Voldemort's command was given, he immediately turned and began chanting the killing curse towards Dudley. A terrifying oppressive aura released from Dudley's body, directly suppressing Quirrell, making his body sway, almost causing him to kneel directly before Dudley. This majesty felt almost tangible, as if Dudley could easily kill him with just a thought. His heart was filled with terror and dread towards Dudley. This fear made him want to kneel, to worship, and he couldn't even muster a thought of resistance. "Kill him!" Lord Voldemort roared again in a low voice. He sensed an anomaly, the same anomaly that the Black Phantom had released during the battle at Gringotts. He had never known who that phantom was or where it came from, but now he knew. The one who called himself Knight Emperor must be connected to Dudley. Under Lord Voldemort's roar, Quirrell barely maintained his sanity, and once again chanted the killing curse. "Pain whip." The Hermes language sounded, and the interrogator's extraordinary ability was immediately activated at this moment. Quirrell screamed. He felt an unimaginable pressure, as if currents of electricity were coursing through his mind, forming a barbed whip that continuously lashed his soul. This taste was both painful and numb, seemingly originating from the depths of his brain, making him unable to resist, only able to tremble and feel his knees weaken. As Dudley activated his extraordinary ability, he immediately cast the magic in Hermes' language, without the wind-up of waving a wand, directly blasting towards Quirrell. The next moment, Quirrell was directly blown away, covered in blood, his left arm completely shattered, exploding into a mist of blood. If Lord Voldemort hadn't reacted in time to warn Quirrell, this blow would have been enough to severely injure Quirrell and render him combat ineffective. Dudley stomped the ground, clenched his right fist, and lunged towards Quirrell, who was blasted into midair and unable to leverage himself. Mental Pierce. At the same time, Dudley concentrated his mental power, transforming it into an invisible spear that directly pierced Quirrell's mind. Chapter 133 Dragon Rider Dudley vs. Quirrell grunted, the pupils of his eyes immediately losing focus. He felt as if a hammer had slammed into his head. The violent shock and pain left his mind blank, and he lost all combat ability in an instant. This also caused the protective spell he was about to cast to be forcibly interrupted. Dudley's fist landed squarely on Quirrell's chest, the barbarian's physical strength fully displayed at that moment. It's worth noting that even a troll would be injured by Dudley's attack, let alone Quirrell. A cracking sound came, and Quirrell's chest directly caved in, almost all his ribs broken. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, his already pale face turning as white as paper at that moment. Lord Voldemort was both shocked and enraged. He never expected Dudley's strength to have grown so much in such a short time. Moreover, this wasn't just about the application of magic. It also included extremely rich combat experience and some strange ability he was unaware of. Every move Dudley made was precisely timed and interconnected. His attacks not only interrupted Quirrell's spellcasting, but immediately after interrupting it, he would proceed with the next attack without hesitation, leaving no room for breath, as if every step had been calculated with perfect precision, not a single error. The attack that had just caused Quirrell to lose all combat ability was originally just a punch. Quirrell would have had no problem defending himself with a shield charm, but Dudley feinted, launching that terrifying mental attack. Only after interrupting Quirrell's casting did he truly land that punch. This entire attack sequence was something even Lord Voldemort could not have predicted or reacted to. Especially that strange language, the magic cast through it left Lord Voldemort bewildered. He couldn't even be sure if it was magic at all. Incendio. After throwing a punch, Dudley immediately chanted again in Hermes language. Just then, a huge force suddenly struck, directly sending Dudley and the flames he had conjured flying. Lord Voldemort had to use his dwindling strength to control Quirrell's body. His wand flicked slightly, pointing at Dudley. Lord Voldemort no longer had the strength to cast the killing curse. He needed to ensure he could leave this place alive. Here you go. As soon as Dudley landed, Lord Voldemort's attack struck, leaving him no time to dodge. However, Dudley was well prepared for such a scenario, and directly threw a piece of candy from his pocket towards Quirrell. As the candy flew over, Lord Voldemort felt a chilling power enter Quirrell's body, significantly weakening the power of the spell he had cast. Dudley's body swayed slightly. He felt his brain become sluggish, as if he hadn't slept for days, wanting nothing more than to lie down and sleep. No, I can't sleep. Dudley forced himself to stay awake. The weakened stunning spell wasn't enough to make him fall asleep immediately, but it did delay his actions. This single spell alone showed how powerful Lord Voldemort was. Even in such a desperate situation, his spell, though weakened, still affected Dudley, which was evident. Seeing that Dudley had not fainted, Lord Voldemort did not hesitate. He directly controlled Quirrell's body, turning it into a black mist, and rapidly ascended into the sky to escape. Norbert. Watching Lord Voldemort turn into black mist and flee, Dudley quickly shouted. The levitation charm couldn't catch up to Lord Voldemort at this moment. Norbert had now gotten up from the pool. Although he was a bit injured, it wasn't serious. Hearing Dudley's call, he immediately rushed towards Dudley, his wings spread, ready to take off at any moment. Dudley stomped his feet on the ground, the immense force making him leap into the air, covering a distance of 7 or 8 meters, landing directly on Norbert's neck. Chase him! Dudley immediately commanded. Norbert roared, soaring into the sky, chasing after the black mist. His speed was very fast. In fact, Norbert was also vengeful. Having just been injured by that wizard, he was eager for revenge. Dudley cast magic at the black mist, but it dodged. But Dudley was not discouraged. While chasing, he continued to cast magic, and Norbert also occasionally opened his mouth to spray scorching red flames. Dudley still had a lot of spiritual power now. A dual sequence 7 Beyonder was much stronger than a single sequence. Incendio. One spell after another was continuously cast. Although they were all dodged, they still affected Lord Voldemort's escape speed. This forced Lord Voldemort to cast magic in retaliation against Dudley to stop his pursuit. The two thus engaged in a chase battle in the sky. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts. My goodness. Look over there towards the Forbidden Forest. What is that? Is that? What's going on? It's breathing fire. That's a dragon. There's a dragon in the Forbidden Forest. Wait, there seems to be a figure on the back of that dragon. The entire Hogwarts was in an uproar. It was already a weekend, so everyone didn't have classes. The black cloud that flew towards the Forbidden Forest earlier had already attracted a lot of attention. Even though the black cloud quickly disappeared, many people were still paying attention to the situation in the Forbidden Forest. They never expected that after such a short time, they would actually see a dragon appear, and more importantly, there was even a person on the back of that dragon. What is this? A dragon knight. Look, they're fighting. I saw them casting magic. What's happening? Screams continued to come, and everyone realized that something might have happened in the Forbidden Forest. Move aside, let me see. Snape finally rushed out of the fourth-floor corridor. He had confirmed that someone had passed through the obstacles they had set and taken the Philosopher's Stone. This made his face extremely grim. But soon, he saw a dragon and a black mist entangled in the sky above the Forbidden Forest, and his expression became even more grim. What on earth is going on? At this moment, even Snape was somewhat confused. He had no idea about the dragon. Was this Dumbledore's backup plan? But why didn't he tell him? Without time to think further, his body directly turned into a black mist, bursting through the window and flying towards the Forbidden Forest. At the same time, many teachers in the school had already been alerted, and several of those skilled in combat quickly rushed towards the Forbidden Forest. And the closest to the Forbidden Forest was Professor McGonagall, who had received news from Malfoy in advance. She had already arrived at the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest and clearly saw the battle in the distant sky. Is that Dudley Dursley? Professor McGonagall looked at the figure on the Norwegian ridgeback in disbelief, too shocked to speak. She never imagined that in such a situation, she would still see a student from her house, and a student from her house was even riding a dragon. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought she was hallucinating. But soon, Professor McGonagall regained her composure. Regardless of where that dragon came from, or why Dudley was here, and why he was riding that dragon, the black mist entangled with Dudley was clearly a powerful dark wizard. Combined with Malfoy running to tell her that what they were protecting had been stolen, she almost didn't need to think to know what had happened. Professor McGonagall completely erupted, transforming into a white mist and rapidly ascending into the sky, rushing towards the battlefield of Dudley and the black mist. Get away from my student. A crimson light burst forth from the white mist, shooting directly towards Lord Voldemort. Professor McGonagall's angry voice echoed above the Forbidden Forest, and it could even be faintly heard from Hogwarts. Dudley also noticed Professor McGonagall rushing up from behind him. Finally, someone's here. Dudley thought to himself. He had been fighting for so long, and not a single person from Hogwarts had rushed over, which made him wonder if Dumbledore completely didn't care about these things. On the other side, after Lord Voldemort noticed Professor McGonagall, and the other powerful auras rapidly approaching, he no longer dared to linger, flying desperately out of Hogwarts. The black mist paused slightly. He noticed the situation in the Forbidden Forest below. There was a centaur there, rapidly fleeing with Harry and the others on his back, but his direction was not towards Hogwarts, but deeper into the Forbidden Forest. There was no other way, the previous battle happened too suddenly. When Dudley handed Harry and the others over to Firenze, their best escape route was deeper into the Forbidden Forest. "Catch Harry, take him hostage," Lord Voldemort commanded. Quirrell had somewhat recovered by now. After taking some potions, he barely regained some combat ability. "Yes, master." Quirrell was in a very bad state, but he dared not disobey Lord Voldemort's command, so he could only fly towards Harry and the others below. "It's Lord Voldemort. He's catching up." Harry noticed the situation in the sky. In fact, he felt the burning sensation in his scar again. Firenze also spotted the black mist diving down, but he had no other option at this moment. He could only run while drawing an arrow from his back and shooting it at the black figure. But clearly, such arrows were useless against Quirrell. "Blast it!" In the sky not far from Lord Voldemort, Dudley also spotted Harry and the others, which made his face very grim. He could fight Lord Voldemort and Quirrell back and forth because Lord Voldemort and his companion were unfamiliar with his abilities, leading to a significant loss in a short time. But with his current abilities, it would be difficult to protect Harry and the others from Lord Voldemort and Quirrell. Unless he once again used the Grade 0 sealed artifact Transorst's brass book. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history screenshots recommended in time. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. 135 Grind the bones and scatter the ashes. Chapter 134, Crushing bones and spreading ashes. Just as Dudley was still pondering, Quirrell let out a piercing shriek, the black mist became much thinner, and his body plummeted downwards rapidly. At the same time, a translucent phantom flew out from his body, soaring into the distance without any hesitation. Lord Voldemort abandoned Quirrell. Dudley's expression immediately changed when he saw this scene. Lord Voldemort's tactic of sacrificing a pawn to save the king was extremely brilliant. The direction Quirrell fell was very close to Harry and the others. Although Lord Voldemort took a large amount of Quirrell's life force when he left, it was already difficult for him to survive, but before he completely died, he still posed a significant threat to Harry and the others. With just one killing curse, he could potentially kill Harry or Ron and the others. However, there was another possibility. That was if Quirrell felt resentment because of Lord Voldemort's abandonment, then in his final moments, he shouldn't have attacked Harry and them. However, Dudley soon realized that his conjecture was wrong. Quirrell, holding on to his last breath, pointed his wand at Harry and the others. Avada Kedavra. A brilliant green light shot out from the tip of his wand, heading straight for the three people on Firenze's back. At this moment, the expressions of Harry, Ron, and Hermione all froze. The killing curse, no matter which of them it hit, meant absolute death, which completely blanked their minds, leaving them utterly terrified. "It's over." Dudley's face changed drastically. He took out Transorst's brass book, but it was already too late. Suddenly, a clear cry echoed through the Forbidden Forest, and a ball of golden-red flames abruptly appeared in midair not far from Harry and the others. Immediately after, a very beautiful golden-red large bird materialized out of thin air, swallowed the Avada Kedavra representing death in one gulp, and then transformed into a ball of golden-red flames, plummeting towards the ground. "That's Dumbledore's Phoenix." Dudley quickly understood what was happening when he saw this scene. Phoenixes, also known as immortal birds, are magical creatures that cannot be killed, they will be reborn in flames. Even spells like the Avada Kedavra cannot destroy them. A small sound came from within the Forbidden Forest, and the golden-red flames quickly burned out, turning into a pile of ashes. From within that pile of ashes, a chick lifted its head, and let out a soft chirp. It still served some purpose. Dudley coldly glanced back in the direction of Hogwarts Castle. Throughout this entire battle, he was the one fighting, while the people from Hogwarts barely exerted any effort. Especially Dumbledore. Knowing that Quirrell had problems, he allowed him to act in Hogwarts, leading to all of this happening. The previous Dudley was not just angry at Lord Voldemort but also at Dumbledore. Especially after Quirrell cast the killing curse, no matter who ultimately died from that spell, in Dudley's eyes, Dumbledore was unforgivable. No matter what his reasons were. However, after the Phoenix appeared, Dudley at least knew that Dumbledore was not unprepared, stopping the fatal blow at the most critical moment, which somewhat salvaged his reputation in Dudley's eyes. However, this was still not enough. Dudley's heart was still filled with dissatisfaction towards Dumbledore. This dissatisfaction had accumulated until now, making him very disappointed with the principal of Hogwarts. "Norbert, descend," Dudley said to Norbert. Lord Voldemort had already escaped amidst the previous chaos, leaving only Quirrell, half dead, in the Forbidden Forest. Norbert circled once, then directly plunged through the Forbidden Forest's canopy, landing in an open space not far from Quirrell. At this moment, Quirrell's face was bloodless, as if Lord Voldemort had drained his life force, and his life was on a countdown. "Will resurrect." Looking at Dudley landing not far away, Quirrell forced out an ugly smile and said to Dudley, "Resurrect. He himself is half dead, and he'll resurrect you. Stop dreaming." Dudley slowly walked towards Quirrell. "Master will be resurrected, he will." Blood flowed from the corner of Quirrell's mouth as he spoke intermittently. Then you just wait for him to be resurrected." Dudley's gaze was cold, his anger had nowhere to vent, so he could only take it out on Quirrell. Avada Kedavra. A green light appeared out of thin air, landing on Quirrell's body, completely freezing his ugly smile. He seemed not to have expected that Dudley, an 11-year-old child, would use the killing curse on him. When he saw the green light, a hint of bewilderment appeared on his face, and then there was nothing more. Quirrell's body exploded directly, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Incendio. Terrifying flames raged forth, sweeping up all the exploded flesh and blood, instantly burning them to ashes. Thus, Quirrell left no trace behind, completely obliterated by Dudley. Some sounds came from not far away. Dudley turned his head to look, meeting the terrified gazes of Harry and the others. They had witnessed the scene that had just unfolded. They had seen Dudley use the killing curse on Quirrell, and completely destroy Quirrell's body. Their faces were filled with disbelief and horror, completely frozen in place. They saw Dudley's eyes, cold, crazed, violent, filled with an indescribable majesty and oppressive power. Dudley withdrew his gaze, saying nothing. It didn't matter. If they saw it, they saw it. It was just killing someone. It wasn't like he hadn't killed before. In that strange world, he himself wasn't even sure how many people he had killed. Aguamenti. The Hermes language sounded, and clear water flowed around Dudley, washing away the bloodstains on him. Then, he sat down with his back against a large tree. Norbert extended his head, rubbing against Dudley's body, making soft sounds, as if afraid of disturbing Dudley. "Dudley, are you all right?" Harry's voice rang out, and he was the first to run over. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps as Ron, Hermione, and Firenze also arrived. "I'm fine, just a bit tired," Dudley said. "Thank you, you saved me again." Harry came up to Dudley. "It wasn't really saving you, you saw, he came to kill me." Dudley shrugged. "No, if it weren't for me, Lord Voldemort wouldn't have targeted you like this," Harry said. "Thanks, cousin." Dudley glanced at Harry and smiled. He suddenly had the illusion of bringing up a son. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 135, Why is it always you? Harry had just finished speaking when a white mist descended rapidly from the sky, transforming into the figure of Professor McGonagall. Good heavens! Harry, Ron, Hermione, why are you all here? Professor McGonagall looked at the group gathered together in shock. She had thought only Dudley had broken school rules, but she hadn't expected that it wasn't just Dudley. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, their Gryffindor students were practically holding a party here. Professor McGonagall. Hermione called out softly. Never mind that for now. Who was that dark wizard? Where is he? Professor McGonagall scanned the surroundings, her wand pointed about, but she did not see the dark wizard who had been fighting with Dudley in the sky earlier. Compared to the dark wizard, Dudley and the others breaking school rules was a trivial matter. He's dead, turned into ashes. Before Dudley could speak, Harry stepped in and said firmly. Professor McGonagall frowned. That's right, that person was Quirrell. He was possessed by Lord Voldemort and came to hunt us down. Dudley had Firenze take us away first while he stayed behind to stop Quirrell. Just now, a transparent soul seemed to fly out of Quirrell. It must have been Lord Voldemort. Then, after Quirrell landed, he cast the killing curse at me, but it was swallowed by a golden bird, and then Quirrell simply turned into ashes and vanished. Professor McGonagall was greatly shocked, clutching her chest with both hands, unable to speak for a moment. Is this true? Professor McGonagall asked. She had thought it was just a dark wizard who had accidentally broken into Hogwarts, but she never expected it to be Quirrell, and that Quirrell had been possessed by Lord Voldemort. This was completely beyond her imagination. It's true, Professor. Ron nodded vigorously. Yes, that's how it was. Hermione said, steeling herself. Firenze did not want to lie, but he did not offer any explanation either, even nodding slightly to confirm Harry's account. Dudley glanced at them and said nothing. He knew Harry wanted to cover for him, but these things were not so easily covered up. For a powerful wizard like Professor McGonagall, all magic leaves traces. She could easily investigate what had happened here. Moreover, it wasn't just them here. That Phoenix, reborn from the flames, had also witnessed everything. However, Professor McGonagall did not dwell on this, immediately checking on the Phoenix nearby, confirming that Harry was right. Fox had indeed swallowed the killing curse and been reborn. What on earth is going on here? Professor McGonagall's hair was a bit disheveled, and her thoughts were in chaos. She looked at Dudley, expecting an explanation. Previously, she hadn't had time to think about what had happened, but now, having learned the general sequence of events, she had to admit that Dudley's performance was far beyond her imagination. An 11-year-old young wizard who hadn't even finished his first year could actually stand against Quirrell, even with the soul of the Dark Lord Voldemort inside him. Professor McGonagall put herself in his shoes, and felt that even she might not be certain of a sure victory against Quirrell in that state. Yet Dudley had fought with Quirrell for so long, even forcing Quirrell to flee, and during the escape, he had kept pestering Quirrell, leading to the final moment where Lord Voldemort had to abandon Quirrell and escape alone. Everything seemed so unreal at this moment. This matter is a bit troublesome to explain. I would like to wait until I see Professor Dumbledore to talk about it. You understand what I mean, right? Dudley said to Professor McGonagall. Very well. McGonagall took a deep look at Dudley and did not pursue it further. Involving Lord Voldemort and the betrayal of a professor at the school, this matter was indeed very serious. However, judging by the situation on the scene, Dumbledore should have known something about it, otherwise, Fawkes could not have appeared here. Thinking of how Dudley was the interrogator personally appointed by Dumbledore, she had previously been unable to understand Dumbledore's actions, but now it seemed Dumbledore might truly have deeper arrangements. McGonagall's gaze then swept over Norbert, who was not far behind Dudley. The appearance of this Norwegian Ridgeback also made her feel very confused and surprised. But since Dudley could tame it, it meant this dragon might be a measure Dumbledore had left in the Forbidden Forest, so she didn't ask further. The sound of whistling wind came, followed by a black light crashing not far from them, and a somewhat flustered Snape appeared before the group. His gaze first looked at Dudley and the others, and only after seeing Harry unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief, while simultaneously, disgust for Harry appeared on his face. It was truly a very contradictory state of mind. Professor McGonagall, what on earth happened here? Snape asked. I would like to know as well. Malfoy rushed over to tell me. Professor McGonagall said, suddenly remembering that Dudley and the others shouldn't know about the Philosopher's Stone, and she wasn't sure whether to mention it. However, the next moment, Snape took over the conversation, saying, I went to the forbidden area on the 4th floor. The Philosopher's Stone has already been taken. Professor McGonagall's expression changed instantly. One must know that the one who stole the Philosopher's Stone was Lord Voldemort. If he were to be resurrected because of this, wouldn't the wizarding world enter a dark age once again? At the same time, several more figures descended from the sky. Everyone, what happened here? I saw someone riding a dragon fighting against a dark wizard. Oh my goodness, why are Dudley and the others here? Professor Flitwick landed, but was startled upon seeing Dudley and the others. Immediately after, several more Hogwarts professors appeared. They had all rushed over the moment they discovered the problem. What happened? What was that battle about earlier? Did a dark wizard infiltrate the school? Professor, I think we should go back to the castle before talking about this. There are still many things that need Professor Dumbledore to answer. Dudley stood up and said. At this moment, everyone's gaze focused on his face. Without needing to say it, the looks in everyone's eyes revealed a few words. Why is it always you few? Ever since Dudley, Harry, and the others arrived at Hogwarts, it seemed that every time something big happened, these children were always involved. To be honest, professors, I also want to know why it's always us who get hurt. Ron said with some resentment. He just wanted to live the life of an ordinary first-year student. Why was it so difficult? 137 Gold on the Face. Chapter 136. Gilding the Lily. Over half an hour later, everyone walked out of the Forbidden Forest. Thank goodness, I'm just glad you're all right. Hagrid had been waiting anxiously outside the Forbidden Forest. Seeing Dudley and the others emerge from the forest unharmed, he couldn't help but wipe away a tear. We're fine, Hagrid. Harry said comfortingly. I've already sent an owl to Professor Dumbledore about what happened in the Forbidden Forest. I believe he will be back soon. Honestly, it's just my luck that Professor Dumbledore isn't here right now. Otherwise, how could something like this have happened? Hagrid muttered incessantly. Is it possible that he wasn't here on purpose? Dudley asked. What do you mean? Hagrid looked at Dudley, confused. Dudley didn't continue. The other professors glanced at Dudley but didn't say anything. Let's go wait for him in Dumbledore's office. Professor McGonagall said. She was holding Fawkes, who had just been reborn from the ashes. Everyone agreed, and they walked toward Dumbledore's office together. Although this conflict had been quite intense, fortunately, no one was injured, save for a few scrapes and scratches, nothing serious. In Dumbledore's office, everyone waited in silence, no one speaking. Fortunately, Dumbledore didn't keep them waiting long. After about 10 minutes, he entered the office from outside. Professor Dumbledore. Professor. Everyone couldn't help but speak up one after another. I already know everything. This was my mistake, and I apologize to you all. Dumbledore took the responsibility upon himself right from the start. Let's hear from each of you, one by one. Don't rush. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Dumbledore walked behind his desk, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on Dudley. Dudley, you go first. Dumbledore said. This opening caught everyone by surprise. They had all assumed he would ask the professors first, such as Professor McGonagall or Professor Snape. I have nothing to say. Dudley said coldly, not even glancing at Dumbledore. Dudley's response shocked everyone again. No one expected him to speak like that. Professor McGonagall glared at Dudley. She had originally intended to put in a good word for him, but with this attitude, she hardly knew where to begin. Such an arrogant attitude. Snape seized the opportunity to sneer. It seems our little interrogator has some misunderstandings about me. That's all right, we can discuss it later. Dumbledore wasn't surprised by Dudley's attitude. nor did he fly into a rage. He simply brushed it aside and looked at the others. "Well then, Harry, why don't you tell us what happened?" Dumbledore said. Harry didn't speak immediately, instead subconsciously glancing at Dudley. Because Dudley knew the situation best, and some parts of it involved him, like the matter of Norbert and so on. If Dudley didn't speak, he didn't feel comfortable blurting it out. "Never mind. Professor McGonagall, you tell us." Seeing this, Dumbledore didn't press them further. "However, I don't know much about the specifics. This afternoon, Malfoy suddenly ran into my office." Professor McGonagall briefly recounted the sequence of events. She really didn't know much. Had Malfoy not alerted her, she would likely have been like the other professors, only realizing there was a problem once the battle above the Forbidden Forest had begun. Because the distance was too great, the spells I cast didn't hit the Dark Wizard. Afterward, he descended toward the ground. By the time I arrived, Harry said that the Dark Wizard was Professor Quirrell, who had been possessed by Lord Voldemort. He has already turned to ash, but it seems Lord Voldemort's soul has escaped. Professor McGonagall tried her best to overcome her fear of the name Lord Voldemort as she gave her brief report. Dumbledore didn't speak, his gaze turning to Snape. Snape knew it was his turn, so he roughly summarized what had happened that afternoon, while also informing Professor Dumbledore that the Philosopher's Stone might have been taken by Lord Voldemort. "It's fine. I had already moved the Philosopher's Stone. Lord Voldemort did not take it," Dumbledore said calmly. "That's a relief." Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Everyone knew that Lord Voldemort wanted the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect himself. If he had succeeded, the entire wizarding world would once again fall into darkness. Now, hearing that Professor Dumbledore had been prepared all along, everyone felt a sense of admiration for him, and their hearts were no longer as anxious as before. Regarding this matter, I think it is necessary for these Gryffindor students to explain properly why they were in the Forbidden Forest, why there was a dragon there, and... Snape looked at Dudley, speaking slowly. "This matter was something I entrusted to Mr. Dursley, and he did very well. He completed the task I assigned him excellently," Dumbledore said without batting an eye. Everyone was stunned. They never imagined that all of this had been arranged by Dumbledore. The corner of Dudley's mouth twitched slightly. This lie was truly one after another, and he didn't even blink. If Dudley didn't know exactly what was going on inside, he would have believed it himself. "Professor Dumbledore, do you mean?" Snape clearly didn't believe what Dumbledore was saying. "I was the one who had Hagrid and Dudley raise the dragon in the Forbidden Forest for a rainy day. Now it seems it played quite a useful role in this battle," Dumbledore said. "Indeed, otherwise, how could Dudley have held out on his own for so long?" Professor Flitwick immediately clapped and exclaimed. "I was just wondering about that, now it all makes sense." Another professor nodded immediately. Dumbledore's explanation was reasonable and very convincing. Even Professor McGonagall revealed a look of pleasant surprise. As expected, Hogwarts cannot be without Headmaster Dumbledore. Even when he is not at school, everything that happens within it cannot escape his arrangements. There is even a sense of him being omniscient. Dudley didn't want to say anything anymore. This old Dumbledore really knows how to gild his own lily. However, doing this actually helped Dudley resolve quite a few issues. It could be considered mutually beneficial, and he wouldn't go around exposing anything. It's just that these words left Harry, Ron, and Hermione stunned, as if they weren't living in the same world as everyone else. "All right, I think Harry and the others must be tired and need a good rest. Professor McGonagall, could I trouble you to help me escort them back?" Professor Dumbledore said. "Of course." Professor McGonagall nodded. "Dudley, stay behind." Seeing that Dudley was also preparing to leave, Dumbledore immediately added. "Warm reminder, the website will soon be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, taking screenshots is recommended." We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 137. Dudley pursed his lips. He knew Dumbledore wouldn't let him off so easily. All right, you should all go back first. Remember to reassure the students of your respective houses. Dumbledore said to the others. Professor Dumbledore, how should we explain the dragon to the students? Flitwick asked. The appearance of a dragon over the Forbidden Forest was seen by many, so it certainly couldn't be hidden. Even more absurdly, rumors about a dragon knight had already begun to circulate. It was just that nobody knew who the person riding the dragon was. Based on what Professor Dumbledore just implied, it was highly likely that the person riding the dragon was either Hagrid or Dudley. Given Hagrid's massive size, it would be impossible not to recognize him, so there was really only one answer. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, as if having made a decision, and said, Gryffindor first-year student Dudley Dursley, who rode a dragon to stop the Dark Wizard from invading Hogwarts and defended the safety of Hogwarts, is awarded 500 points. As the words fell, the entire office fell into silence. Everyone's gaze turned to Dumbledore and Dudley. They weren't sure if Dumbledore had gone crazy, or if Dudley had. Professor Dumbledore. Snape's face was almost twisted with anger. This was no longer just favoritism, this was blatant gifting of the House Cup to Dudley, and it also wildly boosted Dudley's reputation among all the students. If this got out, he could imagine how Dudley would be treated at Hogwarts from now on. That is all, you may all go down now. Dumbledore waved his hand, unwilling to say anything more. Professor McGonagall opened her mouth, wanting to say something but ultimately didn't. This was 500 points, after all. Gryffindor hadn't won the House Cup for a long time. If Dudley had really done what Dumbledore said, then these 500 points weren't unreasonable. The professors from the other houses could only smile bitterly at this, unable to refute anything. Who could blame them when Dudley wasn't a student of their house? After everyone had left, Dumbledore's office fell into complete silence. Dumbledore looked at Dudley, and Dudley looked at Dumbledore, neither spoke. Dumbledore wanted to dismiss Dudley with 500 points. He wasn't such an easily fooled elementary school student. Dudley had a lot of dissatisfaction with Dumbledore's conduct over the past year, and with all of this accumulated, he had lost faith in Dumbledore. Those with different paths cannot make plans together. Emperor Roselle did not deceive me. With Dudley's current perception of Dumbledore, he would no longer believe anything Dumbledore said. Professor Dumbledore, since I have completed the task you gave me, may I leave now? Dudley took the initiative to stand up and say. Dudley, is there nothing you want to say to me? Dumbledore stared deeply at Dudley. Dudley replied straightforwardly. He didn't even want to pretend any more. If there is nothing else, I will head back now. Dudley nodded politely at Dumbledore and turned to walk out. Dumbledore watched Dudley's back, his brows furrowed deeply. For some reason, watching Dudley leave gave him the illusion of a lifetime having passed. A voice in his heart kept telling him that if Dudley left like this today, he would lose Dudley's trust forever. Dumbledore called out to stop him just as Dudley was about to open the office door. What is it? Professor Dumbledore. Dudley didn't turn around, asking in a calm voice. What is your relationship with the Knight Emperor? Dumbledore asked straight to the point. Dudley's eyes narrowed slightly, he turned halfway back, looking sideways at Professor Dumbledore. Sure enough, he had been guessed. Indeed, with Dumbledore's insight, it would be abnormal if he hadn't guessed it. Especially since Dudley had ridden Norbert to fight Quirrell, who was possessed by Lord Voldemort this time. How could an ordinary 11-year-old child do this? They wouldn't even know how to cast a few spells, and under the pressure of Lord Voldemort, they probably wouldn't even be able to run, let alone fight. And Dudley not only fought Quirrell to a draw, but at the last moment forced Lord Voldemort to abandon Quirrell and flee in panic. This was something even an ordinary Auror couldn't do. Dudley took a light breath and began to recite the honorific name in his heart. You are the Supreme Emperor. You are the incarnation of order, the embodiment of chaos, the source of all rules. You are order and also disorder. His spirit body rose rapidly, heading straight for that magnificent palace. The Knight Emperor is truly a mysterious and powerful existence. Taking action at Gringotts to fight Quirrell and Lord Voldemort, easily suppressing them, and then disappearing without a trace under the siege of many wizards. Then, not long after, appearing at Hogwarts to warn me that an evil spirit had infiltrated the school. Afterwards quietly taking away the Philosopher's Stone that was protected by numerous means, magic, let me call it magic for now, all leaves traces. At Gringotts, the phantom of the Knight Emperor must have been controlled by someone nearby. It wasn't Hagrid, it wasn't Harry, nor was it any other wizard present at Gringotts at the time. So, after eliminating all the answers, the remaining answer, no matter how absurd, must be the correct one. Am I right? Dumbledore crossed his hands under his chin, his gaze piercing through his half-moon spectacles, staring deeply at Dudley, as if he had already seen through everything. You found out, Professor Dumbledore. Suddenly, a light seemed to fall from diagonally above Dudley, as if the gates of heaven had suddenly opened. An authoritative pressure poured down from above, enveloping Dumbledore's entire office. Professor Dumbledore, can you feel his presence? Dudley chuckled. At this moment, Dumbledore's expression became extremely solemn. He felt the powerful pressure within that light. He seemed to see, high above in the endless sky, halos circulating, tall stone pillars supporting the firmament, forming a magnificent palace. He saw 6-winged angels flying within, emitting holy radiance. A majestic figure sat upon it, shrouded in a mist. Dumbledore only took one glance, just one glance, and it made him grunt, his spirit suffering heavy damage. He dared not imagine if he had truly seen that figure, would he have died instantly. Professor Dumbledore, I forgot to remind you. Do not look directly at God. 139 What does it have to do with me? Chapter 138 What does that have to do with me? The word echoed in Dumbledore's mind. He did not know what it was that he had seen, but he knew that the figure behind the mist was terrifying. Perhaps, as Dudley had said, if it were not for that layer of mist blocking it, this single glance might have caused him to die instantly. Watching Dumbledore lower his head, appearing slightly shaky, Dudley withdrew his majesty, the light in midair vanished, and the office fell into silence once again. What is a god? After a long time, Dumbledore finally raised his head, and asked Dudley. It cannot be spoken of. Dudley shook his head. Is the Knight Emperor a god? Dumbledore continued to ask. Yes and no, Dudley said. Dumbledore seemed to have anticipated this result. He did not continue to press, only able to ponder the definition of a god according to his own understanding. But it was clear that such an existence had already exceeded his current understanding of the wizarding world. It seemed that beyond the scope of his comprehension, there were other powerful beings reigning above the wizarding world. Professor Dumbledore, you are the principal, and I am a student. I will not interfere in your affairs, and please do not interfere in mine. Furthermore, I have no ill will toward Hogwarts or you, but if you use me, I do not know what will happen. As for other forms of cooperation, it is not impossible, we can each take what we need. But this requires open and honest discussion, not simple exploitation. Dudley said with a calm expression. He had already revealed his trump card, and he believed that someone like Dumbledore would make a wise choice. He had also clearly expressed his meaning, which was that from now on, they would stay out of each other's way. Are you not going to care about Harry either? After pondering for a moment, Dumbledore said. He is my brother, naturally, I will protect him well. As for you, Professor Dumbledore, if you worried about him less, perhaps he would be better off. Dudley said coldly. Dumbledore sighed. You have many misunderstandings about me. Dudley turned his head to look at Dumbledore and chuckled. Misunderstandings? I do not think so. I think we can have a good talk. Everyone is doing this for Harry, for the wizarding world, our goals are consistent. Dumbledore said earnestly. No, Dudley shook his head. What does the life or death of the wizarding world have to do with me? Dumbledore's pupils contracted slightly. He felt that Dudley truly did not care how the wizarding world fared. It seemed he only cared about a few people: Harry, his parents, and the few friends he had. Beyond that, he did not care about anything else. He was like a bystander, standing at a height Dumbledore could not comprehend, looking down at everything in the wizarding world. Was this the transcendent way of thinking that the so-called God had brought him? He pondered and weighed the options. After a long time, Dumbledore exhaled, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Dudley as if he had made a decision. Perhaps today is an opportunity for a discussion. If you have any questions about me, or what has happened before, I can provide answers. Dumbledore said. Whether the Knight Emperor was a god was not that important. He only needed to know that the Knight Emperor was a powerful existence. Understanding him as an ancient and powerful wizard who was reviving was enough. And such a person, without a doubt, needed to be won over. At the very least, with the connection through Dudley, the Knight Emperor could not possibly stand on the side of Lord Voldemort. Sorry, I have nothing to ask. Dudley shook his head. He was preparing to leave. Lily Potter, who is your aunt and Harry's mother, ultimately used her death to protect Harry on the night Lord Voldemort attacked them. Her love was integrated into Harry's blood, protecting Harry from harm by Lord Voldemort. As long as Harry calls the place where the blood of his mother still flows home, he can be protected from harm by Lord Voldemort. This is a powerful protection that successfully rebounded Lord Voldemort's killing curse until he came of age. Hearing this, Dudley frowned slightly, and the door he had pushed halfway open stopped. This is the reason why I had to send him to your home. Because Harry must stay with his blood relatives for this magic to take effect. Of course, he does not need to stay by your side at all times. Staying together for a period of time each year is enough. Now that you have also become a wizard and are studying at Hogwarts with Harry, the effect of this magic will continue. Furthermore, since you and your mother have a blood relationship with Lily, you are actually also protected by this magic, though I am not certain how much protection this spell provides. Therefore I did not act against Quirrell, but instead, after preparing various measures, I wanted to see to what extent that magic could function, and I also wanted to see why Lord Voldemort cannot be killed. Fox is one of the most important measures among them. It can block fatal attacks for you at critical moments. In addition, I have also arranged some measures. As long as you are in the castle, I can guarantee that your lives will not be in danger. It is just unexpected that you would leave the castle today and go to the Forbidden Forest, which caused some of my measures not to function as they should have. For this, I am very sorry. It is I who failed to protect you well. Dumbledore said very sincerely. Dudley closed the door again and returned to Dumbledore's office. However, his perception of Dumbledore did not improve because of Dumbledore's explanation. On the contrary, he felt even more angry. According to what you said, I, my mother, and Harry can enjoy the protection of this magic, so what about my father? When you left Harry at our doorstep, did you ever consider our feelings? If followers of Lord Voldemort hunted us down, can you guarantee that there would be no mistakes in the process? Why should we bear the risks for things that happened in the wizarding world? Dudley demanded. Also, since Harry's parents left so much inheritance, why have we not received a single gold coin from you while bearing the obligation of raising Harry? Yes, we are Harry's blood relatives, but that does not mean we have to bear the obligation of raising Harry. Professor Dumbledore, I would like to ask you, do you have any siblings? If you had a brother you hated very much, he was a muggle living in a world you completely did not understand, and then one day, he was killed by his own enemy, and then someone inexplicably threw his child at your doorstep, and you also had to bear the possibility of being hunted down to raise him, what would you do? Chapter 139, Dumbledore's Apology. Dudley had been dissatisfied with some of Dumbledore's actions for quite some time now, but previously, he had stood from Dumbledore's perspective and felt that some things were understandable. After all, he was the one leading everyone to resist Lord Voldemort, and he had too many things to consider, so some matters being overlooked was acceptable. But by now, this dissatisfaction had grown so much that it made it impossible for him to trust this highly respected wizard in the wizarding world anymore. Professor Dumbledore, you don't have children, so perhaps you don't understand how much it takes to raise an infant. Of course, you might think that Harry didn't have a good life at our house, or even that our whole family was abusing him. If that's what you think, that's fine. Indeed, he didn't have a good life at my home. If things could go back to that first night, and I could make the choice for my parents, then sending Harry to an orphanage, or to a family willing to raise him, would have been a better choice, wouldn't you agree? Ultimately, it is your wizarding world that needs us. It is Harry who needs us to provide him with protection and the continuation of magic, not the other way around. But what did you do? You dumped Harry at our doorstep without any explanation, and we didn't even know that his enemy was the Dark Lord Voldemort, who terrified your wizarding world. You didn't consider for a second how much danger our family would face if Lord Voldemort returned, or if his followers wanted to seek revenge for Lord Voldemort. Even if my mother and I could enjoy that magical protection, so what? What about my father? Or, if it wasn't Lord Voldemort who attacked but his followers, would this magic still be useful? Dudley grew angrier as he spoke. Oh right, I just thought of something. Perhaps you were unwilling to give our family a single penny for raising Harry, just so we would view him as a burden and therefore abuse him. That way, when Harry one day learned that there was another wizarding world where he was so popular, he would leave that home without hesitation and throw himself into the embrace of magic. Otherwise, what if he had such a good life in the Muggle world that he didn't want to return to the wizarding world? The boy who lived, a famous figure in the wizarding world, choosing to become a Muggle in the end, how ironic that would be. As expected, I was too shallow. Why didn't I think of this layer before? Dudley said with a cold sneer. Dumbledore looked at Dudley, and when Dudley mentioned the hypothetical annoying older or younger brother, he became lost in thought for a moment. In that moment, he suddenly seemed much older, and various complex emotions inevitably appeared on his face. Dudley looked at Dumbledore and noticed the change in Dumbledore's expression. Could it be that he really has an annoying older or younger brother? Dudley thought to himself, he had just said it casually, merely to provide an example. Dudley, please don't think of me as that bad. After a long while, Dumbledore came back to his senses and said, It is true that there are many things I didn't consider thoroughly, but that does not mean I would deliberately do such things. I can understand the things you said. And I feel very deeply for them. For these matters, I can only express my apologies now. However, child, please believe me, I have no malice towards you or Harry. Dumbledore said sincerely. He spoke very slowly, his tone calm, and he did not become hysterical because of Dudley's previous questioning. Dudley did not speak again. Having vented his anger, he didn't want to dwell on those past matters anymore. So what do you want by telling me all this? To let me continue being Harry's bodyguard? Or to join your great cause of those who sacrifice for the wizarding world? Dumbledore thought for a moment and said, I am old. I only hope that the wizarding world can continue to be peaceful, and that darkness will not appear again. I am not sure if I still have the ability to lead the wizarding world out of the shadow of Lord Voldemort again, and I need your strength. Dumbledore said without hiding anything. Dudley thought seriously for a moment, then said, Since you've put it that way, I will also express my attitude. Harry is my younger brother, and I will protect him. Ron, Hermione, and others are my friends, and I will do my best to keep them safe. As for what happens to the wizarding world, I really don't care. All right, Professor Dumbledore, our chat ends here. I'm tired, so I'll head back to rest. As soon as Dudley finished speaking, he didn't wait for Dumbledore to say anything else and turned to leave. The Philosopher's Stone, consider it payment. Use it well and do not do evil. Dumbledore said to Dudley's back. Dudley did not reply and soon disappeared at the door. He accepted the payment, so it seems there is still room for discussion. Caring about Harry means our goals are aligned. Dumbledore watched the door and muttered to himself. However, I must find a way to compensate Nicholas Flamel. After all, the Philosopher's Stone is his. What a headache. Dumbledore shook his head and stood up from his chair. Professor Dumbledore, although you might not be happy to hear this, I feel that what Dudley just said was very right. The Sorting Hat suddenly spoke up. Oh, actually, I also think what he said makes a lot of sense. I had too many things I didn't consider thoroughly before. If I had done well enough, then the Potters wouldn't have died, Lord Voldemort wouldn't have grown, I wouldn't have lost that person, nor would I have lost Ariana and... Dumbledore muttered to himself, leaning against the wall, walking slowly upstairs. Having said that, Dumbledore, you have already done well enough, please don't be too hard on yourself. The Sorting Hat quickly said. Dumbledore stroked Fawkes, who had been reborn. Thank you, Fawkes, Dumbledore said in a low voice. Fawkes chirped softly, rubbing its slightly ugly head against Dumbledore's finger. On the other side, Dudley was walking in the outside corridor, and his mood seemed not as heavy as before. Although he had argued with Dumbledore, he had released the dissatisfaction that had been pent up, and he felt much lighter. Dudley, Professor Dumbledore didn't give you a hard time, did he? Suddenly, Harry's voice came, and he pulled off his invisibility cloak and walked over quickly. How come you came out? Dudley asked in surprise. I was worried that Dumbledore was going to expel you. I was planning to go and plead for you, Harry said, his face looking a bit pale. 141 Invisible Chapter 140 Invisibility, what can you plead for me? Dudley smiled. If it really needed his expulsion to resolve, then Harry's pleading would be useless. I can at least say a few good words, or help you bear some responsibility, so you won't be expelled, Harry said. Forget it, if I really get expelled, then I'll just leave Hogwarts, it's no big deal, Dudley said casually. Harry's face immediately turned even paler. Really expelled? No, the matter has been resolved, Dudley said. Seeing Harry's worried look, he patted Harry's shoulder and said, although we violated many school rules along the way, and even broke the law, it was within the scope of what the rules allowed, understand? Harry shook his head, bewildered. Let me put it this way, if it weren't for our violations, then this matter might have been harder to deal with. We actually helped Professor Dumbledore solve some trouble. If he were to punish us, he would have to admit his mistakes, and then things would be even harder to clean up, Dudley explained simply. So that's why he said the dragon was because he let you and Hagrid raise it, Harry said thoughtfully. Dudley nodded. I think I understand what you mean. Harry nodded. Although there were some things he still couldn't figure out, it didn't matter as long as Dudley was fine. Let's go back, Dudley said, walking towards Gryffindor Tower. Harry quickly pulled Dudley back, then ran to pick up the invisibility cloak from the ground and covered both of them. What's wrong? Dudley looked at Harry strangely. Professor McGonagall didn't let me out, and she's already announced your matter. Everyone wants to find you to understand the situation with the Dragon Knight. If you go out now, it's impossible to get away, Harry said. Dudley imagined himself being surrounded by a group of crazy classmates, and chose to accept Harry's kindness. Under the protection of the invisibility cloak, the two slowly walked towards Gryffindor. Along the way, Dudley saw many very excited classmates, who were frantically shouting Dudley's name. Even without knowing exactly what happened, the mere fact that Dudley rode a dragon and fought a dark wizard was enough to ignite the entire Hogwarts. To all the students, this was too cool, something they couldn't even imagine. If that person were themselves, they would definitely brag about it for a lifetime. Before, some people didn't know Dudley Dursley's name, but now, that name has spread to every corner of Hogwarts, even the ghosts. Actually, this is pretty good too. Harry suddenly spoke. Dudley asked. From now on, when people see you, they won't say you're Harry Potter's cousin anymore. They all remember your name. They might even see me and say, this is Dudley's cousin, ha ha ha. Harry said jokingly. After entering the wizarding world, Harry had always enjoyed great fame, which was both an honor and a burden for him. No matter where he went, everyone's eyes were on him. Many things, if an ordinary student didn't do them, it wouldn't be a problem, but if the famous Harry Potter made a mistake, the doubts and criticisms would far exceed what they should have been. The higher others praise you, the harder you fall, and some people don't mind stepping on you a few more times. And now, everyone's attention was drawn to Dudley, and he felt much more relaxed. At first he might not have been used to it, but over time, he found it quite good. I don't think so, after all, who in the wizarding world doesn't know Harry Potter? If someone really doesn't, I'd suggest he read History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Arts. Stop, hold on. Harry quickly stopped Dudley from continuing. Ha ha ha. Dudley chuckled, lowering his voice. Harry also laughed. When they were almost at Gryffindor Tower, the number of people in the corridor finally decreased significantly. Harry, honestly, have you ever resented the old me and my parents? Dudley asked. Harry was startled at first, then realized what Dudley was talking about. Are you talking about those things from before? Harry showed a pensive expression. To be honest, of course I did. You used me as a punching bag for 10 years, do you know how I got through those 10 years? Harry glanced at Dudley and said. Dudley pursed his lips, not daring to reply. But after coming to Hogwarts, I had a different perspective. You might not have been good to me, and you used to bully me a lot, but you didn't leave me on the streets, nor did you send me to an orphanage. Although I didn't eat well, I never went hungry. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon would punish me, but it was usually when I did something wrong. I had school, clothes to wear, and I could secretly play your game console when you weren't around. Life wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either, much better than those abused children in the news. Harry said, deep in thought. There's one more thing you don't know. Ron and I discussed these things before. After listening, he also told me his story. Their family's financial situation wasn't very good. He always used his brother's old things, old robes, old wands, and even his pet was his brother's unwanted one. His parents would also punish him when he did something wrong, but that doesn't mean his parents didn't love him. Also, Ron told me to put myself in your shoes. If our relationship, mine and yours, remained full of hatred as it was before, and continued into adulthood. And one day, you were suddenly killed, and then your child was left at my doorstep, what would I do? I have to say, I probably wouldn't adopt that child. Harry said seriously. I don't know what happened between Aunt Petunia and my mother, but I think their relationship shouldn't have been that bad, maybe just some misunderstandings that didn't get explained in time, otherwise, she might not have taken me in. At this point, Harry suddenly turned to Dudley with a smile. You know what? I used to think you were the most annoying person in the world. And then? Dudley asked. Until I met Malfoy. Ha ha ha. Dudley and Harry couldn't help but laugh. Their voices were so loud that they attracted the attention of several students not far away, and the two had to quickly run away under the cover of the invisibility cloak. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 141. Key points. Dudley did not expect that the incident involving the Dragon Knight would have such a huge impact, to the point where he did not dare leave the dormitory for the next few days. The only time he went to the Gryffindor common room, he was surrounded by enthusiastic students. Their shouts almost blew the roof off the common room. Everyone was asking him about the dragon and the dark wizard, and how he tamed a dragon. In the end, he had to use his Beyonder abilities to escape. This made him completely afraid to go to the Great Hall for meals. He had to ask Fred and the others to help him every time. Why didn't he ask Harry, Ron, and Hermione? Because they were in the same situation and dared not appear in crowded places. Whether intentional or not, Snape had leaked the fact that Harry, Ron, and Hermione were also in the Forbidden Forest when the incident occurred. This meant they were, aside from Dudley, the people closest to the truth, and they were also sought after by many. For the next week, they spent almost all their time in the dormitory, not even attending classes. Of course, this was with the permission of Professor McGonagall. She even took the initiative to suggest giving them a break, because she did not want everyone's attention in her Transfiguration class to be on a dragon knight instead of her. Hermione, however, was very anxious about this. Missing a week of classes made her feel like she had missed an entire semester's worth of curriculum. Coupled with the approaching exams, she was almost driven crazy, constantly nagging about the coursework. As for Harry and Ron, these two were having a blast. Taking advantage of the time everyone else was in class, they could occupy the best spots in the empty common room to play a game of Philosopher's Stone chess, or sneak out to run wild on the grounds. As for Dudley, he was relatively lazy. What could be more comfortable than sitting on the soft chair by the window in the Gryffindor common room, petting a cat while reading? Of course, he had to slip away before others returned to the common room, or it would be troublesome if he got caught. A week later, when the matter began to subside, Dudley and the others started attending classes again. But they still could not avoid being questioned by some people. However, compared to the previous fanaticism, everyone was much more polite now, and would not crowd around them incessantly. As for Norbert, who knows how Dumbledore handled it, but this dragon was now officially the legal property of Hogwarts. It would become a part of Hogwarts, and Hogwarts would provide the funds to raise it. Hagrid no longer had to worry about Norbert eating too much. It was even said that courses related to dragons would be offered in the future, where everyone could have close contact with the Norwegian Ridgeback, Norbert. This made many people full of anticipation, and some were already fantasizing about riding a dragon and soaring through the sky. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, there was only 1 week left until the exams. At this stage, even Harry and Ron had to commit themselves to intensive review. After all, no one wanted to fail. Especially Ron. If he dared to fail the exams, he could forget about having a good summer vacation. As for Harry, he mainly felt that as the center of attention, if he failed, he feared the Slytherin side would laugh themselves silly. Therefore he did not dare to slack off, at least not giving Malfoy any capital to mock him. Ever since the incident in the Forbidden Forest, Malfoy did not dare to openly mock Harry and the others anymore. As heroes who protected Hogwarts, they carried an aura wherever they went. If he dared to be disrespectful, some upper-year students would also teach him a lesson. In places where there was no one around, Malfoy was even more well-behaved, not daring to hover around Dudley at all, fearing he would get hit. What Dudley found a bit regrettable was that those Slytherin upper-year students who were rumored to want to teach him a lesson never appeared, and it was estimated they would not in the future either. Dumbledore did not look for Dudley again after this matter ended. As for the Dark Wizard who attacked Hogwarts, it was publicly claimed that he was a remnant of Lord Voldemort, attempting to strike at Harry. There was no mention of Professor Quirrell, nor was there any talk of Lord Voldemort's soul. Regarding Professor Quirrell, Dumbledore simply said he had fallen seriously ill, and had resigned to leave. No one doubted this. After all, Quirrell had always worn that purple turban, and there was a foul smell coming from it, which made many people think Quirrell had some serious illness. Now Dumbledore's statement effectively confirmed this. In the afternoon, in the library, the weather had started to become sultry. Dudley and the others were reviewing their lessons at a table near the window in the library. Hermione, are there any key points for potion class? Can you guess what Snape will test us on? Ron frowned, looking at the potion class textbook in his hand, and asked Hermione. If I knew what he wanted to test us on, I would not have memorized the whole book, Hermione said, rolling her eyes. Harry, is there any way to quickly stuff the contents of the book into my brain? Ron looked at Harry again. To be honest, I want to know that too, Harry said. Hermione shook her head and said, Ron, if you have the energy for this, you might as well read the textbook more. It is more useful than thinking about these crooked ways. And I have heard that the quills we use for exams are specially made, with spells cast on them, just to prevent cheating. You had better save your energy. I might as well just die. Ron slumped on the table, dejected. Other subjects were fine, but he was really bad at potion class. On one hand, he was targeted by Snape, and on the other, he was truly not good at it. If Snape found fault with him then, he might fail. I somewhat regret playing so wildly before, Ron said. If he had known this, he should have reviewed his lessons earlier. Dudley looked up from the side and smiled at Ron. Dudley, I really envy you and Hermione for having such brains. Ron climbed up, preparing to continue reviewing for potion class. Although I do not have a way to stuff all the knowledge of potion class into your brain, if you really cannot get through the review, you can take a look at the content regarding the forgetfulness potion, Dudley said. Hearing this, Ron immediately perked up. Harry also cast a surprised look. Even Hermione pricked up her ears. Dudley shrugged and said, I previously saw Malfoy and his group intently reviewing the preparation process for the forgetfulness potion. Given their attitude towards studying, I feel this might be the focus of the potion class exam. After all, Professor Snape is the Dean of Slytherin. Dudley, I love you to death. Ron rushed over and gave Dudley a big hug, then was kicked away by Dudley. Reminder, the website is about to be revamped, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. 143 Take an Exam Chapter 142 Exams. The tense and exciting exams arrived quickly. Just as Hermione had said, they used special quills for their exams, which had anti-cheating spells cast on them. Once someone was caught cheating during the exam, it would automatically fly into the hands of the invigilator, and in that case, the student's exam score would be immediately voided, making failure inevitable. For Dudley, these exams were easy to handle. The content itself wasn't difficult. As long as one listened carefully in class and completed the homework after class, passing was quite simple. As for Harry and Ron, they weren't actually poor students themselves. With the help of Dudley and Hermione during the final week of intensive review, the results were quite significant. Of course, in addition to written assessments, there were basically practical exams as well. After all, magic couldn't just be answered on a test paper, it needed to be cast to unleash its effects. This morning is Professor Flitwick's Charms class exam. How prepared are you all? Hermione asked early in the morning. Just about ready. As long as Professor Flitwick doesn't ask us to cast a spell to make him fly, I think it'll be fine, Ron said. If that were really the case, I reckon not many people would succeed, Harry said. Generally speaking, it won't be that hard, Dudley said while eating breakfast. An hour later, everyone arrived outside the classroom. They were required to sit on chairs outside and wait, only entering after their names were called. As the exam officially began, Professor Flitwick's voice kept coming from the classroom. Every time a name was called, that person had to immediately enter the classroom to participate in the assessment. However, his calling of names seemed completely random, and didn't follow the alphabetical order of their names. Seamus Finnegan. Oh no, I'm not ready yet. Seamus, sitting next to Ron, turned pale. After a moment of hesitation, he hurriedly stood up. Good luck, Ron said to him. Seamus walked into the classroom with a pale face. Dudley looked up at the window above them. Let's change seats. Dudley called out and sat on the other side. Although Harry and the others didn't know why Dudley wanted to do this, they followed him over. The next moment, an explosion rang out, and the classroom glass was shattered, falling from above and landing exactly where Dudley and the others had been sitting before. Several people gasped. I know now why you wanted to change seats, Harry said, looking at the glass on the ground. The Little Prince of Explosions truly lives up to his reputation. Dudley smiled slightly. Seamus was always able to produce a passionate explosion when everyone least expected it, so after Seamus walked into the classroom, Dudley had a premonition of what would happen. A few minutes later, Seamus walked out of the classroom with a dark face, looking completely lifeless. How was it, Seamus? Did you pass? Ron asked immediately. Seamus shook his head blankly, then nodded again. What does that mean? I blew up the props used for the exam, but fortunately, Professor Flitwick gave me another chance. I passed the exam, but the score isn't high. Seamus said with a long face. That's already pretty good. Hermione wanted to laugh a little, but knew this wasn't the time. Hermione Granger. Professor Flitwick's voice suddenly came from inside. Oh, it's my turn. Hermione quickly stood up and walked into the classroom. A few minutes later, Hermione walked out with a smile on her face. Looks like there was absolutely no problem. Harry said. The exam content was much simpler than I imagined. If I had known, I wouldn't have needed to memorize so many spells, Hermione said happily. Obviously, Professor Flitwick was very satisfied with her performance. Ron Weasley. Ron had originally been smiling and congratulating Hermione, but at this moment, he couldn't laugh anymore and hurriedly stood up and walked in. A few minutes later, Ron walked out. Did it go smoothly? The others asked quickly. It went fairly smoothly, I guess. My wand had some problems, but Professor Flitwick still let me pass. Ron said with a flushed face. His wand was badly damaged, and problems often occurred when casting spells. Ron, you should. Harry wanted to say something, but was stopped by Dudley. He knew what Harry was going to say, nothing more than getting a new wand or something similar. But was it that Ron didn't want to change his wand? Harry Potter. Harry didn't have time to say anything else and hurried into the classroom. Not long after, he came out too. It went fairly smoothly, simpler than I imagined. Harry looked much more relaxed. Dudley Dursley. Professor Flitwick's voice came quickly. Dudley greeted everyone and walked toward the classroom. As for Dudley, everyone wasn't worried at all, and was already congratulating him on passing the exam in advance. Oh, our Dragon Knight is here. Seeing Dudley, Professor Flitwick greeted him warmly. Professor Flitwick, good morning. Dudley said with a smile. Good morning, child. Flitwick looked at Dudley. The more he looked, the more he liked him, and couldn't help saying, back then, it would have been great if you had come to our Ravenclaw house. Dudley smiled and said, Professor Flitwick, are you sure you could have handled the trouble I caused before? Professor Flitwick smiled awkwardly. Recalling those things Dudley had caused before, he might really not have been able to withstand that kind of pressure. All right, let's begin. You just need to make that pineapple tap dance across that desk. This should be very simple for you. Professor Flitwick briefly introduced the content of the assessment. Dudley noticed that on the wall not far away, there was a pineapple carcass covering the wall. All right, Professor. Dudley drew his wand, waved it gently, and chanted the spell. The pineapple in the distance immediately hopped onto the desk, then tap danced, easily crossing the desk. Very good, absolutely perfect. Flitwick exclaimed. The way Dudley waved his wand was truly elegant, better than all the students before him, especially that relaxed and easygoing demeanor, which the other students completely lacked. Thank you, Professor. Dudley politely put away his wand. Professor Flitwick nodded with satisfaction, signaling that Dudley had passed the exam and could leave. Before leaving, Dudley glanced at the record book in Flitwick's hand, and saw that his grade on it was the highest evaluation. The Charms class practical assessment ended safely, and everyone passed the assessment, Neville included. In the afternoon, it was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration exam. The exam process was similar to the Charms class. Everyone took turns entering the classroom to take the exam. The content wasn't very difficult either, turning a mouse into a snuff box. The more exquisite the box, the higher the score. Of course, if the box that was transformed still retained some characteristics of the mouse, points would be deducted. Finally, it was the potion class assessment. This time, Dudley really guessed right. Their exam content was to brew an forgetfulness potion. As for the brewing of this potion, Harry and Ron were already very familiar with it. Even when Snape stuck his nose into their faces, he couldn't find any problems with the potion they had brewed, and in the end, he could only let them pass the assessment with a dark face. The last subject tested was history of magic. They only needed to answer which eccentric wizards invented the self-stirring cauldron to be completely liberated. In this tense and exciting atmosphere, the Hogwarts final exams ended just like that. And this also meant that they were getting closer and closer to summer vacation. Before that, they could play to their heart's content for a week, while waiting for the exam results to be announced. After finishing all the exams, Dudley planned to go to the Forbidden Forest to see Norbert. Since the last incident, he hadn't seen it for a long time. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to take screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 143. God on a sunny afternoon, Dudley called Harry and the others to walk towards the Forbidden Forest together. "Hey Dudley, have you finished your exams?" From afar, Hagrid waved to greet them. "Good afternoon, Hagrid. We have all finished our exams and passed, but we just don't know the specific scores yet," Dudley said. "Dudley and Hermione will definitely be the top two. I just don't know who will take first place," Ron said. "I think it's Dudley. He is much better than I am. I just memorize things by rote," Hermione said with a light laugh. She had long since lost any obsession with being first. After all, Dudley was truly too outstanding. Wanting to surpass Dudley was almost impossible. "You two shouldn't be so modest. How are Ron and I supposed to live?" Harry teased. After some light-hearted conversation, Hagrid took the initiative and said, "I know you came to see Norbert. Let's go, I'll take you there." Ever since the last incident, Professor Dumbledore found a new place for Norbert to inhabit. "It's near the Black Lake in the Forbidden Forest, where there's more space, making it more suitable for Norbert to live," Hagrid said. "Oh right, there is one more thing I need to tell you, but it'll have to wait until you see Norbert," Hagrid said mysteriously. The group followed Hagrid, walking along the edge of the Forbidden Forest towards the Black Lake. Before long, they saw the vast, dark surface of the lake, and on a clearing by the shore, they saw Norbert lying there, basking in the sun. Seemingly sensing Dudley's presence, Norbert suddenly opened its eyes, its orange-red eyes fixing on Dudley's direction. "Hey, Norbert, are you doing all right?" Dudley asked with a smile, calling out loudly. Upon seeing Dudley, Norbert excitedly scrambled up immediately, spread its wings, and flew straight towards him. Its size was a circle larger than before, making it appear even more massive. As it flew over, it looked like a black cloud, covering a large part of the sky, startling Ron and Hermione so much that they almost cried out. Fortunately, Norbert knew its own strength. It landed a short distance away from them, though the gust of wind caused by its wings still sent them stumbling about. Dudley quickly ran over and patted Norbert on the head. "Did you miss me?" Dudley asked with a smile. Norbert gently rubbed its head against Dudley's body. "What a beautiful scene," a voice suddenly came from somewhere. They looked towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where a figure dressed in white robes had appeared, though they didn't know when. Professor Dumbledore. They quickly wiped the smiles off their faces and greeted him. "Good afternoon, everyone," Dumbledore greeted them cheerfully. "Good afternoon," Dudley glanced at Dumbledore. Wasn't it said that apparition was impossible at Hogwarts? Why did Dumbledore suddenly appear here? Is it a privilege of the principal? Dudley secretly speculated in his heart. However, this spell was truly useful. Dudley had been coveting it for a long time. But the spell had very high requirements for a wizard, and failure could lead to quite serious consequences, so he hadn't tried it yet. But next semester, after he stepped into Sequence 6, he could probably try this magic. "I have carefully checked the condition of this Norwegian Ridgeback. It is a female dragon, so the name Norbert is not suitable for it. I discussed it with Hagrid, and we felt that calling it Norberta would be more appropriate. What do you think?" Dumbledore said proactively. "A name is just a designation, as long as it likes it, that's fine," Dudley said, stroking Norbert's head. In fact, he had long discovered that it was a female dragon, but it was just a name, so he was quite indifferent about it. All right, you really are open-minded. You seem more like an old person than I do, Dumbledore said with a smile. Dudley glanced at Dumbledore, feeling there was more to his words. Hagrid, why don't you accompany Harry and the others to take care of Norberta? I have a few words to discuss with Dudley, Dumbledore said to Hagrid, who was not far away. All right, Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid said quickly. After finishing speaking, Dumbledore glanced at Dudley and walked along the shore of the Black Lake towards the distance. Dudley pondered for a moment, then chose to follow. Is something the matter, Professor Dumbledore? Dudley asked. Yes, there are some things I would like to discuss with you. Our last conversation was not very pleasant, so I felt we both needed some time to calm down. Now that your exams are over and your anger should have subsided, it is time for us to have a proper talk, Dumbledore said seriously. Dudley didn't speak, following Dumbledore as they walked aimlessly to the lakeside. The Knight Emperor, or what you refer to as a god. I have researched a lot of materials, but there is no definition of a god, especially in the wizarding world. On the contrary, in the Muggle world, there are quite a few legends about deities. However, I feel that we wizards, in many aspects, fit their descriptions of gods quite well. As for the Knight Emperor, I feel he is more like an ancient, powerful wizard, Dumbledore said. Dudley's expression remained unchanged. Deities did not belong to this world in the first place. It was normal for Dumbledore to be unable to understand his existence. As for the ancient wizard, it was simply a concept Dumbledore had substituted so he could understand it. I am not clear on what the Knight Emperor's purpose is, but as long as he does not endanger the wizarding world, I will not delve into it. In your eyes, you might think I am a bit overestimating my own capabilities, but please believe in my determination to protect the wizarding world. For this, I am willing to sacrifice my own life, Dumbledore said, glancing at Dudley. Very noble, Dudley nodded. Last time, you mentioned that the Knight Emperor is a god, yet also not a god. Could you explain that to me in detail? Dumbledore asked. His tone was calm, without any airs of a principal. Dudley could feel that as long as he refused, Dumbledore would not pursue the matter further. After thinking for a moment, Dudley spoke. The Knight Emperor is just a projection. The true god has not yet awakened. Dumbledore nodded. Just as you said before, one cannot look directly at a god. So I was thinking that the Knight Emperor I saw should not be the true god. Otherwise, I would definitely have gone insane on the spot, and perhaps, even died directly. Dudley nodded. So the Knight Emperor is just a projection, or rather, an angel under his throne? Dumbledore asked. This is a term I saw in Muggle scriptures. More or less. You can think of the Knight Emperor as that god's angel on earth, and I am that god's blessed, Dudley explained. Then, who is that god? Dumbledore looked at Dudley. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to take screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 144. Order. Dudley stopped in his tracks and looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore tilted his head slightly, smiling at Dudley. After a long while, Dudley said one word. Dumbledore's eyes flashed slightly, and he repeated it in a low voice. Dudley didn't speak again and continued walking forward. After pondering for a moment, Dumbledore followed. Dudley, I don't think you are a person who follows order. Is that so? Dudley pretended to be surprised and looked at Dumbledore. I feel like I follow order quite well. Dumbledore shook his head. You are merely utilizing order, and then breaking it when the need arises. Order cannot constrain you. Therefore, describing you as the shadow of order is more appropriate. Am I right? Dumbledore winked at Dudley. Dudley's expression did not change. But in his heart, his estimation of Dumbledore rose once again. There was indeed an inevitable reason why this wizard could become the pillar of the wizarding world. He was truly very intelligent. Just from some of Dudley's behavioral characteristics, he could discern the authority mastered by the pathway Dudley belonged to. Of course, Dumbledore could not know it in such detail. He was merely inferring some details from Dudley's behavior, but even so, he was already very impressive. Dudley could imagine that if Dumbledore appeared in that eerie world, he would surely be at the very top. It was just that Dudley didn't quite understand. Would a figure like Dumbledore be content to remain silent under the existing magic system without making any changes? The more Dudley understood about the wizarding world, the more he felt its decay, the rule of pureblood nobles, magic hidden in the dark side of the world, and how little had changed in hundreds or even thousands of years. When Dumbledore was young, did he really never have the youthful arrogance to want to change the wizarding world? With his ability, he should have been able to achieve great things, rather than just becoming the principal of a magic school. Dudley, there is one thing I have never been able to understand, Dumbledore said as they walked, the sound of the lake water lapping constantly echoing in their ears. During Halloween, the prohibition that appeared in Hogwarts Castle was that the work of the Knight Emperor. Dudley shook his head. It was not the Knight Emperor. Not the Knight Emperor. That should still have something to do with you. After all, those prohibitions possessed power similar to order. Dumbledore said, looking at Dudley. That incident did not lead to any serious consequences, and I can choose not to investigate further, but I do not wish for such things to happen again. Do you understand what I mean? Dudley pondered for a moment before saying, I cannot guarantee that such things will not happen again, but I can guarantee that once something similar occurs, I will do my utmost to handle it. You cannot guarantee it. Dumbledore frowned slightly, looking at Dudley with some surprise. Dumbledore still remembered that incident vividly. Because even he could not resist that kind of power. Once violated, one would be punished. Unlike others, he could rely on powerful magic to resist a portion of the harm, but he could not completely ignore the power of that prohibition. Dudley looked troubled. In this matter, he was indeed in the wrong. The activation of the Trunsoist brass book was something he could not control right now, and Dudley could not say whether such things would happen again in the future. And once the brass book activated again, its power would most likely be stronger than the last time. Previously it was whipping, but next time it might immediately be something like severing limbs, or even directly judging the offender to death. Is it a very serious matter? Dumbledore keenly captured the gravity in Dudley's expression. Order is awakening, and other things are awakening as well. What I can do is minimize the impact after things happen, but I cannot prevent these things from occurring. Dudley said. Hearing this, Dumbledore wore a thoughtful expression. If it is not stopped, what will eventually happen? Dumbledore asked. Dudley looked at Dumbledore and said, You might be sentenced to death just because you stepped out of the door with your left foot first. Oh, that would truly be terrifying. Dumbledore said in surprise. If my speculation is correct, this risk was brought by you, is that right? Although Dudley did not want to admit it, he still nodded. It was when he traveled back that he brought the Trunsoist brass book along with him. This was indeed trouble he had brought. Very honest. Dumbledore praised him. He thought for a moment, then spoke carefully. This kind of danger exists no matter where you are, right? It will always accompany you. Dudley nodded. That is indeed the case. If you want to expel me because of this, then I have nothing to say, and I will leave Hogwarts. Dudley was actually already prepared. Now that Dumbledore knew about these risks, the best solution was to kick him out. Otherwise, Hogwarts would be in constant danger, which was something Professor Dumbledore, as the principal, could not accept. During this time, Dudley had been reading in the library, and he had pretty much figured out many things about the wizarding world. Even if he really left, it wouldn't be a big problem. Oh, Dudley, I will not give up on any of my students, including you. Dumbledore said seriously. But as you said, my existence will put Hogwarts in danger. Dudley said. It is only danger, not necessarily certain to cause serious harm. You must know, danger is everywhere. Besides, what are we professors and the principal needed for in this school? Isn't it to solve the problems that students encounter? Although I am old, I still have some ability. You do not need to shoulder everything yourself. There are some things I can help you with. Dudley looked at Dumbledore in surprise. He had not expected Dumbledore to say such things at all. He thought Dumbledore had come to find him this time, to persuade him to leave Hogwarts. Dumbledore smiled at Dudley and said, "Rather than letting you go out and wreak havoc on the world, it is better to keep you under my nose, so that even if problems arise, I can resolve them quickly. I certainly do not want to hear about a dark wizard ravaging the world a few years from now, whose name is Dudley Dursley." Dumbledore looked at Dudley with burning eyes. His glasses reflected Dudley, and there was a hint of a playful smile at the corners of his eyes. Chapter 145, Hogwarts Students, What Do I Need to Do? Dudley asked, taking a deep breath. "You only need to do what a Hogwarts student should do," Dumbledore said with a smile. "For example, protect Hogwarts, study hard, or don't bully classmates. It's that simple." Dudley asked in surprise. He thought Dumbledore would ask him to deal with Lord Voldemort. "Oh, that is not simple, Dudley," Dumbledore shook his head. Dudley glanced at Dumbledore. He understood Dumbledore's meaning. As a Hogwarts student, he needed to protect this place, and if danger occurred, he would need to step in and help. However, Dumbledore phrased all of this very cleverly. He did not force Dudley to do anything, but instead made Dudley feel like a part of this place, so that he would do these things voluntarily. In exchange, if the Trunsoist brass book were to activate again, Dumbledore would also help Dudley handle it. This was essentially a transaction, but the way Dumbledore presented it made it easier to accept, without causing any resistance. If Dumbledore had started by talking about a deal, Dudley wouldn't have been polite, bargaining would have been inevitable, and Dudley even could have used his Beyonder abilities to persuade Dumbledore. But with this current approach, Dumbledore showed his sincerity first, making it difficult for Dudley to resort to any schemes. For one, it wouldn't be appropriate, and for another, Dudley didn't care to do so. Dudley finally nodded. Hogwarts itself wasn't actually dangerous. Quirrell and Lord Voldemort this year were just an accident. It was impossible for Lord Voldemort to sneak in again next year, right? And even if Lord Voldemort really did get in, the targets he would be aiming for could basically be confirmed to be him and Harry. In other words, regardless of whether Dudley agreed to Dumbledore or not, he would still step in under such circumstances. Just like this time, when Lord Voldemort came for him, he couldn't just stand by and watch. On the other hand, Dudley was actually clear about something. What Dumbledore valued wasn't actually his personal ability, at least not his ability at the current stage, but rather the Knight Emperor behind him. This was the reason Dumbledore was willing to extend an olive branch to Dudley. This time, Dudley was able to confront Quirrell and drive away Lord Voldemort, but basically no one saw how Dudley acted. Under such circumstances, Dumbledore most likely guessed that Dudley had summoned the Knight Emperor, and it was the Knight Emperor who drove away Lord Voldemort. This was a logical inference. He was unlikely to expect an 11-year-old child to accomplish this, even if Dudley had displayed a maturity beyond his peers in front of Dumbledore. Seeing this, Dumbledore smiled and nodded. The two continued walking along the shore of the Black Lake, heading toward the distance. "There is one more thing, Dudley. I have noticed that you seem to be doing some things deliberately. For example, guiding me to let you become a Hogwarts sheriff, or even an interrogator. At first, I didn't notice this, but as time passed, I sensed something unusual. So does this behavior of yours, seeking titles, have any special meaning? Don't be in a hurry to deny it. If it can help you, you can bring it up directly to me in the future. There's no need to beat around the bush to ask for it," Dumbledore said generously. "I do need some special permissions, but for now, interrogator is enough. However, I hope to expand some permissions to have the right to conduct actual interrogations," Dudley said. His role-playing as an interrogator was not going very smoothly. After all, there weren't really any matters at Hogwarts that required interrogation. Furthermore, Dumbledore had clearly stated before that he needed to gauge the degree, otherwise, his title of interrogator would be revoked. Therefore, regarding the interrogator, Dudley played the role very little, to the point that the digestion of his Beyonder characteristic was still at a very low level. The right to interrogate is a power that can be either large or small. Can you gauge that degree well? Dumbledore asked. I will not abuse my power, Dudley said. Very well, but this matter will have to wait until next semester. If you don't mind the trouble, you can help handle some matters that require interrogation. For example, if some students do bad things and won't admit it, I can let you interrogate them, Dumbledore said. No problem, Dudley agreed. Summer vacation is about to begin. I really envy you students. Dumbledore saw a group of Hogwarts students lying leisurely by the lake in the distance, sunbathing and reading books. Speaking of summer vacation, I want to know, how does the Ministry of Magic detect minors using magic? Dudley asked. The Ministry of Magic leaves something called a trace on underage wizards. It is a magical charm used to detect when underage wizards use magic. This charm can locate the general position of an underage wizard and detect magical activity within a certain range centered on that wizard. If it is discovered that an underage person is using magic in front of muggles or similar situations, the Ministry of Magic's improper use of magic office will receive a warning through this charm, and send a written warning to the person involved. You need to know that the generation of the trace has nothing to do with the wand, but rather realizes the surveillance of underage wizards through contract magic and notice forms. Dumbledore gave Dudley a meaningful look. Trace, Dudley whispered. He had long guessed that this surveillance had nothing to do with the wand, otherwise, one could simply change wands to bypass the detection. However, judging by Dumbledore's implication, this detection was not actually very precise. If there were several underage wizards within the range, or if there were other wizards present in the vicinity, it was possible for misjudgments to occur. Regarding this point, before summer vacation arrives, you will soon receive a notice from the Ministry of Magic prohibiting underage wizards from using magic outside of school. You will need to sign and confirm it when the time comes. In addition, the trace is not omnipotent. There are some situations it cannot detect as long as you don't leave any evidence. As Dumbledore spoke, he waved his hand casually, and a stream of water immediately rose from the surface of the lake in the distance, swaying back and forth with his hand. Dudley's eyes flashed. He understood what Dumbledore meant. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. You are welcome, Dudley. I am your principal, and I should answer your questions, Dumbledore smiled. Also, regarding the protection charm on Harry, I would like to know more, Dudley asked. Oh, that's quite a long story. Let's chat as we walk. Dumbledore said as they walked. Chapter 146, The End. By the time Dudley and Dumbledore returned to Harry and the others, it had already been over an hour. What did you talk about? Why were you gone so long? Harry asked curiously. We talked about how to be a good student at Hogwarts. Dudley replied with a smile. You are already an outstanding student at Hogwarts. I bet you could rank in the top 10 in the entire history of Hogwarts, Ron said seriously. Maybe the top 3. At least I haven't seen any first-year students in a history of Hogwarts who could defeat a troll and overcome a defense against the dark arts professor, Hermione added from the side. Dudley said helplessly, is it possible that first-year students generally don't fight their own defense against the dark arts professor? That makes sense. Hermione thought for a moment and nodded. Ha ha ha. Everyone looked at each other and laughed. The Hogwarts end-of-year feast soon arrived. For everyone, this was a grand conclusion. After tonight, it meant their semester was over. Besides feasting at the banquet, the most important thing was the house cup. But on that point, there was no suspense at all. The 500 points Dudley added directly killed the competition. Before the end-of-year feast even arrived, he had already helped Gryffindor lock in the house cup early. Therefore, when they arrived at the Great Hall, they already saw flags of deep red everywhere, along with the lion representing Gryffindor. That night, Professor McGonagall was very happy. She even rarely had a little wine, her face flushed, and she looked several years younger. There were those who loved to stir up trouble, like Fred and George, who even shouted, Brother D, loudly when Dumbledore announced that Gryffindor had won the House Cup, triggering a response from many people, which led to the sound of Brother D echoing throughout the Great Hall. Dudley felt he had never been so socially embarrassed in his life. He wanted to escape but he couldn't. However, being able to see the look on Malfoy and Snape's faces, as if they had eaten a fly, made him feel quite happy. A week later, their grades were released as scheduled. Unsurprisingly, Dudley took first place. His grades far exceeded everyone else's, and he even received the highest evaluation in potion class. Clearly, Snape couldn't find any reason to deduct points from Dudley. Hermione achieved a great result, taking second place. She was indeed very talented in magic, not just someone who only knew how to rote learn as she claimed. As for Harry and Ron, although both were very worried before the exams, with the help of Dudley and Hermione, they both passed successfully, and their grades were quite good. The only fly in the ointment was that Malfoy's grades were also quite good. He had suddenly started studying hard in the second half of the semester, and although he didn't surpass Harry and Hermione in the end, he did get first place in Slytherin House. As for Goyle and Crabbe, Harry and Ron had always thought they weren't smart enough, and that they would likely fail this time, possibly even getting expelled, but the result was that both of them passed. Harry and Ron felt this was a great pity. However, as Ron said, nothing goes perfectly, and there will always be some regrets. The holidays arrived quickly. After packing their luggage and leaving it in the dormitory, they suddenly found their luggage gone after they finished breakfast. And this meant they would soon board the Hogwarts Express to leave the school where they had lived for over half a year. Before that, all students received a notice warning them not to use magic during the holidays and requiring them to sign to confirm. I always hoped they would forget to send this notice to me, George said regretfully. Even just once would do, Fred chimed in. Keep dreaming, Ron couldn't help but say while signing. Others started signing their names on the notices one after another. Dudley, however, carefully examined the notice in his hand. He remembered Dumbledore saying before that the trace was a special magical charm. If that was true, then when this charm took effect on him, there must be a process. And there were clearly traces of magic on the notice in front of him. Finite incantatem. Dudley quietly cast a spell, trying to erase the magic on the notice. However, he soon discovered that this spell could not take effect. Seeing that everyone else had already signed their names and returned the notices, Dudley had no choice but to write his name. Perhaps, given enough time, he could find a way to break the magic on the notice, but clearly, the Ministry of Magic would not give him such a chance. The moment Dudley signed his name, he felt as if he had established a mysterious connection with something. This connection was faint and elusive, just like a spider silk stuck to him, almost imperceptible. It was only because Dudley's spiritual perception was high that he could discover such a thing. Dudley tried to use his powerful spiritual perception to cut off this connection, and utilized his Beyonder abilities to increase his own authority, strengthening the power of his spiritual energy. He knew that as long as he could discover that spider silk-like magical charm, it wouldn't be difficult to exert some influence on it. A moment later, a smile curled on the corner of Dudley's mouth. Cutting off the connection for a short time is no problem, it can last about a minute. Any longer and an abnormality might be detected. But when a real emergency comes, I can still completely sever this connection, Dudley thought to himself. Moreover, he could feel that this magic would constantly weaken as time passed, which was the reason why they had to re-sign the notice every year before the holidays. Additionally, Dumbledore hinted that wandless magic can, to a certain extent, evade the detection of the trace without leaving evidence. In this way, this restriction from the Ministry of Magic is almost negligible to me. Dudley thought to himself. He wouldn't necessarily use magic during the summer vacation, but he must have the ability to use magic without being discovered. Not long after submitting the notice, Hagrid appeared in the Great Hall, leading the first-year students to cross the Black Lake by boat again, arriving in front of the Hogwarts Express. Dudley looked back at the almost invisible Hogwarts castle. I hope Hogwarts won't have so many incidents next year, Dudley said. It definitely won't. It's not like we'll run into Lord Voldemort again next year, Harry said casually. Gentle reminder, the website is about to be revamped, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, taking screenshots is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 147. The summer vacation begins just before boarding the train. Hagrid gave Harry a photo album containing pictures of his parents. This delighted Harry, and it was also the first time Dudley had seen what his aunt looked like. It was clear that Harry strongly resembled his father, but he had his mother's eyes. This had been mentioned more than once, but it was the first time Dudley had seen it for himself. Everyone boarded the train and left the school amidst laughter and cheers. Time passed quickly, and the Hogwarts Express came to a stop at platform 93/4 at King's Cross Station. Because they were sitting at the back of the train, they were the last students to leave. "Come to my house this summer vacation, all of you." Ron invited Dudley and the others. "I'll send an owl to invite you." "Sure, no problem." Harry agreed happily. Hermione also smiled and nodded. "I'm really looking forward to visiting a wizard family." Dudley also smiled and said. They walked towards the station wall together, laughing. A wizened old man stood guard there to prevent too many people from leaving at once, which might attract the attention of Muggles. "Bye, Dudley." "See you, Brother D." "See you next semester, Your Excellency Dragon Knight." Everyone greeted Dudley, and some greeted Harry as well. In terms of popularity, these two were now invincible at Hogwarts. "Look, Mom, I see Harry." "Is that Dudley next to him?" "The Dragon Knight." Not far away, the Weasley family was waiting for their children, but their gazes didn't seem to be on their own sons, but rather on Harry and Dudley, who were beside Ron. "Shh, keep your voice down, Ginny." "That's very impolite," Mrs. Weasley said. Harry and Dudley followed Ron over to greet the Weasley family. They had sent gifts to both Harry and Dudley during Christmas. After saying goodbye to the Weasley family, Dudley and Harry walked outside together. "To be honest, Dudley, if it were before, I definitely wouldn't want to go back now," Harry said. Dudley asked. "Now I feel pretty good. Although there are some bad memories, that's all in the past. We all need to look forward," Harry said with a smile. "I look forward to us having a wonderful summer vacation." Dudley smiled and said. "My little Dudley." From afar, Petunia's voice called out, and she immediately pulled Dudley into a hug. "It's so good to have you back, finally back." Vernon shouted happily, and the family hugged together. Petunia was already in tears by this time. It was the first time she had been separated from her son for so long. Harry watched from the side, a small smile on his lips. "Baby, you've lost weight," Petunia said, looking at Dudley with concern. "I've gotten stronger." Dudley laughed and retorted. "Compared to you, Harry is the one who's really gotten stronger." Aunt Petunia said, releasing Dudley, and gave Harry a hug. "Welcome home," Petunia said. This hug caught Harry off guard, and he hugged Petunia back a bit stiffly. "Ahem, little Harry, thank you for taking care of Dudley at school." "Dudley told us all about it," Vernon said, looking a bit awkward. Harry looked at his uncle in disbelief, then glanced at Dudley. At school, it was clearly Dudley taking care of him. Soon, he saw Dudley wink at him and immediately understood what Dudley meant. "We took care of each other," Harry said, blushing slightly. All right, taking care of each other is fine too. I mean, after all, you two are brothers." Vernon said. All right, we'll talk about these things when we get back. I've prepared a sumptuous dinner, just waiting for you to return." Petunia pulled Dudley and Harry along, walking towards the car parked outside. The sky was blue, and the sunshine was perfect. Along the way, Vernon and Petunia asked about many things regarding Dudley and Harry's time at school. Although the two of them were still somewhat afraid of magic, they were very curious about how Dudley and Harry were doing at school. Although Dudley had described life at Hogwarts in his letters, the words in the letters couldn't compare to Dudley telling them in person. Dudley and Harry tacitly agreed not to mention the dangers they encountered at Hogwarts, only sharing some of the interesting things that happened at school. Dudley specifically asked about Snape because based on previous behavior, his mother should know Snape. However, it was a pity that although Petunia knew Snape, she wasn't close to him, and their relationship wasn't good either, which explained why Snape targeted Dudley. After arriving home, Petunia even wanted Dudley and Harry to perform some magic. But Dudley clearly remembered that Petunia had previously said she thought Lily was a freak when they were young, but now she clearly didn't mind her son using magic in front of her. She even looked at them with eyes full of anticipation. It wasn't until Dudley told her that underage wizards could not use magic outside of school that she reluctantly gave up the idea. However, Dudley could tell that Petunia was very proud of his excellent grades at Hogwarts. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't tell anyone, he believed his mother could spend an entire day bragging until the whole neighborhood knew about him. After coming home this time, Harry was also having a pretty good time. Under Dudley's influence, his parents' attitude towards Harry had improved a lot, especially after Dudley told them that Harry had helped him teach classmates who provoked him a lesson at Hogwarts, which made them much warmer towards Harry. A week passed quickly. Dudley, your birthday is the day after tomorrow. Do you have any plans? After dinner, Petunia cut a plate of fruit, and the family sat in front of the TV eating and chatting. A birthday? Let's go to an amusement park, Dudley said after thinking for a moment. Sure, no problem, Petunia said immediately. Harry should come along too, Uncle Vernon suggested. Harry didn't refuse. Let me think, we'll need to get up early. I'll drive straight to London, the amusement park there is bigger and more fun, Vernon muttered. By the way, the tarot cards we gave Dudley last time were bought at a shop next to that amusement park in London, Petunia suddenly said. Is that the set of tarot cards that was missing 2 cards? Harry asked in surprise. That's right. Petunia nodded. Upon hearing this, Dudley finally remembered the tarot cards. So many things had happened previously that he had almost forgotten about it. Then we can go check out that shop when we're there, Dudley said. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, taking screenshots is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 148, Gifts. On the morning of Dudley's birthday, he received many gifts as usual. Perhaps because Dudley had not been home for over half a year, Vernon and Petunia bought him many gifts to make it up to him, fully doubling the amount from last year. Happy birthday, Dudley. Harry also specially prepared a gift for Dudley, a complete set of books about the wizarding world, which detailed many interesting and strange events that had occurred there. Thank you, Harry. Dudley took the books and thanked him sincerely. I didn't know what to get you, as it feels like you don't lack anything. Then I thought about how you seem to like reading quite a bit lately, so I bought you this set of books. I asked Hermione, and she recommended them to me. Harry said, rubbing his neck in embarrassment. It's a very nice gift, I like it very much, Dudley said. I remember on your birthday last year, there was a brass book that you seemed to really like, but unfortunately, I couldn't find anything similar. Harry said. He remembered that incident very clearly because his relationship with Dudley had been very poor at that time, and when Dudley asked him to help unwrap gifts, he thought Dudley was trying to prank him on purpose. Furthermore, Dudley had said he wanted to give him a gift. Harry, assuming Dudley didn't like reading, had chosen that brass book, only for Dudley to nearly flip the table and snatch the book from him. This made Harry at that time conclude that Dudley was just trying to prank him, but later events proved that Dudley seemed to really like that book, and it wasn't just to prank him that he caused such a scene. After that incident, Harry almost never saw that brass book again, except for one time, when he accidentally caught Dudley keeping it close to his body in his pocket, carrying it with him everywhere. From this, it was evident that Dudley truly liked that book very much. No need, this is just fine. The corners of Dudley's mouth twitched slightly. It would be better if a second brass book like that did not appear in this world. After the family finished breakfast, Vernon drove them straight to the amusement park in London. Along the way, Harry was even more excited than Dudley. because this was his first time going to an amusement park. It was said to be very fun, and he had never dared to hope for such an opportunity before. Now, it was actually happening at the Dursleys, which felt absolutely incredible. Harry held the amusement park map and happily discussed with Dudley which rides they should go on later. Once the route was decided, Harry suddenly seemed to remember something and whispered to ask Dudley. "Did you receive any gifts from Hermione and Ron?" Harry asked. Dudley shook his head. He wasn't that concerned about birthday gifts and had only checked casually, but he indeed had not received any gifts from Hermione and Ron. "Strange, they didn't send you a birthday gift. Could they have forgotten?" Harry frowned. Before the holidays, Hermione and Ron had specifically asked about Dudley and Harry's birthdays, saying they wanted to send them birthday gifts. Yet, on Dudley's birthday, nothing had arrived. What made Harry feel even more upset was that he hadn't received any letters from Hermione and Ron either. After leaving school, everything related to Hogwarts seemed to have been completely cut off. "Maybe they're just having too much fun now that the holidays have started and forgot." "It's fine," Dudley said. "I sent them letters but they haven't replied to me either," Harry said, feeling a bit sad. Dudley frowned slightly. Logically speaking, Hermione and Ron shouldn't be completely silent. They had previously said they would write to them every week. "Perhaps we'll receive their letters tomorrow or the day after." "You forgot," Ron said. "Their families always gets lost," Dudley said. "True, let's wait a bit longer then," Harry said. Dudley nodded. If they still didn't receive letters from Ron and Hermione, there might be other issues, and he would have to find a way to investigate then. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Dudley and the others finally arrived outside the amusement park. There were already many people lined up at the entrance, waiting to enter the amusement park. "Vernon, you go buy the tickets and queue up first. I'll take Dudley to the shop where we bought the tarot cards earlier to ask about them," Petunia said to Vernon. "All right, hurry back," Vernon said. Petunia took Dudley and Harry and walked towards a shop not far from the amusement park. From the outside, it looked like a gift shop that sold everything. There was a dedicated area specifically for selling items related to mysterious things. Of course, the mysterious things here were not truly mysterious. They were just wands, crystal balls for divination, tarot cards, and other such props, which were very common in the Muggle world. Petunia quickly found a chubby middle-aged woman, who was the clerk in charge, and explained her purpose. "You mean the tarot cards you purchased here are missing 2 cards?" the chubby middle-aged woman said, somewhat surprised. "Yes, this counts as a defective product. I want to file a complaint against you." Petunia was not someone to be trifled with. That deck of tarot cards had been one of the Christmas gifts she had specifically and carefully chosen for Dudley. She hadn't expected it to be missing 2 cards, which made her very angry. "It has been so long, we have no way to investigate it now," the clerk said, looking troubled. "And at the time you mentioned, the clerk responsible for selling the tarot cards had already resigned, so we have no way to verify it with him." Hearing this, Petunia's face immediately darkened. "What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm trying to frame you? Or are you trying to shirk responsibility? Let me tell you, my son said it was missing 2 cards, so it is missing 2 cards. You must give me an explanation." Petunia's loud questioning drew the attention of many people. Soon, the store manager was brought over, and Petunia repeated what had happened earlier. Meanwhile, Dudley activated his spirit vision and carefully examined the shop, but didn't find anything unusual. "Am I overthinking this?" Dudley thought to himself. He was only so concerned because the 2 missing tarot cards were the Emperor and Judgment, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with such a matter at all. "Excuse me, has your shop discovered 2 extra tarot cards later on?" Seeing Petunia arguing with the manager over there, Dudley walked over and interrupted them. A subtle, imperceptible authority radiated from him, causing the originally arrogant manager to not dare show any negligence when facing Dudley, and quickly said, "We did find an extra tarot card, but only 1. Chapter 149, Dream, only 1. Dudley paused, then continued to ask, "What card is it?" "It's the Fool card, sir," the store manager said quickly. "The Fool?" Dudley's expression flickered slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. "The cards missing from my tarot deck were the Emperor and Judgment, not the Fool." Dudley shook his head. Upon hearing this, the store manager thought for a moment and said, "How about this? We are willing to compensate you with a new tarot deck. How does that sound?" "That works." Dudley did not continue to dwell on it. Since this matter did not involve any mysterious events, nor did it involve that strange world, there was no need to investigate further. "Dudley is amazing." Petunia couldn't help but give Dudley a thumbs up. She had been shouting until her throat was dry with no effect, but as soon as Dudley arrived, the store manager immediately offered them a new tarot deck. This was entirely to Dudley's credit. Harry snickered on the side. At Hogwarts, even dragons had to obey Dudley, let alone a Muggle store manager. Soon, the store manager brought a new tarot deck and gave it to Dudley. Dudley unwrapped it and took a look. There were no problems, no abnormalities, and no missing cards. The Judgment and Emperor cards lay quietly in the deck. At this point, Dudley and his group did not linger any longer and turned to leave the shop. In the time that followed, Dudley and Harry played through all the rides in the amusement park together. Although many rides required waiting in long queues, it could not dampen their enthusiasm. And for some reason, perhaps because they were lucky, every time they queued, the people in front would suddenly remember something and have to leave the line hurriedly, which shortened their waiting time significantly. Moreover, Dudley often gave candies and chocolates to the people in front of them in line. Perhaps because of Dudley's kindness, or perhaps because Dudley was very cute, these people would happily give up their spots to let Dudley and the others go first. Seeing all this, Petunia and Vernon were moved to tears. Their precious Dudley had truly grown up. Night fell, and after they enjoyed the fireworks display at the amusement park, it was quite late. Vernon finally decided not to go home tonight, so they found a themed hotel near the amusement park to stay in. Originally, they were prepared to stay in one room, but Dudley felt that he was grown up and could not stay with his parents, so Vernon opened another room. Although it cost a bit more, this was Dudley's birthday after all, and Dudley's happiness was what mattered most. While Vernon and Petunia went to check in, Harry, who was sitting in the lobby, said to Dudley, "Dudley, I was thinking, maybe I should take some galleons out of Gringotts and exchange them for pounds so that I can pay for my living expenses." Previously, Harry had no money, but now he had a large sum of money in Gringotts, so it seemed unreasonable for him not to contribute some money. "Not for now. You will need that money for a long time, until you graduate and start living on your own. If you exchange it for pounds now, won't you have to exchange it back when you run out later?" Dudley said. Harry wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Dudley. "Let it be. If you really want to pay for living expenses, wait until you start working in the future. It's not like there's a rush," Dudley said directly. "All right then." Harry finally accepted Dudley's suggestion. Actually, Dumbledore could also be considered to have paid for living expenses, Dudley thought to himself. You know, the Philosopher's Stone was in his hands now. As long as he wanted, he could turn any metal into gold, which was very easy for the current Dudley. Moreover, Dumbledore had already given him the Philosopher's Stone as a reward, and since he hadn't refused, it meant that Dudley could openly use the Philosopher's Stone in the future. As long as it wasn't anything too outrageous, Dumbledore probably wouldn't bother him. Using the Philosopher's Stone to conjure some gold was a trivial matter. "After I get back, I'll use the Philosopher's Stone to conjure some gold, and by the way, research the elixir of life," Dudley planned secretly. Soon, Vernon and Petunia finished checking in, and led them to the third floor. Which room was it? Let me check." Vernon checked the room number while looking for their room. Dudley looked around and took a simple survey. This was a standard hotel. After coming up the stairs, the corridors on both sides were long and extended into several intersections. There were many rooms here, so it was no wonder Vernon couldn't find the corresponding room for a moment. "Brother, come quickly, look, there's a funhouse mirror here, so fun." In the corridor, a little girl stood in front of a dirty mirror and made a face. "Let me see." A little boy next to her immediately ran over, as pleasantly surprised as if he had discovered some treasure. "Ha ha ha, look, I feel like I'm taller than Dad." "Me too, my legs are longer than Mom's." The two were posing in various ways in front of the mirror, having a great time. Harry curiously leaned over to take a look and found that the mirror's surface was indeed problematic. The reflections were very abstract. "If it were us when we were little, we probably would have played like that too," Dudley said. "No, you would have kicked me away," Harry said seriously. Dudley kicked his leg up. Harry exclaimed and ran away laughing. "Found it, over there." Vernon finally found the room, and led everyone towards the depths of the corridor. When passing the mirror, Dudley took a look. The figures inside were indeed very abstract. After entering the room, Dudley and Harry each took a shower. Because they were too tired from playing, the two didn't chat any more and quickly fell asleep. Who knows how long it had been? Dudley opened his eyes groggily. It was dark all around, obviously still the middle of the night, and no light shone through the window. On the other bed not far away, Harry's steady breathing could be heard. Dudley turned over, ready to continue sleeping. But soon, Dudley opened his eyes again. Something seems wrong. Dudley's originally drowsy brain became clear in an instant. This feeling. A dream. The next moment, Dudley sat up abruptly and looked around with a solemn expression. He felt that this scene was somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. He thought about it carefully and suddenly realized. This is in a dream. An ability of the darkness pathway. Dudley's expression changed immediately. He was no longer in that strange world, so how could he encounter a beyonder of the darkness pathway, and have them silently enter his dream? 151 Nightmare. Chapter 150 Nightmare. Dudley activated his spirit vision to examine his surroundings. Soon, he confirmed that he was indeed in a dream, and it was not just him. Harry, not far away, was also in a dream, although Harry had not awakened within it. Forcing people into a dream, is this the beyonder ability of a Sequence 7 nightmare from the darkness pathway? Dudley already had some guesses in his mind. The situation he was encountering now very much resembled the abilities of the darkness pathway, and the opponent's level was not low, at least a Sequence 7 nightmare, or perhaps even a Sequence 6 soul assurer. No, that's not right. I cannot be entirely certain it's an ability from the darkness pathway. It could also be some kind of magic I am unaware of. Dudley thought to himself. After all, this was not that bizarre world, but a world belonging to magic. Encountering a beyonder with darkness pathway abilities here was almost impossible. The most likely answer was still magic. It was just that this magic was very similar to the nightmare ability of the darkness pathway. After thinking for a moment, Dudley felt this guess was more reasonable. Dudley put on his clothes and got out of bed. This is not my dream, which means no one has forcibly entered my dream. Instead, someone has created a large-scale dream, pulling everyone nearby into it. Dudley said after glancing at Harry, who had also fallen into the dream. So now, what should I do? Dudley calmed his mind and pondered a strategy. In that bizarre world, Dudley had encountered the dream-entering abilities of the darkness pathway more than once, and he knew how to deal with them. However, Dudley was somewhat special in that bizarre world. He was able to remain awake within dreams, so the nightmare ability was not too difficult for him to handle. After carefully recalling the situations where he encountered dark sequence beyonders in that world, Dudley barely managed to remember some coping strategies. Generally speaking, unless someone who pulls people into a large-scale dream wants to deal with everyone, it is most likely an overflow of ability. In other words, they only want to deal with one specific person, and everyone else was just dragged in incidentally. After they finish what they want to do, they will dispel the dream and leave, Dudley pondered, rubbing his chin. This situation was the best. It generally would not harm the innocent. But if the person pulling others into the dream could not control their abilities well, and went on a killing spree within the dream that would be terrifying. Generally speaking, the dream is their home turf, their abilities would be greatly enhanced, and it would be very difficult for others to defeat them within the dream unless there was a massive disparity in strength. At the moment, Dudley did not know exactly what was going on, whether there was a similar ability in magic to force people into dreams, or if it would be any different from the beyonder abilities of the darkness pathway. He did not know any of this, and the unknown was the most terrifying and dangerous thing. Fortunately, I still possess the ability to remain awake within a dream, Dudley said. He glanced at Harry, who was still fast asleep, and did not intend to wake him up. After pondering for a moment, Dudley walked towards the door. The dream was full of crises, he did not intend to explore it. If this incident was not targeting him, it should end very soon. He needed to ensure his parents would not be harmed during this time. Petunia and Vernon's room was right next door. Dudley wanted to go over and see if they were safe. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, a faint scraping sound came from the hallway outside, as if something was being dragged on the floor. Thump, thump. Immediately after, Dudley heard a knocking sound. This sound was quite far from his side, seemingly at the other end of the hallway. What is this? Dudley's heart skipped a beat, and he sensed a trace of danger. Dudley quietly came to the door and carefully sensed the situation outside, finding nothing unusual. Just at this moment, the sound of a door opening came from afar. Immediately followed by something moving rapidly, then the sound became much quieter, and the subsequent sound resembled tiny chewing noises, which Dudley could barely distinguish clearly anymore. What is it? Dudley's expression was grave. He thought for a moment and quickly reacted. He quietly unlocked the door, opened it just a crack, and pressed his eye against the gap to look outside. The hallway was dim. Although the lights were on, it felt as if it had been covered by a layer of cloth. Dudley looked towards the end of the hallway. If he had not heard the sound incorrectly, it had come from the end of the hallway. Immediately, Dudley's pupils dilated sharply. That is. He saw at the end of the hallway a pile of tangled tentacles constantly writhing. Most of their bodies had already entered the room at the end of the hallway, leaving only a small portion outside. They looked like octopus tentacles, or perhaps snake tails. They were constantly writhing and slowly dragging along the floor. The sound Dudley had heard earlier was made by this thing. There seemed to be sucker-like things on these tentacles, or perhaps they were circular patterns. Dudley examined them closely and immediately realized that those were not suckers at all, nor were they patterns but eyes. Densely packed eyes. It saw me. When Dudley saw those writhing tentacles, those tentacles had also already seen Dudley. Dudley immediately closed the door. What kind of monster is this? Dudley's expression was grave. Compared to those creatures in the wizarding world, he felt this thing was more like a creature that could only appear in that bizarre world, or rather, this thing was a monster mutated after a beyonder lost control. Just after Dudley closed the door, a swarming sound of writhing suddenly appeared in the hallway outside. Thump, thump. The sound of knocking on the door came from outside. Dudley stood behind the door, his eyes narrowed slightly. He did not know what the situation was with this monster, but its strength seemed very high, at least making Dudley feel a certain danger. Thump, thump. The knocking sound continued to come. Dudley did not open the door. The knocking continued, beat by beat, as if knocking on Dudley's heart, making him feel that breathing was somewhat difficult and his brain dizzy. It seems it cannot directly break in. It can only knock on the door and wait for the person inside to open it. And once the door is opened, Dudley thought of the faint chewing sound he had heard earlier, and could not help but shudder. A rustling sound came from inside the room, and Dudley immediately turned his head to look. Harry had sat up from the bed at some point. He did not open his eyes, but stood up directly and walked stiffly towards the door. Chapter 151 Monster Dudley was quick-witted and agile. He immediately rushed forward and grabbed Harry. This knocking has a beguiling ability. Dudley immediately realized that the knocking coming from outside possessed some sort of eerie power that could force people inside the room to open the door for it. The reason Dudley wasn't beguiled was most likely related to his ability to maintain a state of lucidity within dreams. Meanwhile, Harry clearly had no autonomy at this moment. He struggled in Dudley's grasp, wanting to break free from Dudley's restraint and go open the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking grew louder and more rapid, and Harry's struggles became increasingly intense. Petrificus totalis. Dudley recited the spell directly in Hermes' language. Harry's legs and feet snapped together, and he fell straight to the ground. Dudley immediately caught him, and laid him on the floor. Thankfully, magic can still function, Dudley whispered to himself. Just then, the knocking outside came to an abrupt halt. Dudley's gaze fell upon the doorway. He sensed that the monster had not left and was still guarding the door. Suddenly, Dudley's gaze sharpened as he noticed the gap beneath the door. He remembered that a small amount of light had been filtering in before, but now, it was completely gone. He slowly crouched down, lay on the floor, and looked out through the crack under the door. Countless eyes were pressed against the bottom of the door, staring intently at Dudley. They were human eyes, dull, terrified, and bewildered. Dudley's breath hitched slightly. Even though he was battle-hardened, he was startled by this eerie sight. "Open the door." A faint voice drifted in. It was very familiar, sounding like that of a relative or a close friend, yet he couldn't distinguish exactly whose it was. "Open the door. Give you good things." The voice continued. "I don't care who you are, don't mess with me," Dudley said, looking coldly at the monster. Dudley didn't know what exactly had happened here, and he didn't want to rashly intervene because it could lead to significant trouble. Especially since this was the wizarding world, which he wasn't very familiar with, and his parents and brother were here. If he took action, he might attract the entity responsible for all this. At that point, without the ability to protect everyone, Dudley would be in a completely passive position. This was something Dudley did not want to see. Therefore, he didn't rashly go out to fight the monster. As long as this thing didn't conflict with him, someone else would naturally come to handle the situation here. Even if the Ministry of Magic were incompetent, they couldn't possibly have no reaction to such a major incident. No more sounds came from outside the door. After a while, Dudley saw light filtering in through the gap under the door. The monster seemed to have left. Can such bizarre incidents occur in this world too? Dudley frowned. He felt that everything happening was too bizarre. Many aspects seemed different from the wizarding world he knew. He hadn't seen anything similar in books, especially in a major city like London. One had to know, the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic was right here. This was like such an incident suddenly occurring in the city, where the temple of the Evernight goddess was located. Just thinking about it felt unbelievable. Furthermore, so much time had passed since the incident began, and the Ministry of Magic seemed completely unaware. Compared to the church, this Ministry of Magic is truly useless. Dudley couldn't help but complain inwardly. Knock, knock. Just then, the familiar knocking came again. This time, it wasn't at Dudley's room, but coming from next door. Dudley cursed under his breath. Next door was his parents' room. The monster hadn't left at all, it had gone next door. "Do you really want to force my hand?" Dudley's expression turned grim. Whoever created this crisis, he had given them enough face. But that person seemed to think he was easy to bully. After knowing Dudley wouldn't open the door, they immediately turned to knock on his parents' door. This was clearly going head-to-head with Dudley. Of course, there was another possibility. The person's target had been Dudley or Harry all along. Knock, knock. The knocking continued. Dudley didn't hesitate. He immediately threw open his bedroom door, and at the same time, an aura of majesty erupted from him. Dudley flashed, appearing directly in the hallway outside. He finally saw the monster outside clearly. It was a bizarre creature over 3 meters tall, composed of countless sticky tentacles entangled together. It had no head and no facial features, all it had were writhing tentacles and countless blue-gray eyes on them. Seeing Dudley appear, the monster immediately emitted an eerie humming sound. All the tentacles moved simultaneously, rapidly winding toward Dudley. A sticky, foul odor filled the entire hallway, making one nauseous. "Back off!" Dudley gave a cold shout, his voice filled with terrifying majesty, causing the monster's movements to momentarily freeze. The tentacles that had been coiling toward Dudley squirmed and retreated. They seemed to sense the majestic aura emanating from Dudley. That aura made them afraid to approach. They wanted to submit, to retreat and flee. But soon, an eerie, inhuman voice erupted from within the monster, causing the retreating tentacles to sweep toward Dudley once again. Just then, Dudley raised his hand and threw a candy. Dudley activated the briber's ability not to weaken the opponent's attack but to charm. The next moment, those eerie tentacles immediately fell into chaos. Some tentacles chose to retreat, while others didn't just retreat but tangled with other tentacles, obstructing their attack on Dudley. For a moment, these tentacles were in widespread chaos, causing the original attack to lose all effect at this instant. Mental piercing. Dudley was ready, the interrogator's ability erupted immediately. He condensed his spiritual power into an invisible spear, and thrust it directly at the eerie monster. The transparent spear pierced directly into the body of the eerie monster, causing all the tentacles to stiffen at that moment. Immediately afterward, all the tentacles began to tremble violently. The eyes on those tentacles also displayed expressions of pain at this moment, and some of the tentacles were instantly reduced to ashes by Dudley's mental piercing. Most things within dreams were related to the spirit and soul, and the two abilities of the interrogator were perfectly suited to counter them. In an instant, those tentacles that had been entangled together scattered, as if parts falling apart, and began to collapse from the inside. Chapter 152, Murder Case. The sticky tentacles fled in all directions, while those heavily damaged by Dudley's mental piercing transformed into black, foul-smelling liquid, rapidly evaporating into eerie mist and dissipating. Incendio. Immediately following this, Dudley chanted the incantation, and a blazing fire suddenly appeared, burning towards those tentacles. In just a few short breaths, this eerie monster covered in numerous tentacles completely disappeared. "What on earth is this thing?" Dudley frowned, watching the monster dissipate bit by bit before his eyes. He looked around. The entire hotel was terrifyingly quiet at this moment, and he could barely hear any sound. Dudley pondered for a moment, then walked towards the end of the corridor. That was where the monster had appeared, and it was the first place where a door had been knocked open. Perhaps there would be some clues there. However, before Dudley had walked very far, the entire hotel shook violently, and cracks began to appear in the surrounding space, quickly collapsing like shattering glass. Has the dream been lifted? Dudley's expression shifted, and he stood rooted to the spot. The next moment, his vision went black, and when he opened his eyes again, Dudley had returned to his own bed. Everything that had happened before was within a dream. Of course, if you thought that everything that happened in the dream wasn't real, you would be dead wrong. Dudley reached into his pocket and fumbled around, quickly pulling out a palm-sized mirror. The mirror of Eriste. Injecting spiritual power into it, Dudley first checked the situation in the room next door. After confirming that his parents were safe and sound, Dudley immediately turned the mirror to let the mirror of Eriste peer into the room, at the end of the corridor. The next moment, Dudley's gaze narrowed slightly, and his expression became somewhat grave. Inside that room, a middle-aged man lay naked in the center, his body spread out in a star shape. Beneath him, lines formed by congealed dark red blood created an eerie symbol. His body was a bloody mess, with bones exposed in many places. His eyes were wide open, but there were no pupils or whites, they were pitch black. He was killed by someone within the dream. Dudley thought to himself. That monster from before possessed the ability to kill within a dream. If he hadn't remained conscious in the dream, he would likely have been in danger too. Is it magic? Why does it feel so much like a beyonder ability of the darkness pathway? Dudley frowned. He thought carefully but found no useful clues. However, this incident already demonstrated that the wizarding world outside of Hogwarts was not very safe and remained filled with danger. Terrified screams came from the corridor. Dudley took a look with the mirror of Eriste. It was a hotel attendant who had discovered the corpse in that room. "What's wrong?" Harry opened his eyes and asked confusedly. He felt like he had had a very long dream, filled with a bizarre and fantastical world, and he had even dreamt that he had been immobilized by someone using the Petrificus Totalis spell. Something must have happened. Dudley didn't mention the events in the dream. Outside the door, many people had been awakened by the screams. While terrified, they also opened their doors one after another to check what was happening. Soon, they learned that a murder had occurred in the hotel. Someone had been killed. This news terrified everyone, and every face was filled with fear. How could this happen? Petunia came to Dudley's room and hugged Dudley tightly. To think a murder would happen, what on earth is going on? I heard that person died a horrible death. Yes, I took a look, it was too terrifying. I don't dare to sleep anymore, I want to leave here. Voices continued to come from the corridor, and the police arrived very quickly. Everyone in the hotel was required not to leave, and needed to cooperate with the investigation. Damn it, we shouldn't have stayed here tonight, we should have gone home. Vernon said angrily. With such a thing happening, his expression became very poor. Vernon, can we go home tomorrow? There was still a look of fear on Petunia's face. Yes, we definitely can. Vernon patted Petunia's shoulder to comfort her. Dudley, what is going on? How could we encounter a murder case? Harry said incredulously. Did you feel anything when you were dreaming earlier? Dudley didn't answer Harry, but instead asked a question that Harry found very strange. When dreaming? Harry frowned. I didn't have any special feeling, just felt very tired. I seem to have had a very, very long dream. I can't remember anything else. Is that so? Dudley nodded, a thoughtful look appearing on his face. The police were questioning everyone one by one about what happened. This case was quite tricky, at least from the crime scene. It was not an ordinary case. Can you tell us what you were doing between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning? A police officer came to Dudley, asking while recording. My cousin and I were sleeping in our room. Dudley said, pointing to Harry beside him. Did you hear any strange noises? The police officer continued to ask. No, we didn't wake up until we heard the screaming, Harry said. The police officer was obviously just going through the motions. He didn't expect to get anything of value from the two children. Wait, I'd like to know, do you encounter murder cases like this often? Dudley feigned curiosity, smiling as he asked, while handing the police officer a cup of water. The police officer originally didn't want to say much, but after taking the water from Dudley, he felt that this child was truly very polite, which made him feel close to him, so he said a few more words. This is already the third time in these few months. To be honest, the way they died was very horrible. It has completely exceeded the scope of what we can handle. I estimate that someone will come to take over our work soon. The previous few times were like this. The police officer lowered his voice and said. It has already happened several times. Dudley's gaze narrowed slightly. Just as he was pondering, a few people walked up the stairs. Look, they have arrived. I told you this matter was beyond the scope of what we can handle. Thank you for the water, goodbye. The police officer greeted him, and walked towards those people not far away. Dudley's gaze followed the corridor, and he immediately saw the figure of an acquaintance. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to take screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 153 Sealed Artifact. Dudley, Harry, why are you here? The black man leading the group also saw the two of them and immediately walked over, looking surprised. Hello, Mr. Dudley greeted him politely. The black man before them was none other than Kingsley Shacklebolt, an Auror from the Ministry of Magic. Previously, on the Hogwarts Express, he had sat in the compartment next to Dudley's. After Dudley beat up Malfoy, it was he and his colleagues who had removed Malfoy and his friends. Dudley still remembered that at the time, Kingsley and his colleagues were furious at Malfoy's insolence. On the way to escorting Malfoy back, they had deliberately let them bump into pillars, causing Malfoy to scream the whole way, only toning it down after Professor McGonagall reminded them. "My goodness, how did you two end up here? Don't tell me this has something to do with you." Kingsley was clearly very surprised to see Dudley and Harry here. "Yesterday was my birthday. We went to an amusement park, and since it was too late when we finished, we didn't go home and stayed at this hotel instead. We didn't expect something like this to happen." Dudley explained briefly. "Happy birthday, Dudley." "I'm sorry I can't help you celebrate," Kingsley said. "Thank you," Dudley said. He then glanced at the other side of the corridor, where Kingsley's colleagues were handing over something to the police. Those Muggle police were already preparing to leave. "It's a pity that you two got involved in this, but fortunately, you are both unharmed," Kingsley said. "What happened, mister? I heard someone was killed," Harry asked curiously. "Yes, a homicide occurred, and a very vicious one at that. It may be related to the dark arts," Kingsley said with a serious expression. "All right, these matters are not for you to know." Kingsley was not prepared to continue the conversation with Dudley and Harry. He needed to go inspect the scene. "Kingsley, perhaps I can help you," Dudley immediately volunteered. He felt that this matter was not that simple, and some aspects gave him a sense of familiarity. Kingsley frowned. "Kingsley, Dudley has a special ability to perceive evil. Back at Hogwarts, he was a huge help to Professor Dumbledore. Plus, he is our Hogwarts sheriff. Oh, wait, he is an interrogator now." "This was personally appointed by Professor Dumbledore," Harry said immediately. Kingsley looked thoughtful. He had indeed heard Dumbledore mention things about Dudley. The child indeed had talent in this area. If guided properly, he could likely become a very outstanding Auror in the future. However, was it really appropriate to let a child who had just turned 12 participate in such a murder case? Furthermore, Dudley was Harry's cousin, and they already attracted a lot of attention in the wizarding world. If they got involved in something like this, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, Kingsley wanted to refuse Dudley. "Just a slight perception of the scene, it can also be considered training for me. If necessary, I can write to Professor Dumbledore. I believe he will agree to let us participate," Dudley said at the right moment. Kingsley hesitated for a moment, then agreed. "Follow me to the outside of those 2 rooms and sense them, see if you find anything." After saying this, Kingsley walked toward the other side of the corridor. 2 rooms. Dudley was stunned. How did it become 2 rooms? Wasn't it just the room at the end of the corridor? Kingsley lowered his voice and said to Dudley, "There is more than one homicide. Apart from this floor, a homicide also occurred on the 5th floor." Dudley's expression changed slightly, and he asked, "Is it the same as the one on this floor?" Kingsley shook his head, "Not the same. The woman on the 5th floor strangled herself to death in the washroom with her own hands." Dudley. Upon hearing this, Harry also gasped. "Kingsley, why did you bring 2 children here? Are they related to this matter?" Another Auror noticed Harry and Dudley and asked with some confusion. "This is Harry Potter and his cousin Dudley. They have a special ability to perceive evil and the dark arts. I want to let them try and see if they can find any useful clues," Kingsley explained. "Harry Potter. My God, all right, perhaps he really can discover something. We have been overwhelmed by these few cases recently. If we can't find anything, I expect Minister Fudge will come to inquire personally." A few Aurors said, their gazes toward Harry and Dudley filled with a hint of anticipation. After all, this was the famous Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Perhaps he really did have some special quality. After all, he had successfully survived the Dark Lord. Harry felt a bit uncomfortable being watched by everyone. He knew clearly that he didn't have any special abilities. The one who truly had special abilities was his cousin Dudley. However, compared to Dudley's fame at Hogwarts, the name Harry Potter was clearly more persuasive outside. Kingsley soon brought Dudley and the other to the outside of the first room, but did not let them enter. He only let them sense from the doorway to see if there were any discoveries. Dudley turned his back to Kingsley and quietly activated his spirit vision, carefully observing the room. It seems to really be the ability of a nightmare. But why would it appear here? Could it be that someone else has also transmigrated back? Dudley's expression was grave. If that were truly the case, then this wizarding world would likely see a large number of bizarre incidents. Combined with what Kingsley just said, could this really be the work of a Beyonder of the Darkness pathway? By the way, Dudley, Harry, did you discover a dirty mirror in this hotel? Kingsley suddenly asked. A mirror? Harry frowned in confusion. In several similar cases before, someone mentioned seeing a dirty mirror that didn't belong at the crime scene. However, when we went to look for it later, we found that no such mirror appeared. Kingsley continued. Wait, we seem to have actually seen such a mirror. Harry's expression changed, and he looked at Dudley. Dudley also looked at Harry at the same time. They had indeed seen a dirty mirror in the corridor earlier, and there were two children using that mirror as a funhouse mirror to play. In an instant, both of their gazes turned toward that spot simultaneously, but it was already empty. Sealed artifact. Dudley almost blurted it out. Gentle reminder, the website will soon be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. Taking screenshots is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. 155 Requiem Mirror. Chapter 154, The Soul-Soothing Mirror. At this moment, Dudley finally pieced everything together. His instincts hadn't been wrong. The previous nightmare indeed originated from the nightmare ability of the darkness pathway. However, to use such an ability, one didn't necessarily need to be a Beyonder of the darkness pathway. Possessing a sealed artifact from the darkness pathway could achieve the same effect. That mirror. The image of that grimy mirror gradually surfaced in Dudley's mind. He had glanced at it when he passed by. Back then, the mirror hadn't shown any abnormalities, and Dudley hadn't considered this possibility. But now, recalling it, he suddenly felt there were many familiar aspects about that mirror. Frowning, Dudley strained to search his memories for any clues related to this mirror. He could now be certain that what had traveled back with him wasn't just him, and the Trunsois brass book. There were other sealed artifacts as well. This mirror was one of them. The soul-soothing mirror, roughly a grade 3 sealed artifact. Not under official control. Possesses a certain degree of danger, extreme caution is required during use. Its appearance is that of an utterly ordinary mirror, looking somewhat dirty, and impossible to clean thoroughly. It cannot accurately reflect objects. What it shows is highly distorted, similar to a funhouse mirror. During the day, it records all people it reflects. When midnight arrives, it forcibly pulls all recorded individuals into a dream within the mirror. This effect is not absolute and may fail due to other interferences, distance, or other reasons. There is significant risk within the dream. Nightmare monsters formed from the condensation of countless negative emotions may appear, possessing the ability to kill people within the dream. Side effect: the user also falls into a slumber during use, unable to move or attack enemies. Furthermore, prolonged use will gradually cause one to sink into the dream, becoming a monster within the dream, and vanishing from the world completely. As Dudley recalled, information about this mirror gradually surfaced in his mind. He could confirm that in that bizarre world, this mirror belonged to him. However, he had rarely used this mirror. If not for this encounter, he might have completely forgotten the information related to it. The effects of this sealed artifact aren't that terrifying. It has many limitations in use, and is almost ineffective in randomly erupting battles. However, it works well for ambushing people and possesses a certain degree of concealment, Dudley quickly assessed. First, this mirror couldn't pull people into dreams at any time. It had to reflect someone first, and then it could pull that person into a dream at midnight. Besides that, the mirror offered little enhancement to the user themselves. Even if it could pull someone into a dream, it was difficult to kill someone stronger than oneself. Its function was more about control, pulling someone into a dream, allowing others to attack that person within the dream to achieve a kill. The monster, composed of countless tentacles and eyes I encountered earlier, was likely the nightmare formed from the negative emotions of the person who entered the dream. And of course, those killed by the nightmare. Recalling the situation in the previous dream, Dudley had largely figured out the beginning and end of this incident. Just as Dudley was pondering, Harry had already brought Kingsley and the others to the spot where the mirror had been. When we came upstairs earlier, we saw a dirty mirror here, but now it's gone, Harry said, pointing to the location. Kingsley exchanged glances with the other Aurors. They could confirm this was yet another murder case related to a mirror. We need to find that mirror as soon as possible, Kingsley said with a grave expression. Sir, what exactly is going on? Harry inquired, puzzled and curious. That mirror is likely a dark arts item. We're not yet sure exactly how it kills, but whenever that mirror appears, such situations occur, Kingsley explained. It's difficult for a mirror to kill on its own. Someone must be controlling that mirror, Dudley said as he walked over. That's our speculation as well. There might be a dark wizard behind all this, manipulating everything, but we haven't found any related clues, Kingsley said. We've examined some muggles' memories, but apart from that mirror, we've gained nothing, one of the Aurors added. The expressions of the several Aurors were somewhat grim. They had been tormented quite a bit by this case recently. Every time a similar incident occurred in the Muggle world, they had to step in to investigate. The Ministry of Magic was under considerable pressure. If this wasn't resolved soon, the Muggle Prime Minister might not be able to hold on much longer. Let's go take a look on the 5th floor, Dudley suggested. The person at the end of the 3rd floor corridor was killed by a nightmare monster condensed from negative emotions. It seemed random, not the target of the soul-soothing mirror's owner. But the one on the 5th floor was different. A person strangling themselves to death with their own hands was clearly suspicious. The state of her death differed greatly from those killed by nightmares. It was highly likely the owner of the soul-soothing mirror had acted personally. All right, Kingsley said without further comment, leading Dudley and Harry towards the 5th floor. What about my parents? Dudley suddenly thought of something. Don't worry. We cast a simple charm on them. They're currently having tea and resting in another room. The other Muggles will soon forget this incident as well, Kingsley said. Okay, Dudley nodded, not finding this strange. It was the officials' usual method. Soon, the group arrived at the door of a room on the 5th floor. It was a suite, far more luxurious than the rooms downstairs. Are you sure you want to go in and look? To be honest, the scene is somewhat frightening, one Auror reminded them. After all, Harry and Dudley were just 12-year-old children. Such a scene would likely be terrifying for them. It's fine. I've seen worse, Dudley said. Kingsley gave Dudley a meaningful look. Very few knew about the incident in the Forbidden Forest, but as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore had mentioned that event to Kingsley. He knew Dudley had once faced Voldemort alone while riding a dragon. Harry also nodded. Although he felt afraid, he was forcing himself to suppress it. He understood clearly that he might face similar situations in the future. He had to adapt, he couldn't hide behind Dudley forever. With Kingsley taking the lead, the group pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. It was a spacious and luxurious bathroom, exquisitely decorated. A woman stood in the bathtub, leaning against the wall. Her hands were clamped around her own throat. Her face was cyanotic, her hair disheveled. Her mouth was wide open, straining desperately to breathe fresh air, but her own hands were choking her neck tightly. The entire scene was eerie and horrifying. In their ears, everyone seemed to hear the sounds of this woman's violent struggle before her death. Friendly reminder, the website is about to undergo a redesign, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please promptly save your bookshelf, and reading history screenshot recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Chapter 155, Craze. Harry's breathing was a little rapid, and his face was extremely pale. He was clearly frightened by the scene before him. Dudley's expression did not change much. Although the scene before him was terrifying, he had seen things more terrifying and bizarre than this. Compared to those, this scene was really nothing. Kingsley silently observed the reactions of Dudley and Harry. He could clearly feel that Dudley was much calmer than Harry. Dumbledore values this child so much, it seems there is a reason for it. Kingsley thought to himself. How is it? Have you discovered anything unusual? Kingsley asked. Before I state my judgment, I want to hear your thoughts first. Dudley withdrew his gaze and looked at Kingsley. Dudley's statement caused the expressions of Kingsley and the other few Aurors to shift. Could this Dudley have really discovered a problem? All right, I will speak. An Auror beside Kingsley spoke up. This person looked very young, around 23 or 24 years old, with golden hair similar to Dudley's. This is Cole. He participated in the previous incidents, so he knows more about them, Kingsley introduced briefly. Cole nodded and then said, the situation we currently know is that whenever that mirror appears, someone dies, and it all happens in the dead of night. However, the deaths are divided into two types. One is like the one on the third floor earlier, which seemed to be devoured by something. The other type is like this one here. The circumstances of death are all different. This woman strangled herself to death, another one drowned himself in the toilet, and another one snapped his own neck. When they died, the expressions on their faces were extremely terrified, and it could be seen that they had suffered torture before death, yet there were no marks on their bodies at all. We investigated the surrounding area and found no traces of magic, which makes it difficult for us to determine how that person committed the act. As far as the dark arts we currently know, none can achieve this. Cole said simply. He did not mention the specific details of the previous incidents, but he had already stated the key points. They were out of options now, so they were treating a dead horse like a live one. Dudley seemed quite reliable, and perhaps he could really help them. After hearing Cole's description, Dudley did not answer immediately but pondered for a moment. About a minute later, under the puzzled gazes of everyone, Dudley looked at Kingsley. Sir, I want to know, is there any magic that can make them violate their own will and do things that harm themselves? Several Aurors immediately exchanged glances. They had already thought of the answer. Kingsley did not hide anything and said directly, the Imperio from the unforgivable curses can do this, but we have checked their bodies and found no traces of them suffering from Imperio. That is because they were not subjected to Imperio in reality. Dudley said. Not in reality. Everyone's expression changed immediately. It should be in a dream, Dudley said. In a dream. How is that possible? The Aurors frowned. They thought Dudley would have some constructive advice, but they didn't expect such an unreliable answer. They didn't know of any magic that could cast Imperio on someone in a dream, and leave no traces in reality. This was too inconceivable. However, after hearing this answer, Cole's expression shifted slightly, as if he had thought of something. Kingsley did not immediately deny Dudley's statement but pressed, why do you say that? What have you discovered? All the cases occurred at midnight, and no traces were left at the scene. The most likely scenario is that the act was committed within a dream. Moreover, when I was asleep earlier, I did indeed notice some abnormalities. I felt like I had a very long dream, and I was very tired when I woke up. Furthermore, in the dream, I seemed to hear some sounds moving in the corridor, and someone knocking on the door, Dudley said directly. Yes, I have that feeling too, Harry said immediately. Everyone showed expressions of surprise and suspicion. They didn't feel that all of this had anything to do with dreams. I remember now. In one of the previous cases, a muggle mentioned that he had a very long dream, and heard knocking sounds in the room next door, and even the sound of eating. However, he wasn't sure if it was real or just a dream, so we didn't investigate further at the time. And the person next door to him, when discovered, was just like the person on the third floor already killed. Cole said with some pleasant surprise. This was the most plausible deduction they had heard so far that approached the truth. But how did he do it? Another Auror was completely puzzled. The mirror. Dudley gave the answer directly. That mirror that keeps appearing is likely the key to acting within the dream. The expressions of everyone shifted. They had never known what the mysteriously appearing mirror was for. If it were truly as Dudley said, then everything seemed to be explainable. There is one more point. Similar to the death on the third floor, this method of death only appears on muggles, while those who committed suicide are all wizards. Cole continued to add the most critical point. In other words, the target of that person's actions is actually only that wizard, while those muggles were killed by something else, Kingsley said. Dudley nodded inwardly. He had already made it very clear, what followed would depend on the performance of these Aurors. Let's see if we can use the power of these Aurors to find that sealed artifact. Otherwise, I'm afraid the wizarding world will be thrown into chaos by these sealed artifacts, Dudley thought with some worry. Several Aurors began to discuss how to continue tracking based on the existing clues. Now they were at least much better off than being completely in the dark before. They had a general direction. Let's go out and talk. Kingsley smiled at Dudley and Harry, and led the two outside. The rest of the matters would be left to them. Dudley had already helped them a great deal. What will you do next? Dudley asked. We will continue to investigate that mirror, and the dream you speculated about. Perhaps we need colleagues from the Department of Mysteries to help. They are good at investigating these things. That mirror should interest them, or at least they can provide some advice. As Kingsley spoke, he led Dudley past several muggles who were being questioned in the corridor. One of the muggles had a smile on his face, seemingly completely unaware of the bizarre atmosphere here. His gaze was calm and devout, repeating something to the Auror who was questioning him. Dudley had not paid attention originally. He wanted to extract information from Kingsley about the next steps to make plans for his next move, to see if he could find the soul-soothing mirror before the Ministry of Magic. Until a few words spoken by that muggle fell into his ears, causing him to freeze in place. Praise the Sun. 157 A loyal follower of the Eternal Sun. Chapter 156, Loyal believer of the eternal blazing sun. Praise the sun. Did Dudley feel like he was hallucinating? After freezing for a moment, he immediately turned his head to look at the muggle. Noticing Dudley looking over, the Auror who was questioning the muggle gave a helpless, bitter smile and explained, this muggle's brain doesn't seem quite right. He only knows this one sentence. No matter what you ask him, he only knows how to praise the sun. I really don't get it. What's there to praise about the sun? Is this a muggle belief? Another Auror said. I don't know, but you really can't get anything out of this guy. Dudley stared at the muggle, his gaze scanning over him repeatedly. Praising the sun is something only believers of the eternal blazing sun would do. But this is the wizarding world, there is no eternal blazing sun here. Especially since the person in front of him is a muggle, how could he possibly be a believer of the eternal blazing sun? Besides the possibility of being a believer, the only other explanation is that he came into contact with a sealed artifact of the sun pathway, causing his mental state to deteriorate. This is the most common negative effect of sun pathway sealed artifacts. Devoutly praising the sun, can I have a word with him? Dudley walked over and asked. Sure, but he only praises the sun. After the Auror gave this warning, he shrugged and turned to busy himself with other things. Kingsley glanced at Dudley without saying anything further. The other Aurors were very busy. There were still many muggles here that needed to be investigated, and after that, they had to cast the memory charm on them. They wouldn't be getting any rest tonight. Hello, what's your name? Dudley tried to ask. My name is Johnson, praise the sun. The man said with a smile. His eyes were clear, and his attitude was devout. If this were on the street during the day, he would surely kneel down and worship the sun. May I ask what happened before? Do you remember? Dudley asked. His tone was filled with authority as he handed the man a piece of candy. Praise the sun. Johnson continued to praise the sun, completely ignoring Dudley. Dudley frowned slightly. In this situation, it was highly likely that Johnson had been in contact with a sun pathway sealed artifact for a long time, and had been significantly affected by it. While pretending to continue chatting with the man, Dudley carefully examined the man's condition using spirit vision. Soon, because he was close enough, Dudley discovered something unusual. Here, have this candy. I'll put it in your pocket for you. As Dudley said this, he placed the candy in the pocket of the man's jacket. Immediately, his hand touched a warm ring. He calmly grasped it in his palm, and then withdrew his hand. At that exact moment, the man who had been smiling and praising the sun frowned. His expression appeared somewhat confused, and his face was no longer flushed as it had been before but had turned pale. Do you remember what happened before? Dudley continued to ask. He could be certain that the ring was a sun pathway sealed artifact. But how did it end up in Johnson's hands? One had to know that Johnson was just a muggle. If he had held onto this sealed artifact for a long time, he would likely be dead by now, not still alive. Judging from Dudley's assessment, Johnson couldn't have been in contact with the ring for more than a few hours. Praise the sun. I remember when I was checking in, I met a very beautiful woman. She asked for my room number and said she would come to find me tonight. Johnson said, giggling foolishly. A beautiful woman. Dudley's expression shifted slightly as he thought of the woman who had strangled herself. Did she do anything to you? Dudley continued to ask. Praise the sun. She hugged me. She was so warm, so passionate. Johnson continued to giggle, drool running down the corner of his mouth. Thank you. Dudley nodded and withdrew his beyonder powers. He had roughly figured out what had happened. Hello, I didn't get any useful information either. Could you please cast the memory charm on him? Dudley said to an aura nearby. I told you he only praises the sun. The aura smiled and walked over. Praise the sun. Seeing the aura approach, Johnson continued to say with a smile. Obliviate. The aura, not wanting to hear him praise the sun anymore, cast the memory charm directly. Johnson's memories were quickly extracted, and he looked around, somewhat confused. What are you doing? He asked. Routine check, the aura said. All right, can I go back now? Johnson said. Yes, the aura nodded. Okay, praise the sun. After saying this, Johnson walked toward his room. Even this didn't make him forget to praise the sun. It seems he really loves the sun. The aura said helplessly. Dudley smiled and turned to find Kingsley and Harry. In his pocket, the ring kept turning in Dudley's hand. He could clearly feel the warmth coming from it, making one unable to resist wanting to put it on. Sun ring, roughly a grade 2 sealed artifact, not under official control. This is a golden ring that constantly emits heat. Once worn, it can boost courage, purify the soul, drive away the cold, and has a strong restraining effect on wraiths, zombies, and the like. It can provide a certain degree of immunity to fear, and dispel evil. Beyonder ability, summon holy light, summons a holy, descending, clear, brilliant, and pure warm light that purifies undead creatures and deals a certain amount of damage to other types of targets. Sun Halo, targets companions within a 20-meter range, effectively boosting their courage, purifying evil forces within them, and letting everyone bathe in the warmth of the sun, dispelling the cold. Negative effect, the wearer will constantly feel the gaze of the sun. As the wearing time increases, the wearer will become closer and closer to the sun until they completely lose their sanity, become a loyal believer of the eternal blazing sun, and begin to praise the sun, finally staring directly at the sun until they completely burn up their own life. Sealing method: store in darkness. When not being worn, it must not appear in sunlight, otherwise it will absorb sunlight and ignite everything around it. Descriptions of the sun ring appeared in Dudley's memory. Compared to the soul-soothing mirror, the danger of this ring was clearly much greater. Johnson hadn't been wearing the sun ring previously, but even so, he had been affected by it and started praising the sun. Even the memory charm couldn't make him return to his former self. Chapter 157. Aspiring to become an Auror. The sealed artifacts that have appeared in this world are more numerous than I imagined. Could it be that all the sealed artifacts that belong to me have followed me to this world? Or is it more than that? Dudley's expression was somewhat grave. Just from what he knew now, the sealed artifacts drifting outside already included the soul-soothing mirror. Although he had retrieved the sun ring, it was clear that some wizards had already taken notice of it. If Dudley's speculation was correct, the reason that dark wizard possessing the soul-soothing mirror wanted to kill that woman was for the sun ring. That woman had clearly realized the danger, so before the dark wizard arrived, she had hidden the ring with Johnson, intending to retrieve it from Johnson after the matter blew over. Unfortunately, she had underestimated the strength of that dark wizard, and never had the chance to retrieve the ring. Dudley carefully placed the sun ring into the space within the mirror of Eriste, leaving it together with Trunsoist's yellow book. Dudley approached Kingsley and asked, "Mr. Kingsley, if I wanted to purchase some items possessing strange magic abilities, where could I go to buy them?" "Something with some danger," Dudley added. "Possessing danger?" Kingsley frowned. "You mean dark arts items, right?" "Probably," Dudley nodded. "You can go to Nocturne Alley. Many dark wizards gather there, and the items traded are mostly illegal. Additionally, the largest shop there is called Borgin and Burke's, which specializes in selling dangerous dark arts items and is very famous among wizards," Kingsley said. "Why are you asking about this?" "Dudley, dark arts items are extremely dangerous, Kingsley had initially wanted to persuade Dudley not to consider items related to the dark arts, but he froze. He suddenly realized that when Dudley said he wanted to purchase dark arts items, he didn't actually want to purchase them. He was reminding him that he could start an investigation from this angle. "I understand. You mean investigating the origin of that mirror, right?" "Indeed, Nocturne Alley is very likely to have news about that mirror." "How did I not think of this before?" Kingsley said, pleasantly surprised. Dudley smiled and nodded. He had reminded Kingsley and also obtained the information he wanted. Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley. "It seems I need to make a trip there," Dudley noted the name in his mind. "Where there is light, there is darkness, the wizarding world is the same. This Nocturne Alley is very likely the land of darkness in the wizarding world, especially since this place also gathers many dark arts items. If any sealed artifacts have drifted into this world, then there is a high probability that Dudley will find clues in this place. It is even possible that Dudley will see a sealed artifact displayed on the counter for sale in this place." Kingsley was already discussing going to Nocturne Alley to look for clues with other Aurors, and Dudley could not miss this opportunity. "Kingsley, if it is possible, I would like to participate in your operation. You know, I aspire to become an excellent Auror, so I want to get a feel for it in advance. Also, I can sense the aura of evil, so I should be able to help you all." Dudley said righteously. "Ambitious, I think highly of you." Several Aurors laughed when they heard Dudley say this. Dudley's ability was beyond question. He was smart, calm, and possessed logical thinking skills that wizards were not good at. More importantly, he truly possessed all the qualifications needed to become an Auror. As long as his studies were not poor, the possibility of him becoming an Auror in the future was extremely high. "Dudley, if you really want to become an Auror, remember to come find us when you graduate. We can write a recommendation letter for you," Cole said with a smile. "Thank you," Dudley nodded and smiled politely at everyone. Kingsley pondered for a moment and said, "Dudley, although I would love to take you with us, our work is very dangerous. It's no problem to have you help here, but if it's going to Nocturne Alley, we won't be able to guarantee your safety." Hearing this, the other few Aurors also restrained the smiles on their faces. Kingsley was right, their work was too dangerous. Even if they believed Dudley could help them, they couldn't guarantee Dudley's safety in such an environment. If something happened to Dudley, they would feel guilty for the rest of their lives. I won't participate in your dangerous operations, just help you look at dark arts items and such, Dudley said. Also, I know your work is very dangerous, which is also the reason why I want to become an Auror. You walk in the darkness, protecting everyone's safety. You are the most beautiful ones who walk against the tide in this world. Dudley said earnestly. These flattery words fell into the ears of the group of Aurors, instantly making them feel incomparably proud. This was the first time someone had praised them like this, and praised them with such level. Right, perhaps I can ask Professor Dumbledore to write a recommendation letter for me, what do you think? With Professor Dumbledore's guarantee, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Dudley said. Kingsley smiled and said, all right, if Professor Dumbledore agrees to this matter, then I will take you with us. Also, remember to have Professor Dumbledore speak to the minister, so we don't have to explain it to him. Sure, Dudley nodded. Harry watched from the side as Dudley just like that handled all the Aurors, feeling extremely envious. He also wanted to become an Auror. Dudley, Harry hurriedly spoke up, wanting to have Dudley take him along. You stay home and behave. Dudley said directly. But I want to go too, Harry said hurriedly. Harry, it's impossible for us to take you, it's too dangerous, Kingsley also refused decisively. Why can Dudley go but I can't? Harry felt very aggrieved. Because you are Harry Potter. Dudley chuckled. That's right, Kingsley also chimed in. Harry. At this moment, Harry felt what it meant to have double standards. However, he also understood that this was everyone trying to protect him, it's just that this feeling was really not good. He wanted to fight side by side with everyone, not hide behind others, being protected like a flower in a greenhouse. Improve your own strength first. When you are strong enough in the future, I will take you along. Dudley saw what was in Harry's mind and patted him on the shoulder as he said this. In the second half of the night, Dudley finally returned to his room. He didn't have time to rest and immediately wrote a letter to Professor Dumbledore, then borrowed an owl from the Ministry of Magic to send it to Professor Dumbledore. Regarding this matter, Dudley was not worried about anything, he believed that Professor Dumbledore would agree. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, it is recommended to take screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. 159 Nocturne Alley Chapter 158 Nocturne Alley. The next morning, Dudley received a reply from Dumbledore. He had agreed to Dudley's request, while also reminding Dudley to be careful, even with an Auror by his side. Kingsley also received a letter from Dumbledore, stating that he would explain the situation to the Ministry of Magic, and have Kingsley take good care of Dudley. It seems Professor Dumbledore really values you. To be honest, I thought he would refuse your request, Kingsley said to Dudley with a smile. Professor Dumbledore understands me, Dudley said, blinking. The rest was much easier to handle. Although Harry was a bit reluctant, he still went home with Vernon and Petunia. Kingsley cast a small magic spell on them, making them believe that Dudley had an event to attend, so he would be returning late. After that was done, Kingsley also obtained some relevant information, and everything was ready. Kingsley selected 3 people, plus Dudley, making a total of 5 people participating in this operation. While it was called an operation, it was actually just going to Nocturne Alley to get a sense of the situation and see if they could find any valuable clues. How about it, future Auror, are you ready? Kingsley looked at Dudley. No problem, Dudley nodded. Then let's set off. Kingsley said. Grab my arm. Kingsley reminded Dudley. Dudley grabbed Kingsley's arm. He already knew how they were going to get to Nocturne Alley. The next moment, Kingsley waved his wand, and the two vanished from the spot in an instant. Dudley only felt a wave of dizziness. He felt as if he had been thrown into a washing machine and spun around several times, unable to breathe at all. As the light shifted, Dudley gasped for a breath of fresh air, his feet landing on solid ground. "How does your first apparition feel?" Kingsley asked. "It's all right," Dudley said. Although the feeling was a bit unpleasant, it was still within the range of tolerability. "You performed better than the vast majority of people do after their first apparition." Not far away, Cole's figure appeared, looking at Dudley and saying, "Indeed, you have great potential." The other two Aurors also appeared one after another. They were all very surprised by Dudley's performance after his first apparition. "Thank you. It looks like I'll have a much easier time when I learn this spell later," Dudley smiled. Kingsley looked around and took Dudley towards a dilapidated alley not far away. "This is not far from the leaky cauldron. You should be able to recognize the direction here, right?" Kingsley said. Dudley nodded. He recognized a street not far away. The leaky cauldron was not far past that point. Actually, Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley are connected, but we usually enter Nocturne Alley directly from here. Kingsley led Dudley through a few turns and walked onto an alley that reeked of rot. It was covered in trash, with sewage flowing freely on the dark, damp ground, and various insects scurrying away in panic under everyone's feet. "We're here." Soon, Kingsley led Dudley to a manhole cover. He took out his wand and waved it gently, and the manhole cover flew up and landed to the side, revealing the stairs below. Kingsley went down first, with Dudley following closely behind. The smell here was truly unbearable. Dudley had to hold his breath to avoid being made sick. After entering the underground, Kingsley led Dudley through several narrow passages before they began to head upwards. "That manhole cover earlier can only be opened with magic. If it were a muggle, they would only see the sewer upon opening it," Cole explained to Dudley from the side. Dudley nodded. He really didn't want to open his mouth to speak. After walking for about 2 or 3 minutes, Dudley and the others finally reached the surface. When he saw the light, Dudley quickened his pace. After rushing out to the surface, he quickly took a few breaths of fresh air. This was a very narrow alley, and the air was still murky, but it was much better than the air in the sewer. Dudley's gaze swept over. Several wizards were gathered not far away. They were all wearing black wizard robes, and some were wearing wizard hats, making it almost impossible to see their faces. Dudley narrowed his eyes slightly and activated his spirit vision. There really are quite a few dark wizards. Dudley's gaze swept over, detecting quite a few evil auras. Based on Dudley's current understanding of the wizarding world, there is no particularly clear definition for what is called a dark wizard. Strictly speaking, a wizard who uses dark arts could be considered a dark wizard, but in reality, in some necessary circumstances, other wizards will also use dark arts. To put it plainly, magic itself is neither good nor evil, it mainly depends on how it is used. However, there are some dark arts that, once used, leave marks on the wizard, and these marks deepen with the continued use of dark arts. These marks left by using dark arts, in Dudley's view, are actually evil auras. Therefore, it is inaccurate to judge a person's goodness or badness solely by the evil aura on them. However, when the evil aura on a wizard is very thick, then in all likelihood, they have nothing to do with being a good person. The Nocturne Alley before him could be considered Dudley's first contact with the dark side of the wizarding world. Almost every wizard here had traces left by dark arts on them. It was no wonder Kingsley had said earlier that Nocturne Alley was a gathering place for dark wizards. That point was not wrong. Kingsley glanced at those people, the few wizards who had originally approached, upon noticing Kingsley, immediately retreated in a panic, clearly having recognized Kingsley's identity. "Stay close to me, Dudley, don't get lost," Kingsley said to Dudley. Dudley nodded immediately. Kingsley walked along the alley towards the outside, and soon they arrived at the main street of Nocturne Alley. Compared to the bustling and spacious Diagon Alley, this place still appeared crowded and desolate. And unlike the kind of empty, silent desolation, there were quite a few wizards on both sides of the street here, but they hardly said a word. The whole street was very quiet, and even those walking moved very slowly, which gave a relatively eerie feeling. This time we brought you here, just consider it an experience. When you are by yourself, absolutely do not come here. Kingsley warned. I understand, Dudley nodded. He could feel that this place was indeed very dangerous. Compared to the fairy tale-like wizarding world of Hogwarts, this was the dark side of the wizarding world. We have arrived, Borgin and Burke's, the largest dark arts shop in Nocturne Alley. Following Kingsley's gaze, Dudley quickly saw a storefront not far away. This shop was large, at least much larger than the other shops in Nocturne Alley. There were many strange and bizarre things displayed in the glass window. Just from a casual glance in his spirit vision state, Dudley saw many dangerous items related to dark arts. Chapter 159 Borgin and Burke's. Kingsley walked in first, with Dudley and the others following closely behind. Do not touch anything here without care, Cole cautioned from behind Dudley. Dudley nodded, looking around with curiosity. There were many strange and bizarre items here. Dudley saw a pair of withered human hands, a stack of blood-stained playing cards, a dull eyeball, and some hideous masks. Almost all of these items had an aura of dark arts, making Dudley feel as if he had walked into a dark arts market. Ring, ring. Kingsley rang the bell in front of the counter. Before long, a stooped, hunchbacked man appeared behind the counter. His hair was greasy and shiny, even more so than Snape's. He smoothed his hair back with his hand, using hair oil as styling gel. Kingsley, what wind has blown you here? It is truly an honor. Upon seeing Kingsley, Borgin appeared somewhat surprised and immediately spoke up. We are here to investigate a few dark arts items to see if they were sold from here, Kingsley said, getting straight to the point. How is that possible? The things I sell here are all. Borgin said immediately. Kingsley interrupted Borgin and gave him a deep look. Oh, very well. If there is anything you need cooperation with, just let me know at any time, Borgin said after glancing at Dudley and the others. Clearly, Borgin and Kingsley knew each other, or at least were aware of one another. Being able to run the largest dark arts shop in a place like Nocturne Alley, this Borgin was certainly no ordinary person. Since neither could do anything about the other, all that remained was to maintain a superficial cooperation. I want to know if you have ever seen a dirty-looking mirror. Kingsley roughly described the soul-soothing mirror and its ability to pull people into dreams. A mirror. Let me think. Borgin fell into deep thought. Soon, he raised his head. There is indeed such a mirror, but it was not sold from here. About 3 months ago, I saw someone selling it in Nocturne Alley. Who was it? Kingsley immediately followed up. The other oars also perked up. After such a long time, they had finally found a useful clue. Moreover, 3 months ago was exactly when the first murder case of a wizard began. Apologies, Mr. Kingsley, I do not know who that person was either. You know how it is, people here never ask for each other's identities. I only saw him setting up a stall outside to sell it, Borgin explained. Kingsley frowned, signaling for Borgin to continue. I originally wanted to purchase that mirror because I thought it seemed quite interesting. It didn't seem like a dark arts item, yet it possessed some magical abilities, Borgin continued. Unfortunately, that person felt my offer was too low and refused, Borgin said, shaking his head. Kingsley's brow furrowed deeper. And then? Borgin shook his head and said, there is no and then. Later, when I thought about increasing the price, and went to look for him, he was already gone. Hearing this, the expressions of Kingsley and the others turned somewhat grim. They had finally found a clue, only for it to be cut off just like that. Perhaps you could go and ask others, maybe those shops in Nocturne Alley acquired that mirror, Borgin continued. May I ask, besides selling that mirror, was that person selling anything else? Dudley asked. Borgin did not speak but instead looked at Kingsley. Clearly, in his view, there was no need to answer a child's question. Answer his question, Kingsley said. Borgin was somewhat surprised. He gave Dudley a meaningful look, then said slowly, besides the mirror, there were some other interesting trinkets, such as a withered skull, a strange comb, a shiny gold ring, some playing cards, and so on, a lot of miscellaneous things. You know, there are many people selling these things at stalls outside. You can see quite a few if you go out now. Ring, playing cards, comb. Dudley silently noted these items in his mind. Whether the ring was the sun ring was hard to determine, what exactly the playing cards were was hard to say, and the comb was even more of a mystery. But the appearance of these items together was enough to warrant Dudley's attention. After all, it was reasonable for someone who possessed a soul-soothing mirror to also have obtained other sealed artifacts. Please, Mr. Bojan, tell us the characteristics of that person. Seeing that no useful information was obtained, Kingsley said. Very well. Bojan began to describe the person's characteristics in detail, while Cole and the others began to wander around the shop, freely examining some suspicious items. Bojan's expression was somewhat ugly, but he did not stop them. It wasn't until Bojan finished describing everything that Cole and the others searched even more unscrupulously. Kingsley, what are you doing? Bojan finally could not bear it any longer and spoke up. Looking for some clues. This concerns the mysterious murders of several wizards. What is wrong, mister? Are you going to stop us? Kingsley looked at Bojan with a calm expression. After a while, Bojan took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, as you please. Kingsley did not stand on ceremony, and began to inspect the magical items himself. Bojan watched in silence for a while, then suddenly walked toward Dudley with a smile. Dudley was examining the withered human hand. This is the hand of glory. You have a good eye, Bojan introduced with a smile. Insert a candle, and only the owner holding it can see the light. It is the best friend of thieves and robbers. Would you like to buy it? Dudley shook his head. A quite interesting ability. However, do you think I look like a thief or a robber? Of course not, it was my rudeness, Bojan said quickly. Dudley did not dwell on this matter. His gaze then fell on the stack of blood-stained playing cards nearby. Ah, the cursed cards. As long as you drip the blood of your enemy onto them, that person will be plagued by bad luck and may even die from some accident. A great helper for revenge. Would you like a deck? Bojan continued to introduce with a smile. Dudley looked at the cards, slightly surprised. The abilities of these dark arts items seemed to have reached the level of some sealed artifacts. The Hand of Glory was one thing, but these cursed cards were a bit absurd. They could almost kill someone invisibly. However, Dudley could not be sure if what Bojan said was true. If plagued by bad luck meant getting food stuck in one's teeth, while drinking water or tripping while walking, then it wouldn't be very useful. Moreover, it depended on whether the effect was immediate. If it were, then in a direct confrontation, this deck of cursed cards could be useful, otherwise, it was just a toy. Dudley withdrew his gaze and looked at the glass eyeball on the other side. Seeing this, Bojan stepped forward again, preparing to introduce it to Dudley. But Dudley frowned and turned his head to look behind him. Ever since entering Borgin and Burke's, Dudley had a lingering feeling of being watched. This feeling continuously intensified, until at this moment, Dudley finally accurately captured the source of that gaze. Through the shop window of Borgin and Burke's, Dudley saw a wizard wearing a black cloak on Nocturne Alley outside, peeking in his direction. 161 Be good and don't move. Chapter 160, Be good, don't move. After noticing Dudley's gaze, the wizard immediately lowered his head, walked away quickly, and soon disappeared into a small alley. Hey, you can meet all sorts of people in Nocturne Alley, don't mind him. Bojan also noticed that person, grinning with a mouthful of yellow teeth at Dudley. Dudley looked at the place where the person had disappeared, his expression grave. He was certain that ever since he entered Borgin and Burke's, this person had been watching him. It was just that earlier, the person only took occasional glances, and their movements were subtle, not causing Dudley to be alerted. Later, perhaps due to negligence or simply forgetting, they stared at Dudley for too long, which triggered Dudley's spiritual intuition, and he caught them red-handed. Why would he peek at me? Is there something special about me? Dudley wondered, feeling deeply confused. This was his first time in Knockturn Alley, and he believed he wasn't yet famous enough for people to recognize him outside of Hogwarts. Could it be because Kingsley brought him here, attracting some people's attention? Kingsley's enemies? Dudley mentally ruled out a few possibilities, but he still couldn't determine that person's motive. Let's continue talking about this glass eyeball. It's a good item. If you embed it into your own eye socket, you can use it to see through surrounding objects. Very practical, right? Bojan introduced it enthusiastically. Dudley glanced at Bojan. He always felt this shopkeeper was a bit dim-witted. It is indeed a good item, but if I want to use it, don't I have to gouge out my own eyeball first? Dudley asked. Bojan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. You're right, but its function is far greater than a human eye, isn't it? I think my own eyes are still better to use, Dudley said. Bojan smiled and didn't continue the topic of the eyeball, instead continuing to introduce other items to Dudley. One has to admit that the items in Borgin and Burke's are truly numerous and varied. Here, there is nothing you cannot find, only things you cannot imagine. The functions of many items could even rival some of the sealed artifacts Dudley knew of. However, one couldn't believe everything Bojan said. He might have exaggerated some functions. Dudley mentally took this with a grain of salt, but even so, the effects they could produce were not bad. Quite a few dark arts items can reach the level of a grade 3 sealed artifact, and the negative effects of these dark arts items are very small, or almost non-existent, so they are quite practical. Others might even reach the level of a grade 2 sealed artifact, but their specific effects are unclear. One only knows after using them. As for grade 1 or even grade 0 sealed artifacts, there shouldn't be any items in the wizarding world that can reach that level. Perhaps the Philosopher's Stone could be considered grade 1, after all, it has no side effects, and can create the elixir of life, but it is quite far from those grade 0 sealed artifacts. Dudley made a judgment about these dark arts items in his heart. There were quite a few things in Borgin and Burke's that piqued Dudley's interest. If it weren't for Kingsley and the others being nearby, he would probably have asked about the prices to see if he could buy a few to play with. It didn't take long for Kingsley and the others to finish checking the items here, without finding anything suspicious. After all, without a search warrant, they didn't dare to go too far. Dudley, any discoveries? Kingsley came to Dudley's side and asked in a low voice. Just some dark arts items, no special discoveries. Dudley shook his head. Dudley had already checked carefully. He hadn't found any sealed artifacts here, just some dark arts items. All right then, Kingsley said with some disappointment. Borgin, thank you for your cooperation. We have finished our investigation. Kingsley nodded at Bojan. You're welcome. If you need anything, you can come find me again. Bojan smiled. Let's go. Kingsley didn't say anything more and led everyone away from Borgin and Burke's. After walking out into Knockturn Alley, many gazes from the surroundings pierced through, but most people kept their distance, not daring to look at Kingsley's party too blatantly. Dudley scanned the area, but didn't find the dark wizard who had been peeking at him earlier among these people. Let's check the shops one by one, Kingsley said. Everyone acted immediately, starting from Borgin and Burke's and checking the shops on both sides of the alley one by one. 10+ minutes passed, and Kingsley and the others still hadn't gained anything. Dudley also hadn't found any useful clues. There were many dark arts items in these shops, but he hadn't found any sealed artifacts. Just at this moment, Dudley once again felt that feeling of being watched from before. He immediately turned around and looked towards the outside alley, discovering a suspicious dark wizard. He wasn't sure if it was the same person from before, but this person was also peeking at him. That dark wizard is suspicious. I've noticed him peeking at us several times. Not chasing him himself, Dudley told Kingsley this news directly. Kingsley followed the direction Dudley pointed, and also discovered the wizard who was quickly fleeing. Go chase after him. Kingsley didn't have time to say more and immediately led the others to chase after the black-robed person. Dudley followed closely behind. He also wanted to know why that dark wizard was peeking at him. That's right, just now when Dudley was speaking to Kingsley, he deliberately hid a piece of information. That dark wizard wasn't looking at Kingsley and the others, his gaze had been on Dudley from start to finish. This clearly told Dudley that the dark wizard's target wasn't Kingsley and the others but him. But Dudley couldn't understand, as a Hogwarts first year, oh no, a soon-to-be second-year student, why he would attract the attention of these people. Kingsley, who was chasing in front, seeing that the person was about to escape, directly used magic. A beam of light shot out, landing on a wall not far away, directly blasting a huge hole in that wall. Screams came, wizards scattered and fled, and the already chaotic Nocturne Alley now became even more chaotic. The sounds of casting spells rose one after another, and the fleeing of the wizards made everything difficult to control. In just a few breaths of time, Dudley discovered that Kingsley and the others had disappeared, and he had been squeezed into a strange small alley by a group of dark wizards. Something is wrong. Dudley's expression changed. Everything happened too fast, catching him off guard. Suddenly, something hard pressed against Dudley's back. Be good, don't move. Chapter 161, Beset by Danger. Dudley's pupils constricted. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade away in an instant, the screaming voices and fleeing figures seemed to belong to another world at this moment. Dudley could almost hear his own breathing. The next moment, Dudley took a deep breath and regained his calm. Facing the crisis, he was well aware of the necessity of staying calm. The thing pressed against his back was undoubtedly a wand. As long as he made the slightest move, the other party could attack him with a spell. But the fact that the other party did not immediately use a control-type spell like Stupefy on him meant that they needed Dudley to remain conscious, or at least to stay conscious for the time being. The dark wizard who had fled earlier was most likely just a diversion, intended to create chaos, so that Dudley could be separated from Kingsley and the others. What they needed was a solitary Dudley. Dudley's thoughts raced. In just an instant, he had already analyzed the current situation. Good. As long as you are obedient, I will not harm you. The voice behind him came again, hoarse and low, impossible to distinguish specific details, or even tell if it was male or female. Now do not turn around. Take out that gold ring. The voice behind Dudley said slowly. Upon hearing this, Dudley's expression changed abruptly. These people's target was actually the sun ring. How did they know the sun ring had fallen into his hands? Do not resist. I know that ring is in your hands. Now, obediently take it out, and I will not harm you. Otherwise, I don't mind turning you into a corpse first, and then searching slowly. The voice continued. Fine, I will give it to you. Do not harm me. After a slight pause, Dudley said immediately. Very good. Do as I say. The voice continued. Dudley reached his hand into his pocket, and took the sun ring out of the mirror of Eriste. Let me see that ring. The person behind him said immediately. Dudley did not resist and immediately complied. He flipped his wrist, clearly presenting the sun ring to that person's view. Give it to me behind your back. The person said quickly. It could be heard that their voice was much more urgent. Dudley continued to comply, handing the ring to the dark wizard behind him with his hands behind his back. Without any hesitation, the person immediately snatched the sun ring from Dudley's hand. The moment he snatched the ring, he immediately began chanting a spell, preparing to make Dudley fall asleep, and then follow up with a memory charm. But the instant the ring fell into his hands, he suddenly felt very close to Dudley, with an indescribable sense of affection welling up, as if the person standing in front of him was not his enemy, but his relative. He was completely unable to attack Dudley. Not that he couldn't, but that he didn't want to. Just then, Dudley turned around abruptly. Without any fancy techniques, he delivered a punch he had been charging up straight into the abdomen of the wizard wearing the black cloak. With a dull thud, the dark wizard was sent flying by Dudley's punch, slamming into a nearby wall and coughing up a mouthful of blood. A bribe, combined with the barbarian's melee ability, Dudley had just demonstrated perfect Black Emperor sequence combat techniques. Petrificus totalis. Immediately after, Dudley chanted in Hermes' language to cast 2 spells. With almost no wind-up and no need for casting time, they hit the dark wizard directly, leaving him lying motionless on the ground nearby. Daring to actively take a briber's things, you won't be the first, and you certainly won't be the last. Dudley sneered and walked towards the black-robed person. What did it matter if he gave the sun ring to this person? It was impossible for him to take this sealed artifact from Dudley's hands so easily. Arriving beside the person, Dudley pried open his hand and took back the sun ring. Immediately, he lifted the dark wizard's hood, revealing his face. It was a middle-aged man, about 40 or 50 years old, with black hair and a face full of stubble. Blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth, soaking most of his black cloak. His breathing was already very weak, his abdomen had collapsed, and it was estimated that not many of the internal organs inside were intact. It must be known that Dudley's close-quarters combat ability was very strong. Beyonders of the Black Emperor and Judgment sequences would both improve their physical fitness during the promotion process, especially the Black Emperor sequence, which allowed Dudley to perform physical persuasion when the law could not persuade someone. This kind of ability was hard for even a troll to survive, let alone hitting a wizard's abdomen when they were completely defenseless. That he didn't die directly was already Dudley showing mercy. An unfamiliar dark wizard. Dudley looked at this dying wizard and frowned. Dudley, are you okay? Just at this moment, a voice came from the alley not far away. It was Cole's. I'm fine. There is a dark wizard here who might be related to the previous case. Dudley said loudly immediately. Thank goodness, it's great that you're okay. I discovered you were missing and immediately came to find you. Cole said while walking quickly towards this side. See if you recognize him. It's this person who wanted to attack me. Dudley pointed at the dying dark wizard on the ground and said. Oh my God. You actually defeated a dark wizard by yourself. Cole said in shock, and at the same time immediately looked at the dark wizard. I haven't seen this person before, maybe. Cole drew his wand, before his voice had even faded. Mental piercing. Suddenly, Dudley directly activated the interrogator's ability, concentrating his mental power into an invisible spear, and stabbing it towards Cole, who was close at hand. The next moment, Cole let out a wail, almost falling directly to the ground. While wailing, Cole's face twisted, and he forcibly pointed his wand at Dudley, finishing the incantation. Dudley didn't have time to think about anything else, and directly through the stone he had already been holding in his hand towards Cole. At the same time, Dudley cast an armor spell using Hermes' language. In an instant, a faint light flashed around his body, forming an invisible armor. A dull thud came, and Dudley felt as if he had been blasted by something out of thin air, but he only swayed slightly and did not fall to the ground. What are you doing? Cole's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared hysterically. Facing Cole's questioning, Dudley's expression was cold. While putting the sun ring on his index finger, he said, Stop pretending, you are all in this together. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history. In time, it is recommended to take screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. 163 Counter, Kill Chapter 162, Counter Kill, you actually discovered it. Cole never expected that Dudley would discover all this, and even take the initiative to attack him. When he just drew his wand, he was already prepared and quietly aimed at Dudley. He only needed a little time. His curse would be guaranteed to hit at such a close distance, and by then Dudley would lose all ability to resist. But all of this was anticipated by Dudley in advance, and he had struck first, using some kind of powerful curse on him. He now felt his brain throbbing with pain. This pain was different from a heavy blow to the head. This wasn't a physical injury, but a curse similar to Crucio, specifically attacking his spirit. This made him extremely uncomfortable, blood constantly flowed from his nostrils, and he felt his consciousness becoming blurred. When I went to look for Johnson to chat at the hotel, you were not far away. Besides that, I don't know who else could have discovered that I took the sun ring. Dudley said with a cold laugh. And I had just prepared to make a move on this dark wizard when you appeared. Don't you think that's too much of a coincidence? In the previous cases, the oars have been kept running in circles. Isn't it because there was some problem within them? Cole, who exactly are you? Why are you attacking me, and why are you searching for the sun ring? Dudley walked slowly toward Cole. Cole looked at Dudley with a pale face. This 12-year-old child knew far too much. How did he know about the sun ring, and why did he take this ring from Johnson at the hotel? When he learned all of this, he also felt very surprised. He had previously thought it was a coincidence, that Dudley didn't know what that thing was at all, but from this conversation, he realized that Dudley not only knew about this ring, but even seemed to know it very well. I don't care who you are, Dudley, you had better hand this ring over to me, it's better for you and for me. Cole forcibly suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and said, looking at Dudley. Especially staring at the hand Dudley was wearing the sun ring on. Unfortunately, I don't intend to hand it over. Dudley said directly. You will regret it. Cole said. Apparition. Cole waved the wand in his hand slightly, preparing to cast apparition to leave. He had already been exposed, staying here was meaningless. Kingsley and the others would find him at any moment, and by then it would be too late for him to leave. More importantly, he was not confident that he could snatch the ring from Dudley's hand. Dudley's strength far exceeded his expectations. This 12-year-old child was more troublesome than some adult wizards. Pain whip. Dudley's gaze narrowed, the interrogator's beyonder ability was activated again, directly attacking Cole's soul. Cole let out a scream. He felt as if his soul had been whipped by a barbed whip, a huge electric current flowing through his spirit. His thoughts completely fell into a blank state at that moment, leaving only the pain emanating from his soul. Blood flowed all over the floor, Cole's left foot was gone. Casting apparition under these circumstances is a very unwise action, but fortunately, you only lost one foot, not your head, at least you can still survive. Dudley glanced at Cole's left foot that had vanished into thin air, and said with a cold expression. He knew Cole wanted to escape, but he didn't stop him, instead casting Pain Whip the moment the opponent used apparition, catching Cole off guard. Under such circumstances, his apparition was interrupted, and it was very likely that the scene before him would occur. Splinching. That's right, at this moment, Cole had already experienced splinching. His left foot had apparat, but his body had remained in place. This situation happens often to people who are not proficient in apparition, and is very dangerous. This is also why the apparition spell has a relatively high difficulty. Tell me, who instructed you to do all of this? Dudley asked with a cold expression. I can't tell you. Cole was pale and terrified. He looked at Dudley as if he were looking at a demon. The calmness and decisiveness revealed in Dudley's eyes made him feel chilled. Such a gaze, such an attitude, were rarely seen even on those vicious dark wizards. More importantly, there was no madness or hysteria of those dark wizards in Dudley's gaze. He was calm, wise, and acted ruthlessly and decisively. Such a demeanor should not appear on a 12-year-old child at all. Sunholy light. Dudley waved his right hand wearing the sun ring lightly. A bright light appeared out of thin air and struck Cole. After a scream, his chest was almost scorched, a puff of thick smoke emerged and dissipated into the air. You can use. Cole looked at Dudley in pain and shock. He didn't expect that Dudley would actually be able to use the sun ring. He thought Dudley would be like those idiots, becoming blindly arrogant after putting on this ring, until he became a fool who only knew how to praise the sun, and finally stared at the sun and turned into ashes. This might have been his only chance to escape the immediate crisis. But he didn't expect that Dudley would directly use the power of the sun ring. This meant that Dudley knew this ring very well and even. Is it strange? Dudley sneered, staring at Cole. This was my thing to begin with, Dudley said calmly. Cole's pupils suddenly contracted. Things he couldn't figure out before were all understood at this moment. It's just that, before this, he completely couldn't connect Dudley with these things. Dudley suddenly attacked, a curse directly hitting Cole, making him fall completely asleep. There isn't much time left. I'll just have to find another opportunity to interrogate you next time. Kingsley and the others could appear at any moment, and Cole's scream, just now, might have already attracted some people's attention. He must leave here as soon as possible. Dudley took the mirror of Eriste out of his pocket, enlarged it, and temporarily put Cole inside. As for the dark wizard who threatened Dudley at the very beginning, he had no breath left at this moment. Dudley thought for a moment and also collected his body, otherwise, it would be very troublesome to explain when Kingsley discovered him. After doing all this, Dudley shrank the mirror of Eriste, and while walking away quickly, he used the mirror of Eriste to check the situation around him. The content on the mirror surface kept switching, presenting things that could be reflected in the surrounding mirror surface. Suddenly, Dudley's gaze narrowed. He saw a figure in the mirror moving away from here rapidly. Judging from the direction he left in, he was not far from the place where Dudley and Cole had fought earlier. Borgin and Burks. Dudley recognized that figure. Chapter 163, The Truth is Revealed. Was he seen? Dudley frowned slightly. Previously, all his attention had been on Cole, leaving him no spare energy to check his surroundings. By the time he realized Borgin might be nearby, it was already a bit late. The image in the mirror flickered, and Borgin had already vanished. Dudley switched the surrounding views again, and soon Borgin's figure reappeared. From the reflections, Borgin had returned to Nocturne Alley's main thoroughfare, his figure reflected through a shop window. Dudley, Dudley, where are you? Just then, Kingsley's voice came from afar. Dudley's gaze shifted slightly. After a moment of thought, he could only temporarily give up on pursuing Borgin. Kingsley, I'm here, Dudley shouted, running towards the direction of Kingsley's voice. Are you all right? Kingsley immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Dudley was fine. If something were to happen to a student Dumbledore valued so much under his nose, he truly wouldn't know how to report back to Dumbledore. I'm fine. I was separated by the crowded people earlier. Did you catch that dark wizard? Dudley asked. Caught him, but there are no clues. He took money from someone. That person told him not to do anything but just watch us. I've already taken him back, but it's highly unlikely we'll get anything useful out of him, Kingsley said regretfully. I see, Dudley nodded. Clearly, that dark wizard was just a decoy. The real person who intended to act was the one who later threatened Dudley. As for Cole, this shouldn't have been part of the plan. He probably saw that something went wrong, and had to come out to save the situation. Otherwise, a wizard who had infiltrated the Ministry of Magic's Aura department wouldn't give up so easily. Cole probably didn't expect to implicate himself, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have acted rashly. After all, even if Dudley suspected him, there was no concrete evidence. Where's Cole? Have you seen him? Kingsley looked around. The other two Aurors had returned, but Cole was nowhere to be seen. I don't know. I haven't seen him, Dudley said. Kingsley frowned. So much time had passed. Even if he was separated earlier, he should have returned by now. Why hadn't he appeared yet? Moreover, Cole hadn't participated in the previous pursuit. He hadn't seen Cole since the beginning. You two go look for Cole, see if he's lost, Kingsley said to the other two. More than 10 minutes later. Kingsley's face turned grim. Cole was missing. By this point, this matter was beyond Kingsley's ability to handle alone. He immediately reported it to the Ministry of Magic, requesting assistance. An aura disappearing without a trace like that was definitely a major incident for the Ministry of Magic, even the Minister of Magic was alarmed. After all, it was peacetime now. There was no Lord Voldemort, a Dark Lord who killed without batting an eye. Dealing with an Auror was not something an ordinary wizard could do. Even though Cole was young, passing the assessment to become an Auror was enough to prove his capability. After this incident, the Ministry of Magic immediately dispatched more Aurors to Nocturne Alley to investigate, almost turning the place upside down. This wasn't because Cole was so important, but because it concerned the Ministry of Magic's reputation, especially since the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, was a very image-conscious person. "Kingsley, don't you have a way to track Cole's magic?" Dudley asked casually. "No, that kind of magic isn't very effective," Kingsley shook his head. Hearing this, Dudley felt a little relieved. "Dudley, I can't look after you for now, Kingsley said to Dudley with some apology. "It's all right, you go ahead and be busy. I'll wait for you at Borgin and Burke's," Dudley said directly. Kingsley thought about it and decided that Borgin was quite reliable in Nocturne Alley, so he nodded in agreement. Borgin and Burke's was not far from here, so Dudley walked straight over. Pushing open the door, Dudley entered Borgin and Burke's once again. "Dudley, my esteemed young guest, you've arrived. Is there anything I can help you with?" Seeing Dudley enter, Borgin was unusually enthusiastic. "Nothing, I'm just browsing." Dudley glanced at Borgin, then said, "Very well, please feel free to look around. If you need anything, just let me know. Also, if you need anything, or want to sell anything, you can always come to me." Borgin said enthusiastically. "You can find anything I want?" Dudley asked with a light chuckle. "As long as I can find it," Borgin responded with a smile. "There are many wondrous things in this world that we cannot exhaust, but we can search for them with purpose, can't we? Oh, this necklace is extraordinary." Borgin saw Dudley's gaze fall on a luxurious opal necklace and immediately introduced, "It's been enchanted with very powerful dark magic, and no counter-curse has been found yet. It has already claimed the lives of 19 muggles. What a misfortune." As Borgin said this, a smile played on his face, showing no regret for the muggles who had been killed. "If I wanted to find a mirror like the one from before, could you help me find it?" Dudley said. "It's difficult but not entirely impossible," Borgin smiled. "What about similar items?" Dudley continued to ask. "I can try," Borgin said, "but it depends on luck. If luck is good, maybe I can find it tomorrow. If luck is bad, it might not be found in a year, or even 10 years. Dudley nodded, then said, "About these matters. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. We keep our customers' information absolutely confidential." Then, Borgin continued, "In our line of work, we encounter all kinds of people. If I were to betray their information, you'd probably find my corpse in some unknown alley tomorrow. Keeping my mouth shut is the most crucial secret to being able to run this shop in Nocturne Alley." Borgin smiled at Dudley, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Dudley also smiled but said nothing. Borgin had most likely seen some of what happened earlier, but he hadn't spoken about it. Even though the Aurors outside were frantically searching for Cole, Borgin still acted as if he knew nothing. Of course, Dudley wouldn't actually believe his nonsense. Not speaking now doesn't mean not speaking later. As long as the profit is large enough, there's nothing that can't be sold out. Borgin probably just couldn't gauge who was behind Dudley, so he temporarily chose to ignore it. Dudley currently had no better way to deal with Borgin, because he also wasn't sure who Borgin was connected to. Such a local snake is never as simple as he appears on the surface. "Come, let me introduce you to more items in my shop. I'm sure there's something you'll be satisfied with." Borgin didn't continue talking about the previous incident, but instead continued to introduce the dark arts items in the shop to Dudley. What happened before, who Cole was, they seemed to know nothing, and were completely unconcerned with what the Aurors outside were doing. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. Screenshot saving is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. 165 Alarm Bell. Chapter 164. Alarm bells. After a long and exhausting day, the Ministry of Magic still hadn't found a trace of Cole. It was as if he had vanished into thin air in Knockturn Alley, leaving not a single trace behind. Dudley didn't stay long at Borgin and Burke's, and Kingsley soon came to pick him up. "Did you not find any traces of Cole?" Dudley asked. "No, we didn't even find any signs of a struggle," Kingsley said, frowning. Dudley wore a thoughtful expression, while the corner of his mouth curled into an imperceptible smile. In the previous battle, he had basically left no magic traces, and he had mostly used Beyonder abilities. It would be very difficult for the Ministry of Magic to find any clues under such circumstances. Moreover, there was someone behind Cole stirring up trouble, which made the matter even more complicated. "I'll take you back, thank you very much for your help today," Kingsley offered. "You're welcome. If you need my help in the future, you can come to me at any time," Dudley said. He grabbed Kingsley's arm again, and with a sensation of the world spinning, his figure appeared directly at number 4 Privet Drive. After Kingsley said a brief goodbye, he vanished instantly. The smile on Dudley's face gradually faded. Have some wizards already realized the power of sealed artifacts, and want to collect them? And this person seems to be very strong, to be able to take someone like Cole under their wing. Who exactly is this person? Dudley's expression was grim. His biggest problem now was that he didn't know how many sealed artifacts had traveled with him to the wizarding world. If there were many, the wizarding world would likely be in for some chaos. Besides that, another critical question was whether there were any other sealed artifacts among them powerful enough to change the entire world. After all, if the 0-02 Trunsois brass book had appeared, it wasn't impossible for other Grade 0 sealed artifacts to appear here. "Unfortunately, I can't remember exactly what sealed artifacts I possessed before," Dudley frowned. He felt that some of these sealed artifacts might not necessarily have been his, they could have been borrowed. For example, borrowing a sealed artifact from the Fool for temporary use. "My current strength at Dual Sequence 7 is basically comparable to an adult wizard. Even, due to the uniqueness and surprise factor of Beyonder abilities, I can defeat these people relatively easily." Dudley pondered the previous few battles. Quirrell and Cole. The strength of these people was relatively high among wizards, and the main reason Dudley could easily defeat them was the element of surprise. Dudley understood magic, but they knew nothing about Dudley's Beyonder abilities. But if he thought this level of strength meant he could run rampant in the wizarding world, he would be very wrong. Currently, Dudley's understanding of magic wasn't that deep. Which powerful wizard didn't have a few trump cards? Lord Voldemort had previously been able to forcibly break free from Dudley's Beyonder abilities, which actually served as a reminder to Dudley. Beyonder abilities were not omnipotent. Even though his current strength was already decent, he must remain cautious and could not afford to slack off in the slightest. In that bizarre world, were there not many powerful Beyonders, even those who reached the demigod level, who had met their downfall? High attack, low defense. That's pretty much my current state. My offensive capabilities are good, but my defense is lacking. Once my Beyonder abilities don't have enough effect and the opponent's magic is very powerful, I'll fall into a disadvantage, or even worse, be easily killed. Remember, I must not be too reckless, and I must not underestimate this world." Dudley silently sounded the alarm for himself in his heart. Perhaps the campus life at Hogwarts was too comfortable, causing Dudley to be too relaxed. Otherwise, he should have discovered Cole's problem earlier. After finishing his reflection, Dudley finally entered the room. Vernon and Petunia were not surprised by Dudley's return. They even asked if Dudley's activities went smoothly, completely forgetting the terrible things that happened last night. Only Harry looked at Dudley with eyes full of questions, but he couldn't ask in front of Dudley's parents, which was truly stifling. More than 10 minutes later, Dudley made an excuse to go to the bathroom, which gave Harry the opportunity to follow him. "Did you find anything?" Harry asked directly. "No, and some other things happened." Dudley briefly explained what happened in Knockturn Alley, though he only mentioned that Cole had gone missing. and did not explain exactly what had happened in Nocturne Alley. Is it that chaotic? Even an Auror has gone missing. Harry's face turned somewhat pale. Could it be Lord Voldemort? He asked nervously. This was the only answer he could guess. Probably not. Dudley shook his head. This didn't seem like something Lord Voldemort would do. Moreover, not much time had passed since Lord Voldemort escaped from Hogwarts. In such a short time, it was indeed unlikely that Lord Voldemort could regroup and orchestrate so many things. I hope the Ministry of Magic can find out the truth as soon as possible, Harry said with concern. I hope so, Dudley also said. After returning to his room, Dudley immediately took out the Mirror of Erised, enlarged it, and entered it. In the space of the Mirror of Erised, Cole had not yet woken up. Dudley checked and confirmed that Cole was still in a deep sleep, not pretending to be asleep. The Stupefy I cast seems to have had a pretty good effect. Dudley came before Cole, dispelled the spell, and kicked Cole awake. A wizard without a wand was nothing for Dudley to fear. And here, Dudley could use his Beyonder abilities without any restraint. Cole woke up from his daze. He felt an intense pain in his foot, and his whole being was immediately jolted awake by this immense agony. He was somewhat dazed, completely unaware of where he was for a moment, and couldn't recall what had happened before. Until he felt a dignified figure in front of him. Even though he looked small, just a child of about 12, the aura emanating from him was something only a big shot could possess. This aura was full of oppressive force, making it almost impossible for him to even think of resisting when facing this small figure. Cole finally woke up completely, looking at Dudley not far away in terror. You're awake, Mr. Dudley smiled and gazed at Cole, the majesty belonging to an interrogator fully revealed at this moment. And such a smile, in Cole's eyes, was like seeing a devil smiling at him. Chapter 165, Interrogation and the Vanishing Letter. Who exactly are you? Cole's face was filled with fear. His gaze swept across the surroundings, searching for an opportunity to escape, but he discovered that this was a completely enclosed space. The surrounding walls didn't even have a single crack. Clearly, this was a magic space. And it was a high-level magic space, capable of containing even living people. All of this combined made Dudley, who was smiling at him from not far away, appear even more mysterious and terrifying. He had never imagined that one day, when facing a 12-year-old child, he would be scared enough to wet his pants. It is I who am interrogating you now. Mr. Dudley's gaze tightened slightly, and he suppressed the smile on his face. At that moment it felt as if the temperature of the entire space dropped by several degrees. Why are you collecting sealed artifacts? Dudley suddenly raised his voice and asked with full pressure. It's not me, I'm just... Cole's face turned pale. Under Dudley's dignity, he almost blurted it out directly. But in the end he held back. He couldn't say it. If he did, he might die. Faced with the danger of death, he had no choice. I don't know what you are talking about. What sealed artifacts? Cole forced himself to calm down, and said with his head lowered. The Sun Ring, the soul-soothing mirror, they are all sealed artifacts, which are the things you are collecting and using. Tell me, who exactly is behind all of this? Dudley asked coldly. Cole trembled all over from the shout. I didn't know those were sealed artifacts. I was just doing things for someone else. Dudley, please let me go. I am an Auror. I have been missing for such a long time. The Ministry of Magic will certainly not sit idly by. If you let me go now, it's not too late. I can pretend that nothing ever happened. Cole said eagerly. He was now certain that the Dudley in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person, and there was likely a very powerful wizard behind him pulling the strings. Otherwise, how could a 12-year-old child possess such powerful strength? He had heard that there were some ancient wizards sleeping in this world. They were powerful, dangerous, and mastered many ancient and terrifying magic. In front of such wizards, the vast majority of wizards had no ability to resist. He guessed that Dudley was very likely being controlled by some powerful ancient wizard. This was the only explanation he could think of. Pain whip. Dudley directly unleashed his Beyonder ability, without saying another word. A surge of electricity swept through Cole's soul, and a long whip with thorns lashed fiercely against his soul. This was not physical pain, but pain from the soul and mental level. This method of torture was not crucio, but it was even worse than crucio. The sounds of screaming rose and fell. Dudley's expression did not change in the slightest. He watched with indifference and calm as the Cole before him rolled on the ground, wailing incessantly. Since he had already determined that he was an enemy, there was no need to be soft-hearted. He believed that under the interrogator's Beyonder ability, Cole would not be able to hold out for long. More than 10 minutes later. Don't, I'll talk. I'll talk. Cole finally couldn't endure it anymore. This kind of pain from the soul level was much harder to bear than physical pain. He really couldn't hold on any longer. It would have been better if you had done this sooner. Dudley stopped his Beyonder ability. I don't know why those people are collecting sealed artifacts. I don't know what those things are. I thought they were just some powerful dark magic items. I received this task from a dark wizard. I didn't have much contact with those people. They asked me to help cover up those previous cases, and help them find the things they needed. These people were generous and paid a lot of money. Really don't know about these things. Cole was filled with immense regret. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would never have taken on such a task. It was just that for the previous few times, he had successfully received the money. This money was far more than what he earned as an Auror at the Ministry of Magic. With such an income, he had been unable to stop. Dudley frowned. Another hired scapegoat, huh? Just like that dark wizard from before. Thinking of that dark wizard, Dudley couldn't help but glance at the corpse that had been tossed aside. Don't kill me. Cole's face was deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with terror. He had previously harbored a lucky thought, feeling that Dudley might not be so ruthless, but now, he would never think that way again. This child was even more of a devil than a devil. If it was just taking a task, why didn't you say so before? Dudley narrowed his eyes and asked. They deal with anyone who leaks their information, even including my family. Once you take their task, you can never get out. Cole said remorsefully. Dudley looked at Cole. Based on his sharp intuition as an interrogator, he felt that what Cole said should be the truth. Who is the person you contacted? Where can I find them? I don't know what his name is. I only know that others call him Mr. The previous few times we met, he was wearing an Ares mask. Cole said. Dudley whispered softly, noting down the title. Next, Dudley asked about some details, but Cole didn't know much either. Previously, their meeting place was in Nocturne Alley, but now that this had happened and Cole's disappearance had become common knowledge, how could that Mr. Ares still appear there? I hope you are not lying. Dudley cast Stupefy again, causing Cole to fall into a deep sleep. Immediately after, Dudley left the space inside the mirror of Ares. What a hassle. Dudley frowned and put away the mirror of Ares. It seems now that this matter is far more complex than he had imagined. Someone is secretly collecting sealed artifacts. What do they want to do with these sealed artifacts? And after this time, they might have been alerted, and they might guess that this matter is related to Dudley. So, will they continue to take action next? While Dudley was thinking, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Sensing that it was Harry outside the door, Dudley walked over to open it. As soon as the door opened, Harry rushed in immediately, and he was holding the Snow-White Hedwig in his arms. What's wrong, Harry? Dudley asked in surprise. Hedwig is injured, and the time it flew back isn't right. Do you know what this means? Harry said eagerly. What does it mean? Dudley looked at Harry and asked. It means that the letters we sent out might have been intercepted. Hermione and Ron haven't written back, and this is why. Harry said, breathing rapidly. Gentle reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to take screenshots to save. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. 167 Elixir of Life Recipe. Chapter 166, The Recipe for the Elixir of Life Intercepted. Dudley's expression shifted slightly. He first thought of the danger lurking in the darkness. Previously it was Lord Voldemort, and now he had to include those mysterious wizards who were collecting sealed artifacts. But soon, Dudley dismissed these thoughts. Because the letters between him and Harry, Ron, and Hermione had almost no value to be intercepted. The letters were just greetings or anecdotes about what happened after returning home. What stealing value would such letters have? Moreover, this was done too obviously. Generally speaking, if one wanted to intercept letters, it would be best to continue delivering them after reading them, so as not to arouse suspicion. But the situation now was that even Harry could discover that the letters were intercepted, and Hedwig was slightly injured. This was already directly telling Harry and Dudley that their letters had been taken. With the style of Lord Voldemort and those wizards collecting sealed artifacts, it was completely impossible for them to do such a thing. Perhaps it's a prank, or perhaps it's due to other matters. Don't worry for now, I'll think of a way, Dudley said thoughtfully. Immediately, Dudley checked Hedwig's injuries and found they were not serious, just some feathers on her head had fallen out, making her look a bit bald. However, it was clear that Hedwig was very angry, so angry that she didn't even want to eat. It was unclear if it was because the letters were intercepted, or because she had become ugly after losing her feathers. Can we still contact others now? Harry asked with some concern. It's fine, I'll think of a way, Dudley said. Previously at the hotel, he had used an owl from the Ministry of Magic to write to Dumbledore, and that letter had not been intercepted. In other words, the other party might only be monitoring the situation at Dudley's home. They might not be able to detect letters sent from other places. Thinking of this, Dudley immediately had an idea. Early the next morning, Dudley took the written letter and Hedwig quietly got into a taxi and drove towards the suburbs. Along the way, Dudley carefully checked the surroundings and found nothing unusual. After arriving at the forest in the suburbs, Dudley confirmed again that there were no problems around before tying the letter to Hedwig's leg. This is a letter for Professor Dumbledore, don't deliver it to the wrong place, Dudley said, stroking Hedwig's feathers. Last night, he found some white feathers and managed to stick them onto Hedwig's head, which made her mood much better. Otherwise, Dudley estimated that this owl would definitely go on strike for a while. Hedwig pecked Dudley's hand lightly, then took off quickly and soon disappeared into the forest. Next, I still need to find a place. Dudley looked around. Cole could not stay in the space of the Mirror of Erised forever. He needed to find an empty house to temporarily settle Cole. Previously, Dudley had considered doing this through Malfoy, as he was his only believer now. However, after considering it, he gave up. Although the House of Malfoy was powerful, Draco was still just a child now. If he did certain things, it would likely attract the attention of some people, and Dudley did not want others to notice Malfoy right now. Therefore, he had to do this himself. For a 12-year-old child, this was not an easy task, but for a dual pathway beyonder, the difficulty was not great. Spending a morning, Dudley finally found a small abandoned wooden house on the edge of the suburban forest. This place was very far from where Muggles were active, and it was not on the main road, so few people would pass by here. After checking, Dudley began to cast magic on the surroundings. The Muggle-repelling charm was necessary, and besides that, there were some simple protective charms to separate this place from reality. After finishing all this, Dudley released Cole, and used spells to lock the entire house to prevent Cole from escaping. As expected, mastering more spells is always useful, because you never know when they will come in handy, Dudley said with a chuckle. Previously at Hogwarts, he had read many books on magic, and regarding spells, Dudley had also made many attempts. Some simple spells were effortless to cast. Moreover, without using a wand, and then using spirituality to cut off the connection of the trace, the Ministry of Magic could not detect Dudley casting magic. Cole was still asleep. Dudley tied him up and left some food before leaving. In the evening, after dinner, Dudley wandered outside. Counting the time, Hedwig should be returning soon. He had to stay away from home before Hedwig returned to prevent the letter from being intercepted. Facts proved that Dudley was right. This time, he intercepted Hedwig 5 kilometers away from home. Seeing that Dumbledore's reply was still tied to Hedwig's leg, Dudley was certain that the person who secretly intercepted their letters was in the vicinity of his home. Unfolding the letter, Dudley saw Dumbledore's reply, which was full of his personal style. The Aurors have already been sent to investigate the matter of the intercepted letters, so I don't need to worry about it for now. Dudley smiled slightly. When one can utilize others, there is no need to be too polite. Such matters as intercepted letters can be big or small. If it were the letters of other brats that were intercepted, it probably wouldn't attract any attention at all. It was only because Harry's identity was special, coupled with the many events Dudley had recently been involved in, that they could move the Aurors to investigate this matter. Otherwise, given the efficiency of the Ministry of Magic, this would be almost impossible. Additionally, there is the recipe for the elixir of life. Professor Dumbledore is really easy to talk to. The last page of the letter was a long list, which detailed the required medicines, and how to use the Philosopher's Stone to make the elixir of life. This, of course, was not Dumbledore being kind and giving it to Dudley directly, but a reward obtained after Dudley promised to fully protect Hogwarts in the coming year. This could also be considered a benefit after their last conversation. With mutual understanding, one could directly bring up any needs. Moreover, since the Philosopher's Stone had been given to Dudley, there was no great significance in keeping the recipe for the elixir of life. It was better to take the opportunity to propose some conditions and give Dudley a favor. Second year, I don't believe Lord Voldemort can sneak into Hogwarts again, unless he doesn't want his life. This reward, let's consider it a free gift. Dudley smiled, collected his mood, and walked towards home. He had to start preparing to refine the elixir of life. It was better to be prepared. And it could also be given to his parents to take. This could be considered the greatest return Dudley could give his parents after transmigrating back. Chapter 167, Harry's birthday. For the next period of time, Dudley began to seriously study the Philosopher's Stone. To this end, he expanded the basement at home, turning it into a wizard's exclusive alchemy room, which housed various magical items and potions. In just 2 days, Dudley used the Philosopher's Stone to make his first gold bar. Although it is said that the Philosopher's Stone can turn stones into gold, it is not something that can be done by just touching it. It requires precise alchemical techniques to refine the Philosopher's Stone and the metal together. Furthermore, depending on the type of metal, the amount of gold produced will vary. During this process, Dudley had to guide the power of the Philosopher's Stone as much as possible to turn those metals into gold. If even the slightest mistake occurred in the middle, it could lead to failure. Given Dudley's talent, the fact that it took him 2 days to succeed shows that this method of getting rich quick is not something just anyone can achieve. With the first gold bar, the second one was not far off. After a week, Dudley calculated that the gold he had produced was worth about £1 million. At this point, Dudley stopped. Although money is a good thing, having too much of it is not very useful, especially for someone like Dudley, who has taken a much more indifferent view of wealth. For him, as long as he wasn't possessed by the god of poverty, it was enough. This money was already enough for their family to live very well, any more would easily attract trouble. The remaining time was spent refining the elixir of life. Dudley made a special trip to Diagon Alley to buy the necessary ingredients. It was only because he had money now, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to purchase several types of magical ingredients. This was also the reason why Dudley didn't start refining the elixir of life right away, but refined gold first. Some of the ingredients could not be bought with Dudley's current status as a student. For this, Dudley had to write to Dumbledore again, asking him to step in and help handle the matter of the ingredients. Next came the refining process, and this time, the complexity was even greater than Dudley had anticipated. So much so that for the entire summer vacation, most of his energy was focused on this. A month passed quickly. During this month, the Aurors had investigated the incident of the intercepted letters and found that it was allegedly caused by a magical creature, but they had not caught it. After the Aurors intervened in the matter, the letters for Dudley and the others could finally be sent and received normally. They also finally received letters from Ron and Hermione, telling them about some of the things that had happened during this time. Besides that, Dudley had to go to the abandoned wooden house in the suburbs every day or two. On one hand, it was to bring Cole something to eat, on the other, it was to interrogate him. This person's greatest value now was to help Dudley digest the potion. Under Dudley's interrogation, Cole had clearly confessed about his first time with his girlfriend, but he still couldn't escape Dudley's questioning. In short, Dudley would find all sorts of reasons to interrogate him, even if he had already told Dudley all of his dark history. Late July. This day was Harry's birthday, and for once, Dudley was not in his basement researching those magical gadgets. "Oh, Dudley, my sweetheart, you've lost weight again recently." Petunia hugged her son with heartache, tears almost falling. "It's okay, Mom, I've just grown taller so I look thinner." Dudley didn't struggle, and just let Petunia hold him. He was now about the same height as Petunia, and it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before he completely surpassed his mother. In the future, it would be almost impossible for him to be held in Petunia's arms like this. "Dudley, I think you should eat more and grow up to be like me now. That is what a real man should look like. You are really too thin now," Vernon said from the side. He had always felt that Dudley's weight loss was a wrong decision, firmly believing that a man should be a bit fat to have a sense of security. "Dad, I'm just right now, and I'm very satisfied," Dudley said directly. Vernon muttered a few words helplessly but didn't say anything else. "Good morning." Harry walked down from upstairs. "Good morning, Harry, happy birthday," Dudley said with a smile. "Happy birthday, boy," Uncle Vernon also said. "You're a year older now, and you're 12, just like Dudley." Petunia gave Harry a hug. There were quite a few gifts in the kitchen. Petunia and Vernon had prepared birthday gifts for Harry, and some others came from Hermione and Ron, which they had sent to Dudley in advance. "Thank you." Harry looked at the gifts and smiled from the bottom of his heart. The birthday gifts he had always longed for were finally here now. Although he still hadn't completely integrated into this family, this was enough. "To celebrate Harry's birthday, I've decided that I will cook lunch," Dudley announced to everyone. "Baby, you can cook." Petunia was extremely surprised. "Of course." Dudley nodded. "My little baby Dudley can cook, he really is amazing." Petunia was moved to tears once again. "Are you sure you won't be like Seamus?" Harry looked at Dudley with a skeptical gaze, and said something that only Dudley could understand. "No problem," Dudley said confidently. Immediately after, Dudley shooed Harry and the others out of the kitchen, and began to cook on his own. Dudley did know how to cook, but he did it very rarely. In that eerie world, there were many times when Dudley had to solve the problem of eating by himself. By noon, the meal was finally ready. However, it wasn't standard British food, but rather a fusion of some culinary methods from that eerie world. Although I haven't done it for a long time, my skills are still there. Dudley took a taste, it was still the familiar flavor. "Dudley, is the food ready?" Vernon asked loudly from outside the door. He had already smelled the aroma, and having originally held no hope, he was now drooling. Harry was also full of anticipation, as the scent emanating from inside was truly delicious. As for Petunia, she had already been moved to tears by Dudley. Her son had not only become a wizard but could now cook as well. This far exceeded her expectations for Dudley. "Right away," Dudley replied loudly. Then, he whispered, "Just one last step left." As he finished speaking, Dudley took a medicine bottle out of the mirror of Ariste. After opening it, a wisp of faint green smoke emerged, and a strange fragrance filled the air, imbuing the entire kitchen with a breath of life. Dudley took a satisfied breath, then added a drop of the crystal-clear liquid to each dish. 169 Cooperate with the performance. Chapter 168, Playing Along. As Dudley stirred it evenly, this meal of immortality was officially completed. According to Professor Dumbledore's reminder, the elixir of life does not grant immortality after a single dose, it must be taken periodically. Furthermore, while this medicine can slow down aging, it cannot completely stop it. But this is enough, Dudley whispered to himself. Being able to have his parents by his side for hundreds of years was already a very good outcome. When the time was right, they would move somewhere else and live a carefree life from then on. This was the ending Dudley had always hoped for. Dinner is served. Dudley waved his right hand gently, and the food floated up and landed steadily on the table. Soon, Vernon, Petunia, and Harry rushed into the kitchen, looking at the delicacies on the table impatiently. Dudley, you are truly amazing. Petunia looked at the meal on the table and praised him without reservation. It didn't just smell good, it also looked incredibly delicious. I can't wait to have a taste. Vernon looked at the food on the table, his mouth almost watering. Dudley, I didn't expect you to have this skill. Harry also exclaimed with genuine admiration. Go ahead and try it. Dudley invited everyone to be seated. Everyone raised their glasses to wish Harry a happy birthday, and then they tucked into the meal on the table. How does it taste? Halfway through, Dudley asked for their opinions. Excellent. The three of them said almost in unison. And I feel like there's an indescribable, fragrant scent in the food. After eating it, I feel completely refreshed, Petunia said. Is there? How come I don't feel it? Vernon pursed his lips secretly, trying to taste the fragrance Petunia mentioned, but he still couldn't detect it. Anyway, eating the delicious meal my son made, I feel much more energetic, ha ha ha. Vernon said happily. Dudley, what did you add to the food? Harry asked in a low voice. After eating this meal, Harry clearly felt some changes in his body. If he didn't know about the existence of potions, he might have ignored this feeling. But Harry was a wizard after all, and he knew some of the effects potions had on the human body. The food Dudley made was delicious, but it wasn't enough to cause physical changes in a person. There was clearly something else added to this meal. Good things. You don't need to worry about it, I won't harm you. Dudley whispered. Dudley hadn't told Harry about the Philosopher's Stone, and he didn't want Harry to know for the time being. Harry also knew that Dudley wouldn't harm him, he was just curious. At the same time, he felt that Dudley was becoming increasingly mysterious. Even he couldn't enter that magic space in the basement at will anymore. The birthday lunch ended just like that. Harry felt very satisfied with it. Ahem, Harry, we originally planned to take you out to play this afternoon, but I'm really sorry, I have an important business deal to discuss, so. Vernon said to Harry in a negotiating tone. It's fine. We already went out last time for Dudley's birthday. Uncle Vernon, please feel free to discuss your business with peace of mind, Harry said generously. If this were in the past, Vernon certainly wouldn't have cared about Harry's opinion, but under Dudley's influence, he had indeed changed a lot. Vernon smiled happily and said, if this business deal goes through, I can buy a villa on Mallorca, and we can go there for the summer vacation. Dear, you definitely will, Petunia said with a smile. Dudley wanted to say that they didn't need to close this deal to buy a villa on Mallorca, but after thinking about it, he didn't say it. Giving his parents gold bars directly was not as good as helping them close this deal. For Dudley, this was simply a piece of cake. All right, let's rehearse the procedure for tonight's banquet. At 8 o'clock, everyone takes their positions. Petunia, at this time you should. Vernon looked at Petunia. Be in the living room, waiting to kindly welcome them. Very good, very good. Dudley, what about you? Vernon looked at Dudley. I will open the door for them, Dudley said with a smile, then help them with their coats, and greet Mr. Oh, right, I can also prepare some small gifts, and give them to them when they enter. Dudley added. Very good, Dudley, they will surely like you, Vernon exclaimed. Dudley smiled. Harry, what about you? Me, should I just stay in my bedroom? Harry was stunned for a moment. Usually at times like this, Vernon would require him to stay in his bedroom, and not make a sound. At least it used to be like that, they never let anyone else know of his existence. Although Vernon was much nicer to him now, Harry didn't have the consciousness of participating in Dudley's family dinner yet. He felt that he would be more comfortable staying in his own bedroom. No, no, no. I mentioned you to Mr. Mason, and they are also very interested in you, so you should just wait in the kitchen and warmly welcome them. How about that? Vernon suggested. Harry felt it would be quite awkward, but since Uncle Vernon had said so, he couldn't refuse. For the rest of the time, Vernon went through every detail of the entire procedure, even requiring everyone's standing positions, and what to say, rehearsing everything one by one. It was evident how much he valued this business deal. Dudley really wanted to say that as long as he was there, this deal couldn't possibly fail, but in the end, he didn't say it out loud. He didn't want his parents to know that he possessed the ability to influence others' thoughts. Therefore, he could only play along with their performance. The whole rehearsal process lasted about an hour. By the time it finished, both Dudley and Harry were exhausted. Dad, I want to know, if this deal is successful, could you start your own company? Dudley asked. That would be possible. I would have a large amount of startup capital, but the only problem is that at the beginning of the company, I might not be able to get enough clients, Vernon said with some hesitation. Is that so? Then we'll see tonight. Dudley's gaze shifted slightly, and he already had an idea in his mind. For the rest of the time, Dudley didn't go back into the basement to study potions. He returned to his room to prepare for a nap. Just as he was about to pull the curtains, Dudley keenly felt that something was wrong. Something has come in. This was Dudley's home, and he was too familiar with it. The interrogator's abilities would be significantly enhanced here. Dudley's gaze flashed slightly, and he immediately locked onto the hedge in the yard downstairs, where a pair of unusually large green eyes were blinking. Chapter 169 House Elf. Those eyes did not discover Dudley, they were staring at Harry's bedroom. Pain whip. Without hesitation, Dudley directly activated the interrogator's beyonder ability. Strike first. Regardless of whether this thing had malicious intent, since it had snuck in, Dudley would not show mercy. Not using mental piercing immediately was already Dudley showing mercy. The next moment, the creature's body trembled, and it tumbled out from the hedge. Its eyes were filled with terror, and its cheeks were slightly distorted. Who are you? Dudley looked at the magic creature and asked with a cold expression. However, that thing did not give Dudley a chance to strike again. It snapped its right fingers and disappeared instantly. Ran away. Dudley's gaze narrowed slightly. He immediately walked out of his room, arrived at the yard, and carefully inspected the place where the magic creature had just been. No magical traces or traps found. Then what was its purpose in sneaking into my house? Dudley frowned. Suddenly, Dudley turned back to look at Harry's window. Just now, that magic creature's target was not Dudley's side but Harry. Looking at that thing, it seems to be a house elf mentioned in books. This creature is only owned by those pureblood magic families, right? Dudley thought to himself. He had roughly determined the identity of that magic creature, but regarding its purpose, Dudley had no clue. It couldn't be that Lord Voldemort sent a house elf to assassinate Harry, could it? Wait, I remember, when the Auror investigated the matter of the missing letters, it turned out to be a magic creature, but they didn't catch it in the end. Could it be? Thinking of this, Dudley could basically confirm that the one who intercepted his and Harry's letters earlier was very likely this house elf. What is its purpose in doing this? Dudley couldn't figure it out. However, Dudley did know a little about house elves. This species was conquered by wizards in ancient wars. Every single one had to accept training in subservience from birth, and were slaves destined to serve their masters for generations. They shouldered all housework, were bound by their masters, could not easily disobey their masters' orders, and if they did, they had to punish themselves. For them, their highest right was to obey their master's orders. They had to work hard their whole lives unless their master handed them a piece of clothing, at which point they would gain their freedom. From this perspective, it was highly likely that this house elf was following its master's orders to intercept their letters and monitor them. But such a thing didn't really seem like something a wizard with a normal brain would do. Instead, it felt like a child's prank. Could this thing belong to the Malfoy family? Sent to steal Harry's and my letters, monitor us, wanting to dig up our dark history, and then continue being obnoxious after arriving at school. Dudley frowned. Among all the conjectures, this seemed to be the most reasonable one. Mainly because he felt that Malfoy could really do such a thing. After finding nothing else, Dudley returned to his room and temporarily let the matter go. The dinner party, which had been rehearsed countless times, was finally about to begin. Dudley was dressed neatly, waiting at the door. Vernon's loud laughter rang out in the yard, along with his greeting, "Mr. Mason, Mrs. Mason, please come in." Hearing the sound, Dudley opened the door. "Shall I take your coats, Mr.?" Dudley said with a smile to the two people in front of him. "Is this your son, Mr.? What a sunny and handsome young man," Mason said immediately upon seeing Dudley. Dudley had a handsome face, his golden hair was neatly groomed, and he wore formal attire with a great physique. If it weren't for his slight resemblance to Vernon, most people would never connect Dudley with his father. The two smiled and handed their coats to Dudley. After hanging up the coats, Dudley hurriedly took out the candy he had prepared long ago and handed it to them. This wasn't some carefully selected gift, just ordinary candy, but for Dudley, it was enough. "Mason, have a piece of candy. I picked this out specifically for you," Dudley said with a smile. Mason said, somewhat surprised. Vernon and Petunia, who was standing in the living room, almost exclaimed upon seeing this. Dudley had told them earlier that he had prepared a carefully crafted gift. But they never expected that Dudley's so-called carefully prepared gift was just candy taken casually from the table. Mason was clearly not interested in candy, his brows furrowed slightly, and he looked a bit displeased. Mason, however, said nothing more and, out of politeness, accepted the candy Dudley handed over. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the boy in front of her was so handsome, and felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy, even more intimate than her own son. "Oh dear, how did you know I liked this kind of candy?" "Thank you so much." Mason beamed with joy, almost giving Dudley a hug right there. "Mason, you have one too." Dudley handed it to Mr. Mason again. This time, Mr. Mason did not refuse, he wanted to see what was so special about this candy. The next moment, a look of surprise also appeared on his face. "Thank you, Dudley, this is the best gift I've received today." From that moment on, they became very enthusiastic toward Dudley, treating him like their own son, and they liked Dudley immensely. This scene left Vernon and Petunia stunned. Everything that followed went very smoothly, and the whole dinner party was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Mason were very fond of Dudley. Not to mention the previous business deal, under Dudley's verbal offensive, the Masons eventually decided to fund Vernon to open a company. As for clients, there was no need to worry, they were the biggest clients themselves. Harry was also smiling happily, he seemed to already see the villa in Majorca beckoning to them. After the dinner party ended, Vernon and Petunia praised Dudley's performance endlessly. If it hadn't been for Dudley, their business tonight certainly wouldn't have gone so smoothly, let alone getting the Masons to pay for Vernon to open a company, that was almost impossible. The two were sincerely proud of their son. After this day ended, it meant the arrival of August, and the end of summer vacation was getting closer and closer. Before that, they had already agreed with Ron to go to his house to play for a while beforehand, and then go to Hogwarts together. Vernon and Petunia had no objections to this. They were busy with the company opening, and didn't have much energy to take care of Dudley and Harry, so it was just as well to let them go out and play. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. Screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. 171 Diagon Alley Chapter 170, Diagon Alley. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the day agreed upon with Ron arrived. Before this, Dudley had let Cole go. On one hand, this guy had been squeezed dry by Dudley, no useful information could be extracted, so keeping him wasn't very meaningful. On the other hand, under Dudley's repeated brainwashing and interrogation, Cole had completely surrendered at Dudley's feet, promising to be loyal to him. Furthermore, he allowed Dudley to leave a magical mark on him, so no matter where he went in the future, he could not escape Dudley's tracking. Finally, Cole could no longer return to the Ministry of Magic to continue working. His previous betrayal of the Ministry had been investigated, and his family had all died due to retaliation from that organization. Thus Cole had become a lone wolf, and all he could do was use Dudley's hand to exact revenge on that organization. The appointed day finally arrived. Vernon drove Dudley and Harry, along with their luggage, to London. Under the reluctant gazes of Vernon and Petunia, Mr. Weasley picked the two of them up, and then used flue powder to go directly to the burrow. Everything at Ron's home made Dudley and Harry feel very novel. Having grown up in a Muggle family, it was the first time they truly came into contact with what a wizarding family was like. They spent a very pleasant time during the latter half of the holiday at Ron's home. The start of school was approaching. Hogwarts sent the new semester's book list to everyone, including, of course, Harry and Dudley. They always seemed able to find the exact location of their students, which probably had something to do with the trace. Why is the book list full of books by this Gilderoy Lockhart? Harry looked at the book list and said with a frown. Ours are too, George and Ron answered simultaneously. It must be the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, but... Dudley looked at the book list and always felt this teacher was a bit pretentious. There were a total of 8 books on the list. Apart from Miranda's standard book of spells, grade 2, the other 7 were all books by Gilderoy Lockhart. Moreover, judging by the titles, these books were more like novels or travelogues, not like textbooks at all. More importantly, these books were all written by him. Forcing his students to buy so many of his own books really didn't make people like him. These books aren't cheap, George said. These books are really expensive, Fred also said. We will find a way, Mrs. Weasley said, but she looked a bit worried. Harry and Dudley exchanged a look, tacitly saying nothing. They both knew that the conditions at Ron's home were quite average, and neither Harry nor Dudley was short of money now. They were willing to help a little. However, they both knew that Ron's family would not be willing to accept it. After spending so much time together, they knew the style of Ron's family very well. Even if things were difficult, they would not accept charity from others. To them, this was not help but an insult. The next day, Hermione contacted Dudley and the others and arranged to go to Diagon Alley together on Wednesday to buy the necessary items. When the day arrived, Mrs. Weasley woke everyone up early in the morning. Everyone hurriedly ate some bacon sandwiches and put on their coats, ready to set off. This time, they planned to use flue powder to go directly to Diagon Alley. Having had experience using flue powder before, Dudley and Harry were no strangers to this mode of travel. Dudley even specifically grabbed Mr. Weasley to ask about some details regarding flue powder. Like last time, grab a handful of flue powder, then clearly say the name Diagon Alley. Harry, Dudley, you two go first, Mr. Weasley said to Harry. Harry looked at Dudley. Younger brother first. Dudley pushed Harry directly into the fireplace. Harry did not decline further, grabbed a handful of flue powder, and then clearly said the 3 words, Diagon Alley. Accompanied by the falling powder, Harry's figure quickly dissipated in the green flames. Next was Dudley, Ron, and the others. Accompanied by the green flames, Dudley's figure also disappeared from the burrow. When he reappeared, he was already in Diagon Alley. Stepping out of the fireplace, Dudley glanced around. There was a series of fireplaces here, specifically for wizards to use flue powder to enter Diagon Alley. In the surrounding fireplaces, green flames lit up from time to time, and one wizard after another appeared, then headed towards the streets of Diagon Alley. Before long, Ron and the others appeared one after another. "We need to go to Gringotts to get money first," Mrs. Weasley said first. I'll go exchange some money then," Dudley said. Soon, their group arrived at Gringotts. Weasley took Harry along and rode the small mine cart to the underground vaults. Dudley, however, stayed in the Gringotts lobby. He needed to find a goblin here to exchange gold bars for wizarding currency. This wasn't difficult, there were quite a few people with such needs. After all, when the school season arrived, children from Muggle families all needed to exchange pounds for galleons here. When Dudley took a few gold bars out of his pocket, he could clearly feel the eyes of the goblin opposite him go straight. "Oh, high-purity gold." Just by taking one look, the goblin exclaimed. Immediately, he took the gold bars Dudley handed over, began to carefully weigh them, determine the gold content, and convert them into wizarding currency. Before long, Dudley's bag was filled with a large handful of galleons. This was no small fortune, enough to let Dudley buy many things he needed here. Of course, Dudley had other plans. He was prepared to go to Nocturne Alley to take a look later. After waiting in the Gringotts lobby for not long, Harry and the others came out from underground. Weasley's face looked a bit worried. Harry lowered his voice and said in Dudley's ear, "Ron's family's money might not be enough. Should we help them?" Dudley looked at Ron and the others. They were discussing where to buy second-hand robes for Ginny. "No need, they don't need our help." Dudley shook his head. Upon hearing this, Harry didn't say anything more. After getting the money, Dudley and the others went to find Hermione, and soon met her at the agreed place. They discussed buying the things needed for the new semester together, and they were also full of curiosity about the various magical items in the cabinets of Diagon Alley. An hour later, Harry and the others prepared to go to Flourish and Blott's to buy books. Dudley did not follow. He had Harry buy his share as well. He had some other things to deal with. After saying goodbye to everyone, Dudley put on his hood, hid his face in the shadows, and headed towards Nocturne Alley. Chapter 171, Battle in Nocturne Alley. After passing through several narrow and gloomy alleys, Dudley stepped into Nocturne Alley once again. Unlike the last time he visited, this time Dudley was unaccompanied. He had come here all alone. Some of the surrounding wizards seemed to have noticed Dudley, and many cast inquisitive glances his way. Although Dudley had hidden his face beneath his hood, he was not very tall, and he appeared somewhat frail in Nocturne Alley, which piqued the interest of quite a few people. "My dear, are you lost?" A filthy witch approached him, asking in a shrill, whispering voice. "Get lost," Dudley scolded in a low voice. In a place like this, one must never show weakness, nor should one be too polite. Here, only the law of the jungle prevailed. The witch's expression darkened and she glared at Dudley, but she did not approach any further. "Is this your first time in Nocturne Alley? I can show you the way." After walking only a few steps, a withered old man appeared before Dudley, blocking his path. At the same time, some other wizards approached from different directions. These dark wizards, hidden in the shadows, swarmed over like flies smelling blood. Dudley did not speak again. He slowly raised his right hand, and his wand emerged from his sleeve. This scene was witnessed by the surrounding dark wizards, which immediately caused some of them to hesitate. This youth, dressed in a black cloak with his face hidden, did not seem like someone to be trifled with. However, there were plenty of people who didn't fear death. A mere wand was not enough to make them afraid. "Trying to threaten me with a wand? This isn't a toy for you little ones to play with. You'd better put it away, lest you hurt yours." The withered old man had not even finished his sentence. A beam of light shot suddenly from the wand, sending the old man flying backward. With a loud thud, he crashed into a pile of trash not far away, and immediately, the stench of rot filled the entire alley. In an instant, the alley fell silent. No one had expected Dudley to actually attack, and so swiftly at that, without giving the old man a moment to react. Among the onlookers, some dark wizards' expressions changed, and they began to retreat, quickly leaving the area. When Dudley cast the magic just now, there was absolutely no sound of an incantation. Nonverbal spell. Although it was not a particularly high-level ability, it indirectly proved that the person under the black robe was not to be trifled with. Sharp-eyed wizards quickly chose to leave. But there were still some who didn't know when to quit. After the old man was sent flying, they were thoroughly enraged and rushed toward Dudley with roars. Dudley's wand rotated slightly, and beam after beam of light shot out fast, accurate, and ruthless. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he had laid 5 or 6 of the wizards on the ground. At this moment, no one dared to question Dudley's strength anymore. They all looked at this mysterious black-robed person in terror. Among the dark wizards lying on the ground, the few who were still conscious did not dare to make another move, and lay on the ground shivering. All around, those wizards who had been watching the commotion seemed to have vanished in an instant. The entire alley went quiet, and not another figure could be seen. Dudley ignored those on the ground and stepped over their bodies. Just as Dudley was about to leave the alley, suddenly, one of the people on the ground leapt up and pointed a wand at Dudley. Reducto. Before the incantation was finished, his wand suddenly exploded, and along with his arm, was completely blown to smithereens. Dudley did not look back and walked straight out of the alley. The screams were drowned out in the alley. The surrounding dark wizards watched coldly as the man who had lost his arm rolled on the ground and wailed. No one went to help. Where did this wizard come from? He's even more ruthless than us. A dark wizard lying on the ground said with an ugly expression. He glanced at the wizard whose arm and wand had been blown off and couldn't help but feel a surge of relief that he hadn't attacked again just now. Originally, they thought they could squeeze some profit out of this black-robed person, but they hadn't expected to be wiped out in a single encounter. Although their strength wasn't much, being defeated by one person before they could even make a move, with so many of them, was indeed quite embarrassing. Dudley passed through several alleys and finally arrived at the main street of Nocturne Alley. He looked around, quickly identified his bearings, and walked toward Borgin and Burke's. A few minutes later, Dudley arrived at the shop entrance. Just as he was about to enter, his expression suddenly changed, and he retreated to the side. The door of Borgin and Burke's opened and 2 familiar figures walked out first. Lucius and Draco. Following closely behind was the shop owner, Bojan. Goodbye, mister, I will wait for you to come and collect the goods at my home tomorrow. Lucius said to Bojan. No problem, Mr. Bojan was all smiles as he watched Lucius and Draco leave. It seems the Malfoy family really does have some connection with dark wizards. Dudley watched the 2 Malfoys leave, and thought to himself. Lucius already had some connection with Lord Voldemort, this was no secret. Dudley was not very surprised to see the 2 of them here. He was just a little curious about why they had come. After the 2 of them had walked far away, Dudley returned to Borgin and Burke's and pushed the door open to enter. Bojan saw a black-robed person walk into his shop and greeted him with a smile. Dudley didn't say much and lowered the hood he was wearing on his head. Dudley, long time no see. After seeing who it was, Bojan immediately became much more enthusiastic and hurriedly walked out from behind the counter. Borgin, long time no see. Dudley nodded. Do you have any good things lately? Dudley asked. I have a few, would you like me to introduce them to you? Bojan said immediately. Dudley nodded. He intended to first see if any new sealed artifacts had appeared. Bojan immediately began to introduce some dark arts items he had collected during this period. What was Lucius here for? Dudley asked casually. Bojan's expression faltered for a moment. After thinking about it, he smiled and said, Sir, we cannot disclose customer information, please understand. Dudley didn't say anything. Bojan continued to introduce some of the dark arts items in the shop. After a while. It seems you are not very interested in this batch of goods, Bojan continued. I wonder if Mr. Dudley has time the day after tomorrow. My shop will be receiving a new batch of goods tomorrow. Perhaps there will be something you like. Dudley's gaze narrowed slightly. Just a moment ago when Lucius left, he had told Bojan to come to his home tomorrow to collect goods. Dudley gave Bojan a meaningful look. Bojan smiled back. All right, I will come back to take a look the day after tomorrow. Dudley nodded. 173 Mystical Connection Chapter 172 Occult Connections. Dudley did not stay at Borgin and Burke's for long. After confirming he would come again the day after tomorrow, he left. Walking through Nocturne Alley, Dudley was in no rush to return. After strolling for a while, he pulled up his hood and ducked into a side alley. After walking through the dark and deep alley for a while, he arrived at an unfamiliar place. The alley here was very narrow, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. The ground was covered in dirty, foul-smelling wastewater, and the air was filled with an unbearable stench. It should be here. Dudley identified the direction, walked into a dilapidated building, went upstairs and turned left. A figure flashed out, wand pointing directly at Dudley. Relax, Cole. Facing the black-robed person, Dudley's expression was calm. It's you. Cole looked at Dudley in front of him, somewhat panicked. How is it? Have you found any clues about that Mr. Dudley asked, ignoring Cole's unusual behavior. Cole took down his hood and shook his head. Once handsome and dashing, he now looked very weathered, his cheeks sunken and his beard unkempt, having long lost his former prestige as an orar. They seem to have disappeared completely. I can't find any clues about them. Cole said dejectedly. He had searched many places in Nocturne Alley and asked some people, but there was no news of that group. Even those who had originally been in contact with them, when Cole asked, surprisingly did not remember at all. Memory charm? Dudley guessed upon hearing this. It should be. From this point, it can be seen that they are very meticulous in their work. Even if there is the slightest risk of exposure, they will eliminate it. Cole said. Dudley frowned, pondered for a moment and said, although this makes sense, there is one point. If they were really so afraid of exposure, they shouldn't have committed those cases. This seems to contradict their meticulous way of acting. Hearing this, Cole fell into deep thought. Indeed, the previous cases had erupted in a concentrated manner, actually attracting the attention of many wizards. Especially since the Ministry of Magic had already given the Aurors a death order, they had to solve the cases as soon as possible. Even with Cole and inside man interfering, the subsequent effect he could have was already minimal. Suddenly, Cole thought of a possibility. His gaze fell on Dudley. What's wrong? Thought of something? Dudley asked. Is it possible that it's because of you? Cole said. Dudley's gaze tightened, revealing a thoughtful expression. Cole quickly explained, that organization is looking for some magical dark arts items, and you can easily utilize these items. I mean, after they realized your existence, they didn't dare to act recklessly anymore and chose to eliminate all traces and hide. Even if you hadn't captured me, they might have chosen to kill to silence me. Cole became more and more agitated as he spoke. He stood up and paced back and forth in the small room. It's like this, it must be like this, otherwise why did they kill my family as soon as I went missing? A hint of ferocity appeared in Cole's eyes. Everything was because of that organization. It seems our enemy is even more cunning than we imagined. Dudley stood up. I should go. You continue investigating. Also, if you can't find that group for the time being, you can help me investigate the whereabouts of Lord Voldemort first. Dudley said. Lord Voldemort. Upon hearing this name, Cole's body trembled noticeably. Yes, I need to make him disappear from this world completely. Dudley said without hesitation. Isn't he already dead? Killed by your cousin? Cole asked, puzzled. No, Lord Voldemort is not dead. His soul still lingers in this world. Just 3 months ago, I just had a great battle with him. Dudley said nonchalantly. Cole's throat tightened. He didn't think Dudley would lie about such things. And this meant that Dudley had the ability to confront Lord Voldemort. What else was there that this 12-year-old child couldn't do? I'm leaving, take care of yourself. Dudley put on his hood, hiding his face in the shadows, and turned to leave the dilapidated building. After Dudley left, Cole leaned against the wall and slowly sat down. How did he find me? Cole pulled up his sleeve, where there was a capital cursive letter D. This was what Dudley had specially left on him to track his location. But before this, Cole had already found a way to dissolve much of the magic in the mark, and found an item that could block the perception of magic marks. Yet even so, Dudley still found him. This was also why he was panicked the moment he saw Dudley. There was no trace of magic perceived. Could it be that he can find my location without relying on magic? Cole thought to himself. After a while, he shook his head. It seems I cannot escape his palm. Forget it, my goal is the same as his to deal with that organization, so cooperating with him is also a good choice. Cole thought. It's just Lord Voldemort. Thinking of this name, Cole was still a bit fearful. He had experienced the dark era of Lord Voldemort. Even though he was very young at that time, the shadow Lord Voldemort brought to the entire wizarding world still loomed in his heart, like a nightmare that could never be shaken off. On the other side, Dudley walked quickly away from Knockturn Alley. Under his hood, a sneer curled on his lips. Thinking that by blocking my magic mark, you can escape my control. Do you think I would let you leave without absolute certainty? This time it's a reminder for you. Next time, I won't be so easy to talk to. Dudley thought to himself. He had long since noticed that the magic mark was blocked, but Dudley was not in a hurry. The magic mark was just a means, intended to make Cole believe that this was the method Dudley used to track him. In reality, among the beyonder abilities of the Briber of the Black Emperor sequence, one can establish an occult connection by giving things to others. This connection has no external manifestation, and no trace of magic. As long as Dudley wants to find Cole, even if he walks around randomly, he can unintentionally approach Cole, and lock onto his location. This is the reason why Dudley could easily find Cole. During the time he was held in imprisonment before, he ate so much of the stuff I brought him. Before these things are metabolized out of his body, the connection between us will not be broken. Dudley walked out of the alley and arrived at Diagon Alley. He took off his hood, wearing a smile, and walked into the crowd. Chapter 173, Rich and Capricious. Not long after walking along Diagon Alley, Dudley saw Harry and the others. However, Mr. Weasley, who was nearby, looked a bit worse for wear. There was a swollen patch on his cheek, and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Dudley walked over quickly and asked with concern, "Mr. Weasley, what happened to you?" Dudley, ahem, this. Weasley gave a dry cough, seemingly a bit embarrassed to explain. Dad got into a fight with Lucius. Ron said bluntly. Dudley looked surprised. He had only gone for a stroll in Knockturn Alley, and in that time, Mr. Weasley had actually gotten into a fight with Lucius that was quite something. Lucius's mouth is just as foul as Draco's. Now I know why Draco is the way he is, Harry remarked from the side. Immediately after, Harry told Dudley what had happened at Flourish and Blots. Serves him right, Dudley commented after hearing the story. Actually, there was no need to even hear it. It was basically just Lucius repeating the same things Draco had used to mock the Weasley family, with hardly any of the words changed. Those two really were father and son. Where is Mrs. Dudley asked. My mom is accompanying Ginny to buy robes. Dudley took the books Harry had bought for him, and the group wandered around Diagon Alley together. Harry talked about meeting Gilderoy Lockhart at the bookstore, describing how the man had insisted on dragging him up to take several photos, which had made Harry very uncomfortable. On the other side, Mr. Weasley seemed fine. Upon seeing Hermione's parents, he immediately walked over to strike up a conversation, pestering them with questions about Muggle matters. The new broomsticks. Ron's voice suddenly rang out, his gaze fixed on a shop window not far away. A number of children like Ron were already gathered there. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on Harry's face as well, and he ran over to take a closer look. Nimbus 2001, this is the fastest broomstick ever. Ron's face was practically pressed against the window. Harry, you're starting to participate in Gryffindor Quidditch matches next semester, right? Dudley suddenly asked. Yes, the previous seeker graduated, and Wood thinks I'm very suitable for the position. Harry's eyes barely left the broomstick. All right then. Dudley replied, turning and walking into the shop. Welcome, sir. How can I help you? A shop assistant walked up eagerly and asked. Although most people were just looking and wouldn't actually buy anything, the attendant still maintained a professional service attitude. I want this one. Dudley pointed to the Nimbus 2001 broomstick in the window. Sir, this is merchandise for sale. We cannot take it out for you to test, please understand, the assistant said politely. I mean, I want to buy it. Dudley repeated. The assistant looked at Dudley in surprise, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I suggest you wait until your parents come over. Dudley took out a handful of galleons and placed them on the counter. I want to. Hurry up and wrap them up for me. The assistant. This was the first time he had ever seen such a wealthy kid. Wouldn't a child like this get spanked by his parents when he got home? Very well, sir, please wait a moment. The assistant said immediately after snapping back to reality. The broomstick in the window was for display and definitely couldn't be taken out. Soon, the attendant brought out 2 brand new Nimbus 2001 broomsticks from the back warehouse. The broomsticks were wrapped in a layer of oilcloth, looking quite exquisite. Dudley nodded and took the 2 broomsticks. Count the money. The 2 broomsticks felt very light in Dudley's hands. They were infinitely better than the ancient, decrepit broomsticks at school. It's enough, sir. The attendant finished counting the money and pushed the remaining galleons back. Dudley put away the money and walked out of the broomstick shop. Welcome back anytime, the attendant said reluctantly. That kid bought 2 Nimbus 2001s. I'm so envious of him. As soon as Dudley walked out, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The packaging of the broomsticks was simply too eye-catching, and it even had the words, Nimbus 2001 printed in large letters on it. Who bought 2 broomsticks? My goodness. Ron turned around, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Harry also had his mouth wide open, too shocked to speak. Let's go back and try them out. Dudley winked at the 2 of them and handed one of them to Harry. Happy birthday, this is your birthday present, Dudley said. You already gave me a birthday present, Harry stammered. This is to make up for the previous one. Dudley said. Enough, let's go. Don't you want to ride the Nimbus 2001 and fly a couple of laps over the burrow? I bet that would be really cool. Dudley said. His words successfully stirred Harry and Ron's imagination, and once they started imagining it, they couldn't stop. Even though they were still in Diagon Alley, their hearts were already flying in the sky on Nimbus 2001s. I'm going to tell my dad, we're going back now, Ron said hurriedly. They had already bought everything they needed and originally planned to have fun in Diagon Alley. But now, nothing was more attractive than flying in the sky on a Nimbus 2001. Hermione had witnessed the whole process from the side. One could tell from her expression that she really didn't understand these interests of boys. After saying goodbye to Hermione and the others, Dudley and the others returned to the fireplace in Diagon Alley and used Floo powder to return directly to the burrow. Without any hesitation, they dropped what they were carrying and rushed out of the house with the broomsticks. Try it out, Dudley, Ron said excitedly. Harry was already unwrapping his broomstick. Ouch, my stomach feels uncomfortable. You ride it for a while, I'm going to the bathroom. Dudley frowned, tossed the Nimbus 2001 to Ron, and trotted back into the house. I'll wait for you, Ron said to Dudley, taking the broomstick carefully. No need to wait for me, you play first, otherwise you won't have a chance later, Dudley said loudly. Ron looked at the broomstick in his hand, torn. This was the thing he had dreamed of. But after all, it was Dudley's, he couldn't just. A large black rat wearing glasses zoomed past Ron's eyes, and Harry's laughter echoed in the air. At this point, Ron could no longer resist the temptation of the broomstick. He mounted the Nimbus 2001 and transformed into another large black rat. 175 School Starts Chapter 170 For School Starts. One day later. Dudley, using the excuse that he had forgotten to buy something, once again used flu powder to go to Diagon Alley. Originally, Ron and Harry wanted to accompany Dudley, but Dudley refused, telling them to stay home and practice Quidditch with their flying broomsticks. These past 2 days, they had all gone wild. Not only Harry and Ron, but Fred and George had also joined in, and even Percy had flown a few laps in the sky on the Nimbus 2001. It was a rare opportunity, as this was currently the fastest flying broomstick in the wizarding world, and everyone wanted to experience it. Dudley, on the other hand, only tried flying for about 10 minutes, and then didn't touch the broomstick again. He had originally bought it for Ron and the others to enjoy, not for himself. If he had directly given it to Ron, they definitely wouldn't have accepted it, so this situation arose. In Diagon Alley, Dudley put on his hood and quickly found the small alley leading to Nocturne Alley. "Young man, are you lost?" A withered witch approached, but before she could finish her sentence, she shrieked and ran away in terror. Some dark wizards who had been watching from the alley also showed terrified expressions at this moment, turning to flee directly. Several wizards even operated away, fearing that if they ran too slowly, they would be killed by the wizard in front of them. The battle 3 days ago had left a considerable shadow on the dark wizards here. "I thought you would send someone to get revenge on me." Dudley glanced at the fleeing dark wizards and sneered. Most of the dark wizards gathered here were a disorganized lot. These people bullied the weak and feared the strong, striking hard against those weaker than them, but when someone like Dudley struck hard against them, all they could do was flee in terror. Passing through the alley, Dudley arrived at Borgin and Burke's, pushed open the door and walked in. "Welcome." Mr. Bojan had been waiting for Dudley for a long time, and upon seeing Dudley enter, he immediately greeted him warmly. "Has the new stock arrived?" Dudley asked. "Yes, there are many good things." Bojan led Dudley to a small room in the back, where many dark arts items were displayed. A blood-stained turban, a pitch-black frying pan, a bone dagger. "You've got a lot of new stock in," Dudley said with a light chuckle. Bojan smiled, offering no explanation. Dudley blinked slightly, activating his spiritual vision to look at these dark arts items. These items all carried some evil aura, but a few had a particularly strong evil aura. "Let me introduce them to you." Seeing Dudley's gaze fall on a few items, Bojan immediately said with a smile. "This turban is said to be hundreds of years old, and the blood on it is supposedly from a dark wizard. He killed his entire family and then committed suicide, and when people found him, all that was left was this turban, with no blood at the scene." Bojan introduced. "Avada Kedavra doesn't cause bleeding, does it?" Dudley said. "Yes, but what I mean is, there was no blood at all in the corpses at the scene." Bojan continued. Dudley's gaze sharpened. "You guessed correctly, they were all mummified corpses." Afterward, this turban passed through many hands, but without exception, all of its owners were drained into mummified corpses after wearing it. Bojan continued. "So does this thing require a special preservation method?" Dudley asked. "As long as you don't wear it, nothing will happen," Bojan said, "but it is said that it constantly tempts its owner to wear it." Dudley looked at the turban. Indeed, it emanated a very strong evil aura. "Does wearing it cause immediate death, or does it take some time to take effect?" Dudley inquired. "As soon as you wear it, the blood in your body will begin to drain until you become a mummified corpse." Dudley nodded. "I'll buy it. This thing might prove quite effective in combat." Bojan's face immediately lit up with pleasant surprise. and he continued to introduce other dark arts items. Dudley ultimately selected some relatively useful items, spending a considerable amount of money, but as long as it could enhance his strength, it was not a loss for Dudley. However, after examining all the items, Dudley confirmed that none of them were the sealed artifact he was looking for. "If you get any good things in the future, remember to notify me," Dudley said. "No problem." Bojan immediately nodded. Then, as if remembering something, he ran to the counter in the back, took out a stack of parchment, and handed it to Dudley. Dudley opened them and saw that some papers were blank, while others had Borgin and Burke's name written on them. "If you need to contact me, you just need to write it on a paper with my signature and burn it, and it will appear directly to me. The other blank papers are a gift from me to you. Please sign your name on these few papers, and I will notify you immediately when there is new merchandise," Borgin and Burke said with great sincerity. Dudley had spent a lot of money there, enough to be considered a major client. "Thank you." Dudley didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the papers. After leaving Borgin and Burke's, Dudley placed all the purchased dark arts items, along with the parchments, into the mirror of Ariste. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for school to start. On September 1st, Mr. Weasley drove his flying car, carrying his large family, as well as Harry and Dudley, to King's Cross Station. "Harry, Dudley, how do you like this car?" On the way, Mr. Weasley asked proudly. Weasley glared at him. "It's quite impressive, especially how well you've combined magic and the car," Dudley praised sincerely. In that peculiar world, technology and extraordinary power had already achieved a good combination, which seemed to be the direction of development for such a world. Even the high-sequence powerhouses of the Justiciar could, in the form of decrees, weaken the mysterious and strengthen reality, which in some respects greatly narrowed the gap between technology and extraordinary abilities, allowing hot weapons like guns to also play a good role in combat. In contrast, the wizarding world seemed to be stuck in its ways, even prohibiting the combination of magic and technology. But in the future, this might become the foreshadowing of the wizarding world's decline. After all, technological progress in this world is too fast. Hearing Dudley's praise for his car, Mr. Weasley was overjoyed and kept chatting with Dudley about the combination of magic and Muggle items. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 175. The Vanishing Harry. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station, Mr. Weasley continued to ask Dudley about Muggle items. The two chatted all the way from the car to the platform. "Dad must be crazy. He's actually discussing how to modify Muggle things with Dudley," Ron said to Harry. "Dudley seems very interested in this." Harry also spoke up. Although that flying car was indeed cool, Mr. Weasley worked for the Ministry of Magic's Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office after all, so this was somewhat akin to knowingly breaking the law. Even if he had left some loopholes when writing the laws himself. "Hurry up, children, we're going to be late," Weasley urged. The departure time was fast approaching, and everyone rushed towards platform April 4th 93. Harry and Ron were left at the very back, following closely behind Fred and George. The next moment, the two collided with the wall, the loud noise attracting the attention of many people at the station. Harry and Ron, who had tumbled to the ground, were also stunned. They stared at the wall in front of them in shock. "What's going on? Why can't we get through? Damn it, the train is about to leave." Harry and Ron looked at the solid wall in front of them in despair, their minds blank. On the other side, Dudley had exchanged views with Mr. Weasley on the combination of Muggle items and magic, and the two agreed that the Ministry of Magic's laws were problematic. "Where are Harry and Ron?" Dudley glanced around but didn't see the two. "Maybe they've already boarded." "Oh, I should go say goodbye to Ginny." Weasley hurried over. Dudley didn't say much. After saying goodbye to Mr. Weasley, he boarded the Hogwarts Express and walked towards the end of the train. Soon, Dudley found an empty compartment at the end of the train and sat inside. Where are they? Dudley looked left and right, but didn't find Ron and Harry. Dudley sat down first, opened the cage to let the big orange cat out, and waited for Harry and the others while petting the cat. Soon, amidst the sound of a whistle, the Hogwarts Express started moving. After a short while, there was a knock on the compartment door. Where did you guys? Before Dudley finished speaking, he suddenly realized that it wasn't Harry and Ron outside the compartment, but a strange young girl. Hello, the other compartments are all full. May I sit here? The young girl asked politely. It's occupied, but fine, you can sit here. Dudley nodded. Thank you. The young girl smiled and nodded. Dudley carefully examined the young girl, silver eyes, dark golden brown hair. Her eyes were protruding, giving her a surprised expression, her skin was pale, her eyebrows were very light, and she was wearing a pair of strange radish-shaped earrings. Hello, my name is Luna, Luna Lovegood. I'm a first-year student this year. Luna tilted her head and said with a faint smile. My name is Dudley, Dudley Dursley. Dudley replied politely. Gryffindor second-year student. Luna stared at Dudley with her silver eyes, her gaze unwavering. Dudley frowned. Staring at others like this was actually very impolite, especially since this girl seemed a bit eccentric. Under suspicion, Dudley activated his spirit vision, and also began to examine what was going on with the girl in front of him. No evil aura, no evil spirit possession, her mental power and soul are both very normal. She is just an ordinary first-year student. Dudley judged in his heart. Your eyes are very different. Suddenly, Luna said. Dudley was stunned. There is light in your eyes, I can see it. Luna continued. Dudley was shocked. This young girl could see his spirit vision. Impossible. Even Professor Dumbledore couldn't see it, how could she? You must be joking. Dudley said calmly. People are always like this, turning a blind eye to some things. Luna withdrew her gaze and looked at the fields outside. The corners of Dudley's mouth twitched slightly. This young girl was really... Dudley thought for a long time and finally could only use this word to describe the girl in front of him. You seem a bit uneasy. Did something happen? Luna looked over again. Right, why haven't Harry and Ron come yet? Dudley suddenly realized something was wrong. The appearance of the young girl had made him temporarily forget about Harry and Ron. The train had been moving for so long, where were they? Dudley quickly stood up, opened the door, and looked outside. Could it be that the two of them saw him sitting with a girl, and went to another compartment? There was no one in the corridor outside. The students had already entered their compartments. Are you waiting for your friends? Are they missing? Luna stood up and asked. I can help you look for them. Actually, when I'm at home, I often lose things, but they always reappear in front of me at the right time. You don't need to be so nervous. Luna comforted him. No, that's not right. They don't seem to be on the train. Dudley's brows were tightly furrowed. He was close to Harry, and they had a connection in the mystical sense. Just by sensing it slightly, Dudley discovered that Harry's aura seemed to be quite far away. What happened? Dudley's expression changed. Harry and Ron hadn't boarded the train. Could they have been kidnapped? But he didn't detect any dangerous aura. Had his spiritual sensing failed? Dudley immediately walked out of the compartment and looked into the other compartments one by one. Seeing this, Luna followed him. Soon, Dudley stopped in front of a compartment. Hey Dudley, want to come in for a drink? This is... Fred saw Dudley and took the initiative to open the door and invite him. Have you seen Ron? Dudley asked. Fred and George looked at each other and shook their heads. They didn't seem to have seen Ron after getting on the train. What's wrong? Did something happen? Seeing that Dudley's expression was off, both of them became nervous. Ron and Harry don't seem to have boarded the train, Dudley said directly. The other students in the compartment also showed surprised expressions. I'll go look for them. Maybe Ron is in Ginny's compartment or over at Percy's, Fred said immediately. Although the two brothers often teased Ron, they really cared about their younger brother when it came to critical moments. However, after searching a circle, they found that Harry and Ron were really not on the train. I'll go find a professor, Dudley said. He remembered that Professor McGonagall and others were on the train last time. Dudley, there usually aren't any professors on the train. Last time was an exception, George said quickly. 177 Flying in the Sky Chapter 176, Flying in the Sky. Dudley frowned, only then realizing that Professor McGonagall had been trying to protect them on the train earlier. Can the prefects contact the professors at school? Dudley asked. Percy has already contacted the school, Fred said. Dudley nodded, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. He did not believe that Ron and Harry would fail to board the train for no reason. They must have encountered something that prevented them from boarding, and even prevented them from notifying him immediately. However, they do not seem to have encountered anything particularly dangerous, Dudley thought to himself. He had previously given Harry a hollow glass sphere, establishing a mystical connection between himself and the sphere. If Harry encountered danger, he could shatter the glass sphere, and Dudley would be able to perceive some changes through the mystical connection. Dudley had just specifically checked, and he had not sensed the glass sphere breaking. Moreover, judging by the distance, the glass sphere and Harry should still be together. This meant that Harry was likely not in danger. Did that freckled guy and the show-off Potter not get on the train? Could it be that they felt taking the train to school wouldn't highlight their uniqueness, so they wanted to pull some other stunt? A repulsive tone suddenly appeared, interrupting Dudley's thoughts. Malfoy and a group of Slytherin students ran over to watch the spectacle. If you ask me, the school should expel those two annoying guys, Malfoy said slowly while standing in the crowd. Malfoy, I am in a very bad mood right now, Dudley said, looking at the sneering Malfoy. Upon hearing Dudley's voice, Malfoy's expression stiffened slightly, but he quickly regained his confidence because he was surrounded not only by Goyle and Crabbe, but also by several older Slytherin students. What's the matter, Dudley? Do you want to get expelled too and go keep your show-off brother company? Malfoy said in a long, drawn-out tone. Perhaps I could throw you off the train and let you get some air outside, Dudley said, looking seriously at Malfoy. You wouldn't dare. Malfoy's face changed and he shouted, his voice weak despite his bravado, while immediately retreating to hide behind the group of Slytherin students. Even though he knew the possibility was very low, Malfoy did not dare to be careless. He felt that Dudley was truly capable of doing something like that. Dudley gave Malfoy a cold look, and just as he wanted to scare him further, his expression suddenly shifted. In the depths of his intuition, he felt that Harry seemed to be not far from him. If he could judge earlier that Harry was not on the train, he could no longer make that judgment now. The glass sphere is also getting closer. After discovering this change, Dudley had no time to pay attention to Malfoy and immediately ran towards the end of the train carriage. He felt that Harry's presence seemed to be at the back of the train. However, after arriving at the last carriage of the train, Dudley still did not see the figures of Harry and Ron. Dudley, what did you find? Fred asked. Dudley shook his head, simply closed his eyes, blocked out all external interference, and began to carefully perceive that faint connection. Soon, he opened his eyes and looked up at the ceiling of the carriage. In the sky. Dudley's expression shifted, and he immediately entered the train compartment, leaning against the window to look outside. However, the sky outside was clear and cloudless, and there was nothing there. Could it be that flying car? Dudley suddenly realized something. Only that car could allow Harry and Ron to appear above his head in such a situation, and only the invisibility of that car could make all of this leave no traces. What are these two doing? Dudley's face was gloomy. Could it really be to show off? However, Dudley quickly dismissed this speculation. Even if those two were crazy, they knew what consequences this would cause, and they were not that type of people. Dudley, what are you looking at? Fred and George also leaned against the window, looking outside. Unfortunately, they didn't see anything. It seems like something is flying in the sky. Suddenly, Luna's voice came, making Dudley and the others notice this peculiar little girl. At this moment, Luna was wearing a pair of very strange glasses, looking like the sunglasses cartoon characters wear, and was also looking outside the window. Fred and George were confused. Could it be one of those moving things of the Muggles? What do they call them? Luna looked thoughtful. Can you lend me your glasses? Dudley looked at Luna in surprise. Of course. Luna didn't say much, took off her glasses, and put them on Dudley's eyes. You need to focus your attention, and then you can see some things that are usually invisible, Luna said in a quirky way. Dudley felt as if he had put on a funhouse mirror. Everything around him became distorted, especially outside the train window. However, with the help of these glasses, Dudley soon saw that there seemed to be a rather distorted area in the sky, where something was moving rapidly, perfectly matching the outline of a car. It really is. Dudley's gaze sharpened. What are you talking about? Fred and George asked again. They both felt like fools. They were in the same position, yet they couldn't see what Dudley and that peculiar little girl could see. It's nothing, Ron and Harry should be fine. Everyone, disperse. Dudley took off the glasses and returned them to Luna. At the same time, he waved for the students who were watching the commotion to leave. Thank you. You're welcome. Luna smiled, very happy that she had helped Dudley. Just then, Hermione squeezed in from outside. Dudley, we have already contacted the school's professors. They went to King's Cross Station to check, and I believe they will find Harry and Ron very soon, Hermione said very quickly. That's no longer necessary. Dudley has already found them, Luna said to Hermione, blinking her silver eyes. Where are they? In the carriage. Not only Hermione, but also Fred and George looked puzzled. The corner of Dudley's mouth twitched slightly, and he pointed to the sky outside. If I'm not mistaken, Harry and Ron are driving Mr. Weasley's flying car, following behind our train. For a moment, the entire carriage was silent. Oh, so that thing is called a car. I've always called them flying houses. Muggle things are really interesting, Luna said to herself. Chapter 177, Thestral in the Compartment. Fred and George were going crazy. Of course, the reason they were going crazy wasn't because the consequences of this matter were serious, but because when Ron and Harry decided to drive to school, they hadn't actually invited them along. As for Hermione, she was completely speechless. On the contrary, Luna was very calm, sitting by the window, watching Fred and George go crazy. She seemed to find it all very interesting. They might have run into some trouble and couldn't get on the train, Dudley speculated. But they could have sent a letter to the school by owl. Why would they choose such a way to get to school? Do they not have a brain at all? Hermione said with a grim expression. With their brains, they might really not have realized they could send a letter by owl, Dudley shrugged. What do we do now? Hermione asked. They aren't in any danger for now, let's just get to school first, Dudley rubbed his forehead. He didn't know what the two of them had encountered that would make them have the sudden impulse to drive a flying car to school. You know, if this matter were exposed, it would be a huge blow to Ron's father, and might even cause him to lose his job. Fred and George seemed to have realized this problem too, and their expressions changed. But at this point, it was already impossible to stop them. Along the way, everyone was worried. Dudley would occasionally sense the situation outside, confirming that Harry was never far from him, following closely behind the train. In the evening, the train finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station. After Dudley and the others got off the train, they saw Hagrid in the distance, holding a lantern and waving to signal the first-year students to follow him. "Hey, Dudley, Hermione, welcome back." Hagrid greeted Dudley and the others warmly when he saw them. "How come I don't see those two little guys, Harry and Ron?" Hagrid searched among the students, but didn't see Harry and Ron's figures. "Have something to do," Dudley said. "What happened?" Hagrid asked immediately. "Let's talk about it next time," Dudley said quickly. Hagrid frowned but didn't press further. He still had things to do. "See you at Hogwarts," Luna greeted Dudley and the others, then hopped away after Hagrid, leaving the station. Hermione said, glancing at Luna as she walked away. "She really is a very interesting person," Dudley commented. "Don't you think she's, how should I put it, eccentric?" "Sorry, I'm not speaking ill of her, just saying how I feel," Hermione said. "I understand what you mean. However, she is indeed very interesting, isn't she?" Dudley said. Hermione frowned. She felt like Dudley had been infected by that girl too. "What about Harry and the others, can you still find their location?" Hermione asked, lowering her voice. "They should already be at Hogwarts by now, faster than us," Dudley said. "That's good," Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, and the two of them followed the main group toward Hogwarts. Now that they were second-year students, they didn't need to row across the Black Lake anymore. They could take carriages directly into Hogwarts. After passing through a muddy path, Dudley and Hermione arrived at the carriage grounds. Looking from afar, quite a few carriages had already departed, slowly driving toward Hogwarts. These carriages seemed to be pulled by invisible horses. Whenever students sat inside and closed the door, it would start automatically. "What is that?" Suddenly, Dudley stopped in his tracks, looking at the carriages in the distance with a puzzled gaze. Hermione followed Dudley's gaze, but only saw the carriages parked on the open ground. "Is there something wrong with the carriages?" Hermione asked. "There's nothing wrong with the carriages, it's just, what is that pulling the carriages?" In Dudley's field of vision, some eerie black creatures were standing between the shafts. They had no flesh on them at all, with black fur tightly pressed against their skeletons, and every bone was clearly visible. Their heads looked much like a dragon's, and their pupilless, milky white eyes stared fixedly. Wings sprouted from the ridges between their shoulder bones, large, tough, black wings that looked like they should belong to giant bats. These creatures stood motionless, silently in the thickening night, appearing strange and ominous. Dudley blinked and activated his spirit vision. He immediately discovered that these creatures were magical creatures, and they contained powerful magic within their bodies. "What's wrong, Dudley?" Seeing Dudley standing there, staring fixedly at the carriages in the distance, as if there were truly something terrifying there, Hermione suddenly felt a wave of unease. "Can't you see it?" Dudley said. "See what?" Hermione's hair stood on end from what Dudley said. "The creatures pulling the carriages, a very eerie, black creature. Wait, I think I know what they are." A similar image appeared in Dudley's mind. He had seen this kind of creature in a book. "Dudley, what are you talking about? What creature's pulling the carriages?" "Nothing is pulling the carriages are enchanted and move on their own," Hermione said, frightened. She was almost scared to tears by Dudley. "Only those who have witnessed death can see them." Dudley whispered softly. "Can't you see them?" Dudley suddenly turned his head to look at Hermione. Hermione was startled by Dudley's sudden movement and grabbed his arm tightly. "It's a thestral, a very magical creature. Only those who have witnessed death can see them. Logically speaking, you should be able to see them," Dudley said. Back in the Forbidden Forest, Dudley had killed Quirrell with his own hands, and all of this had been seen by Hermione and the others. Therefore, Hermione should also be able to see the thestrals. But looking at Hermione now, she clearly couldn't see these eerie creatures. "What do you mean?" Hermione became more and more confused as she listened. "Didn't you see how Quirrell died?" Dudley asked. "Quirrell?" Hermione's face turned a bit pale, and she subconsciously glanced at Dudley. "Wasn't it you who killed him?" Hermione said. At this moment, Hermione seemed to recall Dudley's terrifying gaze. Dudley looked at Hermione. For a long time. Let's go, we're about to miss the carriage. Dudley didn't press the matter further and pulled Hermione toward the carriage. When getting into the carriage, Hermione took a careful look at the front of it. It was pitch black, and she truly saw nothing. Gentle reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. Taking a screenshot is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. 179 Getting fired again. Chapter 178, About to be expelled again. The carriage slowly drove towards Hogwarts Castle. Hermione and Dudley did not speak much along the way, both were silent, pondering their own thoughts. Not long after, the carriage stopped outside Hogwarts Castle. Dudley and Hermione jumped off the carriage, looking at the castle within arm's reach, and the dim yellow light emanating from the windows. Both of them couldn't help but relax a little. Arriving here, the annoying things outside seemed to fade away quite a bit. Hogwarts Castle was like an ivory tower. As long as they returned here, they were just students. No matter what happened, there was a group of teachers above them helping to bear the burden. I wonder how Harry and Ron are doing. Hermione looked around, not seeing the figures of the two, her expression showing some disappointment and worry. Before, she had always felt that when Harry and Ron were around, it was too noisy. The two were always chattering away, as if they had endless topics to discuss, making it impossible for her to read in peace. However, when the two were not by her side, she suddenly found it a bit too quiet around her. Although Dudley would speak, the feeling was different. He was too calm. Sometimes he didn't seem like a 12-year-old child, but rather an elegant gentleman, giving people a sense of detachment. From my intuition, they have perhaps already entered the castle. Let's go, perhaps we can see them in the Great Hall. Dudley smiled slightly and walked towards the castle. Hearing this, Hermione hurriedly followed. How did you sense that? Why didn't I feel anything at all? Is it because you and Harry are brothers? Hermione asked. She had always been curious about what Dudley called his intuition. Although Dudley's intuition was always very accurate, the word intuition itself was full of subjective judgment and lacked logic. This made Hermione, who had always liked logic and dialectical thinking, feel unaccustomed and unable to understand. Intuition is something very difficult to describe in words. Dudley said after thinking for a moment. You don't need to worry too much about this intuition. Everyone's way of perceiving the world is different. For example, for me, intuition is a very important tool, but this method may not necessarily suit you, understand? Hermione listened, half understanding. However, she could tell that Dudley was advising her not to worry too much about these things, and just to understand the world in her own way. The two soon arrived at the Great Hall. Bright light poured out from the entrance, illuminating the corridor, and the cheerful sounds dispelled the worries along the way. The two quickened their pace and entered the brightly lit hall. Look, I told you they might have already arrived. Dudley's gaze flickered, quickly locking onto Harry and Ron beside the Gryffindor table. They looked okay, though their expressions were a bit haggard, and their robes were stained with mud, looking a bit disheveled, but overall they were fine. That's great. Hermione smiled and hurriedly ran over. What on earth happened to you two? Hermione asked. Don't mention it, we were just so unlucky. Ron said with a pale face. Dudley, we ran into some trouble. Before Dudley could even sit down, Harry rattled off what had happened earlier like a machine gun. Dudley listened carefully until he pieced together a complete picture of the facts from Harry and Ron's account. So, you're saying the wall at platform 93 of 4 was sealed, then you drove the car following the Hogwarts Express all the way to the school, and then you were beaten up by a tree, is that right? That's right. Harry and Ron nodded immediately. Pardon me for being blunt, but did you never think about having Hedwig deliver a letter to the school? Dudley said. Harry and Ron looked at each other, freezing in place. Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was genuinely worried about the intelligence of her two good friends. "We forgot," Harry said, his face slightly red. Thinking about it now, the best thing they could have done at the time was to wait in place and send a letter to the school. "Forget it, I suspect that even if you had sent a letter, it would have been useless." Dudley shook his head and said, although sending a letter was the most correct approach, since platform 93 to 4 had already been sealed, it was highly likely that the letter wouldn't have gotten out anyway. This reminded Dudley of the incident where letters were intercepted previously. What was the purpose of doing this? To stop Harry from coming to school. But even Malfoy wouldn't use such a clumsy and childish method of obstruction. Dudley thought to himself. On the dais, the sorting ceremony had already begun, but none of them had the heart to pay much attention. They only paid attention to Ginny being sorted into Gryffindor. Besides that, Dudley also noticed that Luna was sorted into Ravenclaw. This matched Dudley's expectations, although that little girl looked a bit eccentric, she was actually very intelligent. In terms of sorting, it was highly likely she would be in Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. "Look, there is an empty seat at the staff table, it's Professor Snape's seat," Ron suddenly said. "Maybe he is sick," Hermione said. "It's also possible he left, because Professor Dumbledore would rather find Gilderoy Lockhart to be the defense against the dark arts teacher than let him teach it," Harry said with some excitement. "Was he fired?" "That's great, this is definitely the best news I've heard today, everyone hates," Ron also said. Dudley wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. These two guys had mouths that were too fast. Perhaps a cold, low voice appeared behind them. "He is standing right behind you, waiting to hear you two explain why you didn't take the school train to school." Harry and Ron were startled. When they turned around, they discovered that Snape was standing behind them, having appeared out of nowhere. His long, hooked nose was almost touching their faces, and they could even smell the greasy scent coming from his hair. "Professor Snape!" Harry and Ron called out in panic. "You two, come with me." Snape ignored the surrounding gazes and said coldly to Harry and Ron. Dudley stood up, wanting to follow. "Do you not understand my words? Or do you really think of yourself as their nanny?" Snape's cold gaze turned towards Dudley. With a cold snort, Snape flicked his hand and left, his black robes billowing high. Harry and Ron didn't dare to say anything. After looking at Dudley in despair, they followed Snape's footsteps. "They aren't going to be expelled again, are they?" Hermione asked nervously. "Probably not." Dudley glanced at the dais, where Professor Dumbledore was saying something to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall's expression was a bit grave, but Dumbledore appeared relatively relaxed. Judging by this, expulsion shouldn't be the case, but some punishment is inevitable. Chapter 179, Equivalent Exchange. "Dudley, come with me for a moment." Just at this moment, Albus Dumbledore suddenly looked up towards Dudley's direction, and immediately after, Albus Dumbledore's voice appeared in Dudley's ear. Dudley nodded. On the chairman's podium, Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall stood up together and entered a room nearby. Dudley followed quickly and pushed the door open to enter. "Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall." Dudley greeted them politely. "Dudley, it's been a summer, how are you?" Albus Dumbledore asked with a smile. Dudley shrugged, as you know, not very well. He had encountered quite a few things this summer. Albus Dumbledore smiled and didn't say much more. Harry and Ron couldn't board the school train because the wall at platform 93/4 was blocked, so they chose that car. Dudley explained proactively. "We have already investigated this clearly. There was indeed a problem at the platform," Professor McGonagall said. "However, even so, they should not have driven that car to school. Along the way, they violated many school rules and even the law," Professor McGonagall said with a serious expression. "So what does the school plan to do?" Dudley asked. "Necessary punishment is unavoidable," Professor McGonagall said, then looked at Professor Dumbledore. "Let's give them both detention, Professor Dumbledore. what do you think? You are the Dean of Gryffindor, you can decide, Albus Dumbledore said. You few are always so worrying. Professor McGonagall shook her head, greeted Albus Dumbledore, and turned to leave, presumably to deal with Harry and Ron's matter. After Professor McGonagall left, Albus Dumbledore's deep gaze turned to Dudley. Did you find anything, Dudley? Professor Dumbledore asked. I suspect it was the house elf who intercepted our letters before. Only he had such a motive. But I don't quite understand why he would do this. Just to stop Harry from coming to school. That seems too presumptuous, Dudley said. Albus Dumbledore didn't speak, revealing a thoughtful expression. After a long while, Albus Dumbledore spoke slowly, Dudley, the wizarding world hasn't been very peaceful lately. I can feel the undercurrents surging in the darkness. Dudley frowned and said, that has nothing to do with us. I didn't say it had anything to do with you. There are some things I am also currently investigating. I am telling you this because I may be away from school for a long time in the coming period, and I need you to honor our previous agreement. Albus Dumbledore's blue eyes stared carefully at Dudley through his half-moon spectacles. Protect Hogwarts well. I need to unite all the forces that can be united. Do you understand what I mean? Dudley looked at Albus Dumbledore. He knew that the power Albus Dumbledore referred to was not Dudley's own strength. Albus Dumbledore didn't think much of that, but rather, he truly hoped that the Knight Emperor would stand on the side of Hogwarts. I understand what you mean, Professor. This is our agreement, and I have always been a person who keeps my promises, Dudley said seriously. Very good. Albus Dumbledore nodded with relief. Professor, I would like to know, has something happened in the wizarding world recently? Dudley asked. Some things have occurred, things that even I cannot grasp. In short, I have many things to deal with, and sometimes I may not be able to attend to Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore said. He didn't tell Dudley the details, and of course, it was possible that Albus Dumbledore himself didn't know the details at the moment. I understand, Dudley said. He had promised Albus Dumbledore to protect Hogwarts, especially this year. Judging from the current situation, not long after the summer vacation ended, Albus Dumbledore must have encountered some things, otherwise, he wouldn't have used the formula for the elixir of life to trade for Dudley's protection of Hogwarts, or rather, to trade for the Knight Emperor's protection of Hogwarts. I will give you some authority to allow you to freely enter and exit some places in Hogwarts, including some restricted areas, and at the same time, you will not be bound by Hogwarts school rules, but you must ensure that you will not abuse this power, Albus Dumbledore said seriously. I promise. Dudley said solemnly. All right, there is nothing else. You can go back now, Albus Dumbledore said, waving his hand, looking slightly exhausted. Dudley turned to leave, but halfway there, he turned his head and said, if there is anything I can help you with, you can just ask. Albus Dumbledore smiled, then, what price would I have to pay? Equivalent exchange. Dudley blinked and said. Haha, then before I ask, I must think about what price I can pay, Albus Dumbledore said with a smile. Dudley shrugged and left the room. After leaving the room, Dudley's expression suddenly became somewhat solemn. What happened in the wizarding world that made Albus Dumbledore so cautious, even choosing to cooperate with me when he couldn't fully trust me? Dudley thought to himself. Could it be related to a sealed artifact? Dudley guessed in his heart. If it is related to a sealed artifact, for it to cause Albus Dumbledore such concern, it wouldn't be something an ordinary sealed artifact could do. Of course, it could also be an issue existing within the wizarding world itself. Never mind, these things have nothing to do with me for the time being. I have already expressed my goodwill and sincerity. If Albus Dumbledore really needs it, he should come to find me, or he will come to find the Knight Emperor. In that case, I can get the latest intelligence on the wizarding world immediately. Dudley slowly walked towards the Gryffindor seating area. Will there be any changes at Hogwarts this year? Without the Philosopher's Stone, what reason does Lord Voldemort have to sneak in? Dudley calculated secretly in his heart. The sorting ceremony had already ended. Harry and Ron returned to their seats not long after. They weren't expelled, but the punishment of detention was still not light. And the news about the two of them driving a flying car to school also began to spread among the students. It was said that this incident had already been reported in the newspapers of the wizarding world. Some people thought it was cool, while others thought Harry was showing off. Only the two of them knew how much this incident affected them. The first day of school passed in a daze just like that. The originally relaxed and happy school life was cast in a dim shadow because of some of Professor Dumbledore's words. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revamped, which may lead to the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to take screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. 181 Howler Letter Chapter 180, Howler the next day. Dudley and the others came to the Great Hall together for breakfast. Hermione had already started previewing the new courses, especially those books by Gilderoy Lockhart. Dudley, have you read the new Defense Against the Dark Arts class textbooks yet? Hermione asked immediately upon seeing Dudley. There were too many of those books. Even though Hermione had already read through all of them, she hadn't memorized much of the content, which made her a bit anxious. Dudley shook his head. You haven't read them yet? Hermione looked surprised. Knowing Dudley as she did, she expected he would have finished the new textbooks long ago. Dudley glanced at the book in Hermione's hand. It was Lockhart's Voyages with Vampires. With all due respect, Hermione, rather than calling these books textbooks, I think they resemble novels more. There's no need to study them, Dudley pointed out bluntly. Originally, Dudley had intended to examine these books carefully, but after flipping through a few pages, he discovered that they were just trash. Expensive trash. Hermione looked at Dudley in surprise and said incredulously, Don't you think Professor Lockhart is amazing? His books record many of his adventures, and these experiences are quite helpful for us in resisting the dark arts. Oh, come on, Hermione. Who knows if the things written in those books were actually done by him? Ron chimed in from the side. Harry also nodded. They had met Lockhart at Flourish and Blotts before, and both of them had a very average impression of him. Especially Harry, who had been forcibly dragged over to take a photo with him, which made him very uncomfortable. I believe in Professor Lockhart. He describes things in such detail, he must have done them himself, Hermione said, dissatisfied. Dudley didn't say anything more. He hadn't had much contact with Lockhart, but on the book list sent by Hogwarts, 7 out of the 8 books were written by this person himself. Moreover, each one was so expensive, yet the content was almost non-existent. It was hard for Dudley not to suspect that this was a forced attempt to make students buy his own books. Furthermore, judging by the content, Dudley felt there was no practical knowledge inside. Consequently, he felt that this person, Lockhart, was also very shallow. Of course, he would only know for sure after actually taking this teacher's course. Everyone started to bury themselves in their breakfast until a chaotic sound came from overhead. The owls are almost here. I think my grandmother must have sent over the things I forgot, Neville said, looking at the ceiling. Many people in the Great Hall lifted their heads, waiting for the owls to deliver the items they needed. Soon, hundreds of owls flew in, circling above the Great Hall, searching for their owners, and then dropping packages and letters. Unsurprisingly, Neville received the largest package among all the students. When that owl dropped the package, Dudley felt it was not easy for it to have survived. Suddenly, Ron, who was sitting nearby, shouted, looking at a familiar owl in the sky. Dudley recognized it at a glance. It was the Weasley family's owl. However, Dudley quickly noticed that the owl was carrying a red envelope in its beak, completely different from ordinary letters. At that moment, Dudley suddenly had a bad premonition. Errol saw Ron and then plummeted, knocking over the pumpkin juice on the table. Ron ignored the pumpkin juice splattered on him and cried out. He looked at the red envelope on the table with horror, as if he had seen the most terrifying monster. This is... Harry looked at the letter, confused. Look, Ron received a howler. Someone shouted. Suddenly, everyone in the Great Hall turned their gaze toward Ron's side. My God, it really is a howler. It's over, poor Ron. This is my first time seeing a howler. There were already many students eating breakfast in the Great Hall, and now everyone was looking toward Ron's side, waiting to watch the show. Ron, open it quickly, Neville said hurriedly. If you don't open it, the consequences will be even worse. Neville seemed to recall some terrifying memory, and his entire complexion turned pale. Ron, did you think it was cool to drive a Muggle car to school? Now you know what price you have to pay, right? Ha ha ha, I heard at home that the Ministry of Magic has already started investigating your father. If they fire your father, how will you Weasleys with so many children survive? Malfoy's mocking voice came from afar, laughing uncontrollably. Oh, they won't end up homeless, will they? Crabbe chimed in from the side. Very likely, Malfoy laughed. They might even be unable to afford the tuition fees. The surrounding Slytherin students were also watching this scene, with mocking smiles on their faces. Ron's face was deathly pale. He picked up the howler in a panic. His hands were trembling slightly, and his mind was blank. Ron Weasley. A sound like an explosion resounded throughout the Great Hall. Quite a few people covered their ears directly. Weasley was clearly extremely angry. If Ron had been in front of her right now, she might have torn him apart herself. Sound isolation. Just at this moment, Dudley raised his hand and waved his wand. In an instant, a thin, curtain-like layer appeared out of thin air, isolating the area within 2 meters around Ron. Stole the car, I wouldn't be surprised if they expelled you. See how I deal with you when the time comes. You probably never even thought about how your father and I are feeling right now. Weasley's roar continued, but the only ones who could hear her voice were Ron and Harry, who was sitting next to him. As one of the culprits, Harry needed to listen to Mrs. Weasley's roar. He couldn't let Ron bear everything alone. Dudley had originally wanted to dispel the magic on the howler immediately, but considering this was Mrs. Weasley educating her own child, he shouldn't interfere too much, but he chose this method. In the Great Hall, everyone stared with wide eyes at this scene. The Slytherin crowd, who had been preparing to mock Ron, were also dumbfounded at this moment. They could see Ron and Harry behind the gossamer-like curtain, but they couldn't hear any sound from inside at all. The mockery that had reached their lips couldn't be spoken at this moment. Putting away his wand, Dudley continued eating calmly. They are the ones being punished, not us. Dudley said to the stunned Hermione beside him. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.